In the fourth year of Jing, a severe drought plagued Jianzhou. The imperial court, unable to provide disaster relief, summoned the inhabitants of Jianzhou to Lan province to beg for food. The perilous journey of 3,000 miles was fraught with dangers. Gu Jin embarked on this unknown path with her pregnant mother and 5-year-old sister. Initially, she believed that fleeing from famine was the worst of their woes. Little did she anticipate the onslaught of war and natural calamities that would follow in relentless succession. Traversing through adversity, hoarding supplies, cultivating the land, establishing a martial arts school, operating a courier service, and supporting her family, Gu Jin, the heir to the 8 extremes fist, found herself unexpectedly capable after her transmigration. Indeed, it seemed that potential was often drawn forth by dire circumstances. Chapter 1. The Drought. In the 3rd month of spring, the air was cool and crisp. Traditionally, during this season, the villagers of Shangyang would begin their preparations for farming. However, since the mid-autumn festival of the previous year, not a single drop of rain had graced the parched earth. The soil had hardened, rendering it impossible to sow seeds. Months passed without rainfall, and the water levels in rivers and ponds gradually receded, leading to desiccation. At present, the villagers of Shangyang were compelled to trek deep into the mountains to access the spring water, where a meager trickle still flowed. Yet, in recent days, even this source had diminished, leaving the villagers in a state of anxiety and uncertainty. Gu Jin awoke from her thirst-induced slumber. She opened her eyes and gazed at the dark wooden beams above, letting out a sigh. "Elder sister, why are you still awake?" A small voice murmured from beneath the covers, rubbing sleepy eyes. "I cannot sleep," Gu Jin replied casually. "It's still early, go back to sleep." Having said that, she rose from her bed, donned a pair of straw sandals, and stepped outside. Today, it was imperative to secure a position early. Otherwise, if they failed to obtain water, they would be unable to cook. Li Shi had already been waiting outside. Upon seeing her daughter, she lifted a water bucket and headed towards the yard. Gu Jin furrowed her brow as she observed her mother. She took the bucket from Li Shi's hands. "Mother, perhaps you should refrain from going today. I can manage these 2 buckets." Li Shi shot her daughter a disapproving look. "I know you are strong, but your words lack the persuasiveness mine possess. Who could you possibly outtalk?" Gu Jin's heart was heavy with worry. "But, mother, you're pregnant." What if something were to happen? Before she could finish her sentence, Li Shi interrupted sharply. "It's all a matter of fate. Why fret over it?" Gu Jin fell silent. In her past life, she had not believed in fate, but after her soul traversed into this other realm, her perspective had changed. The 2 of them proceeded towards the mountains, one after the other. Along the way, they encountered fellow villagers who, upon seeing them, instinctively recoiled as if confronted by a plague. Although Gu Jin had grown accustomed to this treatment, it still left her feeling uncomfortable. Her mother, originally named Li Taohua, had once been renowned for her beauty in the neighboring regions during her youth. Many matchmakers had sought to propose suitors, but ultimately, she was wed to Gu Chongsheng, the youngest son of the Gu family. Gu Chongsheng was handsome and astute, and the Gu family, recognizing his intelligence, had collectively supported his education. However, after several years of study, he consistently failed the examinations in this era. The materials for writing were exorbitantly priced, and the Gu family could no longer afford them. Consequently, they decided to marry him off, hoping for a change in fortune. Unfortunately, luck did not favor him. He continued to fail year after year, yet children continued to be born one after another. After yet another failure the previous year, despite his wife being with child, on the 7th day of the 12th month, Gu Chongsheng took his own life by leaping into the river. He had harbored a deep desire for death, but concealed it so well that not a single member of the Gu family noticed his distress, allowing the tragedy to unfold before their eyes. A fortnight later, despite the river having dwindled due to the drought, Gu Jin's brother, Gu Huayu, tragically perished in the same river. From that point on, the reputation of Li Shi as a harbinger of misfortune spread throughout Shangyang village. The Gu family, perhaps fearful, decided to separate her family from the rest. Gu Jin welcomed this turn of events. With more people came more strife. The Gu family, comprising over 20 members, was a cacophony at mealtimes. "Walk faster." Though Li Shi was pregnant, she moved swiftly, urging Gu Jin along as she noticed her daughter lagging behind. Gu Jin hastily quickened her pace. In her previous life, she had been the heir to the 8 extremes fist, training in martial arts since the age of 3. After her transmigration to the state of Zhou, she resumed her training at the age of 3, and now at 8, her physique appeared slender, yet it was sinewy and strong. Upon reaching the spring, numerous villagers were already there collecting water. Elisha held Gu Jin's hand with one hand while grasping the bucket with the other, preparing to step forward to fetch water. At that moment, the women present grew irate. Elisha, wait a moment. We're not finished yet. Yang Xinghua shouted at the top of her lungs. Elisha, known for her fiery temperament, shouted back. You've already filled your buckets, yet still hog the spring. Are you trying to let my family die of thirst? Gu Jin sensed the escalating tension and quickly covered her eyes with her hands, feigning tears. Mother, I want to drink water. I'm so thirsty, she whimpered, as she pushed forward while crying. In the face of survival, pride held little value. Gu Jin cried with such heart-wrenching fervor that she appeared utterly pitiful. Yang Xinghua stood her ground at the spring, unyielding. Others, though sympathetic, averted their gazes and refrained from intervening. Gu Jin took note of this and etched it in her memory. She released her mother's hand and charged toward Yang, colliding with her abdomen. I want water. Move aside. Gu Jin hurled herself forward with all her might. Having always possessed greater strength than her peers and with her ongoing training, Yang Xinghua was caught off guard and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Mother, hurry and fetch the water. Gu Jin called out. Elisha quickly positioned the wooden bucket beneath the spring. Yang, incensed, glared at Gu Jin, her eyes flashing with fury as she cursed the girl's ancestors. Curse your ancestors. How can you be so ill-mannered, you little brat? My daughter Gu Jin has been taught well by her father. It is you, old hag, who lacks respect for your elders. This spring does not belong to you, yet you cling to it as if it were your own, with a face thicker than a city walled. Elisha was equally unyielding, engaging in a heated exchange. The two women hurled insults at one another, their voices rising to a fever pitch. Gu Jin dipped her ladle into the water and passed it to her mother. Mother, drink up. Once you're satisfied, continue to scold. She felt fortunate that her mother was so spirited. Otherwise, in this ruthless village, survival would be a daunting challenge. At that moment, the village chief, Old Yang, arrived, bellowing, What are you two quarreling about? If you continue, neither of you will be allowed to fetch water. Old Yang was utterly exasperated. Since the first half of last year, rainfall has gradually dwindled, resulting in a complete failure of crops. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, not a single drop of rain has fallen. The calamity has intensified alarmingly. During this period, the court dispatched relief grain on 2 occasions, but no further assistance followed. Fortunately, the residents of Shangyang village have, in previous years of favorable weather, amassed a surplus of grain. Although their meals are insufficient, at least they have not faced starvation. However, after the new year, the heavens remained indifferent, and with no provisions left, many villages have already witnessed deaths due to starvation. The county magistrate, in a state of helplessness, could only report to the court to seek aid. Yet, the imperial edict has been long in coming. As the plight worsens, the provincial officials, fearing unrest, have dispatched numerous soldiers to patrol the area. Should they discover any disaster-stricken individuals acting independently, they are to be met with lethal force. Shangyang village is fortunate to possess a spring. In contrast, other villages frequently engage in brawls over mere access to water. At present, the only hope for Shangyang village lies in the awaited edict from the court, which could provide a chance for survival. Old village chief, should we not venture to the county once more to inquire? If we delay much longer, I fear there will be fatalities, Yang Xinghua whispered. Upon hearing her query, those nearby promptly perked up their ears. If they could seek sustenance in another province, they must also gather ample water to carry back. The provisions brought along for the journey must be sufficient. Old Yang waved his hand impatiently. What is there to ask? If there is news from the county, someone will surely come to inform us. The most pressing matter now is to station guards at the village entrance. If another village seizes control of our spring, our village will be doomed. Gu Jin, listening from the side, felt a tumult of emotions. Having lived in an era of peace, she had never known the anguish of thirst. Every day, turning the tap provided an unending supply of water. It is unimaginable that in this age, there are indeed those who perish from thirst. Carrying a bucket of water, she followed Li Taohua with a heavy heart. Upon returning home, Li Taohua first scooped out a portion of water to prepare dough for pancakes, saving the remainder. Once they pass through the disaster-stricken areas, water will no longer be a scarce resource, thus ample provisions must be prepared for the journey ahead. Mother, are you preparing supplies for the escape? Gu Jin inquired, lifting her head. Li Taohua nodded in affirmation. She had borne 3 children, and Gu Jin was the most astute among them. This child possesses an uncanny ability to grasp the essence of matters with but a hint. Were it not for witnessing her emergence from her womb, Li Taohua might suspect her of being some transformed spirit. Gu Jin refrained from asking further questions. She returned to her room, rummaging through the bamboo basket. Chapter 2. Trouble has arisen on the treacherous path of fleeing from disaster. Peril lurked at every turn. After parting ways from the Gu family, their safety rested solely upon their own capabilities. Weapons. It was imperative to procure another weapon. Gu Jin rummaged through the bamboo basket. At that moment, Gu Xiao, with her short legs, scampered over. Sister, what are you searching for? Scissors, Gu Jin replied casually. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao, puzzled, inquired, Sister, do you have scissors? How could Gu Jin possibly possess scissors? In this era, the state enforced a monopoly on salt and iron, the mining and smelting of iron, along with the crafting of agricultural tools from iron, were strictly prohibited. Under such a regime, the populace faced exorbitant prices for iron implements of poor quality. The Gu family, comprising over 20 members, owned merely 6 acres of land, and their plowing was done with a wooden plow head. A hoe, a kitchen knife, 2 sickles, and a pair of scissors were regarded as precious lifelines. Oh, and there was a set of tools specifically for carpentry. Gu Jin had never even laid a finger on them. What she sought was a wooden stake. This wooden stake had taken her 3 months of leisure time to craft. After clearing away the miscellaneous items in the basket, the sharp wooden stake finally came into view. Gu Xiao gazed at it curiously. Sister, what is this? Is it fun? At 5 years old, Gu Xiao's world revolved solely around food and play. Gu Jin paid her no mind, testing the sharpness of the stake with her finger. Although it was not as keen as a dagger, it should be capable of inflicting harm with sufficient force. Coming back to her senses, she noticed Gu Xiao's round, eager eyes seemingly waiting for her response. Gu Jin smiled and said, It's not fun, but this sharp object can protect us. With that, she wrapped the wooden stake in a tattered cloth and concealed it at her waist. Before the decree from the court had been issued, the residents of Shangyang village were already preparing the necessities for their escape. Li Taohua, always swift and efficient, soon transformed the disaster relief grain into large pancakes. Gu Jin watched greedily, her eyes gleaming. The relief grain provided by the government was already subpar. Not only was it made from ancient wheat, but it also contained many empty husks. To extend the grain's longevity, Li Taohua would mix this husked flour with finer grains. At times, it would leave her throat sore from grinding. Mother, I'll go borrow some flour from Grandma. Xiao Mei is still young and needs to eat fine grains. Gu Jin proposed after much consideration. To her surprise, Li Taohua's almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation. What do you need her for? If she had a heart, she wouldn't have chased us 3 out the door. No, you must not go, do you hear me? Gu Jin countered, but what if Grandma asks you for grain? Li Taohua wanted to retort that she could let her die, but the words caught in her throat. Regardless, that person was still her mother-in-law. If her mother-in-law demanded grain and she refused, it would be considered unfilial, which could lead to dire consequences. Undoubtedly, if they fled from Shangyang village, they would be left behind. Ah Jin, have you thought of something? Li Taohua set aside her work and inquired intently. Gu Jin deliberated. Grandma and Uncle S family has over 20 mouths to feed. After the escape, there's surely 1 be enough grain. If we don't take the initiative, when Grandma comes asking, it will be too late. Upon hearing this, Li Taohua pinched Gu Jin's cheek playfully. You little schemer, taking the initiative, eh? Very well. We shall take the initiative. When it came to devising plans, no one in the Gu family could match Gu Jin's foresight. Since discovering her second daughter's cleverness, Li Taohua had begun to heed her advice on many matters. Had it not been for this, after the deaths of the 2 male members of the family, the 3 of them would have long been driven to despair. Li Taohua tugged at Gu Jin and Gu Xiao, hastily making their way to the Gu family's grand residence. Unlike their humble thatched cottage, the Gu family's home, adorned with blue bricks and black tiles, exuded an air of grandeur. It was true that their wealth was meager as they could not afford to send Gu Chongqing to school. Xiao Mei, when we see Grandma and Grandpa later, you must cry, do you understand? Gu Jin whispered to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, bewildered, asked, why? Gu Jin replied, if you cry, you'll be able to eat your fill. Gu Xiao grinned widely. Really? Looking at the innocent child, Gu Jin felt a rush of warmth and embarrassment. She found it hard to deceive a child. At this moment, Li Taohua interjected, you must cry. If you don't, we'll all starve to death. This was quite the strategy. Before even seeing anyone, Gu Xiao's lips began to pout. As they entered the Gu residence, tears streamed down her face. The head of the Gu family was Gu Qingshan, Li Taohua's father-in-law. Gu Qingshan was a carpenter, astute and industrious. At this moment, he was busy crafting small wooden implements. The drought only afflicted Jianzhou, and Shangyang village lay on its outskirts. Once they ventured beyond the drought zone, these small implements could be sold for a modest sum of silver. Upon seeing his younger son's family enter, Gu Qingshan did not even lift his head. Li Taohua, undeterred, pulled Gu Jin and Gu Xiu to pay their respects. Just then, an elderly woman emerged from the inner room, her fury igniting upon seeing the visitors in the courtyard. "You wretched creature, who brings misfortune to husbands and children, why don't you stay within your own little realm? Who are you trying to bring calamity upon?" Li Taohua's eyes sparkled with rage. She wanted to retort, but was cowed by her mother-in-law's authority, feeling anger without the courage to voice it. Cradling Gu Xiu, she sobbed, "Mother, Xiu has been crying from hunger. As your granddaughter, could you lend us some grain?" Gu Mother's brows furrowed, her gaze icy. "You dare come to borrow grain? I haven't sought you out, and you still dare to show your face. Get out. You troublesome creature. Your very presence irritates me." Li Taohua attempted to plead further, but Gu Mother seized a broom, ready to strike. "Get out or I'll beat you to death." Li Taohua hastily grabbed Gu Jin and fled outside. "Mother, if you want to lend us grain, that's one thing. But you want to beat us to death? I'll let it go, but Jin and Xiu are both Gu family children. How can you be so cruel?" She cried as she wept. The neighbors surrounding the Gu residence peeked out from their doors, eavesdropping on the commotion. Gu Jin flashed a sweet smile at them. "Auntie, could you lend us some grain? My sister Xiaomei is crying from hunger." What met her was the sight of tightly shut doors. In these times, even the landlords had no surplus grain to spare for others. Li Taohua truly lacked social finesse. As they made their way back, Gu Jin approached everyone she saw, requesting grain, causing them to flee from her as if she were a plague. Their thatched cottage was quite remote, situated at the village's edge. After Li Taohua was driven out by the Gu family, village head Old Yang took pity on them and arranged for them to inhabit an unoccupied, thatched house at the village's end. The long-abandoned dwelling was hardly in good condition. Fortunately, Li Taohua's two brothers lent a hand for several days, restoring it to a habitable state. The path leading from the village's end to the back mountain was the route taken by those fetching water, and all would pass by the thatched house. Not long after Li Taohua and Gu Jin returned to their new abode, a cacophony erupted from the back mountain, sounds of running and crying. Realizing something was amiss, Gu Jin rushed outside. Before her eyes, a throng of people fled in terror, their faces etched with horror. Something had happened. Indeed, it did not take long for the news to spread throughout the village. A wild beast had claimed the spring in the deep mountains, and several people had been killed. Instantly, the village was engulfed in cries, with every household gripped by unease. Chapter 3. The fleeing in a year of catastrophe, they were even denied the right to mourn. Moreover, those villagers bitten by the wild beast could not even be retrieved. Several households hastily erected a few makeshift tombs, uttered a few cries, and the matter swiftly faded into the past. Gu Xiu, upon hearing of the death, became preoccupied with the prospect of a feast. After waiting for a while without any sign of activity in the village, she scampered over to inquire with Gu Jin. Gu Jin, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "You actually know about the feast?" Gu Xiu tilted her head and muttered softly, "Of course, I love feasting. At a feast, one can enjoy meat and eat until full." Gu Jin felt a pang of sorrow at this. She crouched down, gazing into Gu Xiu's eyes, and reassured her, "Things will get better. I promise to ensure that you have meat to eat every day and that you will always be full." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiu's face lit up with joy, her brows dancing with delight as she nodded vigorously. As the two sisters conversed, Li Taohua entered with a pile of clothing. "Ajin, help your mother organize this. We need to see what we can take with us." They had been expelled from the Gu household, and many of their belongings had been confiscated by Gu Mu. Some garments and grains were salvaged by Li Taohua, who had wept and clamored to retrieve them. Gu Jin believed that if they could take anything from home, it would be best to bring as much as possible. Upon reaching the place of begging, they would not have to spend money again. However, their family lacked a bullock cart or a wheelbarrow, so they could only carry the most essential items. In this era, fabric was quite costly. Many households only made garments during festivals. Although the clothes in Li Taohua's hands were tattered, they were considered valuable possessions in their household. "And don't forget that small iron pot," she added. While the two were busy packing, old Yang finally received the imperial decree. Upon hearing the news, he was overwhelmed with despair. Heaven does not wish for us to survive. Old Yang lamented, tears choking his voice. The imperial order mandated that the destitute seek sustenance in Lanzhou, approximately 3,000 miles from their current county seat. In Shangyong village, there were 32 households. With only 96 able-bodied men, the rest were elderly, young, and women. For these people, embarking on a journey of 3,000 miles, facing potential bandits and wild beasts along the way, seemed to leave little chance for survival. As the news spread through Shangyong village, the villagers were left in a state of confusion. Having lived on this land all their lives, the farthest they had ventured was to the town. 3,000 miles, at a pace of 40 miles a day, it would take over 2 months. Yet last year's drought had resulted in a complete crop failure, and they had barely survived on their remaining grains and relief supplies. At present, they had neither the provisions nor the time to last for 2 months. The villagers of Shangyong wore expressions of despair and cries echoed throughout. Gu Jin, however, had mentally prepared herself. In her studies of history, she learned that ancient dynasties, for better population management, would impose taxes and corvée labor, often confining people to specific regions. Villages were established with a headman for every 10 households, with 100 households forming a neighborhood and 5 neighborhoods forming a township. This system not only facilitated management, but also benefited the development of small-scale agriculture. The imperial decree ordering begging allowed the disaster-stricken to migrate to a designated county seat. This was, on one hand, a means of maintaining stability and ease of management. On the other, it ensured that other counties would not suffer economically due to the scattering of refugees. Yet, 3,000 miles was an unfathomable distance. In this era, with inconvenient transportation and dense forests teeming with beasts and bandits, Gu Jin, despite her mental readiness, felt a sense of numbness. At this moment, Li Taohua mysteriously pulled Gu Jin into a room and opened a cloth bag. "Ajin, your uncle just came by and brought some grain, already cooked. Hide it and take some when you're hungry." Gu Jin's eyes sparkled. "Is there still grain at uncle's?" Li Taohua replied proudly, "Yes. Your grandfather had the foresight to store some grain before prices surged. He had been waiting to see how things would unfold. Now that the decree has been issued, he fears we won't survive, so he specifically sent your little uncle to bring some." Though Li Taohua appeared pleased, her heart was filled with bitterness, pain, and anger. Her maternal family sending grain now seemed to draw a line between them, indicating they were not prepared to take her family along on this journey of hardship. A bond of blood was reduced to a mere bag of grain. With moist eyes, Li Taohua quickly turned away. Gu Jin, oblivious to Li Taohua's sorrow, held the cooked grain, feeling both grateful and puzzled. She was touched by her grandfather's timely aid, akin to a lifeline thrown in a storm. But she wondered why they had not invited her family to escape together. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jin realized her grandfather's concerns. Her 2 uncles were still unmarried. If her family returned, it would certainly affect them. In this era, superstitions surrounding the misfortune brought by married women and children were rampant, and it was only natural for her grandfather's family to harbor such apprehensions. After some thought, Gu Jin put these worries aside. She nodded at Li Taohua, mother. "Don't worry, I will hide it well so that no one discovers it." Once again, they checked their belongings, and the 3 of them set off on the road to escape, armed with the household registration documents issued by the village. As they walked, Gu Jin contemplated their situation. With a pregnant woman and 2 children in tow, the first few days of their escape would likely pose little danger, but as time progressed, chaos would surely ensue. If all else failed, they might still need to seek refuge with her grandfather's family. Better to be disliked than to face the grim fate of being consumed. Gu Xiaoxiao, ever perceptive, insisted on walking by herself, her little legs moving with enthusiasm. Since the onset of the drought, Gu Jin had been training Gu Xiaoxiao to build her endurance. Initially, they would walk 500 meters a day, then 1,000, and gradually, Gu Xiaoxiao could manage 2,000 meters daily. As for Li Taohua, having been well-nourished as a child and engaged in farm work, even while pregnant, she could still carry Gu Xiaoxiao for a short distance. Gu Jin carried a basket on her back, with a wooden thorn tucked into her waist. Inside the basket were their family's clothes, a thin blanket, a small iron pot, over 30 wheat bran cakes, 20 bean cakes, several sets of bowls and chopsticks, and sewing supplies. She held tightly to the fine grain given by her grandfather, weighing approximately 20 pounds, yet she found it no burden at all. Li Taohua's basket contained some water stored in bamboo tubes, a meager supply that would last only a few days. When Gu Xiaoxiao grew tired, she would either rest in Li Taohua's basket or be carried by Gu Jin. The population of Xiangyang village, which exceeded 300, had barely made it past the village entrance when they merged with another group of refugees. Due to the lack of water, everyone looked disheveled, unable to bathe or even wipe themselves clean. The more people gathered, the more unbearable the stench became. Strangely enough, as the smell lingered, one began to grow accustomed to it. By nightfall, the group of refugees had swelled to several thousand. Li Taohua held on to Gu Jin and Gu Xiaoxiao, trailing at the back of the procession. Gu Jin, who had been diligently exercising, felt little fatigue despite the long day. Although she was hungry, at one point, she carried Gu Xiaoxiao for a while, her concern resting on Li Taohua, who was nearly 5 months pregnant and not receiving adequate nourishment. What if she were to miscarry? Mother, have some water, Gu Jin offered, bringing the bamboo tube to Li Taohua's lips. Li Taohua accepted without hesitation and took a small sip. Fortunately, the imperial decree had been issued in time, otherwise, once the water they carried ran out, they would have no choice but to wait for death. This drought had left the entire Jianzhou parched. Once they crossed into another province, water would no longer be a concern. Their worry would shift to food. Xiangyang village lay at the southernmost edge of Jianzhou, where the disaster was least severe, yet even here, they had reached the brink of desperation. The situation was undoubtedly worse in other regions. On the 4th day of their escape, the crowd had swelled to over 20,000, stretching as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. As the number of people increased, so too did the conflicts. Gu Jin was perpetually subjected to the cacophony of scolding and violence. Her family found themselves ensnared by a throng, surrounded on all sides by people. The entire Gu family, perhaps fearing the autumn winds of misfortune, had long since vanished from sight. The villagers of Xiangyang could scarcely catch a glimpse of them. They were simply moving too slowly. Of course, this was also a deliberate ploy by Gu Jin. An elderly woman, supported by her daughter-in-law, sat beside her, incessantly wailing. Noticing Gu Jin's gaze, she quickly turned her eyes and shrilled, "Little girl, where are your elders?" Gu Jin smiled and replied, "My father and brother have gone to gather firewood, while my grandfather and 3 uncles are ahead, seeking news. Do you need them for something?" The old woman clicked her tongue. "Your family is quite prosperous. Do you have enough grain to eat?" Gu Jin blinked innocently. "No grain. Is grandma intending to lend us some?" The elderly woman's speech faltered in surprise at the naive yet sharp-tongued girl before her. She had intended to coax the child in hopes of acquiring some grain, only to find herself outmaneuvered. Gu Jin turned her attention back to her belongings, extracting a large wheat bran cake and breaking off a small piece to feed to Gu Xiao. They needed to ration the little water they had left in the bamboo tube. Li Taohua, ever resourceful, quickly mingled with the surrounding crowd. "Aunt, do you think we can leave Jianzhou tomorrow?" "Indeed, my eldest son conducts business in Jianzhou. I have traversed this path before." "That's splendid. Once we exit Jianzhou, we shall have water to drink." The throng of refugees was immense, and the authorities, wary of inciting unrest, had soldiers monitoring their passage. Some families, facing a shortage of water, would send their wives and daughters to barter with the officials. Such occurrences were largely overlooked by everyone. Survival took precedence over all else. Gu Jin felt a deep-seated frustration, convinced that life should not be endured in such a manner. Li Taohua sighed at the sight and offered comfort. "In these times, we can only look after ourselves." Chapter 4. The mouse hole. On the 7th day of their flight from disaster, as dusk descended, Gu Jin noted that under favorable conditions, one could traverse 60 li in a day, but with poor terrain, perhaps only 30. After inquiring with the officials, she learned they had already traveled over 300 li from Jianzhou, roughly the distance from Ningbo to Taizhou. It was quite a distance. Fortunately, Xiangyang village lay at the outskirts of Jianzhou, allowing them to escape the drought's clutches more swiftly. Water was now available, yet grain had become a daunting issue. Following the drought, grain prices soared, and with her mother having only a meager sum left, it was evident that many other victims of the disaster had become destitute. In a feudal dynasty, calamities only intensified the concentration of wealth, as individuals possess varying degrees of resilience against risks. The impoverished were more likely to face ruin in the face of natural disasters. The wealthy, with their abundant resources, not only endured but could also repurchase the meager lands and children sold by the impoverished. Once the disaster passed, the rich would find their holdings and servants multiplied, having utilized the calamity to achieve legitimate accumulation of wealth. In the wake of the Jianzhou drought, many villagers sold their ancestral lands accumulated over generations to secure grain. Everyone hoped to find a good position in Lanzhou, where they could eventually acquire homes and fields anew. Gu Jin harbored a desire for a better future, yet she was uncertain if they would survive long enough to reach Lanzhou. At that moment, she crouched before a mouse hole, poking at it with a thin stick. The sheer number of refugees had stripped the greenery from the roadsides. Wild vegetables, tree bark, leaves, and even field mice, anything edible had been consumed. Gu Jin and her group moved at a slower pace, unable to procure any food supplies. As they approached the end of the grain given by her maternal family and the wheat bran cakes, Gu Jin felt a rising anxiety. Just then, she noticed a hole along the ridge and recalled a video she had watched, where a content creator had mentioned that during ancient times, some would dig into mouse holes during their flight from disaster. Rodents such as mice or squirrels were known to hoard food. They would store seeds during the autumn harvest to sustain themselves through the lean winter months. Furthermore, when gathering food, mice would meticulously select out seeds that were infested or underdeveloped. The downside, however, was the potential risk of contracting diseases like the plague from the rodent stores. The refugees ahead moved too hastily to gather supplies from the ground, leaving no time for such meticulous endeavors, thus allowing Gu Jin and her family to seize a rare opportunity. Patience rewarded her, and after some time, she unearthed several long-life fruits. Gu Jin was elated. "Mother, is there really food in the mouse hole?" Gu Xiu whispered excitedly. Li Taohua, too, was astonished. Initially, she thought her daughter was merely playing when she dug into the mouse hole, not realizing there would indeed be something to find. One discovery led to another. As night enveloped the fields, Gu Jin managed to procure over a pound of long-life fruits and wheat grains from the mouse hole. Concerned about bacteria, she fetched water from a nearby stream, then built a fire to boil the water before thoroughly washing the long-life fruits and grains, cooking them for over a quarter of an hour before serving. "Mother, eat." "Sister Xiu, you too." Gu Jin had no intention of saving any for later. The longer they endured the famine, the more hungry souls surrounded them. Hoarding would only result in theft, thus it was wiser to consume the food and bolster their strength. Fortuitously, their deliberate slowness went unnoticed as they prepared their meal. Upon tasting a long-life fruit, tears streamed down Li Taohua's face. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, she had enjoyed the favor of her parents for 8 years until her younger brother was born. With a sweet tongue and fair looks, she had been cherished until the birth of her siblings. Each time they worked away from home, they would bring back treats. Candied beans, mulberry fruits, and other delicacies like long-life fruits had never been her favorites. After her brothers were born, her treatment changed, yet she bore no malice towards them. What truly pained her was being cast out by the Gu family, with her parents failing to welcome her back, sending only her 2 brothers to mend their home instead. The villagers of Shangyang pointed fingers at her, cursing her for bringing misfortune to her husband and children. She felt no sorrow at their words, but the lack of support from her family did wound her. Throughout their arduous journey, she yearned to seek her parents yet feared their rejection, dreading that, upon finding them, they might cast her out once more like the Gu family had. Seeing Li Taohua weep stirred Gu Jin's heart, and with determination, she reassured, "Mother, do not worry. I will take good care of you and Sister Xiu." The 8-year-old girl clenched her fist, rallying her spirits, which brought a smile back to Li Taohua's face. "Little imp." They gathered around a small iron pot, devouring the more than a pound of long-life fruits and grains until nothing remained. Gu Xiu beamed with delight, exclaiming that she wished to eat the same again tomorrow. In truth, amidst the prolonged drought, this was Gu Jin's first substantial meal. With the time still on their side, she took advantage of the moonlight to continue digging into the mouse holes. Li Taohua and Gu Xiu joined in the effort. By the time the moon hung high in the sky, their family had gathered over 4 pounds of grains and various seeds. The bounty was remarkable. After a brief rest, Gu Jin rose early the next morning to fetch water from the nearby stream to prepare breakfast. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Gu Jin felt little fatigue. Yet Gu Xiu's little feet had begun to blister. Reflecting on her past life, where at 8 years old she was but a child focused solely on her studies, she now found herself bearing the weight of her family's survival. She expertly kindled the fire, boiled water, and washed the grains. ensuring that by the time Gu Shi woke, the porridge made from the grains was already cooked. Li Taohua had also dug up several mouse holes early in the morning, yielding a considerable harvest of soybeans. Mother, we must hasten our pace today. We need to catch up with the main group. Being left behind could be perilous. They traversed the plain, and beyond lay the steep and winding Siming Mountain, teeming with wild beasts, making it far safer to remain with the larger contingent. Gu Jin held her bowl, gazing at the towering peaks in the distance, her heart laden with worry. Over the past few days of travel, she had deliberately slowed her pace, trailing at the rear of the group. This was to distance herself from the villagers of Shangyang and the Gu family, as well as to allow Li Taohua and Gu Shi to acclimatize to the rigors of their journey. Enduring long treks required a gradual approach. This would mitigate the toll on their bodies. Observing the group of displaced persons, Gu Jin noted that apart from the able-bodied men and women, the majority consisted of the elderly, the weak, and children. Due to their lack of food and clothing, their stamina was fragile and their pace was slow. On difficult terrain, they could manage no more than 30 miles in a day. Gu Jin, traveling with a pregnant woman and a 5-year-old child, endeavored to keep pace with the main group. She set off earlier than they did and retired later, stretching her time to remain at the tail end of the procession. Moreover, they had maintained a diet of 7/10 full during meals, which left them looking far more robust than the starving refugees. Gu Jin had boiled all the various seeds she had collected the previous night and placed them into a cloth bag, allowing them to be chewed raw and thereby saving precious time on meal preparation at noon. Though merely 5 years old, Gu Shi had been well cared for by Li Taohua since birth. On occasions when food was scarce, Li Taohua would endure hunger herself to ensure Gu Shi was well fed. Furthermore, she had breastfed her until Gu Shi was a year old, resulting in the child being as sturdy as a little tiger despite her tender age. At that moment, Gu Shi charged ahead with her short legs, only to plop down on the ground to wait after a short sprint. Both Li Taohua and Gu Chongqing were strikingly handsome, and their 3 children inherited their notable features, rendering them exceptionally attractive. Sitting on the ground, Gu Shi, oblivious to the dirt smeared across her face, bore delicate features akin to a porcelain doll. Li Taohua's heart melted at the sight. Had it not been for the sake of her 2 children, she would have undoubtedly followed Gu Chongqing and her eldest son into the afterlife after their demise. As they continued their brisk march, Gu Jin finally caught sight of the main group of refugees at midday. They wound their way through the landscape, resembling a variegated dragon. Li Taohua took Gu Jin and Gu Shi by the hand, silently merging with the throng, gradually moving forward. In the preceding days, the exodus had only just begun, and many households still had some provisions left. Upon leaving the disaster area, the wild vegetables and tree bark along the way served as sustenance. Moreover, with so many refugees, the authorities were wary of potential uprisings, resulting in soldiers patrolling regularly during the initial days. Fortunately, there had been no incidents thus far. However, since departing from Jianzhou, patrols had diminished, and skirmishes over food had become increasingly common. To be safe, Gu Jin clutched a wooden stake, unwilling to let her guard down. At that moment, a sneering laughter reached her ears. A brash young girl with unkempt hair brandished a stick, attempting to intimidate. Gu Jin looked up to see a pockmarked face leering at her with ill intentions. The man scoffed, then shifted his gaze to linger upon Li Taohua's face. Though she appeared dirty, her underlying beauty was undeniable. Chapter 5, The Pockmarked One. Li Taohua was instantly incensed. Raising her voice, she cursed, "What are you staring at? My child is none of your concern. Get as far away as you can, and if you dare to look again, I'll make sure to poke your eyes out." With her hands on her hips and a fierce glare, she exuded an intimidating presence. The pockmarked one was momentarily taken aback. After a lengthy pause, he managed to utter 2 words, "Shrew." Li Taohua retorted with a cold smile, "I am not merely a shrew. I bring misfortune to men and children alike. Any man who approaches me is doomed. Speak another word, and I assure you, you will not meet a good end." The pockmarked one was rendered speechless. He spat on the ground, muttering, "Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Why did I have to provoke a calamity?" Upon hearing Li Taohua's words, those around them began to disperse, albeit with a hint of mischief in their eyes. Despite having borne children, Li Taohua's beauty was still striking. If one could win her favor, it would be a delightful conquest. Gu Jin felt a pang of anguish. She grasped Li Taohua's hand and squeezed gently. Li Taohua patted her back in a gesture of reassurance. Gu Shi, baring her teeth, shouted at the crowd, "Don't bully my mother, or I'll bite you all to death." At 5 years old, her threats lacked any real intimidation, only eliciting laughter from those nearby. Li Taohua, fiercely protective of her children, raised her voice. "What are you laughing at? You all only know how to bully a widow and her children. If you have the guts, go fight the foreign demons. I would respect you as men." The foreign demons had only recently appeared along the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty, with blue hair and green eyes, and towering frames adorned with sharp fangs. They resembled monsters risen from the depths of hell. These marauders wreaked havoc along the borders, causing the court considerable distress. In response, the government recruited soldiers annually. Consequently, rumors about the foreign demons spread like wildfire. Nowadays, if a child cried out that the demons were coming, it was enough to instill fear. This woman possessed remarkable audacity. The name of the foreign demons was one that struck terror into the hearts of all. It was no wonder she brought misfortune to men and children alike. After this commotion, no one dared to provoke another quarrel. Li Taohua, Gu Jin, and Gu Shi gradually distanced themselves from the group. By nightfall, the refugee procession had reached the foot of Siming Mountain. Gu Jin sought a quieter spot, and the three of them leaned on each other as they sat down. "Mother, we are running low on water. We must find a way to fetch some tomorrow," Gu Jin remarked as she opened a bamboo tube to check. Li Taohua nodded in agreement. For their safety, they always stayed together. Whether for necessities like finding water or food, never allowing one to wander off alone. The pockmarked one lurked in the shadows, anxious and seething. In all his years, he had never been openly berated by a woman. After being scolded by Li Taohua during the day, his anger festered, and by nightfall, it became unbearable. Yet, he couldn't believe that a pregnant woman and 2 children would thwart his plans for retribution. Unbeknownst to Gu Jin, who was focused on dividing their food to ensure everyone had a sufficient meal, the pockmarked one schemed to reclaim his honor. After they finished eating, she gathered firewood as usual and lit a fire. The early spring night, particularly in the latter half, remained quite cold. Li Taohua, as was her custom, fell asleep first, leaving Gu Jin to keep watch. At the witching hour, she would take over the vigil until dawn. Initially, Li Taohua had not understood the need for such a watch, but under Gu Jin's insistence, she had reluctantly acquiesced. Li Taohua laid her garments beneath her, cradling Gu Shi as she drifted into a deep slumber. Gu Jin hugged her knees, staring into the flickering flames. Time passed, and she soon heard a rustling sound not far away. Straining to listen, Gu Jin discerned the sound of someone deliberately stepping lightly. Someone was approaching. Gripping her wooden stake, she rested her head on her knees, pretending to be asleep. The pockmarked one crept closer, and upon seeing that both the adult and child were fast asleep, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He stealthily bent down toward Li Taohua, intent on stealing the child from her arms. The doll possesses an exquisite beauty, capable of fetching a handsome price. Just as the scoundrel's hand approached, Gu Jin suddenly surged forth, driving the sharp wooden stake violently into the tender flesh of his neck. With no bones to impede its path, the lethal point, bolstered by force, pierced through the man's carotid artery. He let out a blood-curdling scream, but his voice was swiftly stifled by a hand clasping his mouth. Gu Jin relinquished her grip on the stake, pressing her hands firmly against the man's mouth, and forcefully brought him down to the ground. Li Taohua, startled by the commotion, hurriedly assisted her daughter in subduing the assailant. With assistance at hand, Gu Jin swiftly withdrew the stake and plunged it deep into the scoundrel's eye socket. Gu Jin acted with remarkable speed and ferocity, leaving Li Taohua in shock. Although Li Taohua was known for her fierce tongue, it seemed her daughter, typically quiet, possessed a ruthlessness that was unexpected. Silent but deadly, Gu Jin had no time to consider Li Taohua's feelings. She pressed the stake firmly into the man's eye until it penetrated into his brain before finally relenting. The occurrence was so abrupt that Gu Jin herself was taken aback by her own capacity for violence. It was only after the scoundrel's breath had entirely escaped him that she found herself in a state of disbelief, her hands frozen around the stake, as if she were an unyielding statue. Though terrified, Li Taohua, witnessing her daughter's demeanor, felt an overwhelming surge of maternal instinct. She reached out, clasping Gu Jin's hand, and firmly commanded, "Jin, release it." The familiar voice jolted Gu Jin back to reality. Numbly, she nodded and relinquished her grip. Li Taohua enveloped her in a tight embrace, weeping, "Well done, Jin. You saved your mother and Xiaoer. You are truly my precious darling. Fear not, for mother is here with you. Yet, Gu Jin was not merely an 8-year-old child. Within her fragile form resided a mature soul. After a brief moment of hesitation, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and hastily withdrew her head from Li Taohua's comforting bosom. It's all right, mother. I have composed myself. On the first day of their flight from disaster, Gu Jin had envisioned numerous perilous scenarios, contemplating how she might handle danger should it arise. Having practiced Bajiquan since childhood, she was well aware of the human body's vulnerabilities. The method of killing she executed had played out in her mind countless times. Yet she had never anticipated that the day would come so swiftly. Mother, we need to change our location, Gu Jin murmured softly, gathering her composure. Li Taohua nodded vigorously, bending to lift Gu Xiao into her arms, while Gu Jin busied herself collecting their garments, cooking pot, and other belongings into a backpack. Seizing the opportunity while those around them remained in slumber, they departed from the scene of violence. Before leaving, Gu Jin turned over the scoundrel's corpse and discovered 18 coarse grain cakes and a sickle tucked within his bundle. Overwhelmed with joy, she realized that the weighty grain cakes, each about half a pound, amounted to a substantial 9 pounds altogether, sufficient provisions for many days for their family. Not to mention, they now possessed a legitimate weapon. Mother, we struck gold. Gu Jin could not suppress her excitement. Li Taohua quickly hushed her. Do not speak, we mustn't wake anyone. Gu Jin promptly covered her mouth, stifling her inner delight. Chapter 6. The Li Family. With these coarse grain cakes, if she worked diligently and dug more rat holes, perhaps they might survive long enough to reach Lan City. However, while the carbohydrates were ample, their intake of protein and fats was woefully insufficient. They could endure for a short while, but long-term deprivation would jeopardize their health. In the days when Gu Cheng was alive, the family had harbored hopes for him. Despite Gu Mu's bias against daughters, looking down upon Gu Jin and Gu Xiao, they had at least not deprived them of sustenance. Moreover, during the early stages of the drought, with her father's guidance, Li Taohua had resolutely exhausted her dowry and earnings from embroidery to purchase eggs, grains, and dried vegetables at exorbitant prices for storage. Coupled with the food relief provided by the government, the family had managed to maintain a semblance of fullness at each meal, barely enduring until the government's decree. Now, however, the eggs and dried vegetables had been consumed, and all the cooking oil had been used to fry pancakes before their departure. Lacking fiber from vegetables, Gu Jin had recently experienced some constipation. She needed to devise a way to consume fruits or vegetables rich in fats. Gu Jin initially contemplated digging a pit to bury the body, but the weight of the middle-aged man's corpse was simply too great for her to manage. They could only quietly depart, changing into clean clothes free of bloodstains, and seek a more secluded location to rest. Gu Jin insisted that Li Taohua and Gu Xiao continue to sleep while she kept watch over the fire. Recognizing her daughter's determination, Li Taohua acquiesced. Yet, before the latter half of the night had passed, Li Taohua took over the watch. Having committed murder, she felt a gnawing fear, but should she reveal such emotions, it would only frighten a Jin further. A mother's resolve must prevail. Suppressing her terror, Li Taohua feigned a demeanor of calmness. Gu Jin remained oblivious to her mother's tumultuous thoughts, succumbing to fatigue and collapsing into slumber. With the physical prowess of an 8-year-old, she had managed to eliminate the scoundrel. Besides the element of surprise, her relentless training had equipped her with foresight. A single twinkling star shimmered in the sky as dawn approached. Just as Gu Jin drifted into a deep sleep, a piercing scream jolted her awake. Murder! Murder! Gu Jin sprang to her feet, glancing towards the source of the commotion. It came from the southwest. At that moment, Li Taohua glanced over and their eyes met, both filled with astonishment. The southwest was not the location where the scoundrel had perished, for after they had dispatched Wang Mozi, they had no time or strength to dispose of the body. Jin, shall we go investigate? Li Taohua inquired tentatively. Gu Jin immediately responded, no, we cannot go. Regardless of who has died in the southwest, there will surely be many onlookers. Among the throngs of fleeing refugees, disputes over a piece of tree bark or a wild vegetable could escalate into chaos. If they reach a point of desperation, words will give way to violence. Today's corpse could very well be the spark that ignites a conflagration. As Gu Jin contemplated their next course of action, another anguished scream echoed from nearby. Someone has died. Someone has died. Li Taohua, already on edge, felt her anxiety escalate upon hearing the cries. Jing, we must seek out your maternal grandfather. Your two uncles are in their prime, and your grandfather has some martial skill. They can protect us. Li Taohua was truly frightened. Her own demise was of little concern. But she could not bear the thought of Gu Jin and Gu Xiu perishing. Aware of her parents' apprehensions, she resolved to shield them from distress. Once Gu Jin and Gu Xiu were safely delivered, she would take her leave. Gu Jin was unaware of Li Taohua's intentions. Yet she too felt compelled to find her maternal grandfather's home. They could not afford to delay any longer. However, with thousands of refugees scattered about, locating them would undoubtedly prove challenging. Gu Jin swiftly packed their belongings and led Li Taohua and Gu Xiu towards the foot of the mountain. She considered that should they fail to find her grandfather's family, they would need to ally with reliable individuals. Above all, they must survive long enough to reach Lan City. Fortunately, as they approached the narrow path leading into the mountain, they spotted two young men in short shirts waving at them. Gu Jin gently set Gu Xiu down and, upon closer inspection, realized it was her grandfather's family. Li Taohua was suddenly overcome with tears, and she dashed forward, her feet barely touching the ground. Sister, don't run. You're pregnant. Li Zhangyi shouted anxiously. Li Renyong hurriedly waved his hands. Don't run, sister. We're just waiting for you. But Li Taohua paid no heed, crying as she ran. Gu Jin, witnessing this scene, took Gu Xiu by the hand and also began to run. Li Dahai, tapping his empty pipe, glanced back but remained silent. Among the three children, he had always favored Li Taohua the most. She was the eldest daughter, sweet-tongued since childhood. Even after the two sons were born, Li Dahai still held Li Taohua in high regard. However, as a daughter, she would ultimately belong to another family. No matter how reluctant he felt, he would have to let her marry, to ensure she would have a good life in her husband's household. Li Dahai prepared a generous dowry. Who could have anticipated that the carefully chosen son-in-law would be a short-lived wretch, who, in a moment of despair, jumped into the river, dragging his poor daughter down with him. The reputation of being a husband and son killer weighed heavily upon her, and every time Li Dahai wished to bring his daughter back, the villagers would dissuade him, claiming that a married daughter residing in her parental home would disturb the village's feng shui. Fearful of public opinion and unable to withstand the pressure, Li Dahai had no choice but to secretly send bags of grain during the famine. He thought of fate and the unpredictability of life and death. If she was meant to live, they would find a way once they reached Lanzhou. Yet, after traveling for 7 or 8 days, seeing the desperation in the eyes of those around him, Li Dahai was filled with dread. Taohua was still pregnant, and the two children were small. He was haunted by nightmares of their family being cooked and eaten. Resolutely, he decided to break away from the group of Li family village and wait at the mountain pass. Upon hearing this, his wife and 2 sons raised their hands in agreement. What did the villagers matter? Who cared about their reputation when his children were suffering? As they walked, Li Zhangyi recounted the events in detail, his voice a continuous murmur. Li Taohua continued to cry, feeling resentment towards her parents for their perceived cruelty. Yet, she had not considered that her parents had also faced exclusion and hardship because of her in the Li family. Gu Jin gently comforted her mother. Please don't cry. Be careful for the baby. Gu Xiu, pouting, was on the verge of tears as well. Mother, are you hungry? Let me give you some pancakes. The 2 children looked up at her with hopeful eyes. Instantly, Li Taohua wiped her tears away. The children were still young, the road ahead was long, and her parents were aging. Since they were all together now, they should strive to make a good life. Let those who gossip see that they could thrive. Regaining her composure, Li Taohua walked beside her mother, tenderly supporting her. Mother, I miss you so much. Li Mu wiped away her tears and chuckled, you silly child. Saying such things makes me feel so shy. Gu Jin couldn't help but smile at this exchange. Her maternal grandmother, modest and reserved, turned red at Li Taohua's candid expression. Li Dahai strode ahead, hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile gracing his lips. Gu Xiu was cradled by Li Renyong, walking in the middle. Li Zhangyi offered to carry Gu Jin, but she politely declined. Concerned that the children might be hungry, Li Mu urged the head of the family to pause, carefully retrieving 2 thin pancakes. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jin leaned over to catch a glimpse of her maternal grandfather's family supplies. They were well prepared, with bedding, clothing, plain oil, freshly baked pancakes, and even a piece of oilcloth in her uncle's basket. Gu Jin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her maternal grandfather's household was modest, just her grandfather, grandmother, and 2 uncles, neither of whom were married. 4 people in total. What Gu Jin didn't realize was that rumors spread like wildfire. After Gu Chongqing and Gu Huayu passed away, gossip in Li family village intensified, claiming that not only Li Taohua but their entire family exuded bad luck. Associating too closely with them would adversely affect one's fortune. Amidst the villagers' whispers, relatives grew anxious and, after much contemplation, severed ties, including Li Taohua's own father and mother's siblings. Chapter 7. Siming Mountain. Li Taohua married at the age of 15 and gave birth to the pair of twins, Gu Huayu and Gu Jin, at 16. By 19, she had welcomed Gu Xiu. Although she was a mother of 3, she was still quite young, only 24. In her previous life, she had only just entered the workforce at that age. Li Zhongyi was 8 years younger than Li Taohua, making him 16 this year, while Li Renyong was 15. In his youth, Li Dehai had once rescued a wandering hero, who, in gratitude, taught him some martial arts. Consequently, Li Zhongyi and Li Renyong learned a few moves from their father. As dusk fell, Li Renyong, in an effort to amuse Gu Xiu, began to practice in an open area despite his fatigue. Gu Xiu clapped her hands in delight, while Gu Jin observed thoughtfully. In her previous life, she had been born into a martial arts family, practicing Bajiquan, a deadly skill, yet none of it compared to Li Renyong's fierce techniques. She wondered who that wandering hero could be. Lost in thought, Li Mu cheerfully opened her backpack, retrieving a coarse grain pancake to offer to Gu Jin. Little Jin, you must be hungry after this time. Gu Jin lifted her face, smiling sweetly. Yes, I haven't had enough to eat. Thank you, grandmother. Gu Jin had inherited the best features of both Li Taohua and Gu Chongqing. Despite being somewhat malnourished, she was still quite beautiful. Li Mu was utterly smitten by her and affectionately reached out to stroke Gu Jin's head. Like a little kitten, Gu Jin nuzzled against her, bringing a broad smile to Li Mu's face. Originally named Wang Zhaodi, Li Mu had been sold to the Li family as a child bride at the tender age of 10. The Li family was cruel and cold-hearted, often starving her and subjecting her to beatings for trivial matters. She had believed that her life would be forever grim, until one day, just before her 15th birthday, when a person from the Li family returned from Guizhou, having prospered. As the saying goes, when one person rises, all associated rise with them. And the Li family was thrilled to accompany him to Guizhou. With wealth and status, Li Si no longer desired the frail Wang Zhaodi and planned to sell her off before departing. Hearing about this, Li Dehai took his savings and bought her freedom. Although he was uneducated, the wandering hero he had saved had taught him much. In the world of martial arts, one aids those in need. Loyalty, righteousness, and virtue prevail. In this realm, anyone could be a hero, regardless of gender. Seeing the fear in the woman he had saved, Li Dehai resolved to care for her. As time passed, Wang Zhaodi blossomed into beauty. In turn, she grew fond of Li Dehai, who also developed feelings for her. Their love flourished naturally, resulting in the birth of Li Taohua. As Li Mu, she became a nurturing mother to her children, especially Li Taohua, vowing that the hardships she endured would not befall her offspring. However, she fretted greatly over Li Taohua's marriage. After much difficulty, she finally set her sights on the youngest son of the Gu family, Gu Chongqing. The two seemed to be a perfect match, and she hoped they would lead a prosperous life together. Who could have predicted such misfortune? Failing the entrance exam was one thing, but there were always other paths to take. Unlike her own experience with the Li family, which had been filled with suffering, she had never once considered taking her own life. Li Mu gently stroked Gu Jin's head, sighing, "He left so swiftly. What will become of us? A mother and her orphan children?" Gu Jin sensed the concerns of Li's mother and exclaimed, "Grandmother, we encountered a benevolent stranger on our journey. He gifted us a plethora of large flatbreads." As she spoke, she retrieved the woven basket and opened it. Having presided over the household for many years, Li's mother immediately discerned the substantial weight of the coarse grain cakes. In astonishment, she inquired, "Which kind-hearted individual bestowed such fine delicacies upon you?" Gu Jin replied, "I am uncertain of his name. Perhaps he took pity on our family and generously offered us these treats." She fabricated a small lie, and Li's mother believed her. After all, who would suspect an 8-year-old child of deceit? With her hands clasped together, she recited a Buddhist chant and remarked, "Indeed, he is a truly great person." Should fate allow, we must repay his kindness in the future. Yes, grandmother, you speak truly, Gu Jin echoed. Though inwardly she mused that the man with the pockmarked face was likely already on his way to the netherworld, and it was improbable they would ever meet again in this lifetime. Li Taohua, listening from the side, felt a mix of anger and amusement. She was vexed that a child of such tender years could fabricate a tale so effortlessly, yet found it absurd that her mother remained oblivious to the ruse. She shot a glare at Gu Jin, who responded with a playful grimace, prompting laughter from Gu Xiu. On the 8th day of their exodus, the family's nerves finally began to relax. At the onset of the drought, Li Dahai had wisely stockpiled a considerable amount of grain before prices soared. At that time, Li Taohua had resolutely converted her dowry and years of savings entirely into provisions, or else they would have been left with nothing but despair as food prices skyrocketed, rendering their money worthless. However, with 2 growing boys, Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong, each requiring at least a pound of grain a day, their supply had dwindled to less than 50 pounds of coarse grain. With 3 additional mouths to feed, they would have to economize moving forward. Yet, foremost, they needed to ensure Taohua had enough to eat, for she was with child, and the 2 children, Gu Jin and Gu Xiu, must not go hungry either, lest they fail to thrive. As Li Dahai calculated their needs, he heard Gu Jin mention the generous gift of flatbreads and hastily rose to investigate. To his delight, he found a dozen large, round cakes, weighing several pounds. Indeed, what the wandering merchant had said rang true. There are always noble souls willing to lend a hand to the needy. Without dwelling on Li Dahai's reflections, Gu Jin finished her bread and encouraged Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong to accompany her for a stroll. As they ventured into the mountains at noon, the treacherous terrain hindered the progress of their group. Now at the mountain summit, the exodus had previously resembled a horde of locusts sweeping across the plains, leaving bare earth in their wake, as if they had scraped the very soil away. Yet, within this mountainous region, no one dared to harm a single tree, nor capture any game, for the Forming Mountain belonged to the noble Prince Pei, a figure of immense power. Allowing the refugees passage was a grand act of imperial grace. Typically, the destitute would quarrel fiercely over a handful of wild greens, yet before the aristocracy, they bowed their heads like battered quails. Even in their hunger, the impoverished dared not infringe upon the mountain's abundant resources. Li Renyong, observing Gu Jin's curious gaze, inquired, "What are you searching for?" Gu Jin replied, "Food." Alarmed, Li Zhangyi interjected, "Have you forgotten the military officer's orders? Nothing in this mountain can be touched, otherwise one might lose their head." Gu Jin nodded, "I understand. I am merely observing." During her university days, she had chosen to study plant biotechnology and was well acquainted with many flora. Upon transmigrating to this era, she was astonished to find that numerous plants here resembled those from her former world. Gu Jin pondered whether she was still on her original planet, merely traversing through a different time. Chapter 8, Jeju. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, Gu Jin, accompanied by Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong, strolled a while longer before returning to their makeshift camp for the night. "Mother, I wish to catch some grubs," Gu Jin whispered to Li Taohua. Hearing this, Li Taohua instinctively swallowed hard. Fried grubs were a delectable treat, and before the drought, she would take her children into the woods to gather them. Though they were a rare find, she quietly asked, "Where did you see them?" Gu Jin pointed in a direction. "There, beneath a dead tree, I observed many grubs." The grubs, scientifically known as larvae, typically reside within decaying wood, especially in rotting stumps, where one can uncover countless plump white worms. Their surface is adorned with golden hairs, and they are rich in protein. In her previous life, Gu Jin would have never contemplated consuming insects, yet now, in pursuit of greater protein intake for a stronger body, she was willing to eat not only grubs, but also cicada pupae and bamboo worms. Although the Gu family was somewhat well off, they only indulged in meat during festivals. With so many mouths to feed, each time meat appeared on the table, Li Taohua's family could barely manage a few morsels to savor before it was gone. Initially, Li Taohua had found insects repulsive, but after trying them a few times, she became fond of them, realizing that even small insects provided nourishment. "Go and catch them. I will provide cover," Li Taohua declared decisively, slapping her thigh. Gu Jin and Li Taohua's conversation was not concealed, and Li Dahai, overhearing, merely tapped his pipe without uttering a word. Recognizing her father's tacit approval, Li Taohua took Gu Jin and Gu Xiu by the hand and led them forward. Before setting off, they each grabbed a cloth bag. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong wished to join but were reprimanded by Li Dehai. What business do you have in their frolic? Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Understanding the implication, the two boys exchanged knowing glances and discreetly gave each other a thumbs up. Indeed, matters of children were best left to the young. Before long, Li Taohua and the children reached the decaying tree. Few rested here, but there were some. Li Taohua, ever sociable, greeted those seated on the ground with a smile. Sisters, you must be exhausted from climbing the mountain today. Her warmth elicited friendly responses from the women she approached. Indeed, my legs feel as if they belong to someone else. Yes, they ache terribly. Li Taohua squatted down and offered, my mother also has sore legs. I can massage hers, and it helps. Would you like me to do the same for you? The women brightened at her suggestion. That would be wonderful, thank you, dear. Li Taohua's enthusiasm captivated everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Gu Jin had already crouched beside a large tree stump with Gu Xiu, deftly digging for grubs. Though some noticed the two children, they assumed they were merely playing with ants and paid them little mind. With Li Taohua providing cover, Gu Jin managed to sift through several tree stumps, discreetly hiding the grubs in her skirt to take back to their temporary camp. Upon inspection, Li Dehai exclaimed, this is quite a haul, at least over 3 pounds. We shall cook these for breakfast tomorrow. Although exhausted, Li Taohua felt a surge of joy. Little Jean had mentioned that grubs were as nourishing as eggs. These grubs would provide a much-needed supplement for her parents and 2 brothers. And for the 2 little ones, she added, ensuring to conceal their food stash carefully. After arranging for his 2 sons to keep watch, Li Dehai sank into a deep slumber, his pipe cradled in his hand. Gu Jin found this somewhat surprising, for most of those fleeing from disaster would not leave anyone to guard the night. After a long day's journey, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Uncle, you should rest. I will keep watch, Li Renyong insisted, but he would not relent. If their father were to discover this, he would surely face a severe reprimand. Xiao Jin, you should sleep. We must rise early tomorrow, Li Renyong urged. Although Gu Jin wished to assist, her tender age ultimately rendered her unable to do so. On the 8th day of their flight, Gu Jin and Li Taohua finally managed to achieve a fitful slumber. The night passed in silence, and before dawn, Li Mu rose to prepare for the day. As someone stirred, Li Zhengyi, who had been on watch during the latter half of the night, fell into a deep sleep. Gu Jin, hearing the commotion, also awoke. With a thoughtful heart, she assisted Li Mu with light chores, such as gathering firewood and cleaning the mother hen's insects. By the time Li Mu completed breakfast, the entire household had risen. Li Dehai set out early, carrying a water pouch to fill from the nearby creek. Li Taohua helped Gu Xiu braid her disheveled hair. To prevent anyone from noticing the mother hen's insects, Li Mu cleverly tucked the cooked insects into the large flatbreads, rendering them virtually invisible to outsiders. After breakfast, Li Dehai led his family forth once more, stepping into the radiant glow of the morning light. Among the throngs of the fleeing, few families, like theirs, managed to eat twice a day, yet there were a number of them. There are paths for snakes and paths for mice. Survival necessitates the use of all means. After traversing the Forming Mountain and scaling 2 unclaimed peaks, the group finally arrived at Jeju. Jeju was a grand city, and its inhabitants thrived on the bountiful seafood of the Bohai Lake. However, the city gates stood firmly shut, and soldiers stationed at the entrance ordered the disaster victims to take a detour. Many were unwilling to comply, for to bypass Jeju would require an additional 100 miles, a daunting prospect for those already weary and without enough provisions. The disaster victims cried out in desperation, kneeling on the ground. Gu Jin, standing among them, felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Grandfather, let us take the detour, she suggested. Li Dehai sensed something amiss as well. Throughout their journey, he had come to appreciate Gu Jin's keen intelligence. She had a knack for catching various insects, foraging through mouse holes, and identifying edible roots and stems among the vegetation. Under her guidance, the 50 pounds of grain they had begun with had dwindled to over 30 pounds. Has Xiao Jin sensed something unusual? Li Dehai pondered aloud. Gu Jin carefully articulated, I once read that if disaster victims incite unrest, they could be accused of rebellion. The local officials in Jeju would never allow us to pass through in order to maintain order. If the victims continue to block the city gates, it is bound to provoke calamity. Li Dehai, well aware of Gu Jin's passion for reading since childhood, had no doubts about her words. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decisive gesture, opting to heed Xiao Jin's advice. In this family, she was the only one literate. Those who read tend to consider matters more deeply than the unlettered. With Li Dehai's decision made, the rest of the family naturally followed suit. The 7 of them began to move against the tide of the fleeing crowd. Observers, puzzled by their actions, called out questions, to which Li Dehai simply replied that the child was feeling cramped and needed to find a more open space. By the time they reached the rear of the line, chaos erupted among those ahead. Li Dehai sensed the impending danger and quickly urged his wife to quicken their pace, while Li Renyong clutched Gu Xiao and darted into the midst of the crowd. "Hurry! We fear that trouble is brewing." Li Zhangyi glanced back, instantly feeling a chill run down his spine as cold sweat broke out upon him. He handed his burden to his father, swiftly hoisting Gu Jin onto his back and shouting loudly, "Quickly, quickly! Sister, you run ahead of me." Chapter 9. Rain of Arrows. As Gu Jin was carried by Li Zhangyi, she caught sight of Jeju City. The soldiers clad in black armor lined the city walls like ominous clouds, casting a dark shadow over the entire area. Below, the disaster victims sensed the encroaching peril, but remained naively hopeful, believing they were merely being intimidated. The majority continued to surge forward, eager to be the first to enter the city, while a small minority, sensing the danger, turned to retreat. In the tumult, the cries of the victims grew ever louder. Cui Wanji, surveying the throngs below, bellowed, "Everyone listen. Quickly retreat, or you shall be condemned for rebellion." He shouted with all his might, yet amidst the cacophony, no one seemed to hear him. Frustration and anger flooded through him, causing his lips to blister. Meanwhile, beside him, Officer Yao remained composed. "County Magistrate Cui, we can wait no longer. If we allow these disaster victims to enter Jeju and chaos ensues, we shall bear the consequences," he urged. Cui Wanji turned, his face pale. "But these people are lives too," he protested. Officer Yao replied coldly, "You cannot save them all. There are too many disaster victims to rescue." Cui Wanji opened his mouth, but no words emerged. The calamity in Jianzhou had left tens of thousands destitute. They had split into several groups, seeking aid in launching. At present, there were at least 10,000 people arriving in Jeju. Even if only a single bowl of thin porridge were distributed daily, the required grain would be considerable. Indeed, he could not save them. With a despondent expression, Cui Wanji turned away from the city walls. After watching him depart, Officer Yao immediately turned back and commanded the soldiers to shout once more. "Everyone listen. Quickly retreat, or you shall be condemned for rebellion, death without mercy." Dozens of soldiers shouted in unison, silencing the tumultuous crowd below. Although chaos reigned, a flicker of hope remained among the disaster victims. Zhao Dajuan cried out, "Your Excellency, have mercy. Allow us to enter. We promise not to linger. We will pass through and leave." Many others echoed his plea, begging for mercy. Yet, their response was met with a rain of arrows. At that moment, Gu Jin and her family hurriedly ascended the hillside, narrowly escaping the impending storm of arrows. Gu Jin's heart raced, as if it might stop altogether. The range of ancient bows typically reached around 100 meters, and within this distance, arrows could easily pierce a soldier's armor during an assault. The effective range of bows from the Song dynasty extended up to 120 meters. Had they remained at the foot of the city wall, they would undoubtedly have been struck down. By the end of March, the winds still carried a chill. Yet Li Dehai was drenched in sweat. His body trembled as he struggled to speak, his throat constricted, only his lips moving. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for Xiao Jin. Were it not for her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong stood frozen in fear, as if encased in ice. Li Mu and Li Taohua were even more affected, collapsing to the ground, their faces ashen. Gu Jin was the first to regain her composure. She leapt down from Li Zhangyi's back and, taking Gu Xiao from Li Renyong, covered her eyes. "Xiao, Xiao, dear, do not look." The cries of the disaster victims below were heart-wrenching, their anguished wails echoing across the fields. The chaos was palpable as people scattered in all directions, pushing and shoving to escape. Women, children, and the elderly, frail and weak, were knocked to the ground, trampled beneath countless feet. As those on the brink of death collapsed onto the ground, their vacant eyes gazed skyward. After more than half a month of fleeing, they had not succumbed to the hands of bandits or the jaws of beasts, but instead fell victim to the arrows of soldiers, perishing beneath the feet of their own companions. The heavy clouds above gradually gathered, and raindrops began to descend from the heavens. The blood on the ground mingled with the rainwater, seeping into the earth, creating a grim tableau of corpses strewn as far as the eye could see. Gu Jin wiped away her tears and roused the dazed crowd. Li Dehai, regaining his senses, quickly retrieved a raincoat from his backpack and handed it to Li Taohua. "Put this on," he urged. Li Taohua hesitated, insisting, "I am well. The raincoat should go to mother." Li Mother, concerned for her daughter, refused to wear it. The two exchanged refusals until Li Dehai firmly decided that Li Taohua should wear it. "Grandfather, let us go," Gu Jin urged. The spring rain was biting cold, and they needed to find shelter swiftly. While Gu Jin thought this, they descended from the hillside into a small grove, where no refuge was to be found. Li Dehai, now alert, felt an increasing urgency as the rain intensified. His elderly wife and two small children were at risk of falling ill. What would they do then? Gu Jin squinted against the rain, struggling to keep her eyes open. She surveyed the surrounding trees and suddenly recalled that her uncle's backpack might contain a piece of oilcloth. Rushing to Li Zhangyi's side, she shouted, "Uncle, do you have a large oilcloth in your backpack?" "Yes, why?" Li Zhangyi replied. "Bring it out, I have a use for it." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zhangyi set down his backpack. Little Jean is clever. She can find plenty of food and has just saved a whole family, he thought. Father said, "Even though little Jean is young, if she possesses talent, she should be respected." At that moment, Li Dehai slapped his forehead in frustration. How could I have forgotten the oilcloth? It was not so much that he had forgotten, but rather that the recently horrific scene had left everyone in a daze. Gu Jin forced herself to remain composed, shaking out the oilcloth and asking Li Mother for some strips of cloth. At this point, Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong had regained their wits and hurried over to assist. They tied the four corners with cloth strips, fastening them to the trunks of several large trees, while Li Dehai found a sturdier piece of wood to prop up the center of the oilcloth, allowing the rainwater to flow down the slope. A rudimentary tent was thus erected. In this era, oilcloth was a precious commodity. Craftsmen would soak the finest cotton fabric in oil until it absorbed sufficient grease before retrieving it. A quality piece of oilcloth required repeated soakings. When Li Taohua was gathering supplies, Gu Jin had suggested purchasing some oilcloth for emergencies, but it was far too expensive, and upon learning the price, she had abandoned the idea. The oilcloth prepared by her grandfather was not large, measuring only about 1.5 meters. Once unfurled, the space was cramped, forcing them to huddle closely together. Li Taohua stood on the outer edge, shielding them from the wind. The contents of the backpack had already been soaked, and they could not afford to tidy up now. Gu Jin was uncertain how long the rain would last. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Li Taohua to remove the raincoat. "Uncle, wear the raincoat and see if you can find a cave or an abandoned mountain temple. But do not wander too far. You must return before dark." This small grove fell under the jurisdiction of Jianzhou, where bandits dared not encamp. Moreover, the grove was often traversed by travelers, and wild beasts would not venture near. At this moment, the majority of the fleeing crowd was heading toward the city gate. Thus, her uncle should face little danger alone. Upon hearing Gu Jin's words, Li Zhangyi instinctively glanced at his father. Li Dehai nodded in agreement, affirming, "Listening to little Jean is wise. Go ahead." Once Li Zhangyi departed, the small tent had room to turn. Li Taohua retrieved a somewhat dry garment from the bottom of the backpack, intending to dry her parents' hair. They declined, insisting on prioritizing the children. Gu Jin smiled, assuring them, "We can manage. Grandfather and grandmother need not worry." As she spoke, she pulled out a small towel from the backpack, wrung it dry, and helped Gu Xiu dry her hair. After finishing her hair, she meticulously wrung out the wet clothes clinging to her body. Although she was still cold, at least the fabric was no longer damp against her skin, providing some comfort. She reached out to tickle Gu Xiu under her arms, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. After a while of playful antics, the previously chilled child began to emit faint puffs of steam from her head. Movement generates warmth. Warmth is energy. Gu Xiu had been caught in the rain, and if she remained in wet clothes while exposed to the wind, she would surely fall ill. Keeping her entertained would help maintain her warmth, mitigating the severity of any potential sickness. Li Mother, curious, asked, "Where did little Jean learn so much? How is she so clever?" Li Taohua replied proudly, "She learned it from books." This child had been wise from a young age, refusing to part with books even at the tender age of 2. Lanzhou had been unable to resist her persistence and had no choice but to teach her to read. Mother, you cannot imagine how clever she is. Lanzhou taught her for just a year, and she learned all the characters. She peruses the books at home and can recite them effortlessly. It's a pity she is not a boy, otherwise her grandfather would surely send her to school. Li Mother sighed. Indeed, it would be wonderful if she were a boy. At that moment, Li Dehai interjected in his deep voice, "What of girls? In the martial world, girls can also be heroes. Our little Jing is so intelligent, she will certainly achieve more than boys in the future." In this era, for an elder to possess such enlightened views left Gu Jin quietly impressed. To preserve their warmth, they continued to converse, nibbling on the rain-soaked biscuits, occasionally engaging in light-hearted debates, with Li Renyong often raising his voice above the rest. When Li Zhangyi returned, splashing through puddles, he was greeted by this lively scene. Ecstatic, he called out from a distance, "Father, little Jing, I have found a cave." Chapter 10. He lay. The rain continued unabated. By evening, a layer of mist enveloped the air. Trees swayed in the fog, their branches appearing like clawing demons in the dim light, creating an unsettling sight. Li Renyong murmured, "Jiner, it's raining, can we go back?" After some thought, Gu Jin replied, "Perhaps it isn't raining in Jianzhou. Besides, what would we return to? The drought has persisted for so long, and the crops have failed, the court isn't providing relief grain. Uncle, we must seek our fortunes in Lanzhou." Li Renyong's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as he turned away to hide his emotions. Li Dehai tossed a log onto the fire, his heart heavy with unease. The traveler from the martial world had imparted much knowledge to him. Before the drought struck, he had always believed himself more capable than others. After the drought, he had thought that, with his abilities, he could lead his family to safety in Lanzhou. However, upon witnessing the dead bodies of those who had perished at the city gate, he realized that against the sharp weapons of soldiers, he was utterly defenseless. He turned to look at his granddaughter. His anxious heart settled a little. Little Jing was capable. She could read at 2 and recite texts by 3, with keen observational skills. With her as their strategist, combined with his and his two sons' strength, their family would surely endure. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong were not overly contemplative. Upon entering the cave, they were astonished to discover firewood within, leading them to promptly kindle a fire to boil water. Their 2 young nieces, along with their pregnant sister, had been caught in the rain, and a warm drink would help dispel the chill. Li Mu, possessing greater wisdom, tossed several pieces of ginger into the water, ensuring that everyone received a generous bowl to ward off the cold. After consuming the hot ginger soup, tears and snot flowed abundantly as the spice took effect, instantly warming their bodies. Li Mu and Gu Jin hung the damp clothes and bedding from their backpacks by the fire to dry, while Li Dehai meticulously wiped down the oilcloth, handling it with great care, for it had cost him 300 coins, enough to purchase at least 30 pounds of grain. "Little Jing, if it doesn't rain tomorrow, shall we set off?" Li Dehai inquired after finishing his tasks. Gu Jin paused before responding, "Let us wait a moment. The refugees cannot enter Jianzhou, they must take a detour. As of now, they have not arrived. Likely hindered by the torrential rain and possibly frightened by the rain of arrows in Jianzhou. It is probable they are still in a state of panic. If we leave ahead of them, we could gain a considerable amount of supplies, but the risks would also be significant." Though Gu Jin lacked a map of this era, she deduced that the official roads leading to Lanzhou were scarce, with most being narrow mountain paths. The previous weeks had been devoid of danger, primarily due to the intimidating presence of the fleeing masses, which deterred both beasts and bandits alike. After articulating her analysis, she garnered unanimous agreement from the group. Li Dehai, puffing on his pipe, had a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Zhangyi, Renyong, once we reach Lanzhou, you must learn to read from little Jing. Education can transform one's understanding and enhance one's abilities. When you grow stronger, your fates will also change. Do you hear me?" The elder's words resonated with gravity, stirring the hearts of the 2 young men. "We hear you, father. Once we arrive in Lanzhou, we will study diligently." Throughout their journey, little Jing had bestowed upon them countless surprises, illuminating the truth that education indeed fosters intelligence. Both Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong aspired to become wiser. Gu Jin had not anticipated such high expectations from the elder, which intensified her sense of responsibility. Nearby, Gu Xiao, though not fully comprehending their conversation, clapped her small hands and exclaimed, "Read! Read! Xiao Xiao also wants to read." Li Taohua chuckled as she playfully pinched her daughter's cheek, saying, "Remember what you've just declared today. If you do not study earnestly in the future, I shall spank your little palms." While everyone was in high spirits, only Li Mu turned away, wiping away the tears that filled her eyes. Since her son-in-law's misfortune, she had never dared to dream of having their family gathered together like this. Truly, the Bodhisattva had blessed them. After some light-hearted banter, the two uncles took turns keeping watch while the others succumbed to slumber around the fire. Li Mu felt a pang of concern for her sons, waking at the crow of dawn, allowing the son who stood watch through the night to rest a little longer. The night passed in silence. On the following day, upon waking, Gu Jin discovered the rain had not abated, and her small face contorted with worry. If the rain persisted, traveling without umbrellas or raincoats would be impossible. Their food supplies were dwindling, and based on their pace, they were still over 2,000 miles from Lanzhou. They needed to devise a strategy to gather more food. However, there was only one raincoat. The two uncles, unfamiliar with foraging, could not distinguish edible plants from inedible ones without guidance. Wait, there's still the oilcloth. Gu Jin, at 8 years old and petite, realized that the oilcloth could wrap around her perfectly. "Grandfather, may I borrow the oilcloth to find food with my eldest uncle?" Upon hearing her request, Li Dahai feigned annoyance and shot a glare at his granddaughter. "Borrow? What do you mean borrow? Just take it. We are family." Gu Jin beamed, nodding emphatically. "All right, grandfather." After breakfast, Li Taohua wrapped her daughter from head to ankle in the oilcloth, leaving only her face exposed, much like swaddling an infant. Stepping back, she surveyed her work with satisfaction. "Yes, this should do just fine." Gu Jin, both amused and exasperated, protested, "Mother, if you wrap me so tightly, how can I walk?" Li Taohua replied, "Then your eldest uncle will have to carry you." Gu Jin countered, "But how will we find food then?" Li Taohua realized the flaw in her logic and chuckled sheepishly, loosening the oilcloth. "All right, you handle it yourself." Just as Gu Jin was preparing herself, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Li Dahai quickly gathered all the items lying outside back into the backpack. Li Zhengyi, Li Renyong, and Gu Jin positioned themselves at the forefront, while Li Mu, Li Taohua, and Gu Xiu stood behind, their expressions taut, ready for any potential threat. As He approached the cave entrance, he was greeted by a group of individuals brandishing various weapons. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Uncle, I am He from Hajia village. My wife has sprained her ankle and caught a cold in the rain. She's now burning with fever. Please, let us in to escape the rain." Li Dahai replied solemnly, "Aside from your wife, who else is with you?" "No one else. We got separated at the city gates and searched all night without success. Please, I beg you," He implored, desperation evident in his voice. After hearing this, Li Dahai glanced at Gu Jin, who nodded in reply. The man seeking refuge at the cave's entrance appeared frail, and the woman beside him struggled to remain upright. Allowing them in was preferable to risking their territory being overrun by a larger family later on. However, the woman was feverish and there was a concern regarding contagion. "Wait. You must cover your wife's mouth and nose with a cloth, otherwise, she cannot enter," Gu Jin called out firmly. Though He did not understand the reasoning behind her request, he complied, retrieving a handkerchief from his backpack and tying it around his wife's face. "Is this acceptable?" Gu Jin hesitated for a moment. She had expected the man to balk at her demand. After all, in this era, the common folk had little knowledge of epidemic prevention. To her surprise, he complied swiftly. "All right, come in. Sit at the far end." Expressing his gratitude, He entered without any objection. Once the unexpected guests were settled, Gu Jin instructed her family to maintain their distance from the feverish patient before leaving with Li Zhengyi. After Gu Jin departed, He seized the opportunity to engage Li Dahai in conversation, but received no response. Confused, he pondered, what is up with this family? The head of the household is a mere child. Gu Jin empathized with his sentiments, wishing for a more leisurely existence herself. However, the pressures of life compelled her to shoulder the responsibility. At that moment, she squatted beside a withered tree, directing her uncle to forage for insects. In the bundle beside her lay an assortment of wild vegetables they had previously gathered, including kudzu root, earth ear fungus, shepherd's purse, wild onions, clematis, and dandelions. The most substantial of them all was the kudzu root. The residents of Jianzhou relied heavily on aquatic resources, and few ventured into the mountains to collect wild produce. These kudzu roots were well-aged and impressively large. Upon witnessing the sight before her, Gu Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not to mention that kudzu root is rich in starch, dietary fiber, flavonoids, and amino acids. The most significant aspect is its ability to induce a feeling of satiety. Uncle, hurry up. Let's take these back first. Gu Jin was preoccupied with the kudzu root, yearning to unearth more. Li Zhengyi finished rummaging through the chicken mother insects before straightening up. Compared to vegetarian fare, he had a preference for meat. Little Jean, you gather the wild vegetables and chicken mother insects. I shall carry the kudzu root. Li Zhengyi was only aware that kudzu root was a medicinal herb, unaware that it could also serve as a food source. Gu Jin noted that she, too, had only learned about the two varieties of kudzu root after entering university, one being the medicinal kudzu root and the other the edible kudzu root. The medicinal kudzu root serves therapeutic purposes, while the edible variety can be utilized in culinary dishes. Her knowledge regarding traditional Chinese medicine stemmed from her deskmate, who hailed from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. Initially aspiring to study medicine herself, her deskmate had chosen the field of agricultural science to align with her boyfriend's choice of study, which focused on the science of crop production. In a fit of romantic fervor, she resolutely opted for the same major as him, all the while balancing her university coursework with self-study in traditional medicine. Gu Jin was profoundly impressed, marveling at the greatness of love. Even more astonishingly, under her classmates' exceptional medical skills, Gu Jin found herself intrigued by traditional Chinese medicine. Over the course of 4 years in university, she gradually learned to distinguish between wind-cold and wind-heat colds, though her knowledge remained limited beyond that. Reflecting on her past life, Gu Jin let out a sigh. Li Zhengyi chuckled, teasing, "You little girl," sighing like an old man. Gu Jin sighed again. Who could fathom the agony of an adult soul trapped within a child's body? The two, one large and one small, returned to the cave carrying the heavy load of food. Upon their return, Li Dehai was overjoyed. "Where on earth did you find so much kudzu root?" Li Zhengyi gestured animatedly at the cave entrance, exclaiming, "There's plenty more. I'll go dig some more shortly." He had been attentively listening and hurried over upon hearing their conversation. "Old man, may I join you in digging for kudzu root?" Hei's family was impoverished, and they had nearly exhausted their food supplies before fleeing. After their escape, they had relied on the kindness of relatives and his father-in-law's family to barely reach Jianzhou city. However, the corrupt officials not only barred their entry, but also disregarded human life. In their frantic escape, He had merely grasped the hand of a companion. By the time he regained his senses, the city gates were awash in blood. His wife, had been terrified and soaked in rain, leading to her convulsions. He could hardly recall how he managed to bring her to this cave. Li Dehai, observing the pitiable man, felt a surge of compassion. However, before responding, he cast a glance at his granddaughter. Gu Jin nodded in agreement. It was not merely out of pity for the man. There were countless refugees in dire straits, each deserving of sympathy. Rather, she considered the abundance of kudzu root. There would be no harm in extending a helping hand and fostering connections. He was deeply moved. He bowed deeply to Li Dehai, expressing, "Old man, I owe you my life. I, shall repay this debt in the future." Li Dehai waved his hand dismissively, solemnly stating, "If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it toward my granddaughter. She is the one who discovered the kudzu root and agreed to take you along." Although He was puzzled, he turned to the young girl and bowed deeply. Gu Jin quickly turned away, feeling that this young body could not withstand such reverence. This time, the three of them brought along several ropes to facilitate binding the kudzu root. Gu Jin wielded a sickle, while Li Zhengyi employed a kitchen knife. He, having lost all his possessions during their flight, could only use a stick for digging. Fortunately, the rain-soaked soil was relatively loose, and within half an hour, they had harvested a substantial amount of kudzu root. In truth, the optimal season for gathering kudzu root is winter, when it ceases to grow and enters dormancy. During this period, the active ingredients accumulate at their peak, yielding the best quality and taste. However, with hunger gnawing at them, they could hardly afford to be choosy. Kudzu root can be consumed raw, boiled, or processed into kudzu flour and noodles, yet their current circumstances dictated that they could only eat fresh kudzu root. Li Zhengyi, robust and strong, dug up the most, amassing over 50 pounds. He, though perpetually hungry, managed to collect around 30 pounds, thanks to his innate strength. Gu Jin gathered the least, barely reaching 20 pounds. Observing He Lei's exhaustion, Li Zhangyi patted his chest and insisted on carrying the kudzu root that He Lei had unearthed. He Lei silently noted this act of kindness. The three of them trudged back to the cave through the rain. Li Dehai had been watching anxiously at the cave entrance and rushed to assist upon their return. He Lei, lacking an umbrella or a raincoat, had braved the rain to dig for kudzu root. While engrossed in his task, he felt no discomfort, but once he paused, he found himself shivering uncontrollably. With women present in the cave, He Lei felt awkward about disrobing, just as he prepared to tough it out. Gu Jin suggested that her uncle use an oilcloth to create a small space for him to change and dry his wet clothes. With the abundance of food gathered, everyone's focus was on the kudzu root, and no one noticed his discomfort, except for the observant little girl. He Lei suddenly understood why this family was so inclined to heed the words of a child. He expressed his gratitude profusely, leaving Gu Jin feeling somewhat bashful. At noon, the two families prepared a pot of kudzu root, and everyone ate their fill. Only Li Taohua refrained from eating too much. For little Jean had warned that kudzu root is cooling in nature, and overindulgence could lead to physical discomfort. What marvelous rain! If only the rain of Jianzhou could fall upon our homeland. Li Dehai lamented while sitting at the cave entrance. Indeed, Li Mu echoed. Gu Jin was also curious. With such heavy rain in Jianzhou, she wondered whether it was raining in Jianzhou as well. However, even if it were, there was no hope of returning. In the wake of the drought, every household had depleted its food stores, and the soaring grain prices had left them with scant silver. With no money or grain, they could scarcely gather enough to buy seeds, and with the government indifferent to their plight, returning home would only mean waiting for death. They could only press onward, seeking sustenance along the way, hoping that upon reaching Lanzhou, where the government had issued a decree, they might find a glimmer of hope. Gu Jin suppressed her thoughts. With such a bounty of kudzu root, she instructed Li Renyong to don a raincoat and take advantage of the heavy downpour to wash the kudzu root thoroughly. When it came time to eat, they could simply toss it into the pot. By the time of the afternoon, the clouds cleared and the rain ceased. Many refugees had already arrived, glancing curiously at the cave as they passed, yet none dared to enter. Chapter 12, Companions. In the hour of Shin, Li Dehai led his family to join the throng of refugees. He Lei did not accompany them, as his wife was still suffering from a high fever and was unable to rise. Gu Jin wished to assist him, yet felt powerless to do so. The woman's condition was complicated by her shock and exposure to the cold rain, and Gu Jin was at a loss as to how to provide aid. If only her deskmate were present. Even in the absence of medicine, acupuncture could have been a remedy. The sensation of helplessness weighed heavily upon her. It felt as though a great burden had settled upon Gu Jin's heart. In this household, there are the elderly and the young, along with a pregnant woman. What shall be done if they fall ill? Gu Jin, who wishes to study medicine now, finds it too late. After much contemplation, she resolves to seek out a physician among the group of refugees as a partner. This would ensure the health of her family and also allow her to learn. At this moment, she finally comprehends the often repeated phrase from her deskmate: a grasp of traditional Chinese medicine can save lives, enabling one to honor their elders and show compassion to the young. Indeed, this holds true. On this occasion, they have dug up a plentiful harvest of kudzu, which has been divided into 2 baskets, carried by Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong. Li Dehai bears pots, pans, and oilcloth, as well as grains and raincoats. Li Mu carries bedding and clothing among other odds and ends, while Li Taohua's belongings consist of a few garments and 2 water pouches. Gu Jin still has a wooden thorn at her waist, and her small backpack contains the recently foraged wild vegetables and some insects. Everyone else bears bamboo baskets, while Gu Xiu can only hold Gu Jin's hand and walk slowly. At that moment, a man pulling a cart greets them. Little child, would you like to ride in the cart? Gu Xiu quickly shakes her head. No, thank you. My sister said not to trust any strangers on the road. They might eat people. The man, taken aback by the rejection, feigns indifference, but the disappointment is evident on his face. Li Dehai quickly smooths over the situation. Young brother, don't take it to heart. My child is shy. She'll warm up soon. The man, surnamed Yuan and named Yi, has younger brothers Yuan Er, Yuan San, Yuan Si, Yuan Wu, Yuan Lu, and Yuan Qi, all boys. As the old saying goes, the more children, the more suffering for the mother. When Yuan Yi turned 15, both parents passed away. In order to raise his younger brothers, he wandered in search of food and work. After 10 years of hardship, He finally managed to save some money and settle in Hajia village, only for a drought to strike unexpectedly. Now, the entire Jianzhou populace has become refugees. Gu Jin, observing from the side, notes the abundance of young men among them. Their resources seem substantial, with the cart brimming with supplies. Despite his initial disappointment, the man does not depart upon being rejected. Instead, his gaze softens with concern as he beholds Shower. Gu Jin, seizing the opportunity, smiles widely. Uncle, which village do you hail from? In her previous life, Gu Jin was quite the social butterfly. If she desired to connect with someone, making friends was never a challenge. Yuan Yi, charmed by her smile, readily responds, I'm from Hajia village. Gu Jin, eager to engage further, inquires, do you know someone named Hele? Surprised, Yuan Yi replies, how could I not know someone from my own village? What is the matter? Gu Jin, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, states, oh, it's nothing. I was just curious. We encountered Uncle Hele before and exchanged a few words. After a brief pause, Yuan Yi reflects, I wonder if he is still alive? When we entered Jianzhou city, the gates were tightly shut and chaos erupted among the crowd. With my years of experience begging, I sensed something was amiss. So I lingered at the back of the line. Meanwhile, Hele and his clan were eager to enter, squeezing to the front. Only to face a rain of arrows and trampling, surely their fate was grim. Seeing the melancholy etched on Yuan Yi's face, Gu Jin quickly reassures him. Uncle Hele is alive. Do you remember the cave you passed by? He is temporarily staying there because Annie fell ill. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi breathes a sigh of relief. That is good, that is good. Having had dealings with Hele, Yuan Yi knows him to be a good man. As the conversation unfolds, Gu Jin and Yuan Yi quickly find common ground. By nightfall, the two families naturally find themselves seated together. Without waiting for Gu Jin to introduce them, Li Dehai initiates a friendly exchange. With Li Dehai's efforts and Yuan Yi's compassion for her family, the following day, the Yuan family officially joins forces with the Li family. At last, Gu Xiao is able to ride in the cart. Yuan Yi teasingly remarks, little Xiaoer, didn't you say you wouldn't ride in Uncle's cart? Why the change of heart? Gu Xiao, contemplating for a moment, earnestly replies, yesterday, I didn't know you. Today, you're uncle. We are family. Yuan Yi is momentarily taken aback. Since the loss of his parents, he and his 6 younger brothers have been adrift. What does family even mean? They have nearly forgotten. Gu Xiao's words evoke memories of long-lost days, and his mood abruptly darkens. Gu Jin hastily interjects, Uncle, tell us how you settled in Hajia village. At that moment, a youth walking behind Yuan Yi scoffs coldly. By spending money, of course. What else would it be? Yuan Wu, irritated, cannot fathom why his elder brother associates with those of lesser means. Does he think he can be a savior when he lacks the ability to truly help others? Unfazed by Yuan Wu's retort, Gu Jin has gleaned enough about the personalities of the 7 brothers through their interactions the previous afternoon and evening. Yuan Yi is warm-hearted, likely due to having raised his younger siblings and cannot bear to see children suffer. Yuan Er is single-minded, only heeding his elder brother's words. Yuan San and Yuan Si are twins, rather taciturn and reserved. Yuan Wu stands out as the rebellious one, quick to criticize everything around him. Yuan Lu has a gentle disposition, always smiling at everyone. Yuan Qi is a glutton, with his every thought and action revolving around food. Despite their diverse personalities, the brothers possess kind hearts, thanks to Yuan Yi's nurturing. As Gu Jin's conversation with Yuan Yi is interrupted, they cease their discussion. Last night, the refugee group gradually congregated. Gu Jin learns from their accounts that approximately 5,000 people perished at the gates of Jianzhou city. The deaths were horrific. Some bereaved victims lost their minds, gathering together and refusing to leave Jianzhou, likely intending to incite a riot. Upon hearing this news, Gu Jin felt a wave of unease. This matter had weighed on her mind throughout their journey. If those remaining refugees truly rebelled, would it not threaten the other displaced persons? Her concerns were not unfounded. The court, in its efforts to maintain imperial authority and stability in other provinces, primarily aimed to placate the disaster-stricken populace. Measures such as distributing relief grain and encouraging the victims to seek sustenance in other cities were meant to soothe their spirits. However, should such efforts fail, suppression would follow, the severity of which remained uncertain. If the court were to label this group of refugees as rebels, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 13, A House Full of Executions. As the saying goes, fear brings what one dreads. Just days after leaving Jianzhou city, a troop of heavily armored cavalry encircled the group of refugees. Upon witnessing this, Gu Jin's heart sank, for the very calamity she had feared had come to pass. Li Dahai, Yuan Yi, and the others were equally terrified. "Little Jeaner, what is happening?" Li Taohua whispered anxiously. Gu Jin shushed her and shook her head. The cavalrymen circled the distressed populace, appearing fierce and intimidating, yet they did not brandish their weapons, suggesting there might still be a glimmer of hope. Gu Jin silently prayed for their safety. Before long, a soldier brandishing a command flag began to wave it fervently while bellowing, "Everyone, form ranks! Everyone, form ranks!" Upon hearing the raucous shouts, Gu Jin felt her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settle back into place. As long as they weren't deemed rebels, it seemed they would not encounter significant trouble. She grasped the hands of Li Taohua and Gu Xiao, ensuring they stood in formation. Observing this, Li Dahai instructed his two sons to position themselves behind him. The Yuan family, having traversed the world for many years, had an inherent fear of the soldiers. As soon as the soldier with the command flag finished issuing orders, the 7 members of their family aligned themselves with precision. After a brief interval, a platoon of soldiers armed with swords and knives approached. "Produce your household registration and travel permits." When these documents were presented, they were typically wrapped in a small piece of oilcloth, usually concealed by the head of the household. The soldier, his face contorted with impatience, barked his commands in a rough tone. Li Dahai, Li Taohua, and Yuan Yi dared not reply. They hastily retrieved their most treasured possessions from their chests. Only after the 2 soldiers conducted a meticulous inspection were the documents returned to them. "Do not move. The process is not yet complete. Stand and wait," one of the soldiers ordered before departing. The crowd complied without hesitation, nodding as obediently as quails. The throng of refugees numbered over 10,000, with more than 5,000 having perished in Jianzhou city. As the days progressed, some succumbed to the elements, suffering from hunger and cold, leading to further losses. The bodies of those who fell along the roadside were carelessly discarded, their loved ones yearning to give them a proper burial, yet rendered powerless by circumstance. Digging graves required strength and time, both of which were in short supply. The soldiers, wielding their blades, painstakingly inspected the sprawling line of thousands, moving at a glacial pace. Gu Jin stood frozen in place, her legs numb from the prolonged stillness. Gu Xiao had long been cradled in Li Zhangyi's arms, while Li Taohua leaned against Li Renyong's shoulder, alternating her weight on her feet. The Yuan family displayed remarkable endurance. Having grown up begging, with meals often scarce, they developed an instinctual habit of stockpiling provisions. The 7 siblings frequently sought odd jobs, earning a decent wage each day to purchase grains, oils, and preserved meats. Before the drought struck, they had managed to amass a 2-year supply of food. If only they could find water, they might have remained in Hejia village. Yet, they could not locate any. When the last well in the village ran dry, the Yuan family was forced to depart. They spent their savings on 2 unicycles and 5 large baskets, transporting all that they could carry. It was not Yuan Yi's boastfulness that led him to claim their family was the wealthiest among the refugees. It was a simple truth. Along their journey, they faced numerous greedy individuals attempting to seize their supplies, all of whom they successfully repelled. During their years of begging, they had often been chased by dogs, fighting to protect their meager belongings, knowing that surrender meant certain death. They feared not the desperate, but rather the soldiers. When ordered to stand, they dared not sit. After an indeterminate period, the inspections finally concluded. The soldiers pulled over 100 individuals from the ranks of the refugees. Young men, the elderly, children, and women were all thrust into a line. At that moment, another soldier, mounted and brandishing a command flag, shouted loudly, "Everyone, be silent. Form ranks to witness the punishment." The urgency of his command compelled the murmuring crowd to hush, their voices stifled in fear. The vast expanse of the field fell eerily silent, save for the whisper of the wind. A middle-aged man, his complexion pale, sat tall upon his horse, sword raised, addressing a particular refugee. By decree of His Majesty, the Chang, Hua, Wang, and Li families are accused of conspiracy and rebellion, disrupting the stability of the realm. They are to be executed without mercy. As the words fell from the scholar's lips, the soldiers standing behind the refugees unsheathed their weapons, swiftly severing heads from their bodies. And soon the ground was awash with blood. The brutality of the execution was chilling, rendering the surviving refugees speechless in their terror. Gu Jin felt a tumult of emotions. Panic and rage surged within her, her stomach roiling as if in revolt. Having lived in an era of peace, she had never witnessed such savagery. After 8 arduous years of reincarnation, she had endeavored to acclimate to this era, striving for a harmonious existence for her family amidst a cruel society. In her village, she could contest feudal customs, yet before the absolute power of the imperial authority, she felt as diminutive as an ant, capable of being swept away with a mere flick of the emperor's tongue. A chill swept across Gu Jin's face as she touched her cheeks, realizing she was weeping uncontrollably. Li Taohua, too, was in tears. She gathered her 2 children close, whispering reassuringly into their ears, "Do not fear, for your mother is here." Li Dehai and his wife averted their gazes, discreetly wiping away their tears. The poignant scene resonated with Li Zhangyi, Li Renyong, and the Yuan family, all of whom shared a sorrowful gaze at their fellow refugees, now separated by death. "All listen. The benevolence of His Majesty permits you to proceed to Lanzhou to beg for sustenance. You must not enter the city nor disturb the populace. Violators will face immediate execution." In a bid to ensure the refugees comprehended the gravity of the decree, the white-faced scholar commanded the soldiers to repeat the proclamation thrice, echoing it around the encampment. Finally, the refugees were ordered to kneel in gratitude as the soldiers rode away. Having been on the road for nearly a month, exhaustion weighed heavily upon everyone. The soldiers' threats had rendered many unable to rise. Heaven has given us no path to survival. Is it intent on driving us to death? The suppressed cries erupted, merging into a chorus of despair that reverberated across the landscape. Gu Jin rose from the ground, her voice ringing out, "Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, little uncle, mother, do not weep. We must go. The court may wish for their demise, but they would not yield to such fate. As long as there was breath in their bodies, they would crawl their way to Lanzhou." In this dire moment, Gu Jin finally grasped a harsh truth. From the instant the imperial edict was issued, the emperor had forsaken the lives of this group of refugees. The path stretched over 3,000 miles was a dead end. Moreover, the court had anticipated the potential for insurrection among the displaced. Thus, during their brief unrest in Jianzhou city, they had been swiftly silenced by arrows. Now, the decree forbidding them from entering the city or disturbing the citizens stripped them of any chance to seek alms on their journey to Lanzhou. Consequently, they were left to forage for roots and strip bark to stave off hunger, with poor nourishment, illness, and beast attacks leading to inevitable deaths along the way. By the time they reached Lanzhou, few would remain. When that moment arrived, the city would accept the refugees without any burden. The emperor maintained social stability at the cost of lives. Gu Jin was no political savant. She only recalled that in her previous life, whether faced with droughts, floods, or earthquakes, the government would extend a helping hand. Soldiers would stand as human shields against floods during natural calamities, tirelessly excavating ruins to rescue the afflicted in the aftermath of earthquakes. They would drive perilously to the disaster-stricken areas to deliver supplies, regardless of the treacherous roads following the ice disaster. Such a nation truly embodies the essence of a legitimate state. Such soldiers epitomize what it means to be genuinely lovable individuals. Gu Jin was acutely aware that the current productivity levels could not be compared to the era in which she had lived, and she held no illusions that the court would provide relief. However, they must not resort to total annihilation. With tears glistening in their eyes, the group resumed their journey towards Lanzhou. Having faced death twice, both the Li and Yuan families had fallen into a solemn silence. Their daily routine revolved around relentless travel. After a fortnight, the once massive group of refugees had dwindled to just over 2,000. Gu Jin had witnessed the grim phenomenon of exchanging children for sustenance no fewer than 3 times. She ordered Gu Xiao to remain constantly by her side, forbidding her to stray even a step away. When external breakthroughs became elusive, the victims of disaster turned their blades upon their companions. Some would awaken to find their meager supplies had vanished, while others who ventured out alone simply never returned. An ominous atmosphere pervaded the refugee group. In light of the current predicament, continuing with the larger contingent proved disadvantageous. Gu Jin resolved to expedite their journey, a suggestion that garnered unanimous agreement. After enduring considerable depletion of resources, the Yuan family supplies had significantly diminished. An empty wheelbarrow became available, which Li Dezai utilized to load all his belongings. Pushed by Li Zhangyi, the others traveled light. Gu Xiao remained perched atop Yuan Yi's cart. Consequently, their speed increased markedly. Li Taohua was nearing 6 months pregnant. Despite Gu Jin's daily efforts to ensure her nutrition, her extensive daily exertions concealed her pregnancy, making her appear as if she were not expecting at all beneath the layers of clothing. Their party comprised 14 individuals, 10 of whom were young and strong, including Li Dezai. Such a group would typically instill fear in others, but that was in the past. Now, many of the refugees had gone days without proper meals, subsisting on wild vegetables and tree bark. Starving individuals, upon glimpsing the supplies atop the wheelbarrow, could no longer contain their desperation. Wang Ergo declared viciously, "We're all destined to die anyway. I refuse to perish as a ghost of starvation. If we eliminate that group, we can survive to reach Lanzhou." His cousin, Wang Youdan, wholeheartedly agreed. "Brother is right. If we don't seize from them, we too shall meet our end." The Wang family had once numbered over 30, but now only 12 remained. The elderly, women, and children had all perished, leaving a cadre of young men in their teens to early 20s. These men had survived by committing numerous misdeeds along the way, stealing food and abducting children. Now, they had set their sights on the Yuan family as their new targets. After observing for some time, they concluded that the wheelbarrow contained a substantial amount of grain. The group believed that 12 against 10, especially with 2 children on the opposing side, would yield favorable odds. When Wang Ergo heard his companion's agreement, a surge of malice ignited within him, and he promptly decided to act. At that moment, Gu Jin and her party were resting beneath a large tree. Gu Xiu, perched on a branch, played with a caterpillar. As Gu Jin and Li Dezai deliberated whether to continue their journey that evening, Wang Ergu and his gang brandished knives and sticks, charging at them with menacing intent. Gu Jin sensed the hostility and immediately grasped the wooden spike at her waist. She shouted loudly, "Grandfather, someone is attempting to steal our grain." Upon hearing her cry, Li Dezai, Li Zhengyi, and Li Renyong sprang into action, armed with a kitchen knife, a sickle, and a sharpened wooden pole, respectively. Yuan Yi and the others quickly rose from the ground, wielding thick wooden clubs, ready to defend themselves. Recently, Gu Jin had taken to sharing tales of the martial world during their leisure hours. They listened intently, most notably recalling the saying, "In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail." Although caught off guard, they believed that with proper response, they could utterly vanquish their assailants. Wang Ergo had not anticipated that his group would fail to intimidate the opposition, who approached them with bold resolve. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Wang Youdan promptly dropped his stick and fled. Wang Ergu, infuriated, shouted "Coward." Yet, when faced with Li Dezai's swinging knife, he too faltered. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. "Uncle, spare me. I am truly famished. I promise never to do this again." Li Dezai had already steeled himself for the act of killing, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Just as he hesitated, Wang Ergo seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. Gritting his teeth, he drew a small knife from his sleeve and lunged toward Li Dezai. He believed he must survive, even if it meant allowing someone else to starve. If he could not bring himself to act decisively, he had no one to blame but himself. Just as the blade was poised to pierce Li Dezai's abdomen, Wang Ergu was suddenly kicked aside. Gu Jin had struck with force, determined to ensure her blow landed. She kicked him with precision at the temple, and Wang Erga felt a sharp pain pierce his mind as darkness enveloped him. Finally regaining his senses, Li Dezai raised his kitchen knife and struck at the man's neck. Blood splattered across his face, yet Li Dezai remained oblivious. The battle escalated fiercely. Starving individuals, witnessing the assault on the wheelbarrow's owner, could no longer suppress their own hunger-fueled rage. "What does it matter if you're strong? We outnumber you. If each of us takes a bite, we can overwhelm you." Yet, the members of the Li and Yuan families proved too formidable, particularly the Li family, who fought with lethal intent, leaving an increasing number of bodies strewn on the ground. Those refugees, perpetually half-starved and intimidated by the opposition's fierce demeanor, dared not advance further. They merely huddled together, shouting, "Surrender your grain, and we will spare your lives." Wang Youdan, who had initially fled, saw the refugees rallying and thought he might yet seize the opportunity. He stepped forward as their leader, shouting at Li Dezai and the others, "Yes, surrender your grain. We only wish to fill our bellies. We mean no harm." The refugees echoed one another, clamoring in agreement. In this standoff, they failed to notice a child stealthily maneuvering around from the side. It was Gu Jin. She had smeared dirt across her face and, seizing the moment, quietly retrieved the scythe from her backpack, slipping behind Wang Youdan. With over 1,000 miles still to Lanzhou, relinquishing their supplies now would lead to certain doom. It was better to fight. Gu Jin steeled herself. With determination, she knelt and forcefully thrust her knee into Wang Yodan's lower back, causing his towering figure to lurch forward, nearly toppling over. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jin grabbed Wang Yodan's hair, pressing the scythe against his throat with unyielding force. "If you wish to die, I shall oblige." Her voice, chillingly indifferent, echoed in Wang Yodan's ears. Panic overtook him. He had witnessed this child incapacitate his older brother with a single kick. Who could have imagined she would not only dare to strike but also to kill? In truth, Wang Yodan was rather timid. Whenever the Wang family committed wrongdoing, he lingered at the back of the group, fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Thus, even though he was aware that his captor was merely an 8-year-old child, the menacing presence of the scythe rendered his legs weak, preventing him from standing. He raised his hands, stammering in panic, "Please, don't kill me." Wang Yodan's words stirred the surrounding disaster victims, who turned to look but refrained from offering any assistance. They were strangers to him. The brothers who were familiar with Wang Yodan had long since fallen victim to the Yuan family. Gu Jin shouted, "I understand your desperate need to fill your bellies. But even if you take our cart of supplies, you will never reach Lanzhou." At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd of victims, a mocking smile on his face. "Just a foolish girl. What business do you have in an adult's conversation?" Gu Jin gritted her teeth, her hand tightening around the scythe as it sliced through Wang Yodan's throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. "Now, am I worthy of speaking?" Gu Jin's hands were stained crimson, her eyes ablaze with fury. She had no desire to take a life. Even when witnessing the Wang family cooking a stolen child, she had restrained herself, merely revealing the truth to that family. Yet, the circumstances had compelled her to act. She needed to assert her authority through violence to earn a place at the negotiation table. Gu Jin's action not only shocked the victims, but left even Li Dahai's family and the Yuan family utterly astounded. Though Li Taohua had witnessed her daughter kill before, her heart ached nonetheless. If not for the cruel world they inhabited, how could an 8-year-old child be stained with blood? The middle-aged man, standing closest, was splattered with Wang Yodan's blood, recoiling in fear. How can a mere child have such a wicked heart? He stammered, trying to cast blame. Gu Jin looked at him with indifference. "Is it not wicked of you to steal our grain? With over 1,000 miles to Lanzhou, how could my family possibly survive without this food?" The faces of the victims turned pale as Gu Jin's words struck home. In times of plenty, they might have harbored ill thoughts, but such heinous acts were beyond their usual scope. They were driven to desperation, attempting to seize the grain of others. However, their attempts had failed, resulting in more deaths, and witnessing a child wield such lethal intent made them hesitate. No one wished to be the first to meet their end. Faced with this dilemma, the victims found themselves paralyzed, neither retreating nor advancing. Seizing the moment, Gu Jin continued to shout, "I know you all wish to survive. But resorting to cannibalism, stealing corpses, and abducting children will not sustain you on the journey to Lanzhou. Such actions will only lead to sickness, with no remedy in sight." At this juncture, another individual emerged from the crowd, appearing youthful and wearing a square scarf atop his head. Though slender, he exuded an air of intellect, resembling a scholar. "I am Qin Song, a student from Donghua County. Since the young lady has objections, what alternative might you propose to ensure our safe passage to launching?" His speech was eloquent and exceedingly polite. Gu Jin was certain he was indeed a scholar. In an instant, an idea crystallized in her mind. At her tender age, establishing authority through violence would be a challenge, but the common folk of Zhou State held an inherent reverence for scholars. Moreover, he was a student, akin to the elite of his era. The presence of such a promising scholar in their village would demand respect, and his reputation could even echo to the town. With Qin Song as a student, his words would carry greater weight. His sudden emergence suggested ulterior motives, yet aligning with him could quell the situation, leaving future developments to fate. Gu Jin spoke with conviction, "Let us proceed gradually, with cooperation and mutual assistance." Her words resonated firmly. The victims, fleeing from disaster as families, often clashed violently over meager rations. Many had succumbed to injuries without aid, dying along the way. While some perished from starvation, far more fell victim to infighting. Upon hearing Gu Jin's words, Qin Song couldn't help but chuckle, appreciating her youthful audacity. However, he knew that with so many refugees Fostering cooperation among them would be no simple task. Gu Jin recognized that her proposal would not bear fruit overnight, yet it was imperative to attempt. If the victims could not be organized, similar tragedies would inevitably recur, and she could not bear to witness them brandishing weapons against one another. Indeed, I know they will not heed a mere child. Thus, we can elect a leader. With order established, we can devise a way to procure grain from the unclaimed mountains. And through mutual support, we shall survive to reach Lanzhou. To continue in this cycle of violence will lead only to destruction. This time, Gu Jin's words were not dismissed. The victims, armed with their blades and clubs, murmured amongst themselves, eager for a way out. They had sought an opportunity to retreat, and now that path had presented itself. Negotiation was preferable to the loss of lives. Observing their wavering resolve, Gu Jin hurried back to Li Taohua's side, clutching her scythe. Li Taohua, filled with anguish, quickly retrieved a handkerchief from her pack and used water from her flask to wash the blood from Gu Jin's hands. Though she wished to express her feelings, all that emerged was a heavy sigh. Gu Jin gently wiped away her mother's tears. "Mother, do not cry. That man deserved to die. My actions were in service of justice." Though she sought to comfort, a sense of discomfort lingered within her. Upholding justice was noble, yet in a lawful society, such matters should be resolved by the courts, not by personal judgment. However, in this chaotic world, her choices were limited. Steeling her emotions, Gu Jin surveyed the youth encircled by the victims, uncertain whether he possessed the capability to lead this disorganized assembly effectively. Qinsong had only recently achieved the status of student when disaster struck. His family's finances had been depleted in support of his education, leaving no resources for food. In desperation, he had to abandon his scholarly dignity, transcribing books for the townsfolk to earn a meager income. Fortunately, he had foresight and prepared for the worsening situation. As calamity escalated, the town's bookstore shuttered, leaving him with no means to earn. His earnings from transcribing had sustained his family thus far. This morning, they had consumed their last 2 taels of grain, and Qinsong, anxious and desperate, found Gu Jin's arrival a timely salvation. "Fellow villagers, listen to me. Before the drought, we were all good people, driven to desperation that led us to consider stealing others' grain. But once our hunger is satiated, what then? When there is no food left, how shall we survive? Therefore, if we wish to reach Lanzhou, we must elect a leader. Only through mutual assistance can we all survive. Reflect on this. Does it not hold true? Now let the heads of households step forth. Let us sit together and deliberate. We shall surely find a path to survival." Qinsong's appeal garnered widespread agreement, though a few remained resistant. "We are on the brink of starvation, and you speak of deliberation? Can discussions conjure food?" However, human beings are inherently inclined to conform. Upon witnessing one individual after another stepping forward, even those who are somewhat reluctant have no choice but to follow suit. In no time, over 100 individuals gathered around Qinsong, including Gu Jin. "In your household, do you hold the reins?" Qinsong inquired instinctively. Gu Jin nodded, "Yes. My maternal grandfather sent me here." Qinsong asked, "Can you read?" Gu Jin replied, "I can." In this era, ordinary folk possess a natural reverence for those who are literate, and coupled with her earlier display of skill, the nearby refugees refrained from deriding her. "If that is the case, then stand by my side," Qinsong declared. He never judged individuals based on superficial attributes. Hence, he did not belittle anyone merely because they were children or elders. Chapter 16, Allocation. A group of individuals seated themselves on the ground. Qinsong was the first to speak. "Allow me to begin. My surname is Qin, my given name is Song. I study at the Bailu Academy. I was recently admitted as a Tongxing last year. Should you all choose me as your leader, I am confident in guiding you safely to Lanzhou." Qinsong's words resonated with gravitas, unwavering and instilling a profound sense of security. The others exchanged glances, yet remained silent. They were but common folk, barely literate, and felt no comparison could be made with a Tongxing. The selection of talent in this dynasty was exceedingly harsh. Although Qinsong was merely a Tongxing, it was a challenging achievement. Many had turned gray in their fruitless attempts to attain this status. Gu Jin's biological father, Gu Chongxing, had spent over a decade trying to pass the Tongxing examination, ultimately succumbing to despair and ending his life by drowning. Gu Jin regarded the young man with an added measure of respect. The others were similarly odd. In this age, the literate were exceedingly rare. In some villages, it could take decades to produce a single Tongxing. Noticing the lack of dissent, Qin Song clasped his fists in salute. Since there are no objections, I shall humbly accept this role. Just then, someone suddenly stood up, interrupting him. Choosing you as our leader is agreeable, but you must articulate some guidelines. Otherwise, how can we ascertain your capability to lead us to Lanzhou? This sentiment resonated with many others. Indeed. Confronted with the probing questions, Qin Song remained composed. He spoke eloquently. I have studied the maps. Not far ahead lies an unclaimed mountain. We can venture into the wilderness in search of sustenance. And I will coordinate everyone's efforts. Tasks will be allocated according to individual abilities. Those skilled in hunting will form a hunting party. Those proficient in swimming will create a fishing team. The agile will comprise a foraging group. The capable will establish a guard unit. And those with culinary skills will manage logistics. By maximizing each person's strengths, we shall assuredly succeed. Qin Song had long contemplated the formation of this band of refugees, yet had awaited the opportune moment. Now, the chance lay before him, and he could not allow it to slip away. Observing that many remained hesitant, Gu Jin promptly led the applause. I support Uncle Qin. He is a scholar with a sharp mind, and I find his plan exceedingly commendable. With Gu Jin spearheading the applause, the initially reticent individuals joined in, unwilling to be outdone by a mere child. The scattered clapping grew increasingly fervent until, ultimately, everyone was on their feet. They glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. Li Dehai stood a short distance away, wearing an expression of satisfaction. Yuan Yi reflected with great emotion. I had anticipated a chaotic confrontation, yet unexpectedly, a breakthrough has occurred. Yuan Wu had shed his previous sarcasm and nodded in agreement. How frightening, that young girl, who usually appears formidable, dares to kill. What astonished Yuan Wu even more was Gu Jin's complete lack of psychological trauma after taking a life, as she was still able to participate in the assembly. Yuan Wu recalled his own childhood, begging with a runny nose at the age of 8, and found himself thoroughly impressed by Gu Jin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a warmth ignited within each heart. They formed a line, each revealing their most proficient skills. Naturally, Qin Song found himself overwhelmed. He enlisted the help of several literate individuals, including Gu Jin, to assist him. And in roughly half an hour, the refugees were organized into 10 teams. The number of individuals in each team varied. Some were larger, while others were smaller. The 3 robust men from the Yuan and Li families joined the guard unit. Qin Song, having witnessed their prowess in combat, was highly satisfied with their martial capabilities. Gu Jin estimated that the refugee group now comprised just over 2,000 individuals, approximately 200 households. The initial contingent had been largely comprised of the elderly, women, and children. Now it consisted mostly of young adults. A month into their journey had cost them many lives. To Gu Jin's delight, there were physicians among the refugees, more than one in fact. Qin Song assigned them to a team dedicated to providing medical care. However, it was peculiar that none of the Gu family members were present. Upon inquiry, Gu Jin learned that many refugees had taken to the waterways after departing from Jianzhou. As for the residents of Shangyang village and Li's family village, perhaps out of trepidation, they refrained from speaking much upon encountering them. Gu Jin welcomed the peace. After completing the team assignments, Qin Song approached Yuan Yi. Following his persuasive efforts, Yuan Yi finally relented. Utilizing his own savings, Qin Song procured grain from the Yuan family at a premium price. With these several carts of grain, the group finally managed to consume some rice porridge, which allowed them to endure until their entry into the mountains. They approached an unclaimed, dense forest. Such wilderness had previously been avoided by the refugee group due to the lurking dangers of wild beasts and the impenetrable thickets that hindered the search for resources. Now, however, the team included a machete squad dedicated to clearing a path. Armed with various iron tools, they carved a route into the forest. Listen carefully. Once we enter the mountains, all must obey commands. Should anyone stray from the group, they bear the consequences of their own demise. Is that clear? Qin Song bellowed. Those at the forefront undoubtedly understood, and they relayed the message throughout the ranks. As the words passed from person to person, they began to distort. What? Straying from the group means death? Is it that perilous? We must stay alert and not fall behind. At this moment, Gu Jin stood as Qin Song's right hand, positioned safely among her family. April arrived, and nature flourished abundantly. Upon entering the forest, All the plants had sprouted tender shoots, with some even blooming and bearing fruit. The foraging team was overjoyed upon discovering a grove of fragrant chives. Oh my, there are so many. We could harvest at least dozens of pounds. Indeed, look ahead. There are bamboo shoots. We're sure to find plenty. I adore foraging for dandelions. This patch belongs to me. The women chattered excitedly, each locating their favored plants and gathering them with zeal. Meanwhile, the hunting team scoured for rabbit burrows, snake dens, mouse holes, and hedgehog nests. Anything edible was to be collected. The fishing team, under the protection of the guard unit, discovered a small stream where the fish, though not large, were abundant. With a mere net, they managed to catch several pounds. The remaining individuals were not idle. Those adept at climbing trees ascended to forage for bird nests, while the weaker among them gathered dry twigs to prepare for transport. The arrival of the fleeing group startled countless birds. Qian Bao perceived their actions as trifling. He aspired to achieve something grander. The Qian family were all hunters, particularly skilled in tracking and hunting wild boars. Previously, they had refrained from venturing into the mountains for fear of losing pace with the main group. However, with Qin Song overseeing the situation, they felt reassured that even if they returned late, they would not be abandoned. Qian Bao, accompanied by his two sons, stealthily departed from the main group, following the traces of wild boars. The bustling crowd was so engrossed in their activities that they hardly noticed the departure. When they eventually realized it, Qian Bao and his sons proudly emerged, each carrying a small wild boar. The act of foraging had become second nature to them. Heavens, we have meat! The crowd exclaimed in excitement. When did you manage to hunt a wild boar, Uncle Qian? Although Qin Song disapproved of Qian Bao's unilateral decision to leave the group, the 3 small wild boars, weighing over 200 pounds in total, would certainly provide a hearty meal for the party. In pursuit of accumulating more supplies, Qin Song led the fleeing group to linger in the depths of the mountains for several days. They dried various wild vegetables and salted the amassed assortment of meats and fish. With an abundance of meat, they nearly exhausted all the salt they had brought. In addition, Gu Jin and her companions tirelessly foraged, unearthing over 1,000 pounds of kudzu root and various insects. These provisions could sustain over 2,000 individuals for at least half a month. Chapter 17. Stay behind. The resources in this vast mountain were plentiful: wild vegetables, bamboo shoots, fish, animals, kudzu roots, and even a considerable supply of honey, among others. As the disaster victims filled their stomachs, their faces gradually brightened, making them reluctant to leave. Qin Lauda, let us stay here, they implored. There is food and drink, and we do not have to pay taxes. If we work diligently, our lives will surely be better than out there. Qin Song's expression darkened. He replied sternly, staying here would be tantamount to inciting rebellion. Do you wish to be captured as rebels or bandits? Qin Song was not engaging in alarmist rhetoric. With over 2,000 disaster victims migrating together, the authorities would undoubtedly be aware of their movements. If they truly attempted to seize control of the mountain, they would be met with the ironclad army. The gravity of Qin Song's words resonated with the disaster victims. They ceased their clamoring to remain and quietly began to pack their belongings. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jin hurriedly took Li Taohua to seek the physician. Li Taohua was somewhat reluctant, having given birth to 3 children without ever consulting a doctor. She reasoned that she had managed just fine. I am not some high-born lady. Why should I be so precious? After much persuasion, Gu Jin finally convinced her to allow the physician to check her pulse. As Jia Shaoqing felt her pulse while stroking his goatee, he took a long while before nodding and stating that her vitality was somewhat weak and the fetus unstable. If conditions permit, you should take some longevity pills. Upon hearing that the longevity pills contained donkey hide gelatin, Gu Jin's heart sank. In her era, even a box of genuine donkey hide gelatin was beyond the means of ordinary individuals, let alone in their current circumstances. Dr. Zhao, might there be alternative methods to preserve the pregnancy? Gu Jin asked anxiously. You know that under these conditions, it is impossible to find such fine medicine. Zhao Shaoqing stroked his goatee, contemplating for a moment before responding, then try to lie down as much as possible, avoid exertion. And most importantly, do not tire yourself. Upon saying this, he revealed a bitter smile, fully aware that such a request would be impractical, as the fleeing party could not afford to delay their journey for a single pregnant woman. Gu Jin naturally recognized this reality, her heart racing with urgency as she implored. Is there anything else? Dr. Zhao, could you think of another solution? Zhao Shaoqing shook his head helplessly, offering no further response. The woman had already depleted her body from bearing 3 children, and from the pulse reading, it seemed that she harbored additional concerns. The current pregnancy not only stood a chance of ending in miscarriage, but could also pose a threat to her health. In the presence of the patient, Zhao Shaoqing was reluctant to speak plainly, instead casting a discreet glance at Gu Jin. During this period, the young woman had gained considerable notoriety within the fleeing group. Though she was not yet of age, her ruthless methods and her ability to establish authority through strength, along with her knowledge of medicinal herbs, made her a figure of respect. She was well-versed in which plants were toxic and which were edible, akin to an adult. The Li family was entirely under her guidance. Gu Jin, perceptive to Zhao Shaoqing's unspoken concerns, quelled her inner turmoil and turned to Li Taohua, saying, "Mother, let me assist you back." Li Taohua laughed heartily. "Assist? I am not an old woman." Gu Jin smiled in return. "Very well, then you should return first while I discuss matters further with Dr. Zhao." Li Taohua waved her hand and departed. As soon as she turned away, her demeanor faltered. She was acutely aware of her own body. Li Taohua had sensed something was amiss with the child in her womb. She had even experienced bleeding during her last visit to the latrine. Yet, she kept this to herself. The child was nearly 7 months along, perhaps it could endure. Upon returning to her family's encampment, Li Taohua wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she packed her belongings. Her mother, exasperated, snatched away the items in her hands. Expressing concern, "I told you, being this far along, you need to rest more." "Why wouldn't he listen?" Li Taohua stubbornly replied, "It's nothing, mother. When I was pregnant with Jean Eyre, I was still working in the fields before giving birth." Her mother glared at her. "Can you even compare this to the past?" "Enough. If you don't rest, I will tell Xiao Jin." At the mention of Gu Jin's name, Li Taohua instinctively released her grip. The thought of her daughter's reprimand genuinely frightened her. Meanwhile, Gu Jin remained oblivious to her standing within the Li family, wearing a worried expression as she gazed at Zhao Shaoqing, silent and contemplative. Li Taohua had concealed her condition exceedingly well. Gu Jin had no inkling that she was on the verge of a miscarriage. In such dire circumstances, although a physician was present, the absence of medicine posed a significant risk to her health. "Dr. Zhao, if we remain in the mountains and allow my mother to rest, is there a chance that she could preserve this pregnancy?" Gu Jin whispered. Zhao Shaoqing shook his head. "It's hard to say." Gu Jin pressed further. "Then what if I could find medicine?" Zhao Shaoqing replied, "If there is medicine, combined with rest, there would be a considerably greater hope of preserving the child." Gu Jin persisted in questioning Zhao Shaoqing several more times, only to resign herself to the reality that there would likely be no turning point. It seemed imperative to find a way to procure the longevity pills. With a swift pivot, she approached the other 2 physicians to inquire further before making her way towards Qinsong. Qinsong was accompanied by his family, his parents, and a younger sister. They were busily organizing their belongings in preparation for departure. Upon seeing Gu Jin approach, Qinlan warmly took her hand. "Jin, what brings you here?" Gu Jin pressed her lips together and replied, "I need to speak with your brother." Qinlan, puzzled, asked, "We are about to set off. What could be so urgent?" Just as Gu Jin was about to explain, Qinsong waved his hand at his sister, signaling her to leave. Qinlan made a playful face at him. "Brother, hurry up, we are all waiting for you to take charge." Qinsong casually responded, "I know." After addressing her, he turned his attention back to Gu Jin, who quickly conveyed her concerns. The longevity pills contained 4 key ingredients: cuscuta, dipsacus, mulberry mistletoe, and donkey hide gelatin. Dr. Zhao possesses a collection of cuscuta seeds, while the other physicians carry with them the herbs of donghua and sangjishing. The only ingredient still lacking is a jiao. She contemplates venturing into the city in hopes of procuring a jiao, wishing that Qinsong might delay for a day. However, Qinsong finds himself in a dilemma and, after a moment's reflection, shakes his head in refusal. He had exerted considerable effort to persuade the refugees to continue their journey, and with all belongings already packed, they are poised to depart. Gu Jin feels a pang of disappointment, yet she comprehends the situation. "You may proceed first. Once matters are settled, I shall follow," Gu Jin states decisively before turning on her heel and departing. Qinsong gazes at the silhouette of the girl, longing to utter something. Yet he remains at a loss for words. This girl is exceedingly astute, yet such brilliance may lead to one's undoing. Gu Jin is beset by regret. Had she sought the doctor's counsel sooner, perhaps the circumstances would not have escalated to such dire straits. Upon returning to the camp, she discreetly leads Li Dehai to a secluded area, where she recounts the unfolding events. Li Dehai's face contorts in despair. Realizing why he observed Li Taohua in poor spirits today, the child within her cannot remain still. Xiaojiner, what is your opinion? Gu Jin replies soberly, we must remain here. I will devise a means to infiltrate the city and procure the necessary medicine. Once Mother-S condition stabilizes, we will set forth. Chapter 18. Entering the city. The Li family abruptly resolves to stay, leaving the Yuan family in a precarious predicament. Should they not accompany the main group, the threat of bandits looms ominously. Yet if they depart now, the Li family's future remains uncertain. The 7 brothers of the Yuan family huddle together on the ground, deliberating for a considerable time. Ultimately, the majority prevails, and they decide to join the refugee caravan. The Li family harbors no grievances towards the Yuan family's decision. After all, they have shared the road together for some time and have received ample kindness. One must learn to be grateful. Yuan Yi feels a twinge of guilt and, before their departure, gifts their cart to the Li family along with some provisions and meat. Qin Song, recognizing Gu Jin's contributions during this period, generously donates a substantial amount of wild vegetables and 2 dried rabbits. Other families that have forged bonds with Li Dehai, upon hearing of Li Taohua's potential miscarriage, are moved by compassion and offer a few handfuls of dried vegetables. The women whisper amongst themselves, and soon the tale takes a turn. What? Li Taohua has miscarried and cannot leave? They had seen her in good health just yesterday. How could such a calamity befall her? Failing to keep pace with the main group would spell disaster for her family. A wave of sympathy washes over the crowd, prompting them to contribute something. Meat is too precious to part with, and kudzu root, though filling, cannot be given away. Honey is a fine treasure. But they had only received a meager portion last time. Thus, they resolved to offer a handful of wild vegetables. The deep, untrodden forest is abundant with various wild greens. In this manner, each person contributes a handful, and soon a substantial mound of dried vegetables is amassed. Li Dehai is moved to tears in his youth. He had aspired to be a hero who aided the impoverished, yet here he finds himself the one receiving such aid. Gu Jin gazes at the towering heap of dried bamboo shoots, wild vegetables, and walnuts, and suddenly an idea strikes her. Without dwelling on Li Dehai's sentiments or Gu Jin's plans, the refugee caravan, under Qin Song's guidance, departs the dense forest in an orderly manner. For safety's sake, Gu Jin's family dares not linger and retreats to the forest's edge. Once they settle slightly, Gu Jin instructs her family to gather a multitude of deadwood. She then meticulously breaks them into similarly sized sticks, etching a number onto each piece of wood. Everyone watches in confusion. Gu Jin senses their curiosity, but lacks the time to elaborate. After completing her tasks, she finally speaks. Grandfather, uncle, please tidy this cave well. My younger uncle and I will scout the way to the city ahead. Li Dehai expresses concern. The court forbids us refugees from entering the city. Does Xiaojiner have a plan? Gu Jin nods reassuringly. Yes, it should pose no issue. Grandfather, you need not worry. We shall return by tomorrow at the latest. With that, she shoulders the prepared basket and departs with Li Renyong. Her uncle's basket is considerably larger, filled with the various wild vegetables and cured meats they had gathered. As they set off, Gu Jin reminds Li Taohua to rest and not to cause worry for the family. During their time in the deep forest, Gu Jin has learned much from Qin Song. Through him, she has gleaned an understanding of the general circumstances of this era. Moreover, Qin Song frequently sketches maps in the dirt, seeking the nearest route to Lanzhou. Gu Jin observes and internalizes these lessons, gaining a foundational knowledge of the various provincial cities. Gu Jin and Li Renyong navigate swiftly along the mountain paths. After traversing this village and walking for over 2 hours, they finally arrive at a bustling riverside town. The entrance to the small city is abuzz with activity, as numerous villagers carry burdens and baskets in and out. The soldiers guarding the city gate maintain strict order, requiring all entrants to register and pay a gate tax, 1 copper coin per person. Gu Jin stands a short distance away, observing discreetly. Li Renyong furrows his brow. Xiaojiner. The gate is heavily guarded. How shall we enter the city? Although Gu Jin has a plan in mind, she feels a twinge of apprehension. She silently wishes for the success of her upcoming endeavors. Steeling herself, she prepares to act. Uncle, please wait here. I will find a way to slip into the city. Communication in ancient times is cumbersome. Without prior arrangement, both sides may become anxious. Li Renyong nods, assuring her he will not leave. After reiterating her instructions, Gu Jin retrieves a piece of wild boar meat from her basket and approaches an elderly man laden with firewood, evidently intending to sell it in the city. Gu Jin conceals the wild boar meat behind her back, adopting a guileless demeanor as she greets him. "Grandfather, may I accompany you and my uncle into the city?" The elder chuckles. "Where did this little girl come from? Your Mandarin is quite impressive. I doubt this firewood will fetch much, let alone spare coin to play with you. If you wish to enter the city, you need to be accompanied by your elders." Gu Jin, with a mischievous glint in her eye, replies, "My parents forbid us from entering the city. I snuck out. If you agree to take us in, I will share some meat with you." As she speaks, she reveals the wild boar meat, waving it enticingly. The meat is exquisitely cured, having been smoked with fine cedar wood, and the elder instinctively swallows. Entering the city requires a copper coin per person, yet this prime piece of wild boar meat could fetch at least 60 coins at an inn. He ponders this lucrative opportunity, yet cautiously inquires, "Little girl, what do your parents do? How can you afford such a large piece of meat?" Gu Jin gestures with her hand. "My father is a hunter. He is remarkably skilled. One arrow can pierce a wild boar." "Ah, a hunter." The elder relaxes, understanding why the child has the means to afford such a treat. "Very well, I shall escort you into the city. However, you must remain silent once inside. Do you understand?" Gu Jin nods obediently. "I understand. Thank you, grandfather." The elder takes the wild boar meat from Gu Jin, carefully concealing it within the pile of firewood. In the kingdom of Zhou, every city is guarded by soldiers at the city gates, who meticulously inspect the travel permits and household registrations of passing merchants and family visitors. However, for the common folk residing in the vicinity, entering the city often requires only a cursory registration, sparing them the burden of carrying their household registrations each time they venture out. Once they become familiar with the gatekeepers, they're exempt from even that formality and may enter with ease. Gu Jin hurried back to call Li Renyong, and the trio made their way toward the city gate. Upon seeing the elderly man burdened with firewood, the sentinel felt a surge of irritation. Such impoverished souls seldom brought any profit. Thus, every time the old man entered the city, the soldier would deliberately create obstacles, insisting on thorough registration, name, address, and the village chief's name, alongside inquiries about the purpose of their visit. The elder would bow and scrape, saying, "I am Sun Liang, and this is my granddaughter, Sun Huahua, and my grandson, Sun Deong. We hail from Suanjia village, where the village chief is named Sun Lin. We seek to sell this firewood." With a weary sigh, the soldier scribbled quickly, barely lifting his head, 3 yuan. Sun Liang hastily retrieved the coins from his inner sleeve and placed them upon the table. "Very well, be on your way. Next." As Sun Liang led his kin into the city for the first time, anxiety gripped his heart. When they were given leave to pass, it felt as though a weight had been lifted. "Come on, Huahua. Once inside, Grandpa will buy you some sweets." Gu Jin beamed. "Thank you, Grandpa." The girl's voice rang clear and sweet, tinged with affection, making her sound genuinely like his own granddaughter. Sun Liang felt his tense heart begin to relax. He found himself rambling. "What wonders does this city hold? Everything is so expensive. I see you have no money with you. What a waste to merely gaze upon this fine meat." Gu Jin replied cheerfully, "Not to worry, we have plenty of meat at home, far too much to consume." Sun Liang felt a pang of envy. Yet, recalling the family from Suanjia village that relied on hunting for sustenance, he sighed. That hunter had lived comfortably for much of his life, but after many nights in the woods, how could he escape the clutches of fate? The last time he ventured into the mountains, he was devoured by a great beast, leaving behind naught but bones, a tragic end. "Child, if your father has enough meat, he should buy more grain. As long as there's enough to eat, safety is paramount. It's best to avoid the mountains if you can." Sun Liang's heart ached, and he felt compelled to impart this advice. Gu Jin nodded. "All right, I understand. I will tell my father when I return." "Thank you, Grandpa. Do you come into the city to sell firewood every day?" Sun Liang affirmed, "Indeed, I make my living selling firewood, so I must sell it daily." As the elderly man and the young girl chatted, they arrived at the most bustling area of the small town. Sun Liang set down his load of firewood and began to call out loudly, "Firewood for sale! Firewood for sale!" Meanwhile, Gu Jin surveyed her surroundings. Fortune smiled upon them. For at the end of the street stood 2 apothecaries facing one another, both seemingly thriving in business. Grandpa, I'm going to explore over there. I'll be back shortly, Gu Jin announced. Unconcerned, Sun Liang replied, That's fine, but make sure to return soon. We must leave the city together. Do you hear me? Got it, Grandpa, Gu Jin responded casually, then swiftly pulled Li Renyong toward the apothecary. Tongji Hall. Inside, the apprentices were grinding herbs with mortars, while the doctors in the inner hall attended to patients. The proprietor was hunched over a table, focused on his abacus. Everyone was busy, and upon their entrance, no one acknowledged them. Gu Jin approached the counter on tiptoe and inquired, Excuse me, do you sell donkey hide gelatin? Kai, the shopkeeper, was preoccupied with his calculations and, slightly irked by the interruption, responded curtly upon noticing the child, Yes, but can you afford it? Unfazed by the brusque tone, Gu Jin pressed on. What is the price per tael? Kai, who detested inquiries about pricing, replied with visible impatience, 1 tael of silver for 1 tael of gelatin. Gu Jin fell silent. Having lived in this era for 8 years, she had only encountered copper coins and had no idea what silver looked like. Kai scoffed, I told you. You can't afford it, yet you insist on asking. The repeated derision ignited Gu Jin's anger, and though she longed to retort, reason prevailed, and she held her tongue. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she asked, Then may I inquire about the price of Shoutai pills? At that moment, Kai had completely lost his patience. Dismissively waving her away, What are you selling? Scram. What business do you have here, little brat? Don't disturb our trade. Gu Jin, feeling utterly disheartened and unceremoniously cast aside, stood outside the apothecary, gazing at the sign that read, Tongji Hall. What a splendid name it bore. Li Renyong, seething with indignation, had been on the verge of confronting the shopkeeper, but seeing Gu Jin, who was so much younger yet remained composed despite her grievances, his fury inexplicably dissipated. Where to now? Li Renyong grumbled. Gu Jin replied, Back to the market. Although he was baffled by her erratic movements, he recalled his father's advice, while out and about. He must heed Gu Jin's guidance. Thus, under her direction, he bartered a small piece of wild boar meat for the right to set up a stall. He then arranged their wares meticulously before calling out, Lottery giveaway. Lottery giveaway. First prize, a piece of cured wild boar meat. Second prize, half a dried rabbit. Third prize, half a bowl of walnuts. Fourth prize, a handful of dried bamboo shoots. Fifth prize, a bundle of wild vegetables. Don't miss out. For just 1 copper coin, you might take home a generous portion of prime wild boar meat. We guarantee everyone will win a prize. Hearing the assurance of guaranteed winnings, a crowd began to gather. Will everyone truly win? A woman inquired with curiosity. Gu Jin, quick-witted, replied, Auntie, I guarantee you will win a prize. If not, I shall refund your coin. The woman's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Li Renyong, meticulous in his preparations, arranged the dried meats, wild vegetables, bamboo shoots, walnuts, and bird eggs with great care. Many onlookers observed the setup, calculating the odds. A copper coin for a chance at even a handful of dried vegetables seemed a worthwhile gamble. But what if luck favored them? That pound of cured wild boar meat held considerable value. Even if they missed the first prize, securing the second would still be a boon. A copper coin for half a rabbit, where else could one find such a deal? I'll participate. A woman exclaimed, tossing a coin into the basket. How do we draw? Gu Jin quickly produced the sticks she had prepared beforehand, placing them inside a cloth bag so that the numbers inscribed upon them remained concealed. Auntie, please reach inside the bag and draw a stick at random. I will reveal the number to determine if you have won a prize. The woman felt a rush of excitement as she extended her hand and retrieved a small stick. First prize. First prize. First prize. She chanted fervently in her mind. Gu Jin, too, was filled with anticipation. She leaned in to take a closer look, her face beaming with joy. Congratulations to this auntie for winning the third prize. With that, Gu Jin scooped half a bowl of walnuts from the cloth bag. The woman's delight was palpable. Mountain walnuts were indeed precious commodities. Rarely would one splurge on them, save for the new year when a few would be purchased for the children, and even then, it depended on fortune. I want to draw again. The woman's eyes sparkled with hope, convinced that luck was on her side and that she would certainly win a substantial piece of wild boar meat. At that moment, those standing behind her grew restless. Everyone had drawn once, and it was time to let others have a turn. The woman, however, was unyielding, standing her ground. No, I must win the first prize today. As the tension mounted and a quarrel seemed imminent, Gu Jin hastily intervened. Uncles and aunts, please don't rush. I assure you, everyone will get a chance to draw. Each person is limited to 10 draws. After that, regardless of whether you win or lose, no further draws will be allowed. Li Riyong chimed in loudly, yes. A maximum of 10 draws. Upon hearing the limit of 10 draws, the woman felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but was soon pressed by the crowd. Reluctantly, she relinquished her position, fearing the wrath of the others. Here, I still have 9 draws left. The woman cheerfully produced 9 copper coins from her pouch and tossed them into the basket. Yet, it seemed her luck had dwindled. 9 consecutive draws yielded only consolation prizes. Frustration and anger brewed within her, akin to being scratched by a cat. At that moment, she could only console herself with the thought that she hadn't lost entirely. Having drawn some wild greens worth a penny, unwilling to concede, she stood aside as another elder stepped forward. He tossed 10 copper coins and drew 10 times. When the last stick emerged with a number, the crowd erupted in excitement. Second prize. I've won. Gu Jin, equally delighted, promptly handed over a half-dried wild rabbit resting on the oilcloth. Congratulations. The elder, grinning from ear to ear, nodded repeatedly, indeed, indeed. Witnessing a genuine second prize winner, those who had hesitated began clamoring to participate in the drawing. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the number of sticks in the basket dwindled, as did the wild greens spread on the oilcloth. The walnuts had all been drawn, leaving only the last piece of wild boar meat and half a rabbit untouched. At that juncture, doubts began to surface. Is it possible that you didn't even place the first prize in there? With so many participants, how could no one win? Others echoed in agreement, suspecting foul play. Li Riyong, noticing the discontent brewing among the non-winners, grew anxious. Yet Gu Jin remained composed. I assure you, there's no trickery involved. If you don't believe me, let someone come up to draw again. If all the sticks are drawn and the grand prize hasn't appeared, I will return all the money I've collected. Upon hearing this, a defiant youth stepped forward. Let me give it a try. If you're cheating, you'll regret it. Dressed in simple attire yet exuding an air of distinction, he seemed to be a young master disguised from a noble family. Gu Jin showed no signs of intimidation, handing the basket over. Go ahead. Pei Yan scoffed, plunging his hand into the basket and stirring the few remaining sticks with abandon, creating a clattering noise. Once he had his fill of theatrics, he finally drew a handful. You can only draw 10. Gu Jin reminded him. Pei Yan pointed at several individuals. They and him are all my people. I'll draw for them, including himself. He intended to draw 40 times. Gu Jin was more than happy to let him deplete the remaining sticks. Yet, with each draw, he only retrieved consolation prizes, growing increasingly irritable. In a fit of frustration, he hurled the sticks onto the oilcloth. This is clearly a scam. You want to even admit it. I've drawn 40 times and all I get are the lowest prizes. Who are you trying to fool? Gu Jin, struck by a stick that bounced off her face, didn't react with anger, but instead kindly gathered up the scattered sticks. Uncle, don't fret. You haven't even seen all the prizes yet. How do you know you want to win? Pei Yan, taken aback by her address, retorted in disbelief. Who are you calling uncle? Gu Jin feigned innocence. You, of course. After a moment of mock distress, she continued. Did I call you incorrectly? Should I refer to you as? Pei Yan found her absurdity amusing. You think I'm that old? Gu Jin replied earnestly. I also felt was inappropriate, which is why I called you. Pei Yan was momentarily speechless, realizing that he had been sidetracked. Just as he prepared to make a scene, Gu Jin suddenly brandished a stick, exclaiming, Uncle, you've won. It's the grand prize. Little uncle, quickly, give the wild boar meat to uncle. Li Riyong hurriedly handed over the wild boar meat. Congratulations, congratulations. Pei Yan stood there in shock, realizing that it was indeed possible to win the grand prize. Yet, he couldn't care less for the wild boar meat. He simply relished the game. They and him are also my people. I'll draw 30 more times. Gu Jin, ever the considerate one, cautioned, Uncle, the first prize has already been drawn. Any further attempts will result in a loss. But there's still the second prize, isn't there? Pei Yan dismissed her warning. Gu Jin replied, very well, go ahead and draw. Pei Yan eagerly plunged his hand back into the basket. 10 draws, 20 draws, 30 draws. Once again, only consolation prizes emerged. Pei Yan's face flushed with anger as he fished out a handful of copper coins from his pouch and tossed them into the basket. Let us see where this so-called second prize is. Gu Jin feigned shock, her hand trembling as she accidentally spilled the remaining sticks onto the ground. In truth, There were hardly 10 left, and he had overpaid. Pei Yan directed his followers, "You, go search and see if there's a second prize." A young boy promptly squatted down, inspecting each stick carefully. When he turned over the fourth stick, his eyes lit up. "Master, we've found one." The pent-up frustration within Pei Yan dissipated instantly. He knew his luck was on the rise this year, and with a little luck, he could win both the grand and second prizes. Gu Jin, standing nearby, complimented, "Uncle is absolutely right. This year, you shall surely achieve great success, have your wishes fulfilled. Excel in your studies, and rise steadily." Pei Yan glanced at the girl, intrigued. "Did you devise this drawing method?" Gu Jin chuckled. "Not at all. It was my grandfather's idea." Pei Yan, indifferent to whether her words were truthful or not, pondered the drawing process, his mind racing with possibilities. His own troubles seemed to have found a resolution. As the legitimate heir of the Pei family, he had been searching for clever ideas to please his elder's birthday approaching in a few days. Naturally, he was unwilling to be outdone. Thus, he had disguised himself to attend the market. Having resolved a significant matter, Pei Yan felt elated. He gestured grandly, pulling a silver coin from his pouch and tossing it into the basket. "This is a reward for you." "Thank you, uncle." Gu Jin expressed her gratitude profusely. "What uncle? I'm merely 15. Pei Yan found her address irritating, waving his hand dismissively as he departed the market with his entourage. Once the young master had left, Gu Jin and Li Renyong began to tidy up their belongings. "It's over, it's all over. The drawing has concluded for today." Just then, someone approached and asked, "Will you be back tomorrow?" Gu Jin shook her head. "We want to be returning." The man lamented, "I see. I was planning to come back and have some fun tomorrow." After he spoke, he shook his head and departed. Gu Jin and Li Renyong, burdened with a basket of copper coins, made their way to the apothecary across from Tongji Hall. As they entered, Li Renyong stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, causing the copper coins in the basket to jingle. Hearing the commotion, Fan Wen hurriedly emerged from behind the counter to greet them. "Young sir, young lady. Are you here to see a doctor or to procure medicine?" Gu Jin replied in a clear voice. "Do you have Shoutai pills in your shop?" Fan Wen responded, "Of course we do. How many would you like?" Gu Jin was taken aback. Medicines sold by the pill were invariably exorbitant, such as the revered Ong Nyo Huang pill. Gathering her courage, Gu Jin inquired, "How much would approximately 70 pills cost?" Fan Wen calculated on his abacus. That would be 4 taels and 5 cash. Gu Jin fell silent. Having just exchanged goods for over 700 copper coins, along with a silver coin gifted by the god of wealth, she barely had over 800 cash, still insufficient. "And how much does 1 tael of a jiao cost?" she asked. Fan Wen patiently explained, "The quality of a jiao varies. It depends on which kind you wish to use. 1 tael of top-grade jiao costs 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of superior jiao is 8 cash. 1 tael of medium-grade jiao is 6 cash. The lowest grade is the cheapest, requiring 400 cash for 1 tael." Gu Jin calculated and realized she could only afford the lowest grade. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, she asked, "Is the low-grade jiao effective?" Fan Wen assured her it is indeed effective, albeit not as potent as the top grade. "Then I shall purchase 1 tael of low-grade jiao. May I borrow your mortar and pestle for a moment?" Gu Jin asked. Although Fan Wen was initially reluctant, he nodded, touched by the child's sincerity. Gu Jin had never rolled pills herself, but she had observed her classmates doing so and felt it was akin to rolling tangyuan, simple enough. After purchasing the jiao, she retrieved several other medicinal ingredients gifted by Dr. Zhao from the basket and placed them into the mortar. Li Renyong began grinding the herbs. What seemed straightforward proved quite laborious. The mortar was exceedingly heavy, though Li Renyong's strong legs from walking aided him in the task. After about a quarter of an hour, all the herbs were finally ground into a fine powder. Gu Jin carefully packed them into a cloth bag, preparing to return home to mix them with honey to form pills. Upon exiting, they noticed the shopkeeper across the street peering out. His expression darkened upon seeing them. Gu Jin chose to ignore him. She had too much pride to engage in business with someone who would scorn her. Once they left, Kai Chongfu could no longer contain himself and approached the rival shop. Learning that Gu Jin and her companion had purchased 2 taels of superior jiao filled him with resentment and bitterness. Who would have thought that the impoverished girl could actually afford a jiao? He had underestimated her. When Kai Chongfu returned to his own shop, his apprentice, puzzled, asked, "Shopkeeper, didn't those 2 children buy low-grade jiao?" Fan Wen laughed heartily. "Indeed, they did. That was my intention all along. I relish witnessing Kai Chongfu's regret, especially since he always looks down from his lofty perch. Gu Jin herself was taken aback by how smoothly everything had gone, and even more so that she still had money left after purchasing the medicine. "Uncle, let us buy some grains and oils," she suggested. Hearing this, Li Renyong was elated. "All right, let's purchase plenty." The geographical position of Linjiang City was excellent. To the east lay vast plains with a river flowing through, nourishing the fertile land, making it the granary of the state of Zhou. In all of Zhou, only their provincial city had the cheapest grain. Gu Jin could hardly believe her ears when she learned that fine grain cost 5 cash per pound and coarse grain merely 2. Li Renyong stood in stunned silence. Buy. If not for the burden, Gu Jin would have liked to purchase 100 pounds of coarse grain to take home. Having won 855 cash in the lottery and spent 400 on a jiao, she had 455 cash remaining. Gu Jin bought 20 pounds of fine grain, 40 pounds of coarse grain, 5 pounds of vegetable oil, 3 pounds of salt, and 2 pounds of sugar. The fine grain cost 100 cash, the coarse grain 80, the vegetable oil 45, the salt 30, and the sugar 30. With 170 cash remaining, Gu Jin decided to keep it for emergencies. With 70 pounds of goods, Gu Jin carried 15 pounds, while Li Renyong shouldered 55. The two found Sun Liang at the market and left Linjiang City together. Unbeknownst to Sun Liang, Gu Jin and Li Renyong had set up a stall at the market. After selling firewood, he departed, seeking to inquire about wild boar meat at various taverns, ultimately selling it to the one offering the highest price. When he returned, Gu Jin had already finished her tasks and was busy preparing medicine in the shop. Sun Liang waited and waited. Had he not feared being discovered by the guards while exiting the city, he would have returned home much earlier. Upon seeing Gu Jin and Li Renyong approach, Sun Liang couldn't help but complain. "Had I known you were so playful, I wouldn't have brought you into the city." Gu Jin sweetly replied, "I apologize, Grandpa. We were in the wrong. It's just that the city was so bustling, my uncle and I lost our way and took quite some time. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face," and with Gu Jin's pleasant demeanor, Sun Liang had no choice but to relent. Moreover, the wild boar meat had earned him 70 cash. "All right, let us go." Sun Liang was eager to return home, completely oblivious to the changes in Gu Jin and Li Renyong's baskets. Once they exited the city, Sun Liang waved goodbye and hurried homeward, while Gu Jin and her uncle quickened their pace. "Uncle, did you feel like someone was following us while we were in the city?" Gu Jin whispered after walking for a while. During the lottery, she had sensed someone watching them, but with so many people around, she hadn't paid it much mind. Later, after leaving the apothecary, she pretended to look back and caught sight of a man who appeared flustered. At that moment, Gu Jin realized that she and her uncle had attracted unwanted attention. However, when they reunited with the old man, the prickling sensation of being watched dissipated. Li Renyong, oblivious to these subtleties, was entirely unaware of any odd occurrences. Yet, since Gu Jin felt there was indeed something amiss, he decided, "Let us hasten our pace. We must not let him catch up." Gu Jin glanced back. Behind them lay a stretch of fields, with farmers toiling and a few people walking along the ridges. It was uncertain whether any of them were spies. "Let us move quickly," Gu Jin urged, feeling a twinge of worry. Having walked nearly 2 months, they had developed a swift pace, even while carrying loads. As they appeared on the verge of vanishing from sight, Wu Jiang grew anxious. He had drawn consolation prizes at the market, but had not won anything substantial, which left him dissatisfied. Thus, he lingered among the crowd, initially curious to see if anyone would win the grand prize. However, as he observed the growing pile of coins in their basket, he was seized by a desire. Following them, he watched as the girl spent her money, feeling a pang of regret. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Grains and oils were also purchased with money, and they carried a bag of expensive medicinal herbs. Wu Jiang quickened his steps to pursue them. The sun gradually sank, painting the sky with hues of red. After briskly walking for over half an hour, Gu Jin began to feel fatigued. However, she dared not stop to rest. The enemy was concealed, and if they were to strike suddenly, she would be caught unawares. At present, the only recourse is to rely on stamina to distance themselves. It is hoped that they can shake him off. Gu Jin gritted her teeth and kept pace with Li Renyong. After approximately a quarter of an hour of walking, While Gu Jin and her companions persevered, Wu Jiang had already grown numb. As dusk approached, he realized that if they did not return soon, the city gates would close, leaving him to spend the night outdoors. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and should he find himself lodging there for the night, he could encounter untold dangers. Wu Jiang halted, acknowledging that he could no longer keep up, and promptly turned back. Haste makes waste. It is of no consequence. Today, they had earned a substantial sum through the lottery, and they would surely return. Unbeknownst to Gu Jin and Li Renyong, they had successfully eluded their pursuer. They did not dare to relax, and as the last sliver of sunlight was consumed by darkness, they made their way back to the cave. Driven by the threat of danger, their return journey was significantly expedited. Li Dehai awaited anxiously at the cave entrance, fretting over the absence of Xiao Jin and his younger son. Were they not returning today? Chapter 22, The Longevity Pill. Li Taohua also stood nearby, gazing into the distance. Just as they were hoping, footsteps echoed from not far away. Li Dehai, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "They must be back." No sooner had he spoken than Gu Jin and Li Renyong appeared, each bearing a large basket on their backs. Li Dehai rushed to greet them, while Li Taohua, prepared to step forward, suddenly recalled Gu Jin's instructions and instead leaned against the cave wall, peering out. Hearing the commotion, Li Zhangyi, Li Mu, and Gu Xiu rushed out as well. "Finally, they have returned. I have been in a state of anxiety all day, fearing the worst." Li Mu murmured a prayer, her face finally breaking into a smile. Truly, a blessing from the Bodhisattva. As Li Dehai took the basket from Gu Jin, he instantly sensed something was amiss with its weight. Once everyone was inside the cave, Li Renyong eagerly displayed the supplies from the basket. "Sister, this is the medicine that Jiner collected for you. It is precious. After you take it, your little nephew will surely be born safely. Father, did you see? We exchanged wild vegetables for this much grain, oil, sugar, and salt, enough to sustain our family for quite some time." Staring at the mountain of supplies, Li Dehai could scarcely believe his eyes. "Is this truly the result of trading wild vegetables?" Li Renyong nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Oh, and we still have quite a bit of money left." Jiner, quickly show grandfather the money. "Mother, let me tell you, the city of Linjiang is bustling with activity. With all manner of goods for sale, it is incredibly lively. These coarse grains are remarkably inexpensive and of good quality." While it was Gu Jin's idea, Li Renyong brimmed with pride, akin to a rooster that had just learned to crow, chattering incessantly. Coupled with Li Renyong's booming voice, it seemed as if the cave itself trembled with excitement. Li Zhengyi, filled with envy, mused that in all his years, he had never set foot in a grand city. He discreetly leaned toward his elder niece, whispering, "Jiner, could you take me with you next time you go to the city?" Gazing at the hopeful young face, Gu Jin felt a pang in her heart. In her eyes, Linjiang was hardly a bustling metropolis, yet to them, it was a realm beyond reach. "Certainly, uncle," Gu Jin replied, biting her lip. As everyone surrounded Li Renyong, bombarding him with questions, it was only when Li Dehai waved his hand, instructing them to stow the grain deep in the cave, that their excitement finally subsided. "Tonight, we shall feast on pancakes. Wife, for Taohua's portion, use fine flour and add plenty of sugar, let her replenish her strength. Additionally, we shall stew a pot of rabbit meat. Jiner and the others have worked tirelessly today, and must have meat to regain their strength," Li Dehai commanded. Although they had been fleeing from disaster, thanks to Li Dehai's foresight and Gu Jin's abilities, the family had not suffered from hunger. Nevertheless, they had never dared to feast to their heart's content. Today was a joyous occasion, and Li Dehai resolved to ensure that the children enjoyed a hearty meal. Li Mu worked swiftly, preparing the dough for pancakes, and soon the cave was filled with the tantalizing aroma of food. After more than a month of wandering, the family finally felt as if better days were beckoning them. The rabbit meat was simmered to tenderness over the fire, the pancakes were fragrant and chewy, and the wild vegetables, cooked in vegetable oil for an extended period, made for a delightful filling. The family savored every morsel, and the last remnants of rabbit broth were wiped clean by Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong using their pancakes. "This is truly living," Li Zhangyi declared, patting his belly, a look of bliss upon his face. Li Renyong nodded in agreement. Gu Xiu waved her tiny fist, proclaiming, "From now on, I want to eat meat every day." Li Dehai, Li Mu, and Li Taohua erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Eating meat every day is a privilege only the landlord's family can afford. After the meal, Gu Jin prepared to concoct the medicinal pills. She had inquired thoroughly with Dr. Zhao and was well-versed in the basic procedures. Upon learning that honey was required for the pills, Li Mu quickly retrieved a jar from the pile of supplies. Inside was wild honey gathered from the depths of the mountains. With the honey in hand, Gu Jin began her calculations. 4 taels of ingredients, 1 tael each of donkey hide gelatin, cuscuta, Chinese teasel root, and mulberry mistletoe, which requires an equal amount of honey. However, without a scale, I can only rely on my instincts. What if I add too much honey? There is no excess medicinal powder, Gu Jin fretted in dismay. Jiner, what troubles you? Li Mu inquired curiously upon noticing her stillness. After Gu Jin voiced her concerns, Li Mu chuckled. What's the worry? My hands can serve as a scale. Just tell me how much to add. Though Gu Jin remained skeptical, she felt at a loss for a better method and decided to proceed. The weight of the medicinal powder should match that of the honey, Gu Jin stated. Li Mu nodded, weighing the ingredients in her hands before pouring honey into the pot. Gu Jin was extremely tense, yet to her surprise, the pills turned out perfectly. They were of just the right consistency, glistening brilliantly on the outside. Overjoyed, she handed the pills to Li Taohua, saying, "Mother, eat." Li Taohua was deeply moved, clutching the medicine and embracing Gu Jin tightly. My daughter is truly remarkable, my little cotton-padded jacket. How thoughtful of you. Gu Xiao, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Mother, I want some too. I am also your little cotton-padded jacket, and when I grow up, I will take care of you. Li Taohua, already on the verge of tears, could no longer hold back and pulled Gu Xiao into her embrace, weeping openly. As she cried, she berated Gu Chongqing for being irresponsible, taking his own life at such a young age and leaving them to endure hardships. She scolded her in-laws for lacking compassion, casting them out the moment their husband passed away. She lamented the gossip from the villagers of Shangyang who spoke ill of her, accusing her of bringing misfortune to her family. The more she cried, the louder her voice became. Li Mu, witnessing this, felt compelled to intervene. But Gu Jin quickly shook her head to stop her. Dr. Zhao had mentioned that although Li Taohua appeared cheerful each day, she was actually harboring pent-up emotions. Allowing her to cry would be beneficial for releasing that tension. Li Mu could not offer any words of comfort, watching her daughter become increasingly distressed, tears streaming down her face. Li Dehai tapped his pipe gently and murmured, Taohua is suffering in silence. It's good for her to let it out. Don't be so anxious. Li Mu understood well enough. It was not that she could help it. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong wore somber expressions, their hearts filled with contempt for the Gu family elders. With no one to counsel her, Li Taohua wept freely until she fell into a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, she suddenly realized that the heavy stone that had been pressing upon her chest seemed to have vanished. An unprecedented sense of ease enveloped her body as Li Taohua stretched lazily, suddenly feeling invigorated. Mother, you're awake, Gu Xiao exclaimed, rushing over with a skip in her step. Upon noticing the concerned gaze of her youngest daughter, Li Taohua felt a pang of shyness. Blushing, she bent down to tuck Gu Xiao's hair behind her ear. Yes, Mother is awake. Did you sleep well last night, Xiao Xiao? Gu Xiao pouted. Not really. I was worried you'd cry again. Li Taohua chuckled awkwardly. Mother will not cry anymore. Gu Xiao's eyes brightened. Really? Li Taohua affirmed softly. Truly. This household is becoming better, and the past should remain in the past. One must always look forward. Seeing Li Taohua's relaxed demeanor from a distance, Gu Jin finally felt at ease. Mother, how did you feel after taking that medicine yesterday? Gu Jin called out loudly. Chapter 23, Earning Money. Li Taohua paused, suddenly flustered. She worried that her emotional turmoil from the previous night might have affected the child. Hastily, she made her way towards the nearby woods. After a while, she returned with a beaming expression. Jiner, it seems that I did not bleed today. Upon hearing this, Gu Jin felt a wave of relief wash over her. With 4 taels of medicinal herbs and 4 taels of honey, they managed to roll 65 pills. Taking 3 a day, it would last them for over 20 days. In the state of Zhou, there are distinctions between cultivated and wild medicinal herbs. Regardless of the type, they must adhere to natural growth. Herbs grown without chemical fertilizers or growth stimulants yield exceptional results. Thus, 1 pill was sufficient to stop the bleeding. However, they could not afford to be complacent. Li Taohua was in a weakened state, and Dr. Zhou advised that she should continue taking the Shoutai pills until the time of delivery. Therefore, in the upcoming days, they needed to devise a means to earn money. Gu Jin pondered deeply. At that moment, Li Dehai was engaging his young son in conversation. Upon discovering that so many wild vegetables were exchanged through a lottery system, he suddenly understood. Of course, who would spend money on wild vegetables in spring? A diligent family could gather a large basket in half a day. It turns out they were hoping to get a bargain. This method seemed promising. If they employed it several more times, could they not amass a fortune? Excitedly, Li Dehai approached Gu Jin to share his suggestion. Gu Jin shook her head. I fear that this method may not be feasible. We caused quite a stir at the market yesterday. The authorities will surely intervene. At that point, our identity as refugees will inevitably be exposed. Moreover, those hoping to acquire wild boar meat for a mere penny inherently possess a gambler's mindset. In truth, my actions yesterday were akin to a form of gambling, albeit not overtly so. After all, foraging for wild vegetables requires time and effort. While spending a penny on a handful of wild greens may not be a bargain, it certainly isn't a loss. However, if I were to set up a stall selling wild greens directly, it would be unviable. At that juncture, Li Zhangyi curiously inquired, Jiner, what if someone drew the grand prize right from the start? Gu Jin smiled mysteriously. Before the consolation prizes are all drawn, the grand prize cannot be claimed. For the stick denoting the grand prize is hidden in my sleeve, and so is the second prize. In truth, I am in control of all the prizes. Li Riyong exclaimed, no wonder that woman drew walnuts on her first try, it was you manipulating them. Jiner, how astute you are. Gu Jin blinked. That's why one must study. It is through reading that I have acquired such knowledge. Unbeknownst to Gu Jin, her clever tactics had not escaped Pei Yan's notice during the lottery. Thus, he feigned an irritable and spoiled demeanor to probe further. Upon grasping the intricacies, Pei Yan immediately contemplated how to sell the surplus goods in the warehouse. He couldn't help but marvel at the genius behind this method. The image of the girl's cunning eyes flashed through his mind, and he suddenly harbored doubts about her assertions. Ainin, send someone to investigate where those two siblings from the lottery stall at Tianji Market ended up, Pei Yan instructed. The servant standing by quickly nodded in response, understood. Young master. Oblivious to being under scrutiny, Gu Jin continued to poke at the earth with a stick. If the lottery could not proceed, they would have to think of alternative means to generate income. Just then, Li Zhangyi approached her and crouched down. Jiner, what are you pondering? Having spent the entire day shadowing his niece, Li Zhangyi was anxious that she might venture into the city without him. Gu Jin turned back and suddenly asked, Uncle, if someone were to offer you a martial arts manual that promised unparalleled skills, would you learn it? Li Zhangyi's eyes sparkled at the thought, of course. Why wouldn't I? If I were skilled, I could protect our family. Gu Jin replied, but what if that martial arts manual required payment? Li Zhangyi paused before responding. That would depend on the price. If it were within my means, I might consider purchasing it. If it were too expensive, even if it promised supreme martial prowess, I would refrain. Upon hearing her uncle's response, Gu Jin felt hopeful. Uncle, tomorrow, we shall enter the city. Li Zhangyi, thrilled at the prospect of going to the city, flushed with excitement. Very well, let us set out early tomorrow. Li Riyong also wished to enter the city, but upon seeing his brother's eager expression, he held back his desires. Although they were on the outskirts of the deep mountains, for safety's sake, it was wise to leave a young man at home. Additionally, there were plenty of chores to be done, chopping wood, fetching water, foraging for wild vegetables, collecting bird eggs, and setting traps, all demanding physical labor. If everyone left, relying solely on Li Dehai would be quite exhausting. The next day, before dawn, Gu Jin and Li Zhangyi departed from the cave. Li Renyong and Li Dehai also rose to see them off, returning only after escorting them to the fork in the road. As the sun climbed higher, Gu Jin and Li Zhangyi finally reached Lingjiang City. Sun Liang, who entered the city daily to sell firewood, was soon spotted by the two. This time, Gu Jin directly offered him money to escort her and her uncle into the city. Sun Liang hesitated only briefly before agreeing. The gatekeepers were the same two soldiers as before. Upon seeing Sun Liang, Gu Jin, and Li Zhangyi, they displayed expressions of disdain as they pulled out their registers to record their names. Surname, address, what is the head of your village's name? What brings you to the city? Sun Liang grinned widely. Greetings, officers. My name is Sun Liang, this is Sun Huahua, and he is Sun Deong. We reside in Suanjia village, and the head of our village is Sun Lin. We wish to purchase some goods in the city. Since Sun Liang frequently entered the city with firewood, the gatekeepers recognized him, and they had encountered the little girl just days prior. Without suspicion, they closed the register. 3-1. Sun Liang hurriedly produced 3 copper coins from his pouch and placed them on the table. Thank you, officers. Wishing you prosperity. Though the soldiers received no extra reward, hearing a kind word uplifted their spirits. They waved their hands, go on, go on. Gu Jin and Li Zhengyi exchanged delighted glances, their hearts brimming with joy. They had successfully blended in. As they walked, Gu Jin inquired further. Upon learning that the southern part of the city was home to the affluent, she and her uncle left Sun Liang to venture forth. The streets were lined with vendors selling various snacks, rice cakes, candied hawthorn, and sweet beans, everything imaginable. Li Zhengyi's eyes were filled with awe as he gazed at every corner of Lingjiang City, captivated by its charm. He contemplated staying. Gu Jin tugged at him, saying, Uncle, stop looking. Once I earn some money, I will treat you to a lavish meal. Li Zhengyi chuckled with a simple-minded grin. That would be delightful. However, Gu Jin was preoccupied with her own concerns, leaving no time for leisurely wandering. Noticing her swift pace, Li Zhengyi reined in his curiosity and kept in step with her. Upon reaching the southern part of the city, Gu Jin crouched at a street corner, resting her chin on her hands as she began to observe the passers-by. Chapter 24. The Wealthy District. In stark contrast to the marketplace, those traversing this street were either affluent or noble. They adorned themselves in exquisite silks and satins, crowned with various golden headpieces, and some even wore shoes embellished with pearls, exuding an air of opulence. Li Zhengyi was utterly dumbfounded. In all his years, he had never seen such beautiful garments and footwear. Jiner, how can there be such a disparity between people? He mused. Gu Jin found herself at a loss for words. Even in her time, the chasm between the rich and the poor was staggering. Some wealthy ladies could spend on a single handbag what would sustain an entire family for a month. Do you think the impoverished are lazy? Far from it. They toil harder than anyone. Yet, the meager earnings they scrape together are barely enough to survive. Wealth and poverty, perhaps it is all a matter of fate, fortune, and destiny. Gu Jin clasped her hands within her sleeves, observing the bustling traffic of horse-drawn carriages. Time slipped by unnoticed until she finally spotted a target, a boy who appeared to be a year or two older than herself. Uncle, you wait here. Don't wander off until I return, understood? Gu Jin instructed in a hushed tone. Li Zhengyi nodded earnestly, rest assured, I know what to do. As they spoke, the boy began to drift away, prompting Gu Jin to hastily pursue him, calling, young master, young master. Pei Qing turned around to see a girl rushing towards him. She was clad in tattered clothes, her worn cloth shoes barely intact, and perhaps due to inadequate sustenance, her cheeks were sunken. If not for her delicate features and neatly arranged hair, Pei Qing might have mistaken her for a beggar. Gu Jin perceived a hint of pity in his expression and couldn't help but reflect that, in the eyes of the firewood seller, she was fortunate to have meat to eat. Her clothes, though ragged, fit her well, and despite her thinness, she was full of energy, far better off than many impoverished families. Yet, to the wealthy youth, she appeared no different from a beggar. Such disparate circumstances yield vastly different perceptions. Were she to truly resemble a refugee, the guards at the city gate would not have permitted her entry so easily. After all, this was the typical appearance of the destitute. Before Gu Jin could close the distance, a servant standing beside Pei Qing blocked her path. Who are you calling young master? Stay back, he sneered, ignoring the servant. Gu Jin enthusiastically waved at Pei Qing, young master, do you wish to become a master yourself? I possess a secret manual, if you learn it. You can roam the martial world with pride. Pei Qing chuckled lightly. The servant added scornfully, you little yellow-haired girl, trying to swindle your way into the Pei residence? Scram. Or I'll have you sent to the authorities. Gu Jin retorted defiantly, if you don't believe me, let us have a match. If I win, it proves I'm not lying. Pei Qing, uninterested, dismissed her. He had no desire to engage in play with a girl who appeared quite mad. Mo Jian. Give her a few coins. He regarded her with a hint of pity, considering her a fellow unfortunate soul. Although Mo Jian was initially reluctant, he had no choice but to comply with his master's command. He retrieved a small pouch and begrudgingly handed her 2 coins, saying curtly, here, buy yourself a bun. Gu Jin declined, asserting, I am not a beggar, I have money. If you refuse my manual, so be it. With that, she turned to leave. Gu Jin had anticipated such a rejection regarding her offer of the manual, so she felt no sorrow. However, she was taken aback when, after just a few steps, she was stopped by a chubby boy younger than her. "Wait, was what you just said true?" Chu Jiuzhang asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. He admired the girl's audacity to approach Pei Qing, who, though only a year older, was far more experienced and temperamental, leaving Chu Jiuzhang hesitant to engage with him. Upon seeing the boy's intrigued gaze, Gu Jin felt a surge of hope. She patted her chest confidently. "It is indeed true. How about we have a spar?" Chu Jiuzhang eagerly rolled up his sleeves, preparing to fight. However, his maid, Shuang Yue, quickly restrained him. "Young master, your esteemed self cannot play with someone of such low status. Remember, you are to meet masterly for a game of chess. If you delay, you will be late." Frustrated, Chu Jiuzhang retorted, "Leave me be. I want to spar with her. If you keep nagging, I'll send you to the madam and you'll regret it." Upon hearing this, Shuang Yue immediately released her hold. The Chu matriarch was overly protective of her son, and should he complain, the consequences would be dire. With the hindrance removed, Chu Jiuzhang took a combat stance, exclaiming, "Come on, let me see your secret manual." Gu Jin chuckled at the sight of the chubby boy's earnest posture. Not bad, not bad. Since he seems knowledgeable. Defeating him will surely help sell my manual today." Determined to achieve a swift victory for maximum impact, Gu Jin lunged forward like a leopard. Seizing the boy's right sleeve with her left hand and gripping his collar with her right, forcefully pulling downwards to the left. Caught off guard, Chu Jiuzhang soon realized his sleeve and collar were firmly in her grasp. He roared in indignation, attempting to break free. Gu Jin seized the opportunity, swiftly using her right foot to kick the outside of his left ankle while simultaneously yanking upwards with her right hand and thrusting with her left, toppling the chubby boy to the ground. Chu Jiuzhang began to cry, not from pain, but from embarrassment. Gu Jin felt a twinge of guilt. Despite her youthful body of 8 years, her soul was 28, and it seemed rather unkind to bully a child. Shuang Yue was stunned and terrified. Her young master had trained extensively with various weapons, and among his peers, he was unbeaten. How could this ragged girl defeat him with a single move? Shuang Yue shrieked as she helped Chu Jiuzhang to his feet, urgency lacing her voice. "Young master, are you all right?" Chu Jiuzhang, flustered, brushed her away. "Mind your own business." Blushing, he shouted at Gu Jin, "Come again." What could Gu Jin do? She suppressed her feelings of embarrassment and continued to spar with the young boy. Once, twice, thrice. After toppling him for the 4th time, Gu Jin felt a bit fatigued. Chu Jiuzhang was also growing weary. Other than the initial bout that had brought him to tears, he had not cried again. In fact, the more they fought, the brighter his eyes shone. The techniques she employed were unlike anything he had ever seen before indeed. They must have been learned from her secret manual. Chu Jiuzhang accepted the handkerchief offered by the maid, wiping his face and hands clean. "Pray tell, how much do you ask for the manual?" Gu Jin scrutinized the attire of the child and the maid once more, deciding to make a bold demand. She recalled that in her youth, Yuan had paid a staggering 12 taels of gold to study Wing Chun under Chen Huashan. Thus, the adage of wealth in martial prowess, poverty in literature, has echoed through the ages. Firstly, the tuition for apprenticeship is exorbitant. Secondly, martial arts require relentless training and immense physical exertion, which in turn necessitates substantial nourishment. Without adequate sustenance as a foundation, one simply cannot endure the rigors of training. Consequently, Gu Jin had consumed anything that would satiate her hunger since childhood. A full belly is essential for honing one's skills. After contemplating a figure in her mind, she slowly articulated, "This manual is the most precious technique of our Dongshu sect. Had it not been for my master's dire circumstances requiring immediate funds, we would never part with it." Gu Jin intended to further embellish the significance of the manual, yet Chu Jiuzhang, growing impatient, interjected, "I possess wealth. Spare me the superfluous words. Name your price." 300 taels of silver, Gu Jin replied through gritted teeth. In the realm of commerce, haggling is customary. If he deemed it too steep, he could negotiate. To her astonishment, Chu Jiuzhang readily acquiesced. "Shuang Yue, prepare the silver notes." Chu Jiuzhang had 3 masters, each demanding a hefty fee of 500 taels. Additionally, he was obligated to provide them with 3 taels monthly for sustenance, not to mention various gifts for festivals and birthdays, which typically amounted to around 10 taels on such occasions. Spending such a fortune and yet being unable to best a mere maid left him disillusioned with his masters. They, too, felt wronged. They genuinely wished to impart their knowledge diligently. However, the Lady Chu was overly protective of her son, and at the slightest misstep, she would raise a ruckus, leading the masters to fear her wrath. Thus, the earnest efforts of Chu Jiuzhang in training resulted in little more than superficial skills. Shuangyue found the price quite reasonable. Being a child of the Chu family, she was acutely aware of the substantial costs associated with martial training. Although the girl before them appeared somewhat disheveled, her skills were undeniably authentic. 300 taels for a manual was indeed a bargain. However, just as Shuangyue prepared to retrieve the silver notes, Gu Jin halted her. Wait. I do not have the manual with me. Shall we reconvene here in 10 days for a hand-to-hand exchange of cash and goods? Chu Jiuzhang grew anxious. Why 10 days? Gu Jin replied, such a crucial technique cannot be flaunted about openly. I must return to my sect to retrieve it. After a moment's reflection, Chu Jiuzhang conceded, very well, yet to ensure your return, Shuangyue, give her a deposit of 10 taels. 10 taels weighed a pound, a burden few would carry. Typically, they possessed silver notes, some loose coins, and a few copper coins. Gu Jin accepted the silver note and instinctively inquired, are you not afraid I might abscond with it? Chu Jiuzhang laughed heartily, a mere 10 taels? If you were to flee, it would merely reflect my poor judgment in discerning character. This small sum is a worthy price for such enlightenment. With that, he ambled away, his demeanor brisk and devoid of hesitation. Gu Jin couldn't help but click her tongue. Compared to children of her own era, these ones were remarkably precocious. No wonder many were wed and bearing children by their teenage years. Cautiously, she tucked away the silver note and returned to Li Zhangyi's side. Uncle, it's done! Gu Jin exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Li Zhangyi looked bewildered. What's done? I sold the martial manual I acquired from a beggar for a total of 300 taels. A beggar? Though still perplexed by the unfolding events, he latched onto the figure of 300 taels. 300 taels of silver? His disbelief was palpable, and he repeated the phrase incredulously, overcome with exhilaration. His voice inadvertently rose in pitch. Gu Jin quickly covered his mouth. Uncle, no more questions. I shall explain later. Li Zhangyi, realizing his outburst, nodded repeatedly. As they departed from the affluent district, Gu Jin led Li Zhangyi to a study. With a fortune in hand, she felt the scrutinizing gazes of passers-by, prompting a sense of wariness. Li Zhangyi's heart raced, his ears buzzing. 300 taels of silver represented an unimaginable wealth. 1 tael equated to 1,000 coins, and a pound of fine grain cost only 10 coins. How much grain could 300 taels procure? He could not fathom the sum. Yet he understood that with such wealth, they would never face starvation again. After Gu Jin purchased paper, ink, and brushes, she returned to the cave with her uncle, who remained in a daze, as if caught in a dream. Gu Jin's mind was equally chaotic. Although the state of Zhou revered martial prowess, she had not anticipated that someone would truly part with 300 taels for a manual. When she initially quoted the price, she had expected negotiation. She would have been satisfied with anything above 100 taels. Clutching the silver note, she suddenly realized that the technique she practiced was indeed a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Li Dehan and Li Taohua grew anxious upon encountering the two wandering spirits. What has transpired? Have they encountered some misfortune? Li Dehan inquired urgently. His booming voice inadvertently roused Gu Jin from her reverie. With a foolish grin, she proclaimed, Grandfather, we have struck it rich. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Dehan was nearly in a frenzy. Rich? What do you mean? You haven't resorted to robbery, have you? Upon hearing the word robbery, Li Zhangyi snapped back to reality. Who is attempting a robbery? I'll take care of them. Li Dehan slapped his foolish son on the shoulder. Who would you harm? The pain brought Li Zhangyi back to his senses, and he turned to his family, exclaiming, Father, Mother, Big Sister, we are finally wealthy. Jiner sold something today for 300 taels. At the mention of 300 taels, all fell silent in shock. Surely, I did not hear correctly? Jiner, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Li Taohua murmured. Li Mu stood frozen, as if in a trance. Li Dehan, still skeptical, pressed, Jiner, is what your uncle claims true? Gu Jin nodded. Indeed. However, I have yet to deliver the manual. For now, I only possess the 10-tael deposit. Pausing for a moment, she added with pride, I promised to bring you all a better life, and I have fulfilled that promise. Gu Jin was genuinely overjoyed. Since her rebirth, She had diligently practiced the 8 extremes fist solely for self-defense, never anticipating it could yield financial gain. Truly, possessing a skill ensures one does not succumb to hunger. Li Dahan was the first to regain his composure, albeit with a puzzled expression. "Jiner, where did you acquire this manual?" Gu Jin replied. "I exchanged it for a large cake. When I was about 3 years old, my father took me to the town, and we encountered a beggar. Feeling pity, I offered him a large cake, and in return, he gifted me this manual, proclaiming my exceptional physique and rare talent for martial arts. He insisted on giving it to me. Otherwise, how would I have learned any skills?" This was something her mother was aware of, though Li Taohua, burdened with numerous children and farm work, had long forgotten the incident. Nonetheless, it was true that Jiner had been throwing punches and kicks since she was 3 years old. Li Taohua had always thought she was merely playing around, never taking it to heart. Little did she expect to encounter a genuine stroke of fortune. She nodded repeatedly, recalling the events. "Yes, I remember now, it indeed happened that way." Li Dahai was filled with emotion. Jiner is truly fortunate to exchange a mere pancake for a martial arts manual. However, he reminisced about a time when he saved someone, and in gratitude, that individual imparted some martial arts skills to him. It appears that the heavens still favor the Li family. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong were exceedingly envious. Such a wonderful opportunity, why had it not come their way? Gu Jin, relieved to have navigated the situation, now needed to prepare for the silent practice of the martial arts manual. The 8 extremes fist typically begins with the 8 extreme stance. It is simple, easy to practice, and exceptionally suitable for real combat, forming the foundation of the 8 extremes fist. There are approximately 27 stances, each an independent technique. Though the techniques differ, their practice varies. Yet every technique intertwines with the others, exhibiting intricate transformations. Chapter 26, The Chu Manner. Gu Jin had no intention of imparting the 8 extremes fist in its entirety. Firstly, time was of the essence, and secondly, the foundational skills could be practiced independently, while the advanced techniques required guidance from a master. To ensure Gu Jin could focus on her silent practice, Li Dahai and his wife walked quietly, fearful of disturbing her. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong observed closely. They were aware that their niece had been practicing martial arts, but they had assumed she was merely mimicking others for amusement. They were astonished to discover that she was indeed capable. Li Taohua was nurturing her pregnancy. Whenever she sat, her gaze remained fixed on Gu Jin, growing fonder with each passing moment, filled with delight. Time swiftly flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the 10-day appointment arrived. To avoid any mishap, Gu Jin decided to bring Li Zhangyi along. After spending a considerable sum to enter the city, Gu Jin headed straight to the affluent district. Upon reaching the alley, she spotted the chubby boy eagerly awaiting their arrival. "Why did you take so long?" "I was becoming quite impatient," Chu Jiozhang grumbled. Gu Jin offered an apologetic smile. "The journey was long, but we arrived as swiftly as we could." As she spoke, she handed over the martial arts manual. After flipping through it, Chu Jiozhang questioned, "Why does this appear freshly written? Are you trying to deceive me? We of the Dongxiu place great emphasis on integrity. How could we engage in deception?" "If you doubt it, you may try the methods outlined within," Gu Jin replied calmly. To ensure she could elucidate each move and technique clearly, she had exerted considerable effort. Chu Jiozhang was intrigued. "Very well, come to my house. I have a training ground. Once I practice, I shall determine its efficacy." Gu Jin nodded in agreement. Exiting the alley, Chu Jiozhang led Gu Jin into a carriage. Li Zhangyi looked around curiously, brimming with intrigue. However, he recalled his father's advice: when out in public, it is best to speak less and observe more, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. Thus, even though Li Zhangyi felt like conversing with Gu Jin, he held his tongue. Chu Jiozhang continued to peruse the manual. Each technique was accompanied by illustrations of practitioners, with annotations highlighting key points. The illustrations were clear, and the writing thorough. He extended his hand to try a few moves, feeling quite satisfied. The only thing that puzzled him was the paper's freshness and the ink's newness. Noticing the chubby boy's lingering suspicion, Gu Jin hurriedly explained, "I transcribed this. My master initially refused to give it to me." Upon hearing this, Chu Jiozhang tucked the paper into his clothing, curious. How can someone so young possess such a wealth of vocabulary and even be able to draw? "I have been gifted since childhood with a prodigious memory for reading and an aptitude for drawing. As for martial arts, perhaps it is due to my talent. I learn quickly," Gu Jin boasted. In reality, her martial arts training spanned 30 years, across both her past and present lives. Drawing and practicing calligraphy were skills she had been compelled to pursue by her grandfather during her childhood, which she had set aside in high school due to time constraints. These skills, once deemed trivial, had unexpectedly become valuable tools for her current endeavors. Timing, destiny, and fortune all played a role. Chu Jiuzhang found Gu Jin's audacious claims amusing. How old are you this year? What is your name? How will I find you in the future? Gu Jin, now a refugee, was supposed to head to Lanzhou to beg for food, and thus could not reveal her true identity. She casually deflected, "My name is Jing, and I am 8 years old. This is my junior brother, Bajiquan. We are disciples of Donghua and reside in the deep mountains." Chu Jiuzhang stifled a laugh. Bajiquan? What a lovely name. Gu Jin, wary of further inquiries, quickly interjected, "And you? What is your name and how old are you?" Her question was met with discontent from Shuang Yue, who admonished, "Miss Bai, although you are young, you should not so boldly inquire about a boy's age or surname. It is quite shameless." Gu Jin was perplexed. "Why is it shameless? Did your young master not just ask me the same?" Shuang Yue was momentarily speechless. Chu Jiuzhang, displeased, turned to her with a stern expression. "Shuang Yue, the young lady is speaking. Why do you interrupt? Such a lack of decorum could lead me to send you back to the second courtyard." Shuang Yue wanted to retort, but was silenced by Chu Jiuzhang's stern demeanor, her face showing a mix of grievance and tears. Gu Jin offered no words of consolation. Although Shuang Yue was a maid, having grown up in a wealthy household, she possessed an innate sense of superiority over the impoverished. This superiority was laced with arrogance and prejudice, as she sought to belittle Gu Jin. Gu Jin had already shown considerable restraint by not humiliating her. Impossible. Gu Jin turned to gaze out of the window. Shuang Yue sobbed softly, while Li Zhangyi felt awkward and uncomfortable, sensing the tension. However, seeing that Gu Jin was unbothered, he too remained silent. Chu Jiuzhang, exasperated, admonished, "If you continue to cry, I shall have you disembark." Shuang Yue was taken aback. Although the young master had scolded her before, he had never done so with such severity. She stopped crying, glaring at Gu Jin. Gu Jin merely scoffed. Shuang Yue, though young, displayed her ability to bully the weak and fear the strong to perfection. After chastising his servant, Chu Jiuzhang finally turned his attention back to Gu Jin. "Miss Bai, my lack of discipline has allowed you to witness such a spectacle." The chubby boy, with the face of a child, spoke with surprising maturity. Gu Jin found it quite disconcerting. She chuckled awkwardly. "It's quite all right." She certainly won't dare to do so again. Chu Jiuzhang nodded. "I am Chu Jiuzhang, courtesy name Kongan. You may call me Jiuzhang." Gu Jin, unfamiliar with the people of Linjiang City, was unaware of the significance of the Chu family. She lightly tapped her chin, remaining composed. She found it curious that, according to the history she had studied in her previous life, men typically received their courtesy names only upon reaching adulthood, yet here was a young boy already possessing one, indicating that this world had its differences. Chu Jiuzhang glanced at Gu Jin and Li Zhangyi, then recalled her master was from the depths of the forest, chuckling to himself. If one were to name the most affluent family in Linjiang City, it would either be the Pei family or the Chu family. Moreover, in recent years, the Chu family had subtly begun to eclipse the Pei family. The Chu family's reputation extended beyond Linjiang City, renowned throughout the state of Zhou. As the carriage entered the Chu estate, it sped directly to the training ground. Upon the young master's return, a flurry of servants hurried to serve tea, fetch water, and arrange chairs. Gu Jin and Li Zhangyi exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. Indeed, this was a wealthy household, with numerous maids and servants bustling about. At that moment, a man dressed in short, practical attire approached, sword in hand. "Kongan, why are you back so early today?" Jin Baoxing greeted. Chu Jiuzhang bowed respectfully, greeting, "Master." After returning the gesture, he elaborated, "On my journey, I encountered a remarkable individual who imparted a unique martial technique to me, so I hastened back to test it." He gestured towards Gu Jin and Li Zhangyi, adding, "She is the disciple of that master." "He is too." Jin Baoxing, upon hearing this, remained non-committal. With Lady Chu present, he doubted that Chu Jiuzhang would be able to cultivate anything of merit. "Very well, practice as you will. I have a game of chess arranged and shall not accompany you," he concluded. Chu Jiuzhang, eager for his departure, promptly replied, "Since master has matters to attend to, please do not let me detain you." He watched Jean Bashing leave, then commanded the maidservants to return to the courtyard. Once they were alone, he retrieved the martial technique Gu Jin had given him. As he studied the illustrations, elbow strikes, lateral thrusts, defensive stances, and descending strikes, he found himself increasingly invigorated by the practice. Chapter 27. The Mule. With Gu Jin by his side, she intermittently offered guidance, correcting his movements. After completing a set of 8 extreme stances, Chu Jiuzhang exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling a profound sense of relaxation. Miss Bai, this technique is remarkable. It is easy to grasp and excels in practical application. Such an impressive martial art, how have I not heard of it before? He inquired with curiosity. Gu Jin chuckled. The realm of martial arts is vast, as boundless as the sea. There are countless techniques of which you remain unaware. Chu Jiuzhang felt a surge of admiration, replying, "You are right, Miss Bai. My experience is indeed limited." He resumed his practice, assuming the stance once more. Gu Jin, aware of Chu Jiuzhang's intentions, recognized that he aimed to familiarize himself with the form while she was present. To facilitate his understanding of the 8 extremes, she descended to demonstrate personally. Incorporating leg techniques, strikes, sweeps, hooks, and thrusts, Gu Jin moved with the grace of a startled dragon, her strikes accompanied by a rhythmic chant. The energy emanating from her movements produced a sound akin to crackling explosions as her fists sliced through the air. Chu Jiuzhang watched, entranced, applauding enthusiastically. Li Zhongyi observed intently, realizing his niece was not only intelligent but possessed formidable martial prowess. With her presence, the Li family had little to fear regarding prosperity. With one eager to learn and the other willing to instruct, Chu Jiuzhang progressed rapidly. "Miss Bai, please join us for lunch at our home today. We can further exchange insights this afternoon," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow, extending a sincere invitation. Gu Jin politely declined, noting the intricate social dynamics within the grand estate, preferring to maintain a respectful distance. Chu Jiuzhang, reluctant to part ways, asked, "Where shall I find you in the future?" At that moment, a hint of childlike vulnerability crossed his face. Gu Jin feigned an air of mystery, responding, "Fate will bring us together again." Amused by the sight of the younger girl adopting a mature demeanor, he laughed heartily. "Indeed, fate will reunite us." In the courtyard, he instructed a maid to procure silver notes. This time, the maid dared not display any displeasure, obediently retrieving several notes from her pouch. Gu Jin accepted them with gratitude. Before departing, she insisted that Chu Jiuzhang diligently enhance his physical conditioning. Daily stances, strength training, and agility drills were essential. Chu Jiuzhang nodded eagerly, promising he would not be negligent. After escorting her to the entrance, he turned back. Gu Jin, having adopted a formal demeanor, now felt fatigued. Once outside the grand gates, she stretched her neck and limbs. Despite his seemingly clumsy appearance, the chubby boy possessed a keen intellect, and one could not afford to underestimate him. Throughout the encounter, Li Zhongyi remained silent, not uttering a word. Only after leaving the bustling street did he exhale a long sigh of relief. "I nearly suffocated," Gu Jin teased, "Uncle. You truly are adept at restraining yourself." Li Zhongyi glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before cautiously asking, "Jiner, your punches were truly impressive. Once we reach Lanzhou, would you be willing to teach me?" Gu Jin, with a generous wave of her hand, replied, "Of course. If you and your younger uncle are willing to learn, I shall gladly teach." With that, she set off cheerfully towards the livestock market. Having acquired funds, she was determined to indulge in purchasing. Gu Jin had already decided to acquire 3 mules for transportation and carrying supplies. Mules, the offspring of donkeys and horses, while lacking reproductive capabilities, boast remarkable vitality and resilience against illness. They possess sturdy limbs, endurance, and a gentle temperament, providing a smooth ride. Most importantly, mules are significantly more affordable than horses. Initially, she considered purchasing a mule cart, but ultimately decided against it, realizing that with the cart given by Yuan Yi, she could easily attach it to the mule, effectively creating a cart. The money saved could be allocated elsewhere. Next on her list were oilcloths and umbrellas, essential commodities for rainy days, followed by provisions such as grains, oil, and meat. With the mules to carry the goods, she could afford to purchase more. As Gu Jin calculated the various items she wished to procure, joy filled her heart. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyi had been anything but tranquil during this period, brimming with energy as if invigorated by a potent tonic. "Jiner, I have heard from my father that when purchasing livestock, One must consult a dealer to avoid acquiring unhealthy animals. Gu Jin paused, taken aback by this insight. Li Zhengyi, seizing the rare opportunity to impart his knowledge, explained with care. The dealer, also known as Ayoloriashan, can assess the age and health of the animals based on their teeth, hooves, and gait. If a buyer expresses interest, the dealer will negotiate between the parties, ensuring a fair transaction. Finding this process quite intricate, Gu Jin entrusted Li Zhengyi with the responsibility of purchasing the mules. Given this important task, Li Zhengyi felt a twinge of nervousness. However, being 16, he quickly shed his initial apprehension after engaging in conversation. The dealers did not dismiss him due to his youth. Instead, they treated him with great enthusiasm, recognizing that most buyers of livestock were rural folk, often dressed modestly. "Young Masterly, how many mules are you looking to purchase?" one dealer inquired. Li Zhengyi gestured, 3. The dealer's eyes lit up with excitement. This was a significant transaction. With a beaming smile, he assured, "Rest assured, young Masterly, I will ensure you find satisfactory livestock." Li Zhengyi clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "I appreciate your assistance, sir." Throughout the process, Gu Jin remained a silent observer. She was struck by her uncle's meticulousness, his respectful yet confident demeanor. With the dealer's expertise, Gu Jin spent 30 taels of silver to acquire 3 mules, with the dealer collecting 600 coins as a commission. However, it was unclear how much the dealer would receive from the seller. Li Zhengyi explained, "The dealer charges a fee based on the transaction. The seller pays a higher commission, while the buyer incurs a lesser cost. By this calculation, the seller would pay a substantial fee, amounting to 900 coins. Gu Jin was taken aback. 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 coins. In such a short time, the dealer earned a tael and a half of silver. No wonder he was so enthusiastic. Verbal eloquence, it seemed, was indeed a valuable skill. The two of them led their mules to the apothecary first. With their newfound wealth, Gu Jin purchased 2 months' worth of prenatal pills and various nourishing herbs such as angelica, red dates, and yam. After exiting the apothecary, she also acquired oilcloths, umbrellas, grains, oil, salt, and cured meats. The 4 pieces of oilcloth cost 300 coins each, totaling 1 tael and 2. A single umbrella costs 60 coins, and purchasing 7 umbrellas totals 420 copper coins, ensuring that each person receives 1. If it rains along the way, there will be no fear of being drenched. In truth, a farmer's household requires merely a set of rain gear or a single umbrella. Their decision to acquire so many stems from their constant need to travel. Initially, she considered buying a raincoat, but the combination of a coat and a hat would take up too much space, leading her to opt for umbrellas instead. Additionally, fine grains cost 10 won per pound, with 100 pounds amounting to a tael of silver. Cured pork at 50 pounds costs 20 won per pound, totaling a tael of silver. Eggs are priced at 2 won each, and she purchased 100, spending 200 won. Brown sugar is sold at 100 won per pound, resulting in a total expenditure of 100 won. She acquired 20 pounds of soybean oil at 30 won per pound, which cost her 600 won. The high cost of soybean oil exceeding that of pork was unexpected for Gu Jin. Yet, despite the expense, consumption is a necessity. Without oil to nourish the stomach, one is prone to constipation. Ultimately, Gu Jin arrived at the blacksmith's shop to purchase 4 daggers. Under the monopoly of salt and iron, ordinary farming tools are exorbitantly priced, let alone weapons for self-defense. Moreover, such controlled implements are seldom forged by blacksmiths. After inquiring at several establishments, she finally located the shop, likely due to the proprietor's intricate connections with the authorities. The price of a single dagger was 3 taels and 3, with the total for 4 exceeding 13 taels. The cost of the daggers caused Gu Jin a pang of regret. Li Zhengyi, who had previously been reluctant to spend, now wore a face of exhilaration at the prospect of acquiring the daggers. "Jiner, these are excellent. With these, we shall no longer fear robbery," he exclaimed. Gu Jin harbored thoughts of purchasing bows and arrows, but as neither she nor her family possessed the skill, she ultimately dismissed the idea. Observing the abundant supplies behind them, Li Zhengyi expressed concern. "Jiner, will displaying our wealth on the road invite robbery?" Gu Jin replied with a sigh, "There is little we can do. We are still quite far from Lan City. After much effort in finding a place to resupply, we must purchase more." She paused, then reassured him, "Do not worry, uncle. I am but a child. If someone were to attempt a robbery, they would surely overlook me, and then I could turn the tables. Chapter 28. A Robbery. A mule can bear over 300 pounds of cargo. With over 200 pounds of supplies, Gu Jin procured 2 large bamboo baskets for the mule to carry. She and Li Zhengyi each rode a mule, bidding farewell to Sun Liang as they departed from Linjiang City. Upon exiting the city gates, the sun was already low in the sky. Nevertheless, the mules moved faster than humans. With their burdens, they could cover 30 miles in half an hour if they maintained a steady pace. Gu Jin and Li Zhengyi, riding mules for the first time, felt an apprehension of falling, gripping the reins tightly with nervousness. After about 15 minutes, they began to acclimate. Li Zhengyi was filled with excitement. "Jiner, this mule rides splendidly. It is not tiring at all." Gu Jin nodded in agreement, marveling at the convenience of their mode of transport. A journey that would typically take over 2 hours was significantly shortened. As they traversed a rural path, preparing to return to the forest, the once cheerful mules suddenly came to a halt. Li Zhengyi grew anxious. "What is wrong with the mule? Is it ill?" Gu Jin also felt a twinge of doubt, but soon sensed something was amiss. The mules were restless, indicating an imminent danger ahead. Gu Jin hushed Li Zhengyi and gestured toward the front. He instantly understood. "Is someone lying in wait?" he mouthed. Gu Jin nodded, signaling for him to dismount and proceed cautiously. They dismounted and tied the mules to a tree. Li Zhengyi concealed a dagger in his sleeve and strode forward, each step heavy and resonant. Gu Jin crouched low and slipped into the nearby thicket. Wu Jiang and Wu He had grown impatient while lying in wait, since witnessing a large and a small figure enter the Chu residence that morning. They had eagerly concealed themselves in anticipation. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, their frustration mounted. "Is your information reliable? Are they not returning tonight?" Wu He complained. Wu Jiang, uncertain, replied, "They should be back. Where else would they stay? The Chu family would not accommodate them." Wu He mused, strange indeed. Those two look like they hail from a destitute family. How could they possibly be connected to the Chu family? Wu Jiang dismissed the notion. Perhaps they are relatives sold to the Chu family as servants, visiting for a reunion. Wu He pondered this, muttering, "I wonder how much this impoverished relative will benefit from their stay at the Chu residence." Wu Jiang reassured him, "Rest assured. Even if they do not return with much silver, capturing them for sale will still be profitable." Just then, they heard heavy footsteps approaching. Wu Jiang peered out and signaled with his hand. "It's him," Wu He exclaimed with delight, brandishing a kitchen knife as he lunged forward. At 16, Li Zhengyi had yet to fully mature, appearing almost frail at first glance, leading Wu He to believe he could easily overpower him. Unbeknownst to him, Li Zhengyi had trained in martial arts under Li Dahai since childhood, mastering 3 lethal moves. As the bandit charged with his knife raised, Li Zhengyi fought to remain calm and composed. Wu Jiang also emerged brandishing a sickle, yet he failed to notice the little girl. Such a pity. That girl is quite attractive. If sold, she would fetch a high price. At that moment, Gu Jin suddenly burst forth from the forest. "Are you looking for me?" Wu Jiang was startled. Upon closer inspection, he realized, well, this girl has come right to us. It seems the god of wealth has smiled upon me in my time of need. He brandished his sickle menacingly. "Behave, and I shall spare your life, otherwise. Beware my blade." Recognizing the man before her as a vicious criminal, Gu Jin felt no need for further words. She leaped forward like a cannonball, landing with a swift kick aimed at his midsection. Wu Jiang, a mere street thug, had never encountered such skill. Taken by surprise, he was knocked to the ground. In disbelief, he shouted, "You want to die?" Gu Jin coldly laughed, drawing her dagger from her waist, the blade gleaming ominously in the fading sunlight as she charged towards him. Wu Jiang's heart sank in terror. She has a knife. She actually has a knife. Panic-stricken, he scrambled to his feet, attempting to flee, but Gu Jin would not allow it. She bent her knee and delivered a kick to the back of his leg, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, Gu Jin plunged her dagger into the side of his neck. A sudden chill enveloped him, a sharp pain piercing through to his mind. It was over. After having robbed many, he now faced the disgrace of being killed by an 8-year-old girl. With a cold demeanor, Gu Jin withdrew the dagger, wiping the blood on his clothing before returning the blade to its sheath at her waist. The battle was concluded, and Li Zhengyi had also dealt with his assailant. This marked the second life Li Zhengyi had taken. Compared to the first time he was compelled to defend himself, this time, as he took the initiative to strike. Li Zhengyi felt a twinge of anxiety within. Gu Jin offered words of solace. "Uncle, you are truly formidable. These two must have robbed countless individuals. Those who fell victim to their thievery lost their wealth, unable to procure sustenance, and it is certain that many have perished. You are enacting justice on behalf of the heavens. The chivalrous figures that my grandfather spoke of would undoubtedly engage in such deeds." Li Zhengyi softly inquired, "So, am I acting as a chivalrous hero?" Gu Jin nodded emphatically. "Indeed, you are embodying the spirit of chivalry." While she appeared to be providing psychological support to Li Zhengyi, she was also enlightening herself. In the face of danger, if one does not fight with utmost resolve, only one's own demise awaits. Once the decision to act has been made, one must not exhibit weakness. Regaining his composure, Li Zhengyi hastily dragged the two bodies into the thicket. "Jiner." They were so impoverished, they had nothing on them, only these two sickles, Li Renyong remarked with dissatisfaction after patting them down. Gu Jin suggested, "Then let us find a pit and bury them." Such impulsive robbers are typically mere ruffians from the city. Once they acquire wealth, they squander it on revelry, leaving little behind. Only those who specialize in ambushing and committing heinous acts will amass significant riches. By the time they finish their tasks, the last rays of the setting sun had vanished entirely. Gu Jin and Li Zhengyi dared not linger any longer and hurriedly mounted their mules to return. Throughout their journey, conversation was scant. Gu Jin pondered deeply, suspecting that their previous day's lottery winnings had attracted unwanted attention. Recalling the urgency of being followed that day, she could not help but lament the thief's patience and endurance. The timing and location of the ambush had been exceptionally cunning. Had she and her uncle been less capable, they would surely have fallen victim. It was unexpected that such a multitude of criminals could exist even within a grand city. It seemed that in the future, they must exercise greater caution when venturing out. As Gu Jin and Li Zhengyi focused intently on their journey, Chu Jiuzhang had already instructed his aides to prepare all necessary equipment for training. Lady Chu, not understanding the purpose, assumed it to be some form of amusement and insisted on taking part. To her, as long as it did not involve sparring with others, lifting weights, or running, it was acceptable. Without delving into Chu Jiuzhang officially embarking on his martial arts journey, Gu Jin and Li Zhengyi returned to the cave amidst the enveloping darkness. Meanwhile, the informant dispatched by Pei Yan had also returned to the Pei family estate. Chapter 29, Departure. Upon hearing that the family resided deep within the mountains, Pei Yan was initially surprised but soon dismissed the matter. At that moment, Gu Jin and her companions were still en route. To illuminate their path, the two fashioned torches from pine branches. Li Mu and the others were fast asleep. Li Dehai, having a light slumber, quickly roused at the sound of movement. The vigilant Li Renyong, unable to discern the approaching figures, gripped a kitchen knife and anxiously called out, "Who goes there?" Li Zhengyi laughed heartily. "It's your brother. Brother, Jiner." "Is that you?" Li Renyong exclaimed in astonishment. Li Zhengyi, brimming with excitement, retorted, "You dolt, can't you see we're leading mules?" As Li Renyong stepped forward, the firelight revealed 3 large mules trailing behind. Heavens! Where did these mules come from? Did you sell the technique? Did the buyer truly pay 300 taels? Li Renyong bombarded him with questions. Li Zhengyi, chest puffed with pride, replied, "Of course, Jiner is remarkable." Li Dehai, older and more composed than Li Renyong, felt a surge of excitement within. 3 mules. In Li family village, that would constitute a wealthy household. One would need to gaze upwards while walking, for no one would dare speak disrespectfully, and they would need to pay their respects to the master. "Jiner, did you buy all these mules?" Li Mu asked in disbelief. Gu Jin tilted her head, feigning innocence. "Yes, indeed. From now on, both you and mother can ride the mules, no longer needing to walk." Li Mu was deeply moved. "How wonderful. I never imagined that in my old age, I would enjoy the blessings of my granddaughter." Li Taohua and Gu Xiu were fast asleep, undisturbed by Gu Jin and the others' return. Gu Xiu, being a child, naturally slept soundly after a day of play, the kind of sleep that even thunder could not disturb. Li Taohua, having consumed the longevity pills, gradually regained her vitality. And with her parents and younger brother by her side, she had been sleeping exceedingly well these past few days, often slumbering until dawn. Thus, when she awoke the following day to discover 3 mules and a small mountain of surprises, she was utterly astonished. She embraced Gu Jin and showered her with kisses. "Jiner, You are truly capable. When we reach Lanzhou, let those from the Gu family see just how formidable my daughter is. When the Gu family witnessed their abundance of resources and livestock, they would surely regret having expelled them. Li Taohua remained unaware that the Gu family, once comprising over 20 members, now counted only 9. The Gu family had settled in Shangyang village as outsiders. In years past, Gu Jin had learned carpentry under his master and traveled extensively. Having witnessed the splendor of the outside world, he grew disdainful of his original home. Each time he returned, he would carry an air of arrogance, looking down upon his kin. Unable to tolerate his demeanor, the family decided to separate from him. In a fit of anger, Gu Jin relocated with his wife and children to Shangyang village, spending a small fortune to establish their residence. Over the years, they had welcomed 5 children, the eldest being a daughter who was already married. The second child was Gu Dong, followed by Gu Nan, and then Gu Shi. Logically, the 5th should have been named Gu Bei, but upon his birth, he was so frail that he resembled a kitten. Fearing he would not survive, Gu Jin took the liberty of naming him Gu Changxing. Ultimately, the child grew up strong and healthy, while Gu Jin, unable to cope with life's burdens, tragically ended his own. What a pity for such a promising name. After marrying, Gu Dong had 3 children, while Gu Nan had 3 as well. Gu Shi, whose wife bore the most children, had 5. Together with Gu Changxing's family of 5, they often required 2 tables for meals. Following the famine, Li Taohua led Gu Jin and her siblings along a drought-stricken path. The Gu family still had some savings, and after exiting the disaster area in Jianzhou, they sought a dock and traveled by water. However, as fate would have it, disaster struck. The Gu family spent a considerable sum boarding a ship, only for it to capsize. 19 individuals, both adults and children, were reduced to 11 survivors. Upon reaching the shore, they encountered bandits, resulting in 2 more deaths. Gu Jin, with a heavy heart, suddenly thought of his whimsical 7th granddaughter. He wondered what had become of his youngest son and his family. Gu Mu, having endured so many separations and losses, seemed to have lost her spirit entirely. Each morning, she would rise and check to see if her loved ones were still alive. Suddenly, she recalled Li Taohua. The path of escape had been so arduous that the child in her womb surely could not have survived. Had she known, she would have withheld every grain of food, allowing her eldest grandson to have an extra mouthful. Gu Jin was oblivious to Gu Mu's malicious thoughts. She felt her face flush from Li Taohua's affectionate kisses. Logically, she had already been 28 when she died in her previous life, older than Li Taohua. Having to call her mother while bearing the face of a child was already quite the challenge. Now, being hugged and kissed so fervently, she felt utterly mortified. Li Mu, witnessing the scene, could only chuckle. Taohua, you are a mother of 4, yet you still behave like a child. Li Taohua pouted. Mother is right. I wish to be more composed, but whenever I see Xiao and Jiner, I just want to shower them with affection. I cannot help myself. Motherly smiled and scolded. All right, stop clinging to Jiner. Go and converse with that mule, get acquainted with it, so when it comes time to ride, you won't be thrown off. Mother's advice is indeed wise. I shall go at once, Li Taohua replied, brushing off her skirt and finally releasing Gu Jin. Upon hearing the sound of Li Taohua's footsteps recede, Gu Jin stealthily opened one eye. At 24, Li Taohua was truly still quite young. It was the first time Gu Jin had witnessed such childishness. Usually, she had only seen Li Taohua in heated arguments with others. Initially intending to linger in bed a little longer, Gu Jin eventually rose. After the family had breakfast, Li Taohua suggested they continue their journey to Lanzhou. Father, mother, my health has improved, and if we leave early, we can reach Lanzhou sooner. By then, I could also give birth in Lanzhou and observe the month-long confinement. Li Dehai looked uncertain. Is your health truly restored? You won't have any relapses? Li Taohua assured him no. I have been observing myself for several days without any issues. Plus, I have been consistently taking my medicine and won't be walking. I'll be riding the big mule. Unable to make a decision, Li Dehai turned to Gu Jin. Jiner, what do you think? Gu Jin scrutinized Li Taohua and noticed her rosy complexion and radiant spirit, indicating she was indeed in good health for traveling. Once the itinerary was confirmed, everyone busied themselves. Clothes, bedding, grains, oil, rice, and the dried vegetables collected recently were all sorted and organized. They were covered with oiled cloth, packed into baskets, and placed onto the cart provided by Yuan Yi, carried by the largest mule. Some miscellaneous items and a few water bags were distributed among Li Dehai, Li Zhongyi, and Li Riyong to carry on their backs. Each person took an umbrella to avoid rummaging through the baskets in case of rain. The longevity pills were wrapped in oiled cloth by Li Taohua and carefully placed in her bosom, making it convenient to take one out when needed. Gu Xiu carried a pouch filled with brown sugar, ready to snack on when hunger struck. 7 people, 3 mules, and a cart departed from Linjiang City after several days, once again embarking on the arduous path of fleeing starvation. However, this time, they were well stocked with provisions, and each harbored a sense of hope for the future. Jiner. When we reach Lanzhou, will you seek out your grandfather and grandmother? Chapter 30, Lizhou. Seek them out? How could that be? Gu Jin replied sharply. After Gu Chongqing's death, there were numerous rumors in the village. The Gu family not only failed to offer support, but even took the opportunity to kick them out. Under the guise of division, they had essentially expelled the 3 of them from the Gu family. The rations provided were mixed with bran, making them harsh on the throat. How do you repay kindness with enmity? Gu Jin believed she was no saint, incapable of such noble deeds. I certainly will not seek them out. Li Renyong echoed her sentiment. Exactly, why should we seek them out? Brother, why do you suddenly ask such questions? Li Zhongyi scratched his head. Once we enter Chongqing, we disaster victims will be gathered and assigned by the authorities, and we are bound to encounter the Gu family. Regardless, Jiner is still their granddaughter. If there were no money involved, it would be one thing, but now that Jiner possesses such wealth, the Gu family will surely come looking for her. Upon hearing this, Li Renyong immediately grew anxious. Indeed, Jiner is now a wealthy individual. How could the shallow-eyed Gu family possibly let go of such a substantial prize? Gu Jin waved her hand dismissively, feigning indifference. We are still over 1,000 miles from Chongqing. We can worry about it when we get there. In truth, she had been troubled by this matter for several days. In the state of Zhou, filial piety was paramount. Although their family had been separated, they were still the descendants of the Gu family. If a confrontation arose, the wealth they had might not be safeguarded. Clearly, she needed to devise a plan. Gu Jin pondered as she walked. Upon reaching Lanzhou, she contemplated placing her family under her maternal grandfather's household registration. However, this presented a dilemma. Li Taohua was a widow and had not been cast off. Nominally, she was still a member of the Gu family. If the responsible officials acted justly, merging into the Li household would be an arduous task. In such a case, would shedding a few tears evoke sympathy? Or perhaps some silver would be necessary. After a month of traversing mountains and valleys, the family finally arrived at Lanzhou. The journey had been relatively safe. They had encountered a couple of bands of robbers who attempted to seize their wealth but were repelled by the Li family. Gu Jin, adhering to the tradition of reciprocity, would collect spoils after repelling the attackers, thereby acquiring both silver and weapons. This left Li Zhongyi and Li Renyong rather hoping for more bandit encounters. To this, Li Dehai chastised them. You haven't yet met real bandits. Such petty skirmishes with small groups are merely the shallowest of fish. If we were to encounter the horse bandits, a few well-aimed arrows could cost us our lives. Jiner, what should our next course of action be? Li Dehai asked, gazing at the towering mountains ahead, his face etched with worry. If they ventured directly into the mountains, they would undoubtedly encounter dangerous beasts. Even if they were fortunate enough to avoid wild animals, they would surely run into formidable bandit groups. Should they attract their attention, not only would they lose the 3 mules, but their lives could also be at stake. If they chose to circumvent the mountains, it would extend their journey by over 2 months, a duration that Li Taohua likely could not withstand. Voicing his concerns, Li Dehai felt as though his hair might turn white from worry. Gu Jin, with a glint of cunning in her eye, responded, why must we choose between 2 options? Is there truly no third path available? Li Dehai looked puzzled. A third path? What do you mean? Gu Jin pointed to a city on the other side. We can pass through there. Li Dehai was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. The court has expressly forbidden disaster victims from entering cities or disturbing the populace. If we go in, won't we be captured? Gu Jin replied, that's why we must devise a plan. She paused before adding, have faith, grandfather. We managed to blend into Linjiang City without issue, did we not? Yes. As long as we gather information from the surrounding villagers, no one will investigate us. Li Zhongyi and Li Renyong chimed in unison. If they could penetrate directly into Lanzhou, they would reach Chongqing in just 3 more days. Perhaps they could even arrive before Qinsong. After some deliberation, Li Dehai ultimately acquiesced to Gu Jin's suggestion. Once they reached Chongqing, they would still be subject to the authorities' arrangements, uncertain how long that would delay them. Taohua's condition could not be further postponed. So it's decided. While it's still early, I will go with Zhang Yi to gather some news. Zhang Yi, Renyong, find a shady spot and take good care of your sister, mother, and Xiao. Don't wander off. Wait for our return. As he spoke, Li Dehai took out 2 of their best garments from the basket for Gu Jin to wear. People rely on their attire, just as horses depend on their saddles. Dress well, and success will follow. For gathering intelligence, Li Dehai and Gu Jin were the most suitable pair. With his well-defined features and expressive eyes, clad in a slightly worn long shirt, Li Dehai exuded a heroic aura. Since departing from Linjiang City, their meals had included meat daily, restoring their previous deficiencies. The villagers would not mistake him for a refugee. Furthermore, during his residence in Li family village, Li Dehai would traverse the streets and alleys selling small goods whenever there was no work in the fields, frequently journeying to the county town, excelling in his interactions with others. With Li Dehai at the forefront and Gu Jin acting as his astute advisor, the duo was poised for success. The grandfather and grandson each rode a mule, ambling toward a neighboring village. Along the way, when encountering farmers carrying burdens, Li Dehai would greet them warmly. Before long, he had become quite familiar with the villagers. Meanwhile, Gu Jin discreetly gathered information. Upon learning that tax collection in Wang village was proving troublesome, he leaned closer to Li Dehai and whispered for some time. Li Dehai nodded repeatedly. After finalizing their plans, Li Dehai enlisted the help of a villager to guide them, and, under his direction, they arrived at the home of the village chief. The village chief, Wang Gue, was currently preoccupied with assisting the court in tax collection. This year, for reasons unknown, the tax burden was particularly heavy. He was running himself ragged, unable to collect taxes from many households. When he heard that merchants from outside were seeking him, Wang Gue felt a tinge of impatience. Li Dehai, calling out jovially from afar, greeted, "Good day, my friend." Upon seeing the distinguished demeanor of the visitor, Wang Gue instantly tempered his casual attitude, asking, "What brings you to our village, esteemed guest?" Li Dehai clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I wish to discuss a business opportunity. Might you have a moment?" Wang Gue, puzzled, inquired, "What sort of business?" Realizing his inquiry might be impolite, he gestured invitingly, "Please, come in and let's talk." He dismissed the villager who had guided them and pulled back the curtain to enter the inner chamber. After inviting Li Dehai and Gu Jin to take a seat, Wang Gue seated himself as well. His home lacking in tea to offer, he apologized for the inadequate hospitality. "Might I inquire your esteemed name?" "Li Dehai," he replied. "I have heard that your village is struggling to collect taxes this year. Is that true?" Wang Gue sighed with a rueful smile. "Indeed, this year has been challenging." Li Dehai, with a knowing smile, remarked, "I possess a method to assist the village chief in collecting the taxes. Would you be interested to hear it?" Wang Gue laughed heartily. "Perhaps you might first reveal what you seek." Li Dehai got straight to the point. "My family wishes to enter Lanzhou, and we require your assistance." Village chief. Wang Gui's demeanor grew wary at once. "Are you fugitives from the court?" Li Dehai shook his head vigorously. No. We are mere commoners fleeing the drought in Jianzhou." As he spoke, he produced his travel permit and household registration, placing them before Wang Gue. Chapter 31. Exiting the city. Wang Gue had heard of the severe drought in Jianzhou. After scrutinizing the documents, he finally exhaled in relief. "Now, would you kindly share your method for collecting the taxes?" Li Dehai spoke softly. "If the villagers lack money, they can offer goods in exchange." Wang Gue, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Are you jesting with me? The court requires silver, not mere goods." Li Dehai, unfazed, replied, "Precisely for that reason, I shall purchase the villagers' goods, converting them into silver to settle the taxes." Upon hearing this proposition, Wang Gui's eyes sparkled with interest. However, as realization dawned, confusion clouded his face. "But wouldn't that lead to a loss for you?" Li Dehai chuckled. "Not at all. Once we reach Lanzhou, we will need to procure daily necessities anyway. It would be prudent to handle this matter sooner rather than later to avoid exorbitant prices in the city." Wang Gue, nodding vigorously, agreed. "That makes sense. With so many fleeing, once we reach Lanzhou, resources will surely be scarce. Your foresight is commendable. No wonder your family is well off." After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Gue guided Li Dehai and Gu Jin toward the villagers' homes. He dispatched messengers, and before long, villagers gathered beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance. Wang Gue, standing elevated, began his rally. He first intimidated the villagers with threats of conscription if taxes were not paid, warning that those without able-bodied men would see their wives and daughters enslaved. After delivering a lengthy tirade, he brought Li Dahai to the forefront, declaring, "You are fortunate to encounter such a benevolent soul. This esteemed masterly wishes to purchase some of your idle possessions." He added sternly, "Let me make this clear. If you do not gather enough to pay your taxes today, I shall report you to the village head tomorrow. At that point, I will be unable to protect you." The terrified villagers began to murmur among themselves. "Perhaps we should just pay it," one suggested. "After all, what has the court ever accomplished?" Another added, "If we continue to stall, it will only bring us misfortune." Indeed, with an opportunity to sell their goods without spending money, they reasoned that such a chance might not come again. After a brief discussion, they hurried home, fearful of being left behind. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Li Dahai and Gu Jin found themselves surrounded by a pile of goods. Among the offerings were bamboo baskets, rickety stools, tattered clothing, decrepit wash basins, and even some soap berries collected by the women. More absurdly, there were 2 baskets filled with dried cow dung. Naturally, some villagers also brought eggs, roosters, and drakes. Wang family village comprised over 20 households, with 11 unable to pay their taxes. The taxation system in Zhou country was extensive. The first tax was the household tax, assessed on a per-family basis. The second was the land tax, collected in proportion to the amount of farmland owned. The third was a head tax, levied based on the household population. In Zhou country, tax standards varied by age. Children under 15 paid 25 coins annually, while those over 15, deemed adults, paid 150 coins. This year, the court had additionally imposed a labor tax, costing adult males 300 coins each per year. Each tax seemed modest. Yet cumulatively, some families faced tax burdens exceeding 2 taels of silver. Although Wang village was close to Lanzhou, it lacked resources. Behind it loomed a high mountain infested with bandits, deterring any from venturing there. The villagers relied solely on agriculture, growing vegetables and raising chickens and ducks to earn a meager living. In previous years, they managed to scrape together enough to pay their taxes, but this year, the increase of 300 coins left many families in dire straits. Fortunately, Gu Jin had anticipated that the villagers would struggle to provide valuable items, so she was not overly surprised by the eclectic array of goods presented. Li Dahai remained cheerful. To facilitate their entry into the city, he purchased all the villagers' items at slightly elevated prices compared to the market. As Gu Jin had advised, when it came to matters solvable with money, one should not be stingy. In Zhou country, the terminology for copper coins varied by region. Some referred to a single copper coin as 1 while others called it a large coin, among various other names. Silver was referred to as silver money or corner silver, among other terms. On their return journey, the 2 mules were laden heavily. Accompanying them was Wang Gue. After escorting the group into Lanzhou city, all parties were filled with joy. Gu Jin and her companions had spent less than 20 taels of silver, shortening their journey by over a month. Wang Gue, with mere words, had managed to collect all the troublesome taxes. As for the villagers, they were elated to have paid their entire year's taxes with some idle items. It was a triumphant win for all involved. However, Gu Jin, wary of revealing their identities in Lanzhou, dared not linger. As dusk descended, they exited the city through the southern gate. Throughout their journey, conversation was scarce, for they feared their accents might betray them. The 3 mules bore their burdens, while Li Taohua, her mother, and Gu Xiu had no choice but to walk. However, thanks to a month of nourishing recuperation, both women felt significantly improved in health. Li Taohua's belly had begun to swell, and with one hand resting on her waist and the other caressing her child, her face radiated joy. Xiu, do you think this little one in Mama's belly is a brother or a sister? Gu Xiu raised her small face and chimed, a brother. Her laughter rang like a little bell. In truth, Gu Xiu had no idea whether her mother was expecting a boy or a girl. It was primarily Li Mu who whispered hopes into her ears each day, wishing for a son. Gu Xiu had simply remembered, with the answer she desired. Li Taohua's heart swelled with happiness. Their family, consisting of just women, would be vulnerable to bullying in Lanzhou without a male to uphold their household. As for Li Jian, she was indifferent to whether the child was a boy or a girl. Yet, if given a choice, in such turbulent times, choosing not to have children would seem the wisest decision. In this world, children faced unbearable hardships. They were often wed and bore children by their teenage years, only to grow old, resembling grandmothers and grandfathers by their 40s. Blind marriages and incompatible worldviews led to constant familial discord. To not bring forth life meant to escape such suffering. Some argue that in chaotic times, a larger family equates to greater strength and security. But have they considered what it means to bring children into a world where food is scarce? Would the children even wish to enter such a cruel existence? Moreover, if parents only regard their offspring as vehicles for familial legacy, their love becomes tainted by self-interest, devoid of true selfless devotion. Upon leaving Lanzhou, they found themselves on a broad official road. Wildflowers bloomed vibrantly along the roadside, painting the landscape in splendid hues. As they neared Lanzhou, an unusual sense of leisure graced the family, devoid of the usual urgency to travel, bolstered by their supplies and silver. Gu Jin had earned over 300 taels in Linjiang City. Aside from a substantial expenditure on supplies, she had little need for further spending. Acquiring several acres of land and a house would be more than sufficient. She shared her plans with Li Dehai, who readily agreed. For peasant families, land was their lifeblood. With fields in hand, one could rest easy. Li Dehai even contemplated what could still be sown in the current season. As the last rays of daylight faded, the family discovered a dilapidated temple to serve as a temporary refuge. After walking for half a day, Li Taohua felt fatigued and leaned against the wall, unwilling to move. Li Mu, however, remained energetic, preparing dinner for the family. Gu Xiao, after a short while, was cradled in Li Zhengyi's arms and had fallen asleep. Chapter 32. The Otherworldly Spirits. Li Dehai and his two sons gathered some firewood and kindled a fire. With flames flickering, the once ominous temple brightened. Li Mu busied herself, boiling water, cooking porridge, and baking pancakes, while Gu Jin occasionally lent a hand. Before long, dinner was ready. Just as they savored the warm rice porridge, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from outside the temple. Li Dehai paused mid-sip but quickly resumed. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong, bowls in hand, gazed toward the temple entrance, eager with anticipation. Gu Jin kept her head down, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Only Li Mu and Li Taohua, aware of their family's martial prowess, felt a twinge of anxiety, though silence reigned among them. After exchanging glances, Li Mu and Li Taohua set down their food, held Gu Xiao close, and concealed themselves behind the statue in the temple. Their abilities were the weakest. In the event of a confrontation, at least they would not hinder the others. At that moment, Gu Jin discreetly stowed away their used bowls and chopsticks. Not long after, a group of voices clamored as they entered. Damn it. Today has been exhausting. If I had known we wouldn't reach Lanzhou, I would have rested at the previous inn. Oh, spare me. The military situation is urgent. If you delay, it could mean annihilation for 9 clans. Fine, I get it. I'm starving. Hurry up and bring out the rations. As they spoke, 3 figures stepped into the temple. Gu Jin raised her gaze to assess them. Clad in official robes and adorned with caps, their faces bore the marks of travel, suggesting they had journeyed a considerable distance. Li Dehai and his family also regarded the newcomers, both parties momentarily taken aback. The leader, Chen Shiming, queried in astonishment. What brings you to spend the night here? Lanzhou is not far ahead. Li Dehai quickly rose to greet them. Greetings, esteemed officials. My family has just come from Lanzhou. We intended to find an inn for the night, but to our surprise, none were available. I assume you must also be weary. We have warm pancakes and porridge. If you do not mind, please join us for a meal. Chen Shiming waved his hand in refusal. No, thank you. We have our own provisions. As they spoke, the trio found a clear spot and prepared to light a fire. Li Dehai and Li Zhengyi hurried to assist. Chen Shiming, witnessing their willingness to help, was taken aback. These two were unlike ordinary peasants. Not only did they display no fear of soldiers, but they also had the audacity to engage in conversation. Where are you headed? Chen Shiming inquired. Li Dehai replied with composure, to Lanzhou. Chen Shiming pondered for a moment, but chose not to press further. After hastily finishing their meal, one of the men volunteered to keep watch while the others fell into a deep slumber. Gu Jin, preoccupied with her thoughts, offered to take the first watch. Li Dehai and Gu Jin, having spent sufficient time together, discerned that their granddaughter harbored some scheme. He nodded, gesturing for Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong to rest against the corner. Li Taohua and Li Mu settled down behind the statue. Once everyone had succumbed to sleep, Gu Jin stealthily shifted closer to the soldier on watch. The soldier appeared youthful, perhaps around 16 or 17, with an innocent visage. Seeing Gu Jin's gaze, he made a face at her. Gu Jin stifled a giggle. She picked up a small stick from the ground and scribbled a few words. Brother, where do you come from? I can't read. Song Xiaohu gestured animatedly. It was no surprise that the soldier couldn't read. After all, they were conscripted from the impoverished populace. After a moment's thought, she beckoned him over, speaking in hushed tones, let's step outside to chat. Song Xiaohu, unsuspecting, agreed. Guarding the night was a tedious task, and the prospect of conversation made the time pass more easily. The two crept out of the dilapidated temple. The weather was pleasant, and, under the full moon, the expansive sky was draped in a silvery glow, creating a breathtaking vista. Gu Jin retrieved a piece of candy from her pouch and offered it. Brother, would you like some candy? Song Xiaohu declined. Little girl, I'm afraid I cannot accept food while on duty. Gu Jin nodded obediently, feigning innocence as she inquired, Brother, are you an official? Your clothes are so fine and impressive. Song Xiaohu chuckled, official? Not at all. I am but a humble soldier, a young maiden. And your words are indeed sweet. Gu Jin solemnly praised, though you're a mere soldier now, you shall rise to greatness in the future. In any case, I find you quite handsome, with a striking presence. Gu Jin's melodious compliments flowed forth as if they were free of charge. In no time, Song Xiaohu was charmed into a beaming smile. As they conversed, under Gu Jin's deliberate guidance, Song Xiaohu inadvertently revealed fragments of his background. Unbeknownst to Gu Jin, Song Xiaohu, feeling a sense of pity for her, intentionally disclosed bits of information. Your name is Gu Jin. How lovely it is. You can write at such a young age. Your family must be quite affluent. Song Xiaohu expressed with envy. As he spoke, a flicker of sadness crossed his eyes. In the darkness, where visibility was poor, Gu Jin remained oblivious to the boy's unusual demeanor, casually replying, It's all right. My father is a scholar, and, being influenced by him, I learned to write. Song Xiaohu sighed. Scholars are fortunate. Once one becomes a successful candidate, the entire family can enjoy a better life. Unlike me, my family lacks the means to pay taxes, so I must serve as a soldier. Gu Jin encouraged him, It is not too late for you to learn to read, if you master 5 characters each day. In 10 days, you will know 50 characters, and in 100 days, 500. By the end of the year, you would have learned over 1,000 characters. At which point, you too shall be considered a scholar. Song Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he could still learn now. At just 16 years of age, memorizing 5 characters daily could lead to 1,000 characters in a year. Gaining literacy could potentially open doors for promotion within the military. Excited, he yearned to grasp Gu Jin's hand but abruptly recalled her gender and hastily withdrew. He began to leap in place, suddenly filled with boundless optimism. Xiao Jin, let us become sworn siblings. If I achieve success in the future, I shall surely repay you. Gu Jin was taken aback by Song Xiaohu's fervor over her suggestion and found herself equally delighted. If her counsel could aid someone and effect change in their life, it was indeed a source of profound happiness. However, it seemed rather hasty for someone to wish for a sworn brotherhood merely based on a few words. Raising her eyes to meet Song Xiaohu's earnest gaze, she hesitated for a moment before they both bowed to the moon, thus forging an oath of siblinghood. Though she possessed nothing, perhaps he genuinely felt a connection to her, prompting this bond. Song Xiaohu whispered, Sister Jin, once we return to the border, I will dedicate myself to my studies. If I have the chance to return to Yuano, I will come to find you. Gu Jin nodded. Very well, Brother Xiaohu. I shall await your return. Seizing upon Song Xiaohu's buoyant mood, Gu Jin gleaned much information. Her initial excitement about nearing Lanzhou waned, as she learned from Song Xiaohu that in recent years, the foreign demons had been frequently harassing the borders. What may have started as mere probing had now escalated into brazen assaults. They dared to invade the villages closest to the border city. The brutality of these foreign demons was horrifying. Not only did they seize the village's food and livestock, but they also mercilessly slaughtered the inhabitants. The cruelty of their methods was appalling. Gu Jin had spent considerable time alongside Qinsong and had gained some understanding of the geography of Dezhou. The foreign demons were troubling the southern defense line, and Lanzhou lay to the south. Though not a border city, it was perilously close. Thus, the treacherous emperor's plan to relocate the disaster-stricken populace to Lanzhou likely involved viewing them as mere cannon fodder. As this realization sunk in, Gu Jin felt a heavy weight in her heart. She had envisioned purchasing land and establishing a home in Lanzhou, but now, the looming threat of foreign demons could strike at any moment. In such a scenario, she, Li Taohua, Li Dehai, and others would become the front line against the foreign demons, serving as the perfect shield for the court to buy time. The emperor's scheming was truly masterful, treating the disaster victims as mere pawns in his game. Noticing Gu Jin's sudden despondency, Song Xiuhu grew concerned. "Sister Jin, what troubles you?" Gu Jin rallied her spirits and inquired, "Brother Xiuhu, will we be able to defeat the foreign demons?" Song Xiuhu pounded his chest confidently, declaring, "Fear not. With General Pei here, those red-haired, green-eyed fiends shall not breach our defenses." The boy's mention of his idol ignited a spark in his eyes. Under Song Xiuhu's enthusiastic praises, Gu Jin formed a vague impression of the legendary warrior of Dezhou. When Li Zhangyi awoke to take over the night watch, he found Gu Jin and the official engrossed in cheerful conversation outside the dilapidated temple. He smiled broadly, proud of his niece's poise at such a young age, engaging comfortably with a figure of authority. The following day, when Gu Jin informed everyone that she had sworn brotherhood with Song Xiuhu the previous night, all present were left astounded. Li Renyong gave Gu Jin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Jin, if you were a boy, you would surely accomplish great things." Li Dehai smacked him playfully, "I've told you countless times, even if Jin isn't a boy, she will surely have great fortune in the future." Li Renyong scratched his head, "Right, I almost forgot. In the world of martial heroes, girls can be chivalrous too." After breakfast, the two groups parted ways. One continued toward Lanzhou to beg for food, while the other traversed through Lanzhou to reach the capital, delivering news regarding the foreign demons' movements. Gu Jin had initially hesitated to share what she learned from Song Xiuhu with her family, fearing that the harsh realities of their journey would only burden them further. However, the gravity of the situation compelled her to mention it after leaving the crumbling temple. Thankfully, after a moment of shock, they managed to suppress their fear. Likely bolstered by the renown of General Pei, believing the border city would hold firm. As the family walked slowly, taking care of Li Taohua and her mother, what should have been a 3-day journey extended to 5. On a sunny afternoon, they finally stood before the imposing walls of Lanzhou. Li Dehai exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful to have arrived. Without Gu Jin, they might have perished during their arduous trek, whether from the bandits they encountered or during the tumult of the displaced populace. Li Mu chanted a Buddhist verse, her eyes filled with hope. "Once we enter the city, our lives should improve, right?" Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong exchanged glances, responding in unison, "Absolutely." Li Taohua laughed through her tears, "Jin, we truly made it to Lanzhou. It's simply unbelievable." Gu Xiu, not fully grasping the situation, saw the adults so elated and waved her little fists. "Wonderful. Wonderful. We've arrived." To ensure their safety, they typically traveled along official roads between villages and major cities, which made their journey more than just 3,000 miles. Gu Jin was also surprised by their early arrival. As they prepared to enter the city, they spotted a group of individuals lagging behind as they approached from a distance. Li Dehai squinted in recognition, his heart leaping with joy. "It's young Master Qin and his companions." Gu Jin struggled to see clearly and asked Li Zhangyi to lift her onto his shoulders. Indeed, it was Qin Song and his group, but the numbers were not as expected. When they had set out from the mountain, there had been over 2,000 of them. Yet now only a little over 100 remained. Gu Jin's heart sank with apprehension, sensing that they had faced difficulties along the way. "Grandfather, let us head inside." "There's no need to wait for them," she urged. Li Dehai was puzzled. "What's wrong? Isn't it better to enter the city together? Last time they decided to stay, and so many people brought wild vegetables and such. Li Dehai has been deeply grateful ever since." Gu Jin jumped down from Li Zhangyi's shoulder, her expression grave. "Let us head inside first. We can discuss things once we have settled." Having walked this far, Li Dehai had grown accustomed to following Gu Jin's lead and could tell from her serious demeanor that matters might not bode well. "Very well, let us proceed." He thought to himself that they would surely find an opportunity to repay the kindness shown to them. After speaking, they led the mule to the city gate. Gu Jin leaned in close to Li Dehai's ear and whispered, urging him not to be stingy with his money once they entered the city. If she tugged at his sleeve, he should part with a little wealth. Li Dehai nodded repeatedly in agreement. After presenting their travel pass and household registration, 2 soldiers emerged to escort them to a side area. They scrutinized Li Dehai and the others, causing them to feel increasingly anxious. Esteemed officer. May I inquire what our next steps should be? Li Dehai asked with a flattering smile. The soldier, with a stern countenance, replied, "Follow me." At that moment, Gu Jin tugged at Li Dehai's clothing. He instantly understood. Pulling a piece of silver from his sleeve and discreetly slipping it into the soldier's hand. "Thank you for your hard work, sir. A small token of appreciation for you to enjoy a drink." The soldier quietly pinched the silver, a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Having spent days at the city gate assisting disaster victims, he had not earned a single coin and had been plagued by the foul odors of the refugees. Unexpectedly, today, he received silver from these few disaster victims. To gain a person's wealth is to alleviate their calamity. Anfu Jiang instructed, when you meet the person in charge, he will allow you to choose a village to settle in. You should select Luojia village. It is the furthest from the border and the land there is quite fertile. Li Dehai smiled and nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed officer. Anfu Jiang led them to a temporary shelter designated for disaster victims before departing. Li Dehai wiped the sweat from his brow. He had not anticipated that even a mere guiding soldier could possess such intricate nuances. Had it not been for Jiner's reminder, he might have ended up in an undesirable village. Gu Jin, who had experienced life's hardships at the age of 28, was well aware of the unspoken rules in various fields, especially in such turbulent times. With the soldier's instructions and Li Dehai's resolute offering of a substantial sum to the official in charge, they achieved their goal and were assigned to Luojia village. Furthermore, Li Dehai registered Li Taohua, Gu Jin, and the entire Gu Xiu family under his household name. The official had initially been reluctant. But after receiving a hefty bribe from Li Dehai, he paused, then acquiesced. Gu Jin was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything transpired. Her planned performance of sorrow was rendered unnecessary. Holding the revised household registration, the family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Father, are we to stay in the city for a day? Li Renyong asked with a hint of anticipation. They had just learned that the villages near Lanzhou were already saturated with residents and could not accommodate any more disaster victims. Luojia village was the closest to Lanzhou and the furthest from the border, approximately 50 miles away. The route from Lanzhou to Luojia village was well maintained. However, they had been traveling continuously and the three mules were exhausted. Given that they were nearing their destination, it would be best to slow down and rest for a day to gather more information. Li Dehai shot him a glare. Rest? The sooner we reach Luojia village, the sooner we can purchase land. Did you not hear that officials say that others traveling with us have already settled? Li Renyong dared not speak further. Chapter 34, Old Friends. Gu Jin speculated that the group of people might be disaster victims traveling by water. She wondered how many of them remained after such a long journey. Especially concerning the Gu family, where could they be now? Had they also been assigned to Luojia village? If they encountered them, how should she respond? Gu Jin shook her head, gathering her thoughts, and turned to admire the scenery around her. The Li family walked through the streets of Lanzhou, curiosity etched on their faces. Unlike the ruggedness of the northwest, the buildings lining the streets of Lanzhou were uniquely crafted, exuding an air of dignified elegance intertwined with a refreshing lightness. Every structure was exquisitely detailed, with sweeping eaves and distinct layers. Li Zhangyi exclaimed, "The houses here are truly beautiful, as if inhabited by immortals." Li Renyong smacked his lips. "Indeed, I've never seen such stunning homes before." Li Dehai suppressed his excitement. Feigning indifference, why the envy? We are now citizens of Lanzhou. Once we settle down, we can visit the city often. Li Mu and Li Taohua stifled their laughter at Li Dehai's theatrical demeanor. Gu Xiu gazed wide-eyed at the stalls selling snacks like rice cakes and cold noodles. "Mother, do you think that red and white delicacy is delicious?" Gu Xiu said, licking her lips. Li Taohua looked in the direction she pointed, her appetite stirred. "It should be tasty, but I've never tried it, so I wouldn't know." Gu Xiu sighed. "What a pity, I have no idea what it tastes like." Gu Jin smiled at the little girl, who was looking forlorn. Xiu, if you want to eat something, I'll buy it for you." Instantly, the previously downcast child perked up. "That one smells so good, it's making me hungry." Gu Jin waved her small hand. "Let us go. I'll treat everyone to Lanzhou's delicacies." Having endured hardship since childhood, Li Mu was frugal by nature and hesitated. "We'll need money for many things later." Xiu. "Dear, that snack won't fill you up. Let us eat the pancakes your grandmother made instead." Gu Xiu pouted, on the verge of tears, but she held back. "All right, grandmother. I want to eat it." Gu Jin tugged at Li Mu's sleeve. "Grandmother, let us indulge. I might earn some money later." Even if we spend it all, we can earn more. Look, everyone is hungry. We finally arrived in Lanzhou. Let us celebrate, shall we? Li Zhengyi, Li Renyong, and Li Taohua were already drooling. And the three siblings smiled foolishly at Li Mu. Li Dehai wanted to eat as well, but he concealed his desires, casting his gaze elsewhere as if uninterested. The entire family looked at Li Mu, prompting her to relent. All right, let us eat. Jiner is right. Money can always be earned again. As long as you're happy. With Li Mu's consent, the family joyfully settled into a restaurant. Gu Jin ordered 7 bowls of wontons, 7 rice cakes, and a portion of filling cake. All carbohydrates. Double the carbs, double the joy. Gu Xiu gazed at the colorful soup in her bowl, cautiously taking a bite. The meat filling, soaked with broth, burst in her mouth. So delicious! Gu Xiu exclaimed, her words barely coherent. The others were engrossed in eating, nodding in agreement. These little wontons, with their thin skins and generous fillings, were entirely different in flavor from dumplings. Gu Jin's seat afforded her a view of the street outside. And while she ate, she kept a lookout. By the timeline, Qin Song and his group should have completed their paperwork by now. If they were leaving Lanzhou, they would certainly pass through this main street. As Gu Jin continued to eat, her bowl of wontons nearly empty, Qin Song and his companions finally appeared. Among them, only a few familiar faces stood out, while the rest were strangers. This group of people appeared tattered and disheveled, their baskets nearly devoid of supplies. Gu Jin set down her chopsticks and whispered, "Grandfather, please wait for me here. I'll go find Qin Song to ask about the situation." Li Dehai hurriedly responded. "Do you need my assistance?" Gu Jin shook her head. "No need, you all just wait here. I shall return shortly." After speaking, she crouched down and slipped out through the side door of the shop. Spending 5 coins, she found a beggar and instructed him to bring Qin Song over. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Before long, Qin Song arrived. Upon seeing Gu Jin, he was taken aback. "How did you arrive before us?" Gu Jin placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, and led him to a secluded corner. "Uncle Qin, I actually saw you long ago. But I didn't greet you. By the way, I want to ask, where are the others? Why are you the only ones left?" Qin Song's expression shifted slightly as he sighed. "Bad luck. We encountered bandits in the large mountain near Li City. Our group was scattered. And after I emerged from the mountains, I waited for 2 days before I found these people." As he spoke, Qin Song was filled with despair. He had not anticipated the bandit lair to be so heavily populated. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so reckless as to lead people into the mountains. Gu Jin regarded Qin Song, sensing something was amiss, yet she swallowed her words. She feigned sadness and remarked, "So that's how it is. My grandfather even mentioned wanting to thank them. So, Uncle Qin, which village are you assigned to?" "Shangjiaton," Qin Song replied. "It's quite distant from Lan City, and we must hurry there." Noting that Qin Song was reluctant to elaborate further, Gu Jin decided to cease her probing. "All right then, you busy yourself. We must also take our leave." Qin Song nodded, and just as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly touched the top of Gu Jin's head, saying, "A girl should cultivate her inner grace. Being too ostentatious may lead to ruin. In the future, pay more attention to feminine adornments." Gu Jin was taken aback, watching the young man hastily depart, deep in thought. It struck her as peculiar, even if he were busy. Wouldn't it be customary to inquire which village the Li family had been assigned to? His lack of inquiry suggested a desire for severing future contact. Gu Jin meticulously replayed the events from their last parting and found nothing amiss. So, had Qin Song encountered trouble on the journey, causing him to suddenly seem like a different person? Upon returning to the eatery, she recounted her encounter with Qin Song. Li Dehai furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Did we offend Mr. Qin?" Gu Jin shook her head. Li Zhengyi remarked, "Perhaps it's because we departed later yet arrived before them, leading to jealousy?" Gu Jin shook her head again. Li Renyong suggested, "Could it be that they saw us at the city gate and were angered by our indifference?" Gu Jin shook her head once more. Li Dehai grew impatient. "Then what on earth is the reason? Please do enlighten us." Gu Jin replied, "I truly do not know." Li Taohua, intrigued, exclaimed, Is there something our Jiner does not know?" Gu Jin chuckled. "What are you saying, mother? I am no deity. How could I possibly know everything? Well then, since everyone has had their fill, let us depart." Li Dehai hesitated, suppressing his myriad of questions as he rose to leave. The family of 7, accompanied by 3 mules, set forth on the official road to Luo Family Village. Chapter 35, Luo Family Village. As they exited Lan City, they found themselves on a vast plain. Along the way, they encountered villagers heading to Lan City on errands. Through conversation, they learned that the villages adjacent to Lan City were saturated with inhabitants and could no longer accommodate additional residents. The court had decreed that from Luo family village, located 50 miles away, the refugees would be settled by household units. Further along from Luo family village were Zhang family village, Ligong Pond, Santang town, and Shangjiaton, with the village closest to the border being Baishui village. These villages were scattered like stars between Lan City and the border. Should the foreign spirits breach the border, Baishui village would be the first to suffer. However, the cavalry of the foreign spirits could cover hundreds of miles in a single day. Even if Luo family village served as the last line of defense, retreat would likely be too late. Gu Jin pondered silently, realizing the necessity of finding a way into Lan City. If the foreign spirits invaded, at least they would have the protection of the local officials rather than becoming easy prey. The journey of over 50 miles would take Li Dahai half a day. But in order to procure supplies and gather intelligence, Gu Jin and Li Dahai decided to stop at the villages near Lan City. After several delays, they finally reached Luo family village 2 days later. The village chief had long been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing this group of refugees with 3 mules, dragging a cart laden with belongings, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Their village had a favorable location, and the families assigned to them were relatively well off. However, this was the first time he had seen refugees who had traveled such a long distance with 3 large mules. From afar, Li Dahai spotted them and hurriedly handed the reins of the mules to Li Mu, striding towards the village chief in quick steps. His face beamed with a toothy smile. "Esteemed elder, are you the village chief of Luo family village?" Luo Shan raised his hand in greeting. "Indeed, it is this old man. May I inquire if the elder hails from Jianzhou?" Li Dahai chuckled. "Indeed, we only arrived in Lan Prefecture a couple of days ago to register our household." As he spoke, he produced the household registration with the official seal and handed it over. Luo Shan accepted it, scrutinizing it carefully before returning it. "Why is your married daughter still listed on your household registration?" Li Dahai quickly explained the circumstances. Luo Shan listened in a state of stunned disbelief. He looked at Li Taohua, his eyes filled with unspoken sympathy. This woman had endured much suffering. Her husband and son had both perished, and she had been cast out by her in-laws. Fortunately, her own parents did not reject her. Otherwise, traversing over 3,000 miles while heavily pregnant and caring for 2 young girls would have been impossible to survive. "Very well, follow me." As Luo Shan walked, he introduced. "In recent days, 5 households of refugees from Jianzhou have arrived. 2 heads of households share the surname He, one is surnamed Hua, another is surnamed Yang, and one is surnamed Jia. The village has no extra houses. We can only allocate you a plot of land for a dwelling. If you have extra funds, you may build a house. If not, you can set up a temporary shelter." Li Dahai nodded in agreement, and Gu Jin listened attentively. Once Luo Shan finished his introduction, Gu Jin feigned innocence and inquired, "Grandfather, why don't you all move to Lan City? It's so lively there. Buying a house and living comfortably would be wonderful." Luo Shan stroked his beard, finding it amusing. "Little girl, what do you understand? In our Lan Prefecture, many refugees from various counties have their own fields and properties, and it is unthinkable for them to be uprooted. Furthermore, we are only 50 miles from Lan Prefecture, and the official road is quite accessible. It's not difficult to enter the city for leisure." Speaking of Luo family village's geographical advantages, Luo Shan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Gu Jin felt a jolt of surprise. The housing policy in Lan Prefecture was astonishingly similar to that of the Tang dynasty. Absurd. At that moment, Li Renyong quietly tugged at Gu Jin's sleeve and softly asked, "Jiner, what does the village chief's statement mean? I don't quite understand." Given the thousands of miles separating Lan Prefecture and Jianzhou, the dialect naturally varied, yet attentive listening could still make things clear. This was thanks to the unified language efforts that had been ongoing since the establishment of the Zhou kingdom. However, while the larger cities fared well, the villagers in the countryside, despite trying to speak the official language, still retained their local accents. It wasn't just Li Renyong who struggled to comprehend. The Li family members were left guessing and only grasped about 80 to 90% of the conversation. However, when Luo Shan began to articulate his words meticulously, they were left utterly bewildered. Gu Jin was faring well, Luo Shan's accent resembled that of Suzhou dialect, and with keen attention, she could comprehend his words. According to Luo Shan, in Lanzhou, any land or property intended for sale must first be discussed with relatives. If the relatives consent, the neighbors must also be consulted. Only when both relatives and neighbors express disinterest in purchasing can the property be sold to outsiders. Should one attempt to sell without their permission, both neighbors and relatives hold the right to report to the authorities and reclaim the property at its original price. In essence, acquiring property in Lanzhou is not as simple as mere desire. One must first seek the approval of the owner's extended family and neighboring residents before seizing the opportunity. Consequently, the available properties were not only exceedingly scarce, but also commanded exorbitant prices. After listening to Luo Shan, Gu Jin's aspirations of purchasing a home in Lanzhou were swiftly extinguished. If it was so challenging for locals to acquire a residence, outsiders stood little chance, for people tend to be exclusionary. In the case of Luo family village, they would never have accepted refugees from Jianzhou if not for a mandate from the imperial court. After leading the Li family to a desolate patch of land, Luo Shan imparted some relevant details before taking his leave, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. Li Zhengyi's face flushed with indignation as he surveyed the graveyard-like terrain. This was truly an affront. Not only was this place far removed from Luo family village, but it was also adjacent to a fetid ditch. With not a single tile in sight, how could one possibly reside here? Li Renyong was equally incensed, his vision shimmering with fury, after traveling such a long distance. This is how the court treats us? If it weren't for our modest savings, we might very well starve. Li Dehai interjected sternly, mind your words. Though the brothers were seething, they fell silent at the old man's command. Li Mu and Li Taohua, however, remained composed, already discussing suitable locations for erecting a shelter. As for Gu Xiu, she had taken to playing in the mud nearby. Li Dehai was fraught with worry, his brow nearly furrowing into oblivion. With Taohua due to give birth in 2 months, he needed to devise a plan to construct a dwelling in that time frame. Turning to Gu Jin, he inquired, Jiner, why didn't you offer that village chief some silver earlier? Perhaps we could have secured a better location. Gu Jin elucidated. That village chief had been waiting at the village entrance, prepared to receive the refugees. Throughout our journey, he diligently explained the surrounding conditions, indicating his responsible nature. Observe his worn shoes and frayed trousers. They suggest he comes from humble means. A village chief wishing to exploit could easily do so, but if he were profiting, he would not be living in such straitened circumstances. Therefore, he must be a man of integrity. To bribe an upright individual would be an insult. And we might end up without even this piece of land. Chapter 36. Apricot Blossoms. Li Dehai was a peddler, not as worldly as grand merchants who traverse the land, but certainly more knowledgeable than the average peasant. However, his dealings were primarily with women and children. He could read their expressions to sell a few extra handkerchiefs and ornaments, but he felt ill-equipped when conversing with officials and local gentry. He had not anticipated the myriad intricacies of human interactions outside his familiar environment. He sighed, reflecting on the adage, in books, there are beauties like jade, in books, there are houses of gold. The ancients do not deceive me. Gu Jin remarked that genuine literature contained little knowledge in this regard. She possessed an innate ability to navigate social complexities, a skill honed through experience and enriched by diverse content from various media. In her previous life, the nation's economy flourished, and new media proliferated like mushrooms after rain, with numerous creators disseminating their expertise across platforms. There were those who studied psychology, those who practiced physiognomy, and others who taught effective communication techniques, among a plethora of topics. Gu Jin's interests were wide-ranging. During her leisure, she absorbed videos on an array of subjects for over a decade, mastering none but acquiring a superficial understanding of many, such as analyzing a person's integrity through their attire and demeanor. What began as a mere pastime had evolved into essential skills for her livelihood. Faced with the current predicament, Li Dehai steeled himself to clear the untidy land. Though it resembled a chaotic burial ground, it was fortunately expansive, measuring over an acre. With careful planning, it could serve as a residence and a patch for gardening. Gu Jin felt torn. For safety's sake, she preferred to enter Lanzhou. If purchasing a home was unfeasible, renting might be an alternative, though she was uncertain about the rental prices. Perhaps they could initially set up a tent with oilcloth, and once settled, she could explore rental options in the city. Li Dehai, however, harbored reservations about renting. For a peasant family, lacking ownership of a home brought insecurity. Renting meant monthly payments, and if a landlord chose to evict them, the entire family would be left homeless. Yet, the money was earned by his granddaughter. And how she chose to spend it was her decision. With the head of the household silent, Li Mu naturally refrained from interjecting. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong, having received a share of the barren land, held no affection for Luo family village and unanimously supported the idea of moving to Lanzhou. At this juncture, Li Taohua hesitantly suggested, "Jiner, perhaps we should first construct a modest dwelling. While a tent may shield us from wind and rain, autumn is approaching, and the cold could lead to illness." Li Zhangyi, wavering, added, "But the current situation is unstable. If the otherworldly beings attack, wouldn't our efforts in building a house be in vain?" Li Renyong scratched his head and countered, "Brother, your concerns are valid, but with General Pei guarding the border, perhaps the otherworldly beings won't breach our defenses, or if they do, it may be years from now. Surely we can't remain in makeshift shelters for all this time? If the cold sets in and someone falls ill, it would be far worse." Gu Jin found merit in her uncle's argument. One cannot avoid eating for fear of choking. Moreover, the future remained uncertain. They could only take one step at a time. "All right, let us proceed with building a house." Thus, the decision was made. Once the plan was set, Li Dehai retrieved a pound of brown sugar from his pack to find Luo Shan. Upon learning that the Li family was preparing to construct a house, Luo Shan jested, "Old master, you must be from a well-off family in Jianzhou." Li Dehai smiled, downplaying the comment, "It's just that our family has been diligent, hence we've saved a bit." The two shared laughter and finalized the date for the construction. After leaving Luo Shan's abode, Li Dehai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Accustomed to rural life, he held both reverence and trepidation for Lanzhou. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiner was resolutely determined to enter the city. The city offered no agricultural prospects and bore high living expenses. Moreover, the residents of Lanzhou looked down upon the refugees from Jianzhou, casting disdainful glances in their direction. Why endure such hardship? Now, with plans established, he would seek out capable carpenters and masons, and within a month, they would have a house. Li Dehai hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the wild land. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong had already cleared away the stones and deadwood. Meanwhile, Li Mu was sweeping the ground with a makeshift broom made from branches. Upon learning that the village chief had not been obstructive and that their plans were in place, both Li Mu and Li Taohua were elated. A family devoted 2 days to meticulously clearing over an acre of barren land, and the time to construct their abode had finally arrived. As the craftsmen arrived on site, the once desolate land buzzed with activity. The Li family was equally occupied. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong, both possessing considerable strength, were tasked with fashioning earthen bricks. They utilized a square wooden mold, filling it with soil, and then pounded it relentlessly with a stone tamper. Once the earth was compacted and formed a solid mass, a brick would emerge. Meanwhile, Li Dehai and several masons focused on excavating the foundation, compacting the earth until they reached the desired depth. Once the foundation was complete, they commenced erecting the framework, roofing, and installing doors and windows. Li Mu and Li Taohua were responsible for providing meals. To ensure the workers were well-fed and able to labor efficiently, they prepared ample portions of flatbreads, rice, and dried vegetables. On the day of the beam-raising ceremony, the entire village of Luo family, including children, gathered to witness the event. Li Zhangyi covered his ears and ignited firecrackers. Amidst the deafening cacophony, Li Dehai produced a stash of candies he had prepared earlier and showered them from the lofty beam. The adults and children erupted in excitement, stretching on their toes and bouncing with outstretched arms to catch the sweet treats. Gu Jin and Gu Xiu were among them. During the Li family's house construction, Gu Jin took charge of looking after the children, spending her days wandering the village with Gu Xiu. After a few days of playful interaction, she had become well acquainted with the local children, even assuming a leadership role among them. Gu Jin, with a bold demeanor, claimed the position of the chief among the little ones. At this moment, she joined in the fray for the candies, feeling a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration. "Mine. This is mine," exclaimed one child, pushing to reclaim a sweet from another. The latter, unwilling to yield, began to wail, prompting Gu Jin to intervene, exclaiming with disdain, "What is the fuss? You're a boy, for goodness sake. Is this worth crying over? How will you ever find a wife?" The two children promptly quieted down. She pointed upwards, "Look. There are still plenty left for you to grab." When Li Dehai went to Lanzhou to procure candies, Gu Jin specifically instructed him to purchase in abundance. After all, this was a crucial occasion for establishing good relations with Luo family village. One could not afford to be miserly. Once the firecrackers had ceased and the candies were scattered, the villagers of Luo family lingered, still buzzing with excitement. They whispered amongst themselves, puzzled by the Li family's apparent wealth despite their status as refugees. Didn't they come here fleeing disaster? How can they afford to build a house and host such a lavish celebration? Indeed, it was curious. Upon arriving in the village, they immediately began construction and held such an elaborate beam-raising ceremony, distributing an abundance of candies. They must have been landowners back in Jianzhou, one could surmise. Naturally, the 5 other families of refugees settled in Luo family village were aware of the commotion caused by the Li family. On the day of the beam-raising, 4 families came to enjoy the festivities, with only the Yang family absent. Coincidentally, the Yang family hailed from Shangyang village, headed by Yang Ping, whose wife was named Xinghua. Gu Jin held a vivid impression of Yang Xinghua. Although she shared the same surname, she was not originally from Shangyang village, but had married in from Xiaoyang village. Yang Xinghua's husband, Yang Ping, had initially been interested in Li Taohua during matchmaking, but Li Taohua had chosen to marry Gu Chongxing instead. After marrying in, Yang Xinghua learned of this incident and thus adopted a snide demeanor towards Li Taohua, often rolling her eyes whenever they crossed paths. Li Taohua, not one to tolerate such behavior, would engage in spirited arguments with her. Raised with high expectations from her parents, Li Taohua was not only bold but also articulate, making her a formidable opponent for Yang Xinghua. It was amusing to Gu Jin that Yang Xinghua's family had been assigned to Luo family village. Through her observations over time, Gu Jin discovered that the remaining 4 families of refugees had also utilized funds to secure their placement in Luo family village, implying that Yang Ping had likely done the same. In reality, the situation for Yang Xinghua's family in Shangyang village was not particularly favorable. While they had enough to eat, their home was in disrepair, and they lacked the means to renovate it. Ironically, after fleeing disaster, they found themselves in a position to leverage their connections. After a month, the Li family's house was finally completed. Li Dehai extended an invitation to the villagers of Luo family to celebrate their housewarming. The day was filled with lively chatter and merriment. In an era marked by scarcity, a celebration meant an opportunity for a feast. Villagers from Luo family arrived, typically with an adult and a child in tow. The banquet featured braised potatoes, stewed tofu, boiled peanuts, braised pork, scrambled eggs, stir-fried bean sprouts, seasonal vegetables, and bamboo shoots. 8 large bowls adorned the table, with only one meat dish, lacking in richness. Yet everyone feasted with delight. Gu Xiao's cheeks were stuffed full, resembling a little squirrel, which Gu Jin found utterly adorable. As Li Dehai ate, he felt a pang of concern for his daughter. Jin is too generous. Just 1 bowl of braised pork would have sufficed for courtesy. Yet here we are with an extra bowl of scrambled eggs, which must have cost quite a bit. Li Mu felt similarly, lamenting the expenditure. But recognizing that the funds were not hers to dictate, Li Taohua, Li Zhangyi, and Li Renyong were too absorbed in the feast to ponder such matters. Big sister, this meat is delicious, so tender that I barely had to chew it before it went down. Li Renyong exclaimed, offering his sister a piece of meat. Such a dish was unheard of in Shangyang village, as no one would dare spend so lavishly on a banquet. The villagers of Luo family, though not impoverished, did not indulge in meat daily, and each person was wary of being slow with their chopsticks lest someone else snatch the food away. In recent years, favorable weather conditions and astute leadership in Luoshan had allowed the villagers of Luo family to enjoy a more prosperous existence compared to those in other villages. Thus, the banquet was organized according to the customary standards for celebratory feasts, striking a balance that neither attracted envy nor contempt from the other villagers. Thanks to Gu Jin's careful planning, the Li family firmly established themselves in Luo family village. Both adults and children greeted them with smiles. Navigating a new environment necessitated investment in social relationships, and Gu Jin hoped that this meal would facilitate her integration into Luo family village. After all, fostering connections could prove invaluable in times of need. One must be willing to invest to reap rewards. Perhaps out of concern for the refugees banding together, Luoshan had deliberately assigned the 5 families to different areas, with the Li family situated at the easternmost end. The remaining families were scattered across the south, west, north, and southeast. Some families, lacking the funds to construct their homes, were forced to reside in makeshift shelters. Only the 4 families attended the banquet, with Yang Ping's family still absent. After the festivities concluded, He Gang, the head of the He family, grasped Li Dahai's hand, his eyes glazed from inebriation. You truly are fortunate, Lida. After fleeing 3,000 miles, not a single family member perished, and you even saved enough to build such a splendid house. Unlike me, who lost my son and daughter, my fate is indeed cruel. Li Dahai felt a sense of discomfort at the lamentation during such a joyous occasion, sensing an ominous undertone. Yet, he refrained from expressing irritation, recognizing the other man's suffering, and could only offer a reassuring smile. It will get better. It will get better. Li Renyong, noticing the escalating volume of He Gang's sobs, suddenly felt overwhelmed. The journey of reaching Luo family village was not without its perils, as they too had faced life and death challenges. When a joyous occasion was being celebrated at someone's home, it was only courteous to endure any discomfort quietly, rather than wailing loudly and dampening the spirits of all present. He tugged at Li Dahai, leading him home. Uncle He, my father has also had too much to drink, so I shall take my leave. Perhaps you should head back first, Li Renyong said, casting a meaningful glance at his elder brother. Li Zhangyi hastily supported the old man as they departed. Once the guests had dispersed, Li Mu and the kitchen helpers began to tidy up the aftermath. She had expected there to be some leftovers, enough to simply reheat for dinner. To her astonishment, all 8 bowls had been scraped clean, particularly the meat dishes, where even the last remnants of gravy had been scooped up to accompany rice. The bottoms of the plates gleamed as if they could reflect one's image. Alas, it seemed she would still have to prepare another meal for the evening. Li Taohua, heavily pregnant, wished to assist, but was waved off by Li Mu. Go lie down, lest Jiner starts nagging you again. Gu Jin expressed her desire not to be bothersome, yet ever since that incident in which Li Taohua had cried, she had become much more cheerful. When told to rest and nurture her unborn child, she was quite reluctant. After Li Mu finished clearing the dishes, Li Dahai took his 2 sons to return the borrowed pots, bowls, and furniture. By the time they finished, night had fallen. The family had begun their labors at dawn, and now fatigue settled heavily upon them. However, despite their physical exhaustion, their spirits soared. At last, we are settled. In the future, we will acquire a few more acres of land, and our lives shall improve, Li Dahai mused. He paused momentarily before adding, do not worry, Jiner. When you mature, everything will be returned to you. Though still young, Gu Jin understood that while Li Taohua's account remained with the Li family, the Gu family would not acknowledge it, meaning all property deeds would be registered under Li Dahai's name. Before Gu Jin could respond, Li Taohua interjected, Father, what are you saying? Without you, we 3 women would still be lost on the road. A family does not speak as if they were strangers. Jiner, you agree, don't you? Yes, mother speaks truly, Gu Jin obediently replied. Li Dahai seemed oblivious to their exchange, waving his hand dismissively. Li Renyong scratched his head. But didn't Jiner mention that there are strange spirits causing havoc in the border town? What if we purchase land and they invade? Li Dahai sighed. But if we don't buy land, what will we eat? At the very least, we need to grow some vegetables. We cannot survive solely on plain rice. For now, we must take it one step at a time. Isn't that right, Jiner? Gu Jin had little enthusiasm about acquiring land. After all, the prospect of sudden wealth through farming seemed implausible. Yet, it was undeniable that they needed to cultivate something. Vegetables were essential for sustenance. As the family settled on their future plans, they returned to their quarters, brimming with excitement. The decision regarding the house had been made by Gu Jin. She thought that since they were undertaking this venture, they should do it well. The house would face south, with 2 rooms each in the eastern and western wings. The main building consisted of 4 rooms. Out of the 8 total rooms, 1 would serve as the kitchen, another as the restroom, and a third as a storage area. The remaining 5 rooms were perfectly suited for the 7 members of the Li family. Gu Jin and Gu Xiu would share 1 room, while Li Taohua would have another. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong would each occupy their own rooms, and Li Dahai would share with Li Mu. Each room contained merely a bed, with no time to procure additional furnishings. As Gu Jin lay in bed, tossing and turning, she pondered the 300 taels of silver. Once land was purchased, there would hardly be any left. She questioned whether her earlier ideas would yield any profit. Gu Xiu, exhausted from a day of play, quickly fell asleep, her carefree snores soothing Gu Jin into slumber as well. The following day, Li Dehai sought out Luo Shan to inquire about purchasing land. Gu Jin took Li Zhongyi and Li Renyong to Lan City, understanding that to earn money, they must venture into larger towns, for there was little opportunity in the countryside. Chapter 38. Inquiries. A month later, Gu Jin returned to Lanzhou City. The streets were as bustling as ever. Li Zhongyi and Li Renyong's eyes widened in awe. Gu Jin led them into a grain and oil shop. Upon entering, a shop assistant greeted them enthusiastically. "Welcome. What can I assist you with today?" Gu Jin exchanged a glance with Li Zhongyi, who promptly stepped forward to inquire, "How much is your rice per pound?" The assistant eagerly replied, "That depends, dear customer. Do you prefer aged rice or new rice?" The aged rice was priced at 2 yuan per pound, while new rice cost 8. Li Zhongyi continued, "What about coarse grains and fine grains?" In Zhou country, coarse grains referred to unhulled wheat, while fine grains were those that had been hulled and milled. There was also superior white flour, which had undergone several sieves and was only affordable by the wealthy. As Li Zhongyi inquired about prices, the assistant remained patient and explained, "If you wish to buy grain, I would recommend rice. Wheat is transported from the north, and even coarse grains are more expensive than rice. You see, aged rice is merely 2 yuan per pound, but coarse grains are 7 yuan, only a single yuan cheaper than new rice. As for fine grains, they're a staggering 15 yuan per pound, affordable only for establishments like taverns." Li Zhongyi could only marvel at the prices. In Lanzhou City, coarse and fine grains were not nearly as expensive. However, the two regions were indeed far apart, and transporting these grains entailed significant human and material costs. Gu Jin listened intently. Once their conversation concluded, she took a few steps forward, feigning curiosity as she asked, "Excuse me, kind sir, how do you transport your grains?" The assistant looked down to see a charming young girl gazing at him with her beautiful eyes. He was taken aback. "Oh, miss, your demeanor does not resemble that of a country dweller." Gu Jin smiled at him. "Good day. We hail from Luo family village." The assistant, noting her confidence and the apparent importance the two young men placed on her, quickly hatched a plan. He pulled a handful of roasted soybeans from his pouch, cheerfully offering, "Would you like to try some? They are quite delicious." Understanding that to conduct business one must be personable, he sensed an opportunity to make a profit. Gu Jin accepted the offering with gratitude. At that moment, Li Zhongyi clasped his hands in greeting. "This is my niece. I would also like to inquire how your shop's grains are transported." The assistant straightened up, responding casually, "Lanzhou is quite far, with treacherous mountains and forests along the way. Naturally, we must hire a security agency for protection, otherwise, how could the grain prices be so high?" I see," Li Zhongyi murmured. Gu Jin, recognizing the assistant's willingness to converse, decided to ask a few more questions. Upon their departure, she had her uncle purchase 100 pounds of new rice, which they loaded onto the back of a large mule. The assistant was elated, realizing that this business venture was indeed successful. After they left, he couldn't help but smile broadly, almost enough to trap a mosquito in the corners of his eyes. Throughout the day, Gu Jin led her two uncles on a meandering exploration of Lan City, leaving Li Zhongyi and Li Renyong feeling somewhat bewildered. "Jiner, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?" Li Zhongyi finally asked as evening approached. Gu Jin replied, "I am seeking ways to earn money." "Have you found any?" Li Zhongyi pressed. Gu Jin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have." Li Renyong was utterly perplexed. "I haven't seen you do anything. How did you discover a way to make money?" Gu Jin replied with a smile. "What do you mean I haven't done anything? I've been asking around and consolidating all the information." She continued, "It's getting late tonight. Let's not head back. Instead, let's find an inn." Li Zhongyi, startled, widened his eyes. "Jiner, staying at an inn will cost a fortune. Even if you have money, you shouldn't be so extravagant." Gu Jin clarified, "It's not extravagance. It's about seizing opportunities." Li Zhongyi attempted to say more, but Li Renyong interrupted, "Brother, you've said it yourself, Jiner is smarter than us. We should listen to her." Li Zhongyi understood, but, upon hearing about the expense of lodging, his mind momentarily faltered. The trio strolled leisurely down the bustling streets until Gu Jin eventually selected a mid-range inn for their stay. They rented 2 rooms. This inn had a designated stable for livestock, where their large mule was tethered to graze. The 100 jin of rice was carried by Li Zhongyi into his room. "Jiner, why don't you sleep in our bed, and your uncle and I will take the floor," Li Zhongyi suggested, still feeling somewhat uneasy. Gu Jin hushed him. She had booked 2 rooms to showcase their family's financial capability. This would grant them confidence when negotiating business later. Oh, don't worry, uncle. I've spent the entire day exploring and found that Lan City has excellent security, and this inn is spacious enough to deter any wrongdoers. The crowded corridor made it inconvenient for Gu Jin to elaborate further, and Li Zhengyi reluctantly acquiesced. Once inside their room, Li Renyong immediately inquired, "Brother, in a fight between you and Jiner, who would win?" Li Zhengyi paused, suddenly recalling the man who had perished under Gu Jin's scythe, and he shivered as he replied, "Jiner would win." Li Renyong remarked, "So your worries are unfounded, then?" With a sigh, Li Zhengyi confessed, "I do recognize Jiner's capabilities. But she is only 8 years old, a mere child. Yet, the hopes of our entire family rest upon her. Sometimes, I truly despise my own ineptitude. If I were capable, I wouldn't burden Jiner with the need to run around every day." This time, it was Li Renyong's turn to be taken aback. After a long moment, he regained his composure. "Brother, rest assured. Jiner is incredibly astute. As long as we stay by her side and learn from her, it's only a matter of time before we can shoulder our responsibilities, and it will be us supporting this family." The brothers exchanged a knowing smile, filled with hope for the future. Meanwhile, Gu Jin was outside, observing the situation and listening intently to the conversation between Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong. She felt a pang of bitterness, suddenly realizing that her actions sometimes lacked propriety. Although her uncles were illiterate, they possessed a heart full of ambition. Her thoughts could indeed involve them rather than simply informing them after events had unfolded. She knocked on the door. "Elder uncle, younger uncle, are you asleep?" "No," Li Zhengyi replied, hastily pausing as he was about to undress. Li Renyong, being closer, took 2 steps to open the door. "What is it, Jiner?" Gu Jin took his hand and led him to the balcony on the 2nd floor, pointing down at a merchant seated below. "A business opportunity has presented itself." Li Renyong, puzzled, asked, "What business?" In the past, Gu Jin would have merely gestured for silence, but this time she earnestly explained, "Since entering, I have been observing him." Chapter 39, Escort Mission. Throughout the day, although Gu Jin appeared to be idly wandering and bargaining, each conversation was skillfully steered towards the information she sought. She meticulously stored these fragments of information in her mind, ultimately piecing together crucial intelligence. Lan City is renowned for its southern jade. This particular type of jade is unique, exhibiting semi-translucent qualities with green hues adorned by white patterns. Its uniform colors and lustrous surface give it a frosty appearance, making it highly sought after by the nobility of the Zhou kingdom. However, the distance from the capital complicates the transportation of such precious stones, primarily due to the numerous bandits along the way. Despite the government's efforts to restore order, the results have been minimal. Bandits are elusive and difficult to apprehend, leading jade merchants to either maintain their own guards or hire escort agencies. Some merchants band together in small groups, unable to afford personal guards or the fees of larger escort agencies, often resorting to hiring smaller ones in Lan City. However, with the demand for escorts outweighing the supply, many merchants find themselves waiting for available escorts, prompting a surge of inns to emerge in Lan City. Thus, Gu Jin purposefully chose to stay in a mid-range inn, where the merchants typically could not afford a personal guard or the services of a large escort agency. From the moment she entered, she had been on the lookout for potential targets. The merchant seated by the window had already entertained several escort agency managers, but had yet to find a suitable option. Gu Jin had listened intently, sensing his urgency, and concluded that a deal could indeed be struck. Li Zhengyi, upon hearing Gu Jin's words, was astonished yet reflective. Having spent the entire day with his niece, he had absorbed every conversation, yet he had not considered the implications of those fragmented pieces of information. It was surprising to him that she could discern such a business opportunity. Gu Jin quietly asked, "Uncles, are you interested in pursuing this business?" Li Renyong nodded eagerly, "Yes." In the Zhou kingdom, those with exceptional martial skills seldom became escorts, as they considered it beneath them. Only those with mediocre skills opened escort agencies, and the lower-tier escorts were often only capable of basic self-defense. Consequently, the fees for these escorts were exorbitant, making it a lucrative profession. If this business could be secured, their prospects for the coming year would be bright. Li Zhengyi did not hesitate either. Throughout their journey, Gu Jin's capabilities had thoroughly impressed the brothers. He sensed that his niece had intentions of nurturing their potential. In this era, whether in martial arts or academia, without a mentor to guide them, One could spend a lifetime without achieving significant success. Gu Jin's guidance was a rare opportunity. With both uncles in agreement, Gu Jin leaned in, whispering to them for a while before they finally descended the stairs. At that moment, Zhu Laosan had just bid farewell to an escort and returned to his seat. Looking dejected, he noticed 3 individuals standing by the table, 2 young men and a little girl. Li Zhengyi clasped his hands in greeting and spoke directly. "Are you the owner seeking escorts?" Gazing at the poised young man, Zhu Laosan's interest was piqued. "Indeed, are you perhaps escorts?" Li Zhengyi confirmed, "Yes. We are from the Ping'an escort agency." He seldom lied, but at this moment, he felt a surge of nervousness as sweat trickled down his palms. Standing beside him, Li Renyong's heart raced as well. This is clearly not mere boasting on one's part, so why the unease? Only Gu Jin remained composed, a smile ever present at the corners of her lips. Upon hearing this, Zhu Laosan's heart leapt with joy, and he hastily clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring, "Might I ask where your esteemed escort agency is located? I shall pay a visit tomorrow." Regrettably, the formalities for establishing the escort agency have yet to be approved. "But please rest assured, we are indeed all escort masters," Li Zhengyi replied vaguely. Zhu Laosan, eager to return home, harbored doubts, but chose not to press further. "May I inquire the names of the 2 esteemed gentlemen?" "Li Zhengyi, Li Renyong. This is my niece, Gu Jin," Li Zhengyi introduced with poise. Zhu Laosan glanced down, astonished. "Is this young lady also a martial artist?" Gu Jin responded confidently, "Indeed, uncle." As she spoke, she casually picked up a chopstick holder, grasped a handful, and effortlessly snapped them all in 2. Zhu stared in disbelief. Instinctively, he took a broken chopstick and attempted to break it himself. It didn't break. "My hand still hurts." Zhu couldn't suppress his delight. Such a young child possessed such remarkable skills. It was no wonder that despite the escort agency's credentials not yet being processed, the adults at home were willing to let them venture out on an escort mission. Zhu Laosan's mind began to race with considerations. The several escort agencies they had previously discussed would not have any escort masters returning for at least half a month. Zhu Laosan could not afford to wait. "I am Zhu Huan, commonly known as Zhu Laosan, from Hexian County. May I ask if the esteemed masters are willing to accept this assignment?" Upon hearing the inquiry about accepting the job, Li Zhengyi's heart finally eased. "Zhu boss, let me be frank with you. This escort mission was actually assigned by my father. He has tasked us with securing a job within a month and completing it. Hence, we have sought you out." Zhu Laosan understood at once. So that was the case. Indeed, in the state of Zhou, many martial families would send their young ones out to hone their skills. However, for safety reasons, they would travel with skilled guardians. Zhu Laosan couldn't contain his excitement. Having skilled companions was akin to a windfall for him. Yet, even though the others were skilled, some matters still needed clarification. Contemplating this, Zhu Huan spoke up. "Might I ask if you have your household registration with you?" Li Zhengyi nodded eagerly, "I do." He produced the household registration from his bosom. Zhu Huan accepted it and examined it closely, gaining insight. The Li family had fled from Jianzhou, settling in Luojia village. This was remarkable. Jianzhou was over 3,000 miles from Luojia village, and they had braved the perils of bandits and wild beasts along the journey, arriving safely. Their strength was indeed formidable. The absence of an escort agency was inconsequential. As long as they were skilled, that sufficed. In Zhou, many martial artists accepted clandestine jobs, and they could obtain official travel permits from the government to verify their identities. He rubbed his hands together in glee. "In that case, let us hasten to draft a contract." Li Zhengyi suppressed his excitement and nodded in agreement. The 2 parties signed the contract in the presence of the innkeeper as a witness. Gu Jin, having unexpectedly discovered a means to earn money during this outing, penned a letter and found a courier in the city to deliver it to Luojia village. The 100 pounds of rice she had purchased was stored at the inn, to be retrieved by Li Dehan once he received her letter. The following day, both parties secured their travel permits and set forth towards Hesedi. Before departing, Gu Jin also acquired a large mule and swiftly bought food, water, and various toiletries. One must invest to reap returns. She sat high atop the mule, gazing at the scenery around her, her heart filled with ambition. Bread will be available and a grand villa will be hers. One day, she would live a better life. As Gu Jin and her companions departed, Li Dehan received the letter, feeling both furious and anxious. These 3 children were incredibly bold, daring to call themselves escort masters. What would happen if they encountered danger on the road? Li Dehan was in a tizzy, but there was nothing he could do. He could only lead the mule back to Lan City, carrying the 100 pounds of rice Gu Jin had purchased. Chapter 40. The Inn. Gu Jin had fled during the 3rd month of spring. Now it was already late July, when the osmanthus blossoms perfumed the air. Unbeknownst to her, half a year had slipped by. The group walked along a rural path, Gu Jin occasionally wiping the sweat from her brow. Although autumn had already arrived, the weather remained quite warm. He County was over 1,000 miles from Lanzhou. The round trip would likely take over 20 days. Just in time for Li Taohua to give birth. Gu Jin rode ahead on the large mule, with Li Zhangyi in second place and Li Renyong trailing at the rear. Zhu Laosan rode in the middle, feeling somewhat out of place. After all, no matter how large the mule was, it was still just a mule. Miss Gu, how much further do we need to travel today? Zhu Laosan called out. After several days of travel, he finally understood that although Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong were uncles, they all heeded the orders of this young girl. Though unusual, Zhu Laosan observed that the girl indeed possessed the capability to lead the team. About 2 more hours. Gu Jin calculated the distance in her mind and responded. Zhu Laosan held a detailed topographical map, far more meticulous than the one Qin Song had drawn in the sand with a stick. Gu Jin treasured it immensely. While she found it fascinating, she also felt puzzled. However, Zhu Huan was a prominent figure in He County, maintaining close ties with the government, thus the origin of this map was likely obscure. With this map, and considering their daily pace, she could better plan their itinerary. Thus, after a week of travel, they had never had to sleep on the streets, their calculations always precise. Today was no exception. After more than 2 hours, the 4 of them arrived at an inn. The innkeeper, seeing guests approaching, eagerly came out to greet them. Do you wish to dine or stay overnight? To dine means to eat and rest briefly before leaving. To stay means to rest for the night. Staying overnight. At this moment, Zhu Laosan stepped forward, handing the reins to the innkeeper. The innkeeper promptly called out, Great. Boss, we have guests. 3 adults and 1 child, staying overnight. The innkeeper moved swiftly, leading their horses and the mule to the stable. Once inside the main room, a middle-aged man emerged to welcome them, beaming with a smile. Eager to take Zhu Laosan's burden, but Zhu Laosan immediately declined. No need, the items are not heavy. I can carry them myself. Very well. May I inquire how many rooms the esteemed guest requires? The innkeeper continued to smile brightly. Zhu Laosan was about to say the usual 3 rooms when Gu Jin suddenly grasped his hand. Uncle, didn't you say we had no money? Let us just get 1 room tonight. Zhu Laosan's thoughts shifted, and he feigned distress indeed. Funds are running low. All right, let us take 1 room then. He paused and added, Let us have a larger room. The innkeeper, still smiling, responded, Very well, room 1. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the innkeeper, a group of individuals entered a spacious room, which appeared to encompass over 50 square meters. The chamber was tidily arranged, with a window that faced the courtyard. If opened, it would allow a clear view of those entering and exiting the inn. However, for reasons unknown, this window seemed to be broken and would not budge despite attempts to push it open. Observing Gu Jin struggling with the window, the innkeeper hastily interjected, Oh dear girl. The window's hinges are broken. Please do not push any further, or it may fall. Gu Jin, with her captivating large eyes, retorted, If it's broken, why not repair it? The innkeeper chuckled. It's rather unfortunate, as the window just broke in the past 2 days. I have already summoned a carpenter, but he won't arrive until tomorrow. After exchanging a few more auspicious words, the innkeeper took his leave. Li Zhangyi immediately secured the door. With a look of apprehension, he whispered, Jiner, doesn't something feel amiss in this place? Gu Jin shushed him, her voice barely a whisper. Be cautious, the walls may have ears. Li Zhangyi, startled, covered his mouth. Although Zhu Laosan could not discern any immediate threat, the vigilance exhibited by the hired bodyguards indicated that something was indeed amiss with the inn. Clutching his bundle tightly, he cautiously inquired, Are you all right? What Zhu Laosan truly wished to ask was whether any formidable members of their clan had followed them. But he refrained, knowing some matters are best left unspoken to avoid awkwardness. Gu Jin's expression turned grave as she declared, There is a problem. We need not fear open confrontation, rather it is the underhanded tactics that concern me. For instance, if they were to use sleeping gas while we are unconscious, it could lead to our demise. After all, why would that window be nailed shut, if not to prevent the guests in this room from ventilating it? This was Zhu Laosan's first venture into Lan City for business. He had joined a large merchant caravan, but due to the sheer number of travelers, they had mostly camped outdoors during their journey. However, the caravan was continuing on to the border city, and after purchasing jade, he would need to return. Thus, he was unfamiliar with this route. Upon hearing Gu Jin's analysis, Zhu Laosan grew increasingly anxious. What shall we do? The Zhu family once held a prominent reputation in Yi City. However, after suffering repeated robberies while procuring grain from Linjiang City last year, our clan has been in disarray. In an effort to revive our fortunes, we have pooled all our resources. The jade in my bundle is the key to our family's resurgence. If we are robbed again, the Zhu family will face ruin. Do not sleep, nor drink water. Tear the paper from the window with a dagger, and dampen a cloth to cover your nose and mouth. We shall wait, Gu Jin commanded. Zhu Laosan wished to ask how they had discerned that this was a den of thieves, but Gu Jin raised her hand, signaling for silence. She extinguished the candle on the table, plunging the room into darkness. Gu Jin, being petite, hid behind the door, while Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong concealed themselves in a corner, ready to strike when the moment arose. Zhu Laosan, the financier, was hidden beneath the bed, and Gu Jin cleverly arranged a pillow atop the bedding to create the illusion of a person lying there. As time passed slowly, Zhu Laosan found himself nearly dozing off. Weary from a day of travel, he was uncomfortable in his cramped hiding spot, and the damp cloth only exacerbated the dust that filled his nostrils. Doubts crept into his mind about Gu Jin's apparent paranoia. Though undeniably clever, she was merely 8 years old. Had he allowed himself to be influenced by her two uncles, following her lead so blindly? These thoughts struck him as absurd. Just then, Zhu Laosan, filled with regret, attempted to crawl out from beneath the bed when he heard the faint sound of footsteps outside the door. Startled, he quickly retreated back under the bed. Outside, Chen Guangfu skillfully blew sleeping gas into the room. After completing this operation, he planned to make his escape. Having worked in this line of business for several years, he had never failed, primarily because he never stayed in one place for more than 5 days. Once the gas was fully dispersed, he instructed his apprentice to pry open the door latch with a knife. Gu Jin, concealed behind the door, waited in silence. She had not anticipated that an inn located by the main road would engage in such nefarious activities. Was the great Zhou dynasty truly on the brink of collapse? Refugees were left without proper shelter, while bandits lurked in the mountains. Or was it due to disturbances from otherworldly beings that all military forces had been dispatched to the south? Before Gu Jin could finish her thoughts, a small figure rolled in swiftly. She had intended to launch a surprise attack, but missed her opportunity. However, Li Zhengyi, hidden in the corner, sprang into action. He struck at the figure's abdomen with his left hand while simultaneously targeting its left elbow, executing a technique that left the assailant's joint shattered. With a faint crack, the intruder let out a chilling scream. Quick as lightning, Li Zhengyi delivered a palm strike to the figure's temple, silencing the cry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Guangfu cursed under his breath, alarmed to have encountered formidable opponents. As he attempted to flee, Gu Jin delivered a swift kick to his rear. Unexpectedly, Chen Guangfu had not anticipated that someone was crouching behind the door. Startled by the kick, he stumbled forward, and amidst a cacophony of screams, he crashed through the second-floor railing and fell below. Li Renyong hastened after him. The fall from the second floor had not proven fatal, but it did leave Chen Guangfu with a broken leg. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to drag himself away, only to be pierced in the back by Li Renyong's dagger. Over the years, thanks to his use of sleeping gas, Chen Guangfu had dispatched more than one skilled opponent. But he had never imagined that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere child. Why had the sleeping gas failed? Had he exposed a vulnerability? Had they seen through his ruse? As Chen Guangfu faced his demise, images flashed through his mind like a lantern show, and suddenly, he recalled the moment he saw the little girl tugging at someone's sleeve. It dawned on him that he had revealed his hand long before. Li Renyong extracted the dagger from the corpse, his face twisted with rage. These thieves have no idea how many lives they have taken. Why does the government not intervene? Zhu Laosan, clutching his bundle, rushed downstairs. Upon seeing the lifeless body, he kicked it in anger. It is because of people like these that the Zhu family is on the brink of bankruptcy. I wish I could slay more of them. He vented his frustration with several more kicks before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young heroes. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As he finished speaking, he noticed Gu Jin standing at the staircase, her face adorned with a smile. Miss Gu, your foresight is commendable. If not for your precautions, we might not have escaped this calamity. Zhu Laosen was filled with dread at the thought of what might have transpired. He patted his chest, attempting to calm his restless heart. Ever since the appearance of the otherworldly beings, tranquility seemed to have fled the state of Zhou. Not only were bandits rampant, but last year's drought in Jianzhou and the recent locust plague in Jizhou had compounded the unrest. On this day, was a change truly upon them? As this thought crossed Zhu Laosen's mind, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Miss Gu, should we report this to the authorities? He inquired cautiously. Gu Jin pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, we shall not report it. To do so would invite trouble. A murder of this magnitude would take at least 10 days to a fortnight to resolve. If we encounter a corrupt official, we might find ourselves entangled in even greater difficulties. Zhu Laosen shared her sentiment. He could not afford to delay any longer, for his family awaited his return. Boss Zhu, please, you should rest. The bodies can be handled by our two uncles, he urged. Zhu Laosen was more than willing, while he harbored no fear of the dead. Prolonged exposure to corpses still unnerved him. Very well, then I shall trouble you both. Such scoundrels, in my opinion, deserve nothing more than to be discarded in the cellar. They do not merit a proper burial. Zhu Laosen spat disdainfully as he ascended the stairs. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong exchanged glances, a spark of excitement igniting within them. It was once again time for their customary act of reciprocal plunder. The two busied themselves and soon discovered several silver notes on the bodies, along with a pouch of narcotic smoke and other paraphernalia. Gu Jin collected all of it. Zhu Laosen was right, such vile criminals were unworthy of a decent resting place. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong each slung a body over their shoulders and discarded them into the inn cellar, only to find several more corpses inside, presumably the former innkeeper and his staff. Jiner, these rogues are truly despicable, Li Zhangyi remarked, gazing at the corpses with contempt. Li Renyong found it bewildering. Did no one report the deaths of the innkeeper and his staff? Gu Jin chuckled softly. You've just stated they are all dead. Who would report it? In the state of Zhou, communication relies solely on shouting, there are no telephones, and daily contact is impossible. By the time their families notice, the thieves will likely have fled. After disposing of the bodies, the trio searched through the various rooms for half an hour but yielded little of value. It seemed the valuable items had already been sold off for silver. By the time they finished their tasks, dawn was approaching. Having gone without sleep, the three men felt no fatigue. They mounted their mules and chattered incessantly. Zhu Laosen regarded them with a growing desire for camaraderie. The two youths were merely 16 or 17, and the girl was just over 8. Not only were they brave and resourceful, but they also showed no fear in the face of murder. Given time, they might just become true heroes. Once we reach Heching, I shall treat you all to copper goose. It is a delicacy, truly a signature dish of our Heching. Gu Jin and her companions accepted Zhu Laosen's goodwill with grace. In this world, having an additional friend opens new avenues. Throughout her journey, Gu Jin felt an undercurrent of unrest within the state of Zhou. Though she could not pinpoint the source of her disquiet, which instilled a sense of urgency in her heart. Observing their spirited demeanor, Zhu Laosen pressed on, Miss Gu. How did you discern that something was amiss at the inn yesterday? I failed to notice anything unusual. Gu Jin elucidated, perhaps it has to do with my height. The innkeeper's counter, although scrubbed clean, still bore traces of blood in the crevices. My stature allowed me to see those stains clearly. Zhu Laosen marveled. And what about the two of you? How did you catch on? Li Zhangyi replied with a hearty smile. I simply felt that the innkeeper's smile was overly contrived and uncomfortable, so I approached him to sniff around. His clothing was washed too clean, and he wore a sachet, seemingly to mask something very suspicious indeed. Li Renyong scratched his head, puzzled. Did you not notice anything peculiar about the waiter? Li Zhangyi asked. What was peculiar? Li Renyong replied. When the waiter led our mules to the straw shed, I noticed his expression suddenly shift to one of smugness, as if plotting something. That's when I became wary. Zhu Laosen was astounded. You three young heroes have truly opened my eyes. His eyes sparkled, and his resolve to befriend them grew stronger. Chapter 42, Sudden Wealth. On the 15th day of the 8th month, Gu Jin successfully delivered Zhu Laosen and his goods to Heching. She had intended to return to Luojia village immediately. However, Zhu Laosen insisted on her staying. Unable to refuse his hospitality, she and her uncles ended up celebrating the Moon Festival with his family. After the festivities, Zhu Laosen bestowed upon them a generous reward, And the trio finally set off on their journey home. Eager to return, Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong urged their mules to run. Though mules could not match the speed of fine horses, their endurance was commendable. What should have been a journey of several days was completed in merely 9. As they rode under the stars. As they neared Luojia village, Li Zhangyi could not contain his joy. "We've made such a fortune on this trip. Father will surely be delighted." Indeed, Li Renyong chimed in, brimming with pride. "If I had a tail, it would be pointing skyward right now." Yet, Gu Jin felt a twinge of anxiety. Their sudden excursion to Huqing had been unexpected. Although she had informed her family via letter, the distance was great, and she feared they would worry daily. Lost in thought, Gu Jin fell behind and pinched her thigh sharply. The sudden pain sent tears welling in her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong returned home, anticipating a warm welcome from their family. To their shock, however, Li Dahai brandished a broom, ready to chastise them. "You two wretches! How dare you impersonate bodyguards? If the officials find out, you'll be in deep trouble." Li Taohua glared at them from the yard, her maternal instincts kicking in. Jean had such a grand idea. What if something had gone wrong with her and your two uncles? As the young girl jumped down from the mule, Li Taohua prepared to scold her, but Gu Jin rushed over, throwing her arms around her mother's arm. "Mother, I missed you so much. You can't imagine how perilous our journey was. Just ask my uncles." The innkeeper was blowing narcotic smoke. "Thankfully, we discovered it early, otherwise, we might not have returned at all. Had I known it would be so dangerous, I would never have gone. Mother, do you hear me? I swear. I won't dare again." Gu Jin burst into tears, her sobs punctuated by hiccups. Li Taohua's heart ached for her daughter, and her anger dissipated. She gently stroked Gu Jin's head, wiping away her tears. "It's good that you recognize your mistake. Just promise me you won't be so reckless in the future." Li Dahai, witnessing Gu Jin's distress, genuinely believed she had been frightened. Turning back to see his two sons huddled together, awaiting their punishment, he felt a mix of emotions. If their family were prosperous, surely the children would not need to wander the world. Sighing, he set down the broom. "Come inside, wife. Prepare a few extra dishes tonight to ensure they eat their fill." Throughout the reprimand, Li Mu remained silent, standing by with a watchful eye. Upon encountering him as he set aside his broom, a radiant smile illuminated her face. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Gu Xiao, with exuberance, embraced Gu Jin's waist, her countenance blossoming with joy. "Sister, where have you been? Why were you gone for so many days? How could you not take me along?" Gu Jin bent down, lifting her in a gentle embrace, showering kisses upon her cherubic face. After 20 days apart, the little girl had grown ever more enchanting. Resting their foreheads together, Gu Jin remarked, "It was quite dull. I shan't partake in such activities again. Xiao, you may play by yourself, for your sister is quite weary today." Li Taohua, feeling a pang of concern for Gu Jin, promptly called out, "Xiao, come down from your sister's arms." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao obediently leaped down. "While sister was away, the village children have been inquiring about you daily. They say if you do not return soon, it is likely that a wolf has carried you off. Luo Wugu even claimed he would usurp your position as the chief." Gu Jin erupted into laughter. Li Taohua cast a glance, remarking, crying and laughing like a yellow dog urinating. Gu Jin quickly stifled her laughter, asserting, "Mother, I am not a dog." Li Taohua tenderly wiped away Gu Jin's tears, saying with affection, "Enough now, return to your bed and rest. I shall call you when the meal is ready." Seizing the moment, Gu Jin took Gu Xiao's hand, leading her towards the inner room. As they passed by her two uncles, she winked playfully at them. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong exchanged a knowing smile, tinged with helplessness. Once Gu Jin's figure disappeared, Li Renyong enviously remarked, "When shall I possess the composure and adeptness that Jiner exhibits?" Li Zhangyi patted his brother's shoulder, encouraging, "Observe and learn, we are not foolish." Li Renyong nodded earnestly indeed. "We are not foolish." The two brothers entered the house, where they found Li Dahai still sighing deeply. They immediately concealed their mirth, exclaiming in unison, "Father." Li Dahai, tapping his pipe, gestured for them to sit. "Now, what has transpired?" he inquired in a grave tone, demanding a detailed account. Li Zhangyi nudged his brother with an elbow, prompting him to speak. Li Renyong, summoning his courage, mimicked Gu Jin's unhurried manner as he recounted their experiences in Lan City with precision. Li Dahai appeared on the verge of reprimanding them. "You truly are," he paused, ultimately refraining from voicing his frustration. Li Zhengyi hastily interjected, "Father, you did not inform the villagers of Luo family village about our journey to He City, did you?" Li Dehai shot him an incredulous look. "Do you think your father possesses an unguarded tongue? Such a significant matter, how could I disclose it?" Li Zhengyi pressed further. "Then what did you say?" Li Dehai replied, "I merely mentioned that you were off to Lan City to seek out matters. Nothing more was divulged." Li Zhengyi nodded, "That as well. We must synchronize our accounts with Jin later. We cannot afford any inconsistencies." At that moment, Li Renyong could hardly contain his excitement. "Father, do you know how much we earned on this trip?" "How much?" Li Dehai inquired, now intrigued. Li Renyong held up a finger. "5 taels?" Li Dehai guessed. Li Renyong shook his head, urging him to guess again. Observing the triumphant expressions of his sons, Li Dehai clenched his teeth and proclaimed, 150 taels? Li Renyong danced with glee. "No, it is 500 taels. Father, we have struck it rich." Li Dehai gasped in astonishment. 500 taels? Indeed, 500 taels. Seeing his younger brother grinning foolishly, Li Zhengyi scolded him lightly. "Enough of that. Do not tease father further. One could not possibly earn 500 taels from escorting a shipment. The bulk of our fortune came from the belongings of those two scoundrels," he added. "In the realm of Zhou, there are primarily 6 types of escort missions. The first is a letter escort. The second is a ticket escort. The third involves silver. The fourth is grain. The fifth pertains to goods. The sixth is personal protection. The third type, which pertains to silver and personal safety, is what Zhu Lao San was assigned. While he received double the payment, the distance was not too great, primarily along well-traveled roads." Chapter 43, Household Affairs. The jade ornaments purchased by Zhu Lao San were valued at 3,000 taels. Typically, an escort agency earns 5 taels for delivering 1,000 taels of silver. Hence, for 3,000 taels, the usual commission would only amount to 150 taels. Including the personal escort, Zhu Lao San received a total of 40 taels. The remaining 400 taels were entirely derived from the deceased bandits. Li Dehai expressed his astonishment. How could those brigands amass such wealth? And why carry it all with them? "Father, you are unaware, are you?" Li Renyong exclaimed animatedly, recounting Gu Jin's deductions as if they were his own insights. The 3 men were engrossed in their discussion when Li Mu called from outside, announcing that dinner was ready. "Since you were away for this year's moon festival, I specifically saved some harvest cakes for you all to taste. Are they not delicious?" In Li family village, Li Mu traditionally made harvest cakes using fine flour. Upon reaching Luo family village, however, where such grains were expensive, she could not bear to buy them. Thus, before the moon festival, she traveled around the village, learning to prepare southern-style harvest cakes. Thanks to the bountiful feast during their recent relocation, the local women received her warmly. They ground a specific ratio of glutinous rice and sticky rice, then mixed it with maltose, stirring it with chopsticks until fluffy, before kneading it into dough and allowing it to rise. As for the fillings, they varied by household wealth. Some added sesame, peanuts, and walnuts, while others included crushed soybeans and brown sugar. Li Mu's harvest cakes contained red dates, brown sugar, and crushed peanuts, with thin skins and generous fillings. Upon taking a bite, the sweet syrup burst within her mouth, eliciting an exclamation of delight from Gu Jin. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong savored the treats heartily. "Mother, these harvest cakes are entirely different from what we used to eat. Yet, they are equally delightful." As the family cook, Li Mu found no greater joy than seeing her culinary creations enjoyed by her family. She picked up a piece of braised meat from her bowl and placed it into Gu Jin's, saying, "Jiner, eat some meat. I see you have grown thin. You must eat more." Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong chimed in unison. "Mother, why do you not serve us vegetables?" Li Dehai shot them a stern look. "You are grown men. Why squabble with a child?" Li Zhengyi hesitated to respond. Being a year younger, Li Renyong could not hold back, exclaiming, "Is Jiner a child? I feel as though I am the child in her presence." Li Taohua interjected, "Jiner is barely over 8. How is she not a child? You, an uncle, arguing with a child over a piece of meat. How unbecoming." At this moment, Li Mu, with a smile, placed a piece of braised meat into Li Renyong's bowl, saying, "Eat up." She then deftly picked up another piece and placed it into Li Zhengyi's bowl. Li Dehai glanced over. "Is the meat you serve more appetizing than what you serve yourself?" Before he could finish, Gu Xiu raised her bowl high, exclaiming, "Grandmother is biased. You served meat to sister and uncle, but not to me. This will make Xiu very upset." Flustered, Li Mu hurriedly scooped a piece of meat for Gu Xiu. Just as she withdrew her chopsticks, she cautiously asked, "Do you wish for mother to serve you some vegetables?" Li Taohua laughed softly. "I am not a child anymore." She pondered for a moment before saying, "Mother, I understand your concern for Jiner, but once this child in my womb arrives, our household will be blessed with even more children." Zhengyi and Renyong are merely 16 or 17 years old, still far from their prime. In the future, provisions must be equitably shared among us all. Lanzhou often remarked in his lifetime that it is not the scarcity of resources that should trouble us, but rather the imbalance in their distribution. I find great wisdom in his words. What do you think, Mother? Li Taohua, who typically spoke with exuberance, adopted a more literary tone that Gu Jin had not encountered before. Not the scarcity, but the imbalance. Li Mu momentarily struggled to grasp the meaning. Li Dahai, after some contemplation, interjected, "Taohua is correct. As adults, we must ensure that our treatment of the children is devoid of bias due to their differing abilities. Henceforth, at the dining table, there shall be no more serving of dishes. They all have hands. They can serve themselves." Li Mu dared not object. She was unaware that her previous actions had ignited such a multitude of issues. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong had not given the matter much thought before, merely finding it entertaining. Upon hearing Li Taohua's words, they exchanged glances, each harboring distinct thoughts. Gu Xiaoxiao, still oblivious to the nuances of the conversation, was engrossed in gnawing on a piece of braised pork. As for Gu Jin, she felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing Li Taohua's statement. Not the scarcity, but the imbalance, is drawn from the 16th chapter of the Analects of Confucius. The subsequent phrase is, not the poverty, but the insecurity. This saying reflects Confucius's anti-war ideology, which later expanded into various realms. Gu Jin had previously been taken aback when her father mentioned it. She never imagined that she would encounter Confucian wisdom in this world. It was quite absurd. Furthermore, she was surprised that her mother, despite her lack of formal literacy, had committed this phrase to memory. However, Li Taohua's reminder was indeed astute. The education of children in larger families is inherently complex, yet if equity can be achieved, then the siblings will at least not harbor resentment stemming from parental favoritism as they grow. After dinner, the family gathered to converse. Gu Jin retrieved a pouch from her bosom, joyfully extracting silver notes. "Elder uncle, younger uncle, it's time to distribute the earnings." Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong quickly waved their hands in protest. "We're family. Why should we divide money?" Gu Jin replied with a smile. "Did you not hear Mother say just now? We worked together on the escort mission, and thus the wealth we have acquired must be shared fairly. This is how business thrives in the long term. Besides, I am certain there will be many more opportunities to earn money in the future. If you participate yet receive no reward, it would hardly be fair, even among family. Even blood brothers keep clear accounts." Li Zhengyi glanced at Li Renyong, and they both nodded in agreement. This time, their escort mission and subsequent ambush had yielded a total profit of 506 taels, divided into 4 shares. Each portion amounted to 126 taels. She and her 2 uncles would share 3 portions, while the remaining share would be designated for communal expenses and entrusted to Li Dahai for safekeeping. Gu Jin then extracted 10 taels from her share to give to Li Mu. "Grandmother, this is for your hard work." Li Mu bristled. "What is this hardship fee for? Isn't this my duty?" Gu Jin urged, "Grandmother, please accept it. With 7 mouths to feed in this household, you are the one bearing the brunt of the cooking and laundry, which is no small task. Let this be a token of gratitude from your granddaughter." Thus, everyone found themselves with money, allowing them to purchase small items without needing to solicit from others. Li Taohua felt a warmth in her heart. Before Longxing's passing, every time she returned to her maternal home, she would bring back gifts. However, she found it difficult to accept such a substantial amount of money as filial piety towards her parents. "Mother, please accept it. Jiner's intentions cannot be disregarded." Seeing her granddaughter insist, and with her daughter supporting the request, Li Mu shyly acquiesced. At this juncture, Li Dahai spoke up, "Jiner, during your absence, I have visited the village chief daily. After much persuasion, I finally managed to purchase 2 mu of land. However, the land is of poor quality, unclaimed wasteland that will require considerable effort to cultivate." Gu Jin replied that she was not in a hurry. "It is already autumn this year. Once the land is prepared, it will be just right for planting next year. Grandmother, grandfather, I entrust the household matters to you. In the future, as I earn more, I shall contribute more towards communal expenses. Father, mother, We shall contribute as well, Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong chimed in unison. Chapter 44. Bullying. From the moment the money was divided, Li Mu was in a state of bewilderment. She gazed at the money her granddaughter had given her, then glanced at the more than 100 taels in communal funds, murmuring, "This is more than enough to spend." Li Dehai remarked, "If it's more than enough, then why not save it? The two children will grow up and eventually marry. They will need funds for their dowries. With so many people in the family, 2 mu of land is simply insufficient. We must acquire more land if we have the means." Li Mu was taken aback. If that is the case, how much is truly enough? Li Renyong patted his chest, reassuring her, "Mother, do not fret. In the future, we shall earn even more money." Observing Gu Jin's seemingly good spirits, Li Dehai recounted the expenses incurred during this period. When Gu Jin departed, he had given her money for land purchases, which amounted to 10 taels, and an additional tael for summer bedding, tables, chairs, and benches for each room. Recently, there had been 2 weddings in Luojia village. Their family had no chickens to offer as gifts, so they had instead contributed 5 won each. Gu Jin listened intently, probing for clarification whenever she encountered confusion. After tallying all the expenditures, her previously accumulated savings had dwindled to just over 140 taels. However, this was of little concern, for she now possessed money again. After a while, they continued conversing before washing up and retiring to their respective rooms for rest. Gu Jin, having spent considerable time outside, felt uneasy about sleeping alone, so Li Taohua invited Gu Xiaoxiao to share her bed. As Li Taohua was nearing childbirth, having someone nearby to relay messages in case of an emergency would be prudent. Gu Jin opted to sleep alone in another room. She clutched her quilt, tossing and turning. She wondered if the silver earned this time could enable her to open a martial arts school in Lanzhou. In her previous life, running a martial arts school had proven quite lucrative. Recalling Chu Jiuzhang's generosity, she mused that it should be even more profitable in the state of Zhou. Yet, one must not place all one's eggs in one basket. Thus, alongside establishing a martial arts school, she must also cultivate the land. In Luojia village, even a mu of wasteland demanded 5 taels of silver, which was quite steep. She recalled studying history, where during the Ming dynasty's Taiping County, the cost of a mu of prime farmland was merely 1 tael of silver. However, that was during a stagnant period. At that time, the Ming dynasty had just been established, and the economy was beginning to recuperate. Land was plentiful while people were scarce. Consequently, for the first century after the founding of the Ming, land prices remained stagnant. Later, during the Donghua and Hongzhi eras, after a prolonged period of recovery, the economy flourished. With enduring peace and a steadily increasing population, land prices skyrocketed tenfold within a mere 40 years, with the cost of a mu reaching 10 taels of silver. After the mid-Zhengde period, land prices experienced a turning point. Subsequently, until the downfall of the Ming dynasty, land prices consistently plummeted. Natural disasters and increased corvée labor led to the bankruptcy and displacement of many households, resulting in vast tracts of land falling into disuse. People could acquire land without spending money, provided they could sustain themselves in those areas. In a small village like Luojia, 1 mu of unplanted wasteland astonishingly commanded a price of 5 taels of silver. This indicates that the inhabitants of this place are more affluent than those of Shengyang village and are remarkably unperturbed by the disturbances caused by the otherworldly specters at the borders. Their sense of security is likely derived from General Pei, the god of war. Throughout history, although many wars appear to be on the verge of eruption, the involved parties have often been strategizing behind the scenes for years. The specters are indeed restless and conflict is inevitable. One can only hope that the state of Zhou can withstand the oncoming flames of war. Once hostilities commence, food will undoubtedly become more precious than gold. Contemplating this, Gu Jin resolved to acquire additional land. It is imperative to stockpile as much grain as possible before the specters arrive. Waiting until the chaos begins to purchase supplies would be far too late. In the state of Zhou, the yield of rice has already exceeded 400 pounds per mu. 2 mu can yield up to 800 pounds of grain. After husking 100 pounds of millet, one can expect approximately 70 pounds of coarse rice, meaning 800 pounds of millet could yield at least 500 pounds of coarse rice. Given that all family members engage in manual labor and that supplementary food is quite scarce, relying solely on staple foods for energy, each of her 2 uncles consumes more than 200 pounds of grain annually. Therefore, acquiring at least 2 mu of land is essential to ensure a surplus of grain. Agriculture in the state of Zhou is indeed advanced. One must remember that prior to liberation, the yield of rice was merely 180 kilograms. Gu Jin also contemplated earning more silver and directly purchasing grain to hoard, yet through various inquiries, she discovered that this approach was impractical. In the state of Zhou, only grain merchants authorized by the court can purchase grain in bulk. Ordinary citizens lack the qualifications to buy grain in large quantities. Should anyone be reported for stockpiling significant amounts of grain, they could face banishment to the borders or, at worst, extermination of their entire family. Thus, even though she is aware of the unstable situation, her only option is to buy land, for land equates to grain. As long as the god of war patient can endure for 2 years, the land purchased will not be deemed a loss. With these calculations in mind, Gu Jin gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, she was greeted by the cheerful chirping of birds outside. Gu Xiu scampered in with her little legs. Sister, wake up. Ever since Gu Jin returned yesterday, Gu Xiu had been eager to drag her out to play. Why are you up so early? Gu Jin asked as she picked her up and planted a kiss on her cheek. Gu Xiu waved her tiny fists and exclaimed, I've been up for ages. Sister, hurry and have breakfast. After you eat, you must reclaim the position of the chief. Gu Jin couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I shall go. Today. She had initially planned to ride a mule to Lan City, but considering she had just returned, she feared that Li Dehai and Li Taohua would worry again if she left so soon. Never mind, as the saying goes, haste makes waste. She would play at home for a couple of days. After breakfast, Gu Jin mingled with a group of children. Upon seeing Gu Jin, Luo Wugu felt an inexplicable fear and hurried over with a sheepish smile. Sister Jin, where have you been? Why were you gone for so long? Gu Jin replied with a playful smirk, I went to Lan City to earn some money. Luo Wugu exclaimed, oh. At that moment, Gu Xiu shouted, did you not say you wanted to be the chief? My sister is back now, are you going to challenge her? Luo Wugu's face flushed with embarrassment. Who said that? Don't spread rumors. Gu Xiu insisted, you did say it, and you even claimed my sister could never defeat you. Yes, we can attest to that. You indeed said that Sister Jin cannot win against you, chimed in several other children. Are you backing down now because you're scared? Luo Wugu, feeling cornered, rolled up his sleeves and retorted, I'm not scared. If we're going to fight, let us fight. Gu Jin smiled at him. Are you really serious about this? Luo Wugu clenched his teeth. Yes, let's fight. At her feet lay a withered branch, and she lifted her foot, stepping down with all her might, instantly shattering the branch into splinters. Gu Jin asked again, are you truly ready to fight? Luo Wugu, now sweating profusely from fear, leaned closer and whispered, we can fight. But could you perhaps go easy on me? Having made such a bold declaration, he felt he could not back down now. Luo Wugu struck a fighting pose, preparing himself. Gu Jin had no intention of genuinely bullying a child, unless it were Chu Jiuzhang. She chuckled and waved her hand grandly, fine, if you wish to be the boss. Then be my guest. Gu Xiu was not pleased. Sister, no, please don't. Gu Jin crouched down to look at her. Why not? Gu Xiu hesitated for a moment before saying, if you don't take the position of chief, someone will bully me. Gu Jin was alarmed, her voice dropping. Who has bullied you while I was away? Gu Xiu, nervously clutching her clothes, replied, I can't say. She said if I told anyone, she would have her father beat me to death. Gu Jin felt a surge of anger. It had only been 20 days since she had left, and Gu Xiu had already been bullied. Chapter 45, Yang Yuan. However, no matter how much Gu Jin pressed, Gu Xiu was too frightened to reveal who had bullied her. The 5-year-old child, when pressed, pouted and looked like she might cry. Gu Jin could only refrain from further questioning. At that moment, Luo Wugu whispered 2 words into Gu Jin's ear. Afterward, he quickly added, Sister Jin, please don't say I told you, or it will be a huge problem. Gu Jin patted Luo Wugu's small shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. She took Gu Xiu's hand and headed toward the village head. It was truly shameless for a nearly 10-year-old to bully a 5-year-old. Gu Jin walked with purpose and Gu Xiu was intimidated by her presence. Sister, where are you going? Gu Jin replied, to find Yang Yuan. Gu Xiu halted in her tracks, suddenly frightened. Sister, don't go. I'm scared. Gu Jin crouched down and asked, do you think your sister is strong? Gu Xiu tilted her head, pondering for a moment. Strong. Gu Jin continued. Then who do you think would win in a fight between your sister and Yang Yuan? Gu Xiu gestured. Sister. Gu Jin countered. So, are you still scared? Gu Xiu answered earnestly, but Yang Yuan said if I told my family, he would have his father beat me to death. Gu Jin laughed in exasperation, he dares. Gu Xiu cried, Yang Yuan always insults me, calling me a child without a father. His father is always fierce when he sees me, sister, I'm scared. Gu Jin paused, reaching out to wipe Gu Xiu's tears. She softly reassured her, Yang Yuan only has one father, but you have two uncles. You've seen your uncles deal with bad people, they are quite formidable. Let us go call for uncle, shall we? At the mention of uncles, Gu Xiu's frightened expression began to brighten. Gu Jin added, shall we call grandfather too? Finally, Gu Xiu broke into a smile, okay? Gu Jin embraced Gu Xiu. And upon returning home to recount the situation, before she could even incite action, the Li father and son erupted in fury. Li Taohua asked in the gentlest of tones. Xiu, tell mother, how did Yang Yuan bully you? Xiu, don't be afraid, we will protect you, Li's mother encouraged from the side. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong also assured her that as long as she spoke up, they would bring her candy upon returning from Lan City. Finally, Gu Xiu timidly shared. Little Yuan always steals my beans. If I don't give them to him, he pricks my toes with a needle. He also says that my sister will never come back, and I must listen to him from now on. Li Taohua, hands on her hips, scolded, what a little scoundrel. Such malice at such a young age. The upper beam is crooked when the lower beam is not right. Yang Xinghua had never been on good terms with me during her time in Yang Village, and I suspect she instigated her son to bully Xiu. Father, Zhengyi, Renyong. Let us go and confront them at their home. Gu Jin hastily intervened, saying, Mother, you are about to give birth. It would be unwise for you to go. I, along with my grandfather and uncle, can handle it. Li Taohua was reluctant, but Li Dahai made a decisive call. It is settled, Zhengyi, Renyong, let's go. The family marched towards the village head in a grand manner, encountering villagers from Luo family village along the way. Upon seeing their fierce demeanor, the villagers curiously inquired about the situation. Once they learned that the eldest son of the Yang family had bullied Gu Xiu, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Is there such a thing? A grown man bullying a child, and his family does nothing? This is outrageous. Indeed, to intimidate a child is intolerable. With little work to do in the fields, many gathered to witness the commotion. Upon arriving at the Yang household, Li Dahai was in no mood for pleasantries. He kicked over a stove made of mud bricks piled in the wasteland. Yang, come out. Li Renyong shouted loudly. Yang Ping, who had been feeling unwell and resting in the shed, bent over and emerged upon hearing the noise. Seeing the crowd, he felt a pang of panic. Uncle Li, why have you come? Li Dahai sneered. You've raised quite the son, bullying a mere 5-year-old? Do you even have any shame left? Yang Ping was bewildered. Who has bullied Xiu? Li Renyong charged forward, shaking his fist. Stop pretending, it was your son Yang Yuan. Just then, Yang Xinghua burst out of the shed, wailing and slapping her thigh. You Li family are truly overstepping. My Yuaner has done no such thing to Xiu. He has been with me all day. Li Dahai pointed at his granddaughter, seething with anger. You dare to dispute this? Xiu is only 5. Do you think she could lie? Yang Xinghua sprang up, retorting, who says a 5-year-old cannot lie? When I was 3, I once claimed I had a stomach ache just to avoid eating bean porridge. Her audacity left Li Dahai momentarily speechless. Li Mu, witnessing her family's swift defeat, grew anxious. Had she known, she should have called for Taohua, whose fiery temperament had never known defeat in a quarrel. At this moment, Gu Jin felt a twinge of admiration for Yang Xinghua. Without Li Taohua's restraint, she was indeed formidable. Young auntie, your statement is misleading. We did not accuse Yang Yuan of bullying Xiu today, Gu Jin interjected loudly. Li Dahai, realizing he was a senior and should not argue with a woman, glared at Yang Ping. You are the head of the household, you tell us how to resolve this. Just as Yang Ping was about to speak, Yang Xinghua interjected. What is there to resolve? My Yuaner has not bullied Gu Xiu at all. Your Li family speaks slander, and you shall face retribution for it. By heavens! Gu Jin was taken aback by this audacity. Not only did she deny it, but she also turned the blame back around. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong were enraged, rushing into the shed to drag out Yang Yuan, ready to strike. Yang Xinghua, fiercely protective, lunged forward. The scene erupted into chaos. The onlookers hurriedly separated the two factions. But Yang Yuan had already received a couple of blows, glaring at Gu Xiu with eyes filled with hatred, as if he could kill her with his gaze. Gu Xiu was frightened to tears. Meanwhile, Yang Xinghua and Yang Ping were on guard against the Li father and son, fearing they would strike again. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jin crept up behind Yang Yuan, grasped his top knot, and deftly struck his acupoint with the tip of her foot, sending him crashing to the ground. Yang Yuan, if you're a man, speak the truth. During my absence, did you bully Xiao? Yang Yuan vehemently denied. I did not. It was Gu Xiao making things up. Seeing her son being restrained, Yang Xinghua attempted to rush over to strike Gu Jin. Gu Jin swiftly produced a dagger from her sleeve, pressing it against Yang Yuan's face. If you dare to approach, I will mar your son's visage. Yang Xinghua screamed in terror. Gu Jin, how wicked of you at such a young age. Put down the knife at once. Li Mu shot back. My Jiner is just fine. If it weren't for your son's malice, using a needle to prick my Xiao, Jiner would never have resorted to a blade. Chapter 46. The Dispute. Yang Xinghua was fully aware that her son had been stealing food from Gu Xiao and knew he had pricked her with a needle, a trick she herself had taught him. The Li family's care for Gu Xiao was significant. Should she sustain any injuries, they would surely discover it. But a needle prick was different, especially on the foot, which could easily go unnoticed unless examined closely. Though Yang Xinghua felt anxious, her tongue remained unyielding, crying and clamoring. You Li family is bullying my son with your numbers. I can't go on living. Yang Ping, you wretched man, go summon the village chief. Do you want to watch your son be killed by that wretched girl Gu Jin? Yang Ping's mind was in turmoil. He still did not grasp the situation. However, upon seeing Gu Jin brandishing a knife, he rushed forward, attempting to seize it. Gu Jin steadied herself and coldly warned, take another step closer, and you shall pay in blood. I do not mind a life for a life. Yang Ping immediately halted, raising his hands in surrender. Jiner, do not act rashly. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Gu Jin remained unresponsive, using the dagger's tip to trace Yang Yuan's face. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, I will ask you once more, did you bully Xiao? If you tell the truth, I shall let you go. But if you lie, I will skin your face. After all, you seem to have no shame left. Yang Yuan, though cunning, was merely a 10-year-old child, with a limited capacity for psychological endurance. As the sharp blade grazed his skin, he lost control. Sister Jiner, please don't. Yes, I have bullied Gu Xiao, but I only frightened her. He pleaded frantically. Gu Jin pressed further. Are you certain you merely frightened her? Have you not stolen her food? Have you not pricked her with a needle? This is your last chance. Be wise. Gu Jin applied pressure, leaving a red mark on Yang Yuan's tender face. One more ounce of force and his fragile skin would surely break. Feeling the cold rush to his face, convinced that he had been cut, Yang Yuan screamed in terror. I did steal. I pricked her. Sister Jiner, spare me. I promise I won't do it again. Gu Jin saw her opportunity and concealed the dagger back in her sleeve, turning to Yang Ping. Uncle Yang. Did you hear that? You decide how to handle this. Yang Ping, who had thought his son was wronged, was instantly consumed with rage upon hearing the confession. He picked up a branch from the ground and struck Yang Yuan with it, shouting, You ungrateful wretch, while we provided for you, you went and stole from a child. You even used a needle to stab her. How could your heart be so cruel? The Yang family has never raised a child like this. Yang Ping struck with all his might, leaving Yang Yuan's back bruised and bloody. Terrified and in pain, he cried out loudly. Yang Xinghua could no longer stand by. She rushed over and snatched the stick from Yang Ping's hands. Pointing at Yang Ping's nose, she scolded, You useless creature, only capable of harming your own son. When that wretched girl Gu Jin threatened our son with a dagger, why didn't you intervene? After hurling her accusations at her husband, she embraced her son tightly. Yuana, my dear son, tell everyone, were you not frightened by that ball girl Gu Jin just now? That's why you said those things, isn't it? Yang Yuan was about to nod in agreement when he caught Gu Jin's gaze, which was as cold and menacing as a serpent's. Instantly, fear gripped him. And he stammered, No, that's not true, mother. I snatched something from Gu Xiao and pricked her toe with a needle. Mother, wasn't it you who taught me to deal with Gu Xiao in that manner? His words sent a shockwave through the onlookers. How could this woman be so malicious? Indeed, such a venomous woman has never emerged from our Luo family village. That child is only 10 years old. How could he think so deviously? It seems his mother is the one pulling the strings. Summon the village head. Such a cruel person cannot remain in Luo family village. We must not let her corrupt our community. Exactly. Every household has children. What if they fall victim to her? The villagers exchanged heated words, growing increasingly indignant. Seeing the rising tide of anger directed at her, Yang Xinghua felt a pang of fear. She grasped Yang Yuan's hand, intending to retreat to their shelter. At that moment, Yang Ping struck Yang Xinghua across the face. I'll put an end to you, you wicked woman. Every child of the Yang family is honest and loyal. How is it that your child is so malevolent? Yang Xinghua seemed momentarily stunned by the blow. She covered her face and fell silent for a time. After a while, she suddenly erupted in rage, launching herself at Yang Ping, using both fists and feet. You, Yang Ping! Had you forgotten how we survived the treacherous journey of 3,000 miles? How did we even end up in Luo family village? It was I who traded the lives of my 2 daughters for food. Before she could finish, Yang Ping covered her mouth, his anguished cries piercing the air. Enough. I don't wish to speak of the past, nor do I wish to sell my daughters. I never wanted my parents to take their own lives in despair to save 2 mouths to feed. These memories cut like a blade through my heart. Wounds that never heal. Once settled in Luo family village, Yang Ping found himself haunted by sleepless nights. He pondered the meaning of his existence, even contemplating death. Yet, the thought of leaving Yang Xinghua and Yuaner behind filled him with dread. They needed him. Thus, he numbed himself through days of unbearable anguish. But now, with his son so twisted by Yang Xinghua's influence and his past sins exposed, Yang Ping saw no glimmer of hope. He released his grip and allowed Yang Xinghua's fists to rain down upon him. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Good heavens! Why has such a woman not been divorced? Wait. Shouldn't he the focus be on that man's cowardice? To be beaten by his own wife? Amidst the murmurs, Luo Shan arrived, stamping his foot in frustration. What are you all waiting for? Separate them at once. At the village head's command, the onlookers sprang into action, pulling Yang Xinghua away. Before the Li family could explain, Luo Shan grasped the situation from the villagers' angry comments. After contemplating for a moment, he deemed that Yang Xinghua and her family could not remain. The villagers were right, the moral fabric of the village was paramount. One cannot allow an outsider to corrupt the women of the village. Yang Ping's household, cease your lamentations. Everyone can see what you and your son have done. The villagers will not tolerate such behavior. In the state of Zhou, the village head wielded significant power, holding absolute authority over village affairs. The villagers unanimously supported the expulsion of Yang Xinghua's family, especially given the Li family's generosity and amiable nature. The tide of public sentiment was overwhelming. Even as Yang Xinghua clung to Yang Yuan and protested, their dwelling was dismantled by the villagers. Throughout the demolition, Yang Ping appeared as if his soul had been drained. Standing in a daze, Yang Xinghua, alarmed and frightened, exclaimed, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" A nearby villager mocked, "How can you still ask? Surely, you've beaten him senseless. Wicked woman, be gone. If you continue to batter your husband into a fool, you'll face the authorities and suffer the consequences." Seeing the villagers eager for action, Yang Xinghua dared not resist further. She took her son's hand in one and supported Yang Ping with the other as they approached the village exit. Gu Jin intercepted her. Yang Xinghua retorted, "Gu Jin, don't push your luck. You've already caused my family to be expelled from the village. What more do you want?" Gu Jin replied coolly, "I want your son to apologize to our Guxiao." Yang Xinghua instinctively wanted to refuse, but as she noticed the 2 Li brothers approaching, she begrudgingly pressed her son's head down to bow an apology to Guxiao. Fury boiled within Yang Xinghua. She felt that the humiliation she endured today was the greatest affront of her life. She vowed to settle this score one day, especially with that contemptible Gu Jin. She would ensure that Gu Jin was sold to a brothel, subjected to the most loathsome and vile men, as a means to alleviate her deep-seated resentment. Casting one last glance at the onlookers, she etched their gleeful faces into her memory. Gu Jin was not oblivious. The hatred radiating from Yang Xinghua was evident to anyone with eyes. Li Renrong nudged Li Zhangyi with his elbow, murmuring, "Brother, that young woman gives me the creeps." Li Zhangyi concurred, she's likely concocting schemes against us in her mind. Although Li Renrong felt a twinge of fear, he forced bravado, "Am I afraid of her?" Li Zhangyi pondered, a direct attack is easy to counter, but hidden malice is hard to defend against. We must tread carefully from now on. Once Yang Xinghua had completely vacated the village, the audience began to disperse after a flurry of discussions. The Li family returned home long ago. Upon hearing that the Yang family had been expelled, Li Taohua felt a surge of relief. Gu Jin grasped Gu Xiao's hand and asked, "Xiao Xiao, are you happy that young Yuan has been driven away?" Gu Xiu nodded emphatically, happy. Gu Jin continued, if anyone bullies you in the future, what will you do? Gu Xiu hesitated, her eyes darting around as she pondered for a long time before replying, tell my sister. Gu Jin kissed her, exactly. Not just when you're bullied. But if you encounter anything you cannot resolve, you must inform the family. Look, you have 2 uncles, grandparents, a mother, and a sister. We will all protect you. However, if you keep your grievances to yourself, we cannot help you. Gu Xiu nodded thoughtfully and said earnestly, sister, I understand. Hearing her sister's response, Gu Jin felt a wave of satisfaction. At just over 5 years old, the formative environment was crucial for Gu Xiu. In her past life, she had witnessed numerous bullying incidents erupt in schools. The psychological scars borne by those bullied children are profoundly deep. For some, it may take an eternity to emerge from the shadows cast by their torment. Others may never escape at all. Gu Jin believed that such occurrences would be absent in the countryside, thus she never paid them much heed. To her surprise, the malice was even more virulent. Fortunately, she had discovered this in time and resolved to be more vigilant henceforth. Though the Li family had secured a victory during mealtime, both Li Zhongyi and Li Renyong appeared sullen. Li Dehai wore a somber expression, lost in thought. However, Li Mu maintained her cheerful demeanor, grateful for the communal feast they had hosted for the villagers and the gifts exchanged in goodwill. Otherwise, their support might not have been guaranteed. At that moment, Li Renyong abruptly slammed his chopsticks onto the table, gritting his teeth as he declared, Father, Jiner, I have an unsettling feeling about that young Xinghua woman. I believe I must eliminate her to prevent future troubles. Li Dehai replied sternly, that is not permissible. Li Renyong retorted defiantly, but why not, father? Li Dehai explained, because every individual harbors malicious thoughts. In his youth, he had encountered a chivalrous swordsman who, while imparting martial skills, had cautioned him against the wanton slaughter of innocents. The swordsman spoke of jealousy as one of humanity's inherent traits, existing alongside compassion, akin to the duality of a flower's bloom and decay, not in opposition but in coexistence. In moments of conflict, one might wish death upon another, yet the innate compassion within often tempers such dark impulses. This is but human nature. Therefore, until malevolence is fully manifested in action, one cannot pass judgment on another's life or death. A thought is merely a thought. If one were to kill based on a fleeting notion, countless lives would be forfeit. Gu Jin was taken aback by this discourse. The chivalrous figure her grandfather had encountered was shrouded in mystery, teaching the most insidious of arts while admonishing against indiscriminate killing. Li Renyong, too, was momentarily stunned. Eventually regaining his composure, what father says makes sense. I often find myself in heated arguments with villagers, wishing ill upon them when I cannot prevail, only to feel remorse afterwards. I realize now that this is human nature. Resolving his fears, he continued, let her be. Even if young Xinghua seeks revenge, she lacks the wealth, allies, or power to act. What can she possibly do? Li Renyong's newfound clarity brought him solace. Indeed, as the saying goes, when soldiers meet, they shall engage. When water arrives, earth shall cover. Should she dare to act, I shall ensure she meets her end. The following day, encouraged by Gu Jin, Li Dehai invested a considerable sum to acquire an additional 5 acres of land. Combined with the 2 acres previously purchased, their total now amounted to 7 acres. With more land came more labor. Each day, Li Dehai toiled alongside his 2 sons in the fields. They needed to turn over all the soil during winter to prepare for planting come spring, with an emphasis on cultivating additional vegetables for sustenance through the winter months. On the 27th of August, Li Taohua gave birth. Gu Jin tended to her with utmost care, especially after moving to Luojia village, where she prepared nourishing concoctions of astragalus, red dates, and longan to replenish her energy and blood. Having already birthed 3 children, Li Taohua was quite experienced. It was not long before the midwife arrived and the child was born. The arrival of a new life is typically a joyous occasion. However, upon entering the room, Gu Jin was met with the sight of Li Taohua weeping. Li Mu, nearby, consoled her, you've just given birth. There's no reason to cry. It's not good for your eyes. Li Taohua wiped her tears. Mother, I do not wish to cry, but what can I do? I have given birth to another daughter. Li Mu feigned sternness, and what of it? You're a daughter too, and I see you value that quite highly. Li Taohua sobbed, Mother, you know that is not my meaning. I simply wish to bear a son to establish our family line. What will happen when Jiner and Xiuxiu grow up and there is not a single male heir in the family? Upon hearing this, Li Mu was at a loss for words, and just as Li Taohua was in despair, Gu Jin spoke up. Who says daughters are inferior to sons? Mother, even without a son to carry on the family line, I shall take that burden upon myself. I shall strive to be more remarkable than any boy. I will uphold this family and ensure your well-being. Gu Jin's voice resonated with conviction, momentarily causing Li Taohua to forget that her daughter was but 8 years of age. After a brief pause, she came to herself. Jiner, you startled me. I almost thought you had grown up. Gu Jin quickly retracted her solemn demeanor, grinning to reveal a gap where a tooth had fallen out. Mother, what are you saying? I am but a child. Though next year I shall turn 9. Which does mean I am growing up. Li Taohua chuckled through her tears. At 9, you are still but a child. Very well, I believe in you. You have yet to meet your little sister. Come and see her. Seeing Li Taohua's frown dissipate brought joy to Gu Jin's heart. She leaned over the bed, gazing at the newborn. Chapter 48. The Tax Bureau. The infant's skin was a rosy hue, her face wrinkled, resembling a tiny old man at first glance. Gu Jin pondered. How peculiar. She looks nothing like mother. Nor does she resemble father. Li Mu laughed. She is merely a newborn. It's far too soon to discern who she resembles. Once she reaches a month old, her features will settle, and we shall see. As they conversed, Li Taohua's earlier disappointment faded. Jiner was indeed right. Who says daughters are lesser than sons? With such wisdom, Jiner could easily equal 2 fine sons. Having made peace with her thoughts, Li Taohua looked down at her baby with newfound joy. Jiner, why not give your sister a name? Gu Jin did not hesitate, for she was now the most literate member of the family. In these times, peace is of utmost importance. Mother, let us name her Anan. Anan Guan? Li Taohua repeated the name, beaming with delight. Very well, we shall name her Anan, and may our family enjoy health and safety. With that, she leaned in to kiss the infant's cheek. Thanks to Li Dahai's social skills, many villagers from Luojia village brought eggs to visit upon learning of Li Taohua's childbirth. They had expected her to be in tears over the arrival of another daughter, yet she was all smiles. Naturally, the women refrained from inquiring directly, but once outside, they whispered amongst themselves. Li Taohua is truly unfortunate. Not only did she lose her husband, but her only son as well. I thought for sure this pregnancy would yield a boy. How regrettable. Do you think Li Taohua will remarry? Gu Jin was well aware of the village gossip, for she was the leader of the children. The words of those women were relayed to her by the kids. Gu Jin took no offense. In an agrarian society, most labor was physical, thus there was an intense societal desire for male offspring. A family with a robust male lineage meant more land and greater harvests. As long as the villagers did not ostracize her like those in Young Village, idle chatter posed no threat. Jiner, what techniques do you plan to teach us today? Luo Wugu asked, brandishing a twig. Gu Jin replied with a lackluster tone, I don't feel like teaching today. Luo Wugu grew anxious. Why not? Gu Jin responded nonchalantly. There's no reason. I simply don't feel like moving. In truth, she yearned to venture to launching each day in search of business opportunities. However, ever since Li Taohua gave birth, the household has been inundated with chores. The Li family, comprised of father and son, is occupied with plowing, weeding, and planting vegetables. As for Li's mother, her tasks are even more demanding. Managing the meals and laundry for a family of 7 falls entirely on her shoulders. Although Gu Jin and Gu Xiu do lend a hand from time to time, now that the family has a surplus of money, they indulge in hearty meals thrice a day to bolster their health. Li's mother prepares breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and during her spare moments, she cleans the house and attends to Li Taohua's postpartum diet. Even with Gu Jin and Gu Xiu's assistance, she finds herself utterly fatigued. After finishing their chores, Gu Jin takes Gu Xiu out to play. Although she is over 5 years old and quite capable of looking after herself, they are in Luojia village, an unfamiliar place fraught with dangers. Recently, 2 children were abducted by traffickers from a neighboring village, prompting Gu Jin to remain vigilant and accompany her amidst the throngs of children. This is so annoying. Gu Wuxiu, noticing Gu Jin's sullen expression, dropped the twig he was holding and approached her. Sister Jin, did you hear something? Gu Jin turned her head. What do you think I should have heard? Gu Wuxiu is the eldest grandson of Luo Shan, the village head. His family consists of over 10 members, making their meal times quite lively. Thus, If any news or policy is announced, they are usually the first to know. Gu Wuxiu spoke in a conspiratorial tone. In a few days, a significant figure will visit our village. My uncle is extremely anxious about it. Curiosity piqued, Gu Jin asked, what significant figure? Seeing several heads gathering around, Gu Wuxiu stood up and waved his hands proudly. Shoo, shoo, go away. I'm conversing with Sister Jean. At that moment, one child protested. What conversation are we not allowed to hear? Another chimed in, exactly, we're all in this together, why exclude us? With a dismissive tone, Gu Wuxiu retorted. Who said you were part of this? If it weren't for Sister Jean, I wouldn't even bother to speak to you. Gu Jin was taken aback. This was peculiar. Not long ago, Gu Wuxiu was mingling with them quite happily. How had he suddenly changed? Perhaps the children were hurt by Gu Wuxiu's condescending tone, as they all stormed off in indignation. Fine, if you don't want to play, we won't play. We won't help you find bird eggs anymore. Yes. And we won't join you in the river to catch fish. The last child even turned around to make a face at Gu Wuxiu. We're done. Initially, Gu Jin felt rather upset, but hearing the words "we're done" made her burst into laughter. It reminded her of her own past, when she would sever ties with friends over trivial matters, only to reconcile within a couple of hours. All right, now that everyone has left, speak. Gu Jin prompted. Gu Wuxiu fidgeted, but Shou Xiu is still here. Gu Jin retorted, Shou Xiu doesn't understand anything, she won't know what you say. Seeing Gu Jin's expression darken, Gu Wuxiu dared not continue boasting. He glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, before leaning closer to Gu Jin and whispering, have you heard of the tax commissioner? He will be arriving in our village within 5 days. Gu Jin was genuinely astonished. The tax commissioner was coming to Luojia village? What could his purpose be? To collect taxes? Or perhaps to increase them? She quickly inquired, who told you this news? Gu Wuxiu replied, I overheard my uncle and the village head discussing it in the study. I was eavesdropping. I'm the third person to know this in Luojia village. Gu Jin asked. Do you know why the commissioner is coming? Gu Wuxiu scratched his head. I don't know that. However, I sense it's not good news. Gu Jin pressed further. Why do you think so? Gu Wuxiu explained. Since my uncle met with the village head, he has been sighing deeply. I can't fathom what troubles him. At that moment, Gu Jin's heart sank. Could it be? Just when they had purchased 5 acres of land, would they face a tax increase? She crouched down and asked Gu Wuxiu several more questions until she could extract no further information. Finally, she returned home in a daze, accompanied by Gu Xiu. Li's mother was busy cooking and did not notice Gu Jin's unusual demeanor. It was only when the Li men returned that Li Zhengyi immediately sensed something was amiss. Jin, did something happen in the village today? Why do you seem so glum? Gu Jin opened her mouth, contemplating whether to share her concerns, but ultimately swallowed her words. The exact reason for the tax commissioner's visit to Luojia village remained uncertain. They would have to wait until his arrival to find out. Forcing a smile, Gu Jin replied, today was quite good. Li Renyong was not convinced and was about to press further when Li Zhengyi kicked him under the table. As long as everything is fine, let us eat, Li Dehen chimed in. That night, Gu Jin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Sister, are you making pancakes? Are you flipping them from one side to the other? Gu Xiu poked her head out from under the covers, curious. Gu Jin chuckled softly. Where did you learn that? Gu Xiu replied, when I slept with mother before, I would move, and she would say that to me. Well, sister had a hearty meal tonight and can't sleep. You go ahead and rest, I'll take a stroll in the courtyard. Gu Jin said as she tucked Gu Xiu back into the blanket. Chapter 49. Tax Increase. Tax Commissioner. Previously, when studying history, I had encountered officials responsible for local tax affairs during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Though their rank was low, it was a lucrative position. I never expected such a role to exist in the state of Zhou as well. Gu Jin couldn't help but suspect that perhaps, in this world, there were others like her who had also traversed through time. If the commissioner's visit to Luojia village wasn't merely for tax collection, it could only signify an increase in taxes. Amid her anxious thoughts, the tax commissioner finally arrived, surrounded by a throng of people. For days, Gu Jin had stationed herself at the village entrance, and upon seeing them approach, she swiftly trailed behind with Gu Xiu. The commissioner appeared quite young, likely in his 20s. He noticed the 2 children following him, but paid them no mind, engaging Luo Shan in conversation about the village's circumstances. Upon learning that one affluent family had recently settled among the refugees from Jianzhou, he displayed evident delight. Luo Shan respectfully escorted the commissioner to his home. Gu Jin was left behind, but that was of little concern. She had her informant. At that moment, Gu Wuxiu was crouched by the wall, tasked with eavesdropping. His anxiousness evident in his expression. Possessing a sharp memory, he was chosen by Gu Jin to learn martial arts among the many children. However, the commissioner's eloquent speech made it difficult for Gu Wuxiu to comprehend. He could only grasp the gist of what was said. Once the commissioner departed, Gu Wuxiu recounted the information he had managed to retain. Gu Jin was left dumbfounded. Indeed, it was an increase in taxes, and not just one type. Due to the incessant disturbances from foreign invaders along the borders, the military required funding for training, necessitating that every household contribute to military expenses. The fee was calculated per person at 100 coins per year. Furthermore, for households owning more than 3 acres of land, an additional 100 coins per acre would be levied as land tax. Lastly, there was the wealth tax, targeting merchants, wealthy farmers, and large landowners, mandating that for every 1,000 coins in assets, 100 coins must be paid in taxes. To prevent tax evasion, the court also issued a new decree. If affluent households conceal their wealth and are reported by the surrounding populace, the head of the household shall be dispatched to the frontier for military service. The informant, in turn, shall receive half of the affluent household's assets. These edicts from the court have become the most fervent topic of discussion in Luo family village. The military tax is set at 100 coins per person. With Gu Jin's family comprising 8 members, they are liable for 800 coins. Currently, they possess 7 acres of land, and with an additional 4 acres, they must pay 400 coins. According to the taxation scheme, for every 1,000 coins, 100 must be paid, resulting in a direct 10% reduction in their savings. Li Dehai wore a despondent expression, constantly sighing. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong gradually comprehended Gu Jin's recent melancholy. With such a sudden increase in taxes, how are we to continue our lives? Li Renyong muttered in a hushed tone. Li Mu also sighed deeply. We have only just purchased a few acres of land, believing we could enjoy a few peaceful days. Yet how swiftly circumstances have changed. Gu Jin appeared pensive. She recalled Wang village, where the village chief, Wang Gue, was similarly troubled by the court's tax increases, struggling to find rest. However, the taxes imposed on their village differed from those in Luo family village and were not as burdensome. Thus, the court's tax policy is contingent upon the wealth of a region. The tax officer must have calculated that the villagers of Luo family village could afford the additional taxes and reported this, prompting the court to issue these decrees. This, however, also indicates a pressing issue. The court is genuinely in need of funds. The drought in Jianzhou, locust plagues in Jizhou, compounded by the chaos of the otherworldly invaders and rampant banditry, if allowed to persist, could lead to the collapse of the nation, merely a matter of time. Gu Jin could only hope that this looming catastrophe would descend more slowly. She spoke, "Grandfather, we must pay the taxes tomorrow. There is no need to conceal our wealth. Let us speak truthfully." Li Mu chided playfully. "This child is so honest. How would others know our wealth if we do not disclose it ourselves? In my opinion, it would be prudent to underreport a little. Should that not pose a problem?" Li Renyong nodded in agreement. "I concur. After all, we are neighbors. And they would not engage in such unscrupulous acts." Li Dehai rapped the table with his smoking pipe. "Neighbors? We are the Li family. This is Luo family village. Do not be misled by their amiable demeanor. The prospect of receiving half of a wealthy household's assets for reporting them is a significant temptation. If you, already troubled by tax burdens, were in their position, would such thoughts not cross your mind?" Gu Jin regarded Li Dehai with admiration. As Higashino Kigo articulated in his work The Devotion of Suspect X, there are 2 things in this world that one should never gaze upon directly, the sun and the human heart. Thus, do not probe the depths of human nature. The group fell silent upon hearing Li Dehai's words. Li Zhengyi raked his fingers through his hair. "Father speaks wisely. Jiner has surely considered this aspect. We must proceed with the payment. Regardless, it is unavoidable. If we were indeed reported, it would spell our doom." Li Taohua, cradling her child, had remained silent throughout. As the gathering began to disperse, she finally spoke. "Father, Mother, Zhengyi, Renyong, you need not worry. We survived the great drought in Jianzhou. We endured the 3,000-mile journey of famine. Now, with a house, land, and grain, along with some savings, our lives cannot possibly regress." Li Dehai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the truth. Gu Jin hesitated, her thoughts lingering. She led Gu Xiu back to their dwelling. If the state of Zhou cannot withstand the pressure, life may indeed become worse than during the drought. After all, in the annals of history she had studied in her past life, instances of cities being slaughtered by invaders were numerous. The otherworldly beings would likely surpass even those horrors. The more Gu Jin contemplated, the more her anxiety grew. This will not do. She must devise a means to find a sanctuary, a place removed from the turmoil, where she could at least find refuge should war erupt. Before Gu Jin could formulate a strategy, the court issued another decree: no citizen is permitted to hoard grain. Those with surplus grain must sell it to the imperial grain merchants. Households suffering from scarcity may purchase no more than 30 pounds of grain per month for a family of 10. If the tax increases had caused Gu Jin distress, this new decree left her feeling like an ant on a hot pan. The control of grain signifies that the state of Zhou could not even maintain a faade of tranquility. Beneath the surface, turmoil was undoubtedly brewing. The urgency to seek a sanctuary became paramount. In contrast to Gu Jin's shock, the villagers of Luo family village remained remarkably composed. In recent years, Lanzhou had enjoyed favorable weather, and every household had ample grain stored away, rendering the need to purchase grain unnecessary. As for those with excess grain to sell, they hardly paid it any mind. Who could compel them to part with their provisions? The Li family also gave it little thought. The primary concern for everyone was the increased taxes imposed by the court. On that day, Li Dehai rose early and went to the Luo family home. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong then urged Gu Jin to join them in the fields. The two brothers wielded their hoes, digging the earth while keeping an eye on Gu Xiu at play. Suddenly, Li Renyong spoke up. "Jiner, what shall we do moving forward?" Gu Jin glanced at him. "What do you mean by that?" Li Renyong, with a furrowed brow, lamented. "How much can we earn solely from farming? Why don't we continue with the escort business?" He had been tending to their modest plot of land and found it exhausting, mainly due to the lack of hope. An acre of land yielded a maximum of 400 pounds of rice, and a pound could only be sold for a mere coin. The taxes levied by the court would demand 100 coins. What remained would barely suffice for the family's sustenance, let alone save any money. The escort business, however, was different. If they encountered a significant client, a single trip could secure a prosperous year. Gu Jin retorted, "Little uncle, during the drought in Jianzhou, how much silver could buy even a cup of water?" Li Renyong was taken aback. "What sort of question is that? I am nearly dying of thirst. Even if someone offered a gold ingot, I would not part with my water." Gu Jin pressed on. "Have you given thought to the recent decree by the court, limiting the purchase of grain for those in need to 30 pounds per month for a family of 10? Li Renyong paused in confusion. "What of it?" Gu Jin gently guided him. "Consider it further." At this moment, Li Zhengyi interjected. "Jiner, are you suggesting that while farming may not yield profits, it allows us to store grain?" Li Renyong exclaimed. "Wait, why should we store grain? Are we to anticipate another disaster?" Chapter 50. The Beggar. In the golden autumn of September, a trace of summer's heat lingered in the breeze. However, Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong suddenly shivered. If silver were to lose its value, the world would descend into utter chaos. "Jiner, have you sensed something amiss?" Li Zhengyi inquired solemnly. Gu Jin nodded. "Do you recall my earlier mention of the otherworldly beings?" Li Zhengyi, "Yes, what of it?" Gu Jin elucidated. "The news was conveyed by my brother-in-law, Song Xiuhu. He and his superior were ordered to return to the capital to report on the military situation at the border. Those foreign tribes are restless, poised to attack the state of Zhou, and it seems they are determined to do so. With internal strife and external threats, our days of peace will not last long. I estimate a span of 7 to 8 years at most, or as few as 3 to 5. Li Renyong was taken aback. "What then shall we do?" Gu Jin, during this time, we must urgently stockpile grain and supplies, seeking a secluded forest where we can be self-sufficient. Even if we cannot fully prepare, we should at least distance ourselves from the border city. Should war break out, we would have time to flee. Li Renyong slapped his thigh. Nodding vigorously, "Let us proceed with this plan. Once we have hidden away, we can avoid paying taxes to the court." He initially harbored no desire to engage in agricultural labor, yet now he finds himself invigorated with newfound motivation. Li Zhengyi pondered deeply, sensing that matters were unlikely to be as straightforward as they appeared. Stockpiling grain and gathering supplies could be managed with some effort, but the quest for an inconspicuous forested haven would surely prove challenging. Mountains owned by others are off-limits to commoners, while uninhabited woods suggest an encroachment of wild beasts. Moreover, their unfamiliarity with the terrain adds another layer of difficulty in locating a secluded, beast-free refuge. As Li Zhongyi's thoughts spiraled, his distracted demeanor became evident, prompting him to voice his concerns. Observing this, Li Renyong casually remarked, "Brother, do not overthink it. Did Jin not say the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge? Everything will unfold as it should." Gu Jin considered this for a moment before responding, "Uncle is right. We cannot venture into forests owned by others, and the uninhabited wilderness is rife with danger. Thus, we must seek out a territory that is unclaimed yet bears signs of previous human activity. Even if we cannot find such a place, we must distance ourselves from the border city, for it is fraught with peril. Should the cavalry breach the borders, we would have no chance to escape." Gu Jin, apprehensive that her family might grow anxious, refrained from fully articulating her thoughts. The foreign invaders would not likely delay their assault on the Zhou kingdom for 7 or 8 years. In her previous life, Gu Jin witnessed numerous nations plunged into turmoil over resource disputes. Some nations, oblivious to the signs, only recognized the peril when the war horn sounded, realizing too late that the omens had been present all along. Given that the foreign entities have already begun probing the borders of the Zhou kingdom, it indicates they have long since completed their pre-war preparations. Were it not for the war god patient stationed at the frontier, those foreign entities might have already launched their offensive. The recent increase in taxes and grain controls by the court signifies the severity of the situation. Gu Jin felt an urgency in her heart, yet she displayed no outward signs of distress. She waited until Li Taohua had completed her confinement and could care for the 2 children before setting off for Lanzhou, accompanied by Li Renyong. Li Zhongyi remained home, laboring alongside Li Dahai in the fields. Mounted on mules, the pair traversed the scenic route. Li Renyong, lost in thought, could not contain his curiosity and finally asked, "Jin, what is our purpose in entering the city this time?" Gu Jin blinked, "To seek a paradise beyond the mundane." Li Renyong nearly laughed. Such paradises are not easily discovered. Nevertheless, Jin has always been resourceful, and perhaps she possesses an ingenious plan. Lanzhou, being close to the border, is frequently traversed by merchants, and thus, Li Renyong and Gu Jin entered without drawing any attention. Gu Jin first procured a pound of brown sugar from a general store, contemplating further before also purchasing a pound of peanuts. "Uncle, just observe for a moment. After I inquire with each child, you shall offer them a bit of sugar or peanut." Li Renyong reflected on her words, piecing them together in surprise. "Jin, you intend to glean information from the children?" Gu Jin gave him a thumbs up in approval. "Precisely, uncle." This was the first time Li Renyong received praise from Gu Jin, and he felt a tinge of shyness. Compared to Liqing, Lanzhou was somewhat more affluent. The most apparent difference was that entry into Liqing required considerable funds, while Lanzhou did not impose such a barrier. However, this also resulted in impoverished individuals flocking to Lanzhou to beg. Gu Jin quickly located a beggar in a corner. Lured by the promise of brown sugar and peanuts, the child readily agreed to assist her. "Rest assured, within the hour, I will bring all the begging children in Lanzhou." He dashed off but soon returned. "You're not deceivers, are you? Don't run off when I return with others." Gu Jin smiled. "Fear not, we will remain." She then signaled to Li Renyong, who promptly pressed a large coin into the child's hand. "This is a deposit." The boy, elated with the coin, sprinted away. Beggars in Lanzhou exist within a close-knit community, and news spreads rapidly among them. True to her expectations, within the hour, the child returned, leading a group of peers. "Miss, young master, I've brought everyone. Can we settle the payment now?" Li Renyong replied with a grin. "Little rascal, we haven't forgotten your share." The boy retorted indignantly, "I'm not a little rascal. I have a name, I'm called Mushiha." Gu Jin regarded the child with some surprise. Names among rural children tend to be whimsical, often named after flowers, grasses, dogs, or cattle, with only more discerning families investing a few coins for a scholar to bestow a name. "Mushiha, that is a fine name." She beckoned him to come closer. But the moment he received his payment, the boy darted to the back of the crowd like a slippery eel. Gu Jin then set aside her inquiries. Utilizing her youthful advantage, she swiftly mingled with the beggar children. Amidst their chattering, she gleaned a rough understanding of their circumstances. Most of these young beggars had lost their parents, while a few begged alongside their families. Several children hailed from distant cities, Gu Jin decided to retain those who seemed knowledgeable, inquiring further. Her persistence bore fruit, and when she questioned the last child, she received exhilarating news. In Suzhou, there exists a valley known as the Diamond Valley. The valley is renowned for its abundant production of diamond vines, hence its name. Diamond vines are a valuable medicinal herb, sought after by merchants year-round. With a market, there are inevitably those willing to take risks to enter the valley for harvesting. For decades, villagers have ventured in groups to collect diamond vines, creating too much commotion, leading to the depletion of wildlife. A few years ago, the diamond vines were harvested to extinction. Without the vines, the animals were also eradicated, and the valley was forgotten. Do you remember the way to the valley? Gu Jin inquired. The half-grown child nodded. I remember. Gu Jin's heart leapt with joy. Can you draw a map? The child shook his head. I cannot draw, but the Diamond Valley is easy to find. He gestured with his hands, explaining that one must first locate Hengshan, then climb to the halfway point of the mountain. Facing the direction of Suzhou, there would be a cave. Entering the cave and walking to the end would lead to the Diamond Valley. Gu Jin diligently committed this information to memory, ultimately rewarding the child with 5 large coins. Li Ryong, who had been listening attentively, asked with enthusiasm once the children had dispersed, Jin, have you found the paradise you seek? Chapter 51, Reconnaissance. Gu Jin nodded. However, the Diamond Valley remains quite distant from Luojia village. Moreover, reaching the Diamond Valley requires traversing Lanzhou. In the Zhou Kingdom, whether merchants or farmers, long journeys necessitate obtaining official travel permits from the government. Without these permits, reaching the Diamond Valley would require circumventing Lanzhou and avoiding detection by the officials, with dire consequences if caught. Gu Jin, having acquired the information she sought, spent the day wandering the city with Li Ryong. Although she had resided in Luojia village for several months, this was only her 3rd visit to Lanzhou. Her first visit had been brief, focused solely on paperwork, leaving her little time to familiarize herself with the city. On her 2nd visit, she had meandered somewhat, but was soon called away for business in Hesedy. This time, Gu Jin intended to explore thoroughly, hoping to earn some extra coins and stockpile clothing, bedding, and non-perishable goods such as cured meats, sausages, and pickled vegetables, which were not subject to purchase restrictions. Lanzhou is renowned for its abundant jade. Hence the majority of shops lining the streets primarily cater to jade-related commerce. Other establishments include apothecaries, dental clinics, eateries, silk stores, grain and oil shops, brothels, and so forth. Additionally, there are escort agencies, most of which are strategically located at several city gates of Lanzhou. This advantageous positioning not only facilitates transportation, but also serves as a crucial thoroughfare for merchants, thereby allowing these agencies to readily secure business. Gu Jin, upon her inquiries, discovered that establishing an escort agency in Lanzhou is quite a formidable challenge. Firstly, the agency must gain the approval of the authorities and obtain a legitimate permit issued by the government. After this initial step, one cannot simply open a shop. The head of the new agency must set up a challenge platform at the city gate to confront other heads of agencies. Only upon receiving their endorsement can one qualify to operate an escort agency. However, given Gu Jin's tender age, it is unlikely that they would engage her in combat. As for the Li father and son, although they have improved significantly in their martial skills under her guidance, their chances against seasoned heads of agencies who have trained since childhood are slim. Gu Jin pondered extensively yet could not devise a suitable method to establish the agency. Listening intently, Li Ryong felt as though a dark cloud loomed over him. Jiner, since we cannot open an escort agency, how about we resort to the black market as we did last time? Gu Jin sighed. In theory, that could work, but clients like Zhu Lao Sen are not easily encountered. Li Ryong hesitated. Then, could you sell your martial arts techniques once more? Gu Jin shook her head. In this realm, martial arts are still in their infancy, with techniques being explored and refined. Therefore, the Bajiquan, which has been honed through countless optimizations by predecessors over many years, is considered a treasure in the state of Zhou. As the saying goes, possessing a gem is a crime. At merely 8 years of age, Gu Jin is ill-equipped to safeguard such a treasure. Thus, while in Linjiang City, she only dared to associate with children and use pseudonyms, never revealing her whereabouts. Now that she is settled in Lanzhou, any attempt to market her techniques would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. In such a scenario, not only would she fail to earn money, but her family would also be left in turmoil. Furthermore, engaging in gambling-like activities to earn money is out of the question. A single attempt might go unnoticed, but repeated endeavors would surely draw the scrutiny of the authorities unless there are officials involved. After a day of wandering and launching, Gu Jin finally conceived several lucrative ideas. The merchants in Lanzhou are abundant and affluent. Some would lavishly spend vast sums just to meet a courtesan for a night. Yet others, who are not inclined toward such pursuits, prefer food. Gu Jin observed that all eateries in Lanzhou thrive remarkably well. "Jiner, do you mean to sell food?" Li Riyong inquired while riding his mule. Gu Jin nodded. This is the least conspicuous method and allows for a gradual accumulation of resources. Besides the eateries, there is a market designated for selling snacks, colloquially known as Meisher Fan, located in the western part of Lanzhou. The daily stall fee is 25 coins. Stall owners must report to the market manager and obtain the necessary documentation to purchase supplies in greater quantities than the average citizen from grain, meat, or fish vendors. Gu Jin aspired not only to earn money but also to stockpile goods. Opening a snack stall would serve both purposes. Upon hearing Gu Jin's explanation, Li Renyong felt a mix of joy and confusion. "Jiner, our Luo family village is over 50 li from Lanzhou. Wouldn't we need to rent a place in the city to sell snacks?" Gu Jin contemplated for a moment before responding. "Let us first scout the market. We are uncertain if the people of Lanzhou will enjoy these delicacies." The market manager of Meisher Fan patrols the stalls daily, overseeing the pricing of various snacks and maintaining order in transactions. If the goods produced fail to attract buyers, he will revoke the issued documentation to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from hoarding food under the guise of selling snacks. The roads from Lanzhou to Luo Family Village are official routes. As autumn's golden hues settled in, the weather was neither too warm nor too cold, and the two returned home under the moonlight. Li Dehai and the others had not slept well, waiting in the courtyard, enjoying the coolness of the evening. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they hurriedly rose to greet them. "Why are you back so late?" Li Dehai inquired, setting down his pipe. Li Renyong replied with a grin, "We went to survey the market. Today we ventured far. And in the future, I could lead you all around launching with my eyes closed." The market survey was Gu Jin's suggestion that Li Renyong had remembered. Gu Jin gave a thumbs up to the young man, a gesture that had come to symbolize praise among them. Li Renyong chuckled in response. "Did you gain anything from today?" Li Dehai asked while taking the reins from them and tying the mules to a side shed. Li Renyong scratched his head. "I'm afraid I can't articulate it well. Let Jiner explain." Upon hearing this, Li Taohua chided gently, "Jiner, you are far too impatient. I just finished my confinement yesterday, and today you rushed off to the city. You should have rested a few days, especially since you took Xiuxiu along, which must have been exhausting." Gu Jin understood Li Taohua's concern for her and smiled. "Mother, I am not tired. Wasn't it mischievous today?" Li Taohua, cradling the child, beamed with pride. "Of course. Who do you think she takes after? She has been exceptionally well behaved." After a brief exchange, Gu Jin reassured Li Taohua before sharing her ideas. The most astonished was Li's mother. "What? You want me to sell pancakes? Is that feasible?" Gu Jin encouraged her. "Absolutely. I have observed that the majority of food sold in Lanzhou is local fare, primarily consisting of rice cakes, rice noodles, and wontons. There isn't a single stall selling pancakes. Moreover, grandmother, your pancake-making skills are unparalleled. In Li Family Village, your pancakes have received much acclaim, and they would undoubtedly be even more popular in Lanzhou. In the culinary world, the greatest taboo is the absence of technical barriers. Once a simple dish is easily replicated, it quickly attracts imitators, making it challenging to earn a profit when competition increases. Furthermore, they would not only sell pancakes, but also buns, steamed bread, flour rolls, and xiaomai, all of which are delicacies that the people of Lanzhou have never encountered." Gu Jin's proposal received unanimous support from her family. The next morning, Li Dehai sought out a bamboo craftsman from Luo Family Village to custom-make steamers for buns and steamed bread. Gu Jin and Li Zhangyi went to Lanzhou to secure the necessary permits for selling food. Following that, they procured carts, flour, lard, and other supplies. By the time all preparations were complete, a week had passed. On that day, at the break of dawn, the family set out with 3 mule carts. By late September, the weather had turned cooler, yet Gu Jin's heart burned with enthusiasm as she rode in the cart. Since ancient times, rarity has been equated with value. The northern delicacies would surely captivate the appetites of discerning food lovers. Upon arriving at their designated stall, The Li father and son unloaded the heavy stoves from the carts, while Gu Jin retrieved firewood from the bamboo baskets strapped to the other mule. Li's mother, nimble and efficient, began steaming the prepared buns, steamed bread, and flour rolls, while another pot was set to make pancakes. Li Taohua stayed home to care for the two children. As the sun rose, the once quiet launching began to bustle with life. And the Meisher fan market was overflowing with patrons. The air is filled with the lively cries of street vendors. Selling soy milk. Just 1 copper coin for a bowl. Fragrant and sweet. Crispy rice cakes for sale, 2 copper coins each, soft and sticky, a delight for the palate. Sweet wine with eggs, 3 copper coins a bowl. Warm and invigorating. Gu Jin looks around anxiously as she notices many passers-by stopping at their stall, only to turn away moments later. She nudges Li Zhengyi with her elbow, urging him, "Uncle, you should call out too." Li Zhengyi, his face flushed with embarrassment, replies in a low voice, "I feel too shy." Gu Jin then glances at Li Renyong, who hastily averts his gaze from her. Li Dehai, initially a traveling merchant relying solely on his voice to sell goods, contemplates calling out but falters after a few words. Reflecting deeply, he suggests, "Jiner, think of a catchy phrase, and I will shout it out." Gu Jin ponders for a moment and exclaims, "If you pass by, don't miss out. Fragrant buns for just 5 copper coins, soft and delicious. The more you eat, the better they taste. Also, savory fried pancakes for 8 copper coins, glistening with oil. 1 is enough to fill you up." Li Dehai gives Gu Jin a thumbs up, setting aside his work to stand at the stall and begin his call. "If you pass by, don't miss out. Fragrant buns and mantou for just 5 copper coins. Soft and delicious. The more you eat, the better they taste. And savory fried pancakes for 8 copper coins, glistening with oil. 1 is enough to fill you up." His voice booms with vigor, drawing the attention of those nearby. The price of wheat transported from the north to the south is steep due to shipping costs, making flour-based foods pricier than those made with rice. Upon hearing the call, a middle-aged man wearing a watermelon hat approaches, intrigued by the aroma. "Aren't buns and mantou exclusive to the north? How come they're available in Lan City now?" He looks closely and remarks, "They seem quite authentic." Li Dehai, rubbing his hands together, smiles, "You have a good eye, my friend. We are indeed genuine northerners. Buy 2 and taste for yourself. I guarantee your satisfaction." Li Dehai's warm hospitality pleases the merchant, who pulls out a handful of copper coins and tosses them into the basket. "All right then, I'll take 2 buns." Li Mu quickly retrieves 2 buns from the steamer and places them on a plate. "Here you go, sir. Be careful, they are hot." Having added a generous amount of brown sugar while making the buns, the merchant is taken aback by the scalding syrup upon his first bite, despite his mental preparation. He rolls the food around in his mouth for a while before finally swallowing. Delicious, exquisite. But they're a bit small. Ignoring the heat, he takes another bite. The buns are exceptionally fluffy, and combined with the sweet syrup, they become increasingly delectable. Observing his enjoyment, a previously hesitant onlooker pulls out his money and boldly declares, "I'll have 2 buns as well. And wait, add 1 of those savory fried pancakes too." Li Mu uses lard in her pancakes, making them glisten with oil. Just the aroma alone whets his appetite. With one customer leads to another, more hungry patrons gather around. The family quickly gets to work. Gu Jin takes charge of collecting payments, Li Dehai handles serving the food, while Li Mu cooks the pancakes. Li Zhengyi and his brother are tasked with tending the fire. Within half an hour, all 50 buns and 50 pancakes are sold out. Indeed, to the wealthy, such small change is hardly a concern. Initially, they were too busy to notice, but once they paused, the family felt their stomachs rumbling with hunger. Li Dehai smacks his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no! I forgot to save 2 buns for ourselves." Li Mu chides him lightly, "What else can we do? We'll just have to wait." Gu Jin is already counting the earnings. 50 buns at 5 copper coins each total 250 coins. The pancakes, at 8 coins each for 50, amount to 400 coins. Altogether, they have garnered 650 coins. Gu Jin then calculates the costs. 1 pound of flour mixed with water yields about 800 grams of dough, which Li Mu divides into 20 pieces. After proofing and steaming, they become quite large. The flour for the pancakes requires more, but they are sold at a higher price. This time, approximately 5 pounds of flour were used, costing 15 coins per pound, while firewood was gathered for free. After accounting for the lard and sugar, they still made a significant profit. "Jiner, your grandmother sees you have many ideas for making money. Why have you never mentioned this in Young Village?" Li Mu suddenly recalls something and asks. Gu Jin responds nonchalantly, I've actually shared some money-making ideas. But Grandpa and Grandma didn't believe them. My uncles are quite annoyed with our family, so to avoid causing trouble, Li Mu gently strokes her granddaughter's head. Well, it's understandable. Your father spends a considerable amount on education each year, and it's only natural they would have concerns. But our Jiner has a sharp mind. You've earned quite a bit today. The family joyfully hurried back to Luo village by mule cart. Along the way, they encountered several villagers who inquired about their business in Lan City. Li Dehai cheerfully informed them Jiner said this business is irreplaceable by others. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep it a secret. The news of the Li family's enterprise in Lan City quickly spread through Luo village. Many villagers expressed envy. But they had never worked with flour and were unaware of the fermentation process for making buns and mantou. Other families of refugees from Jianzhou knew how to make them. But upon learning the prices of flour and stall fees, they lamented their inability to compete. Moreover, they lacked the capital to procure a mule cart. To accumulate silver and grain, the Li family set up stall almost daily. Once the business was on track, only Li Mu, Li Dehai, and Gu Jin continued to sell, while the Li Zhangyi brothers tended to the fields and cultivated vegetables. Li Taohua managed household chores with her 2 children. Despite their busy schedule, the family did not neglect their martial arts training and literacy studies. Each afternoon after returning from the market, Gu Jin would practice martial arts with her 2 uncles, and the evenings were dedicated to family literacy sessions. Their household supplies grew at an observable rate. By the end of the 12th lunar month, Li Dehai, under the pretext of preparing for the new year, began collecting supplies from various villages, live chickens, ducks, an assortment of pickled vegetables, sauerkraut, cured meats, preserved fish, yellow beans, and more without any limit on quantity. By spring, the secretly stocked flour, rice, and lard each exceeded 100 pounds. To minimize taxes, Gu Jin periodically acquired supplies, clothing, bedding, boots, fabrics, red dates, brown sugar, longan, dried daylilies, various dried mushrooms, and more. As their inventory grew, Li Dehai dedicated an entire room for storage. 3 months later, Guanin was nearing 7 months old and had learned to crawl. The villagers of Luo were busy with planting, and the Li family was no exception. Grandfather, in 2 days, we should finish spring plowing. I need to figure out a way to visit Jinggang Valley. Chapter 53. The War Begins. Li Dehai nodded in agreement. Initially reluctant to leave Luo village, he recognized that after the new year, the government had imposed additional taxes. This indicated that, unseen by them, the situation had become dire. They needed to plan ahead. All right, I'll have Zhangyi accompany you. Upon hearing this, Li Renyong protested, Father, there's hardly any farm work now. Why can't I go with my brother to accompany Jiner? Li Dehai shot him a stern look. What do you mean, go? The fields may be devoid of much activity, yet the season for planting vegetables has arrived. It is imperative to sow a bountiful crop. In due time, these will be transformed into dried provisions, ensuring sustenance when they reach the Jinggang Valley. Li Riyong considered countering this notion, but Gu Jin gave him a gentle kick. Uncle, heed grandfather's advice. Grandfather and grandmother are preparing their stall, and it is unsafe for mother to look after 2 children alone at home. You must keep an eye on them. Li Renyong, upon reflection, conceded, Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Very well, let it be so. The following day, Gu Jin departed Luojia village accompanied by Li Zhangyi. Li Taohua, reluctant to part, cradled Guanin in one arm and held Gu Xiu's hand with the other. Seeing them off for quite a distance, Gu Jin reassured her with a smile, Mother, do not worry, I shall return shortly. Li Taohua cautioned, be exceedingly careful on your journey, and steer clear of any wicked individuals. Do not be reckless. Gu Jin replied, Understood, Mother. With that, she cast aside her hesitations and galloped away on her mule. It was only after Gu Jin had vanished from sight that Li Taohua wiped her tears and led her 2 children back home. In these chaotic times, when would it all come to an end? Li Dehai and Li Mu had already set up their stall, both feeling anxious. Li Dehai was oblivious even to the fact that he had miscounted the money. Meanwhile, disregarding the Li family's concerns, Gu Jin and Li Zhangyi arrived at the yamen to procure travel permits. Upon hearing their purpose was to visit relatives, the official did not inquire further. After stamping the documents, he handed them 2 travel permits. Naturally, such smooth proceedings were made possible through the use of cash. Upon exiting Lan City, Gu Jin and her companion followed the route provided by a child, occasionally inquiring with villagers. After 3 days, they finally discovered the Jinggang Valley. The valley, long untouched by visitors, was overgrown with vines and branches. Gu Jin and Li Zhengyi exerted considerable effort to clear a path. "Elder uncle, what are your thoughts?" Gu Jin inquired. Li Zhengyi first gazed at the sky, then climbed halfway up the mountainside to survey the surroundings, nodding in approval. "It is acceptable." The valley was expansive. With only the cliffs on all sides shielding it from sunlight, other areas basked in the sun's warmth. Additionally, to the east lay a modest lake, more than sufficient to provide water for a family's needs. Most importantly, Gu Jin discovered several caves, likely excavated by former villagers who harvested the Jinggang vines. Signs of habitation remained within. Until they constructed a proper dwelling, the family could reside in the caves. After spending a day in the valley, Gu Jin and Li Zhengyi made their way back. The geographical location of Jinggang Valley was distinctly isolated, devoid of nearby villages or shops, and it did not serve as a thoroughfare to major cities. It was precisely this remote positioning that led the villagers from the nearest settlement to abandon it when they could no longer gather Jinggang vines. "Jiner, do you think that if civil unrest arises, the villagers from that settlement might move into Jinggang Valley?" Li Zhengyi pondered. Gu Jin considered thoughtfully. "It is a possibility." Li Zhengyi expressed his concerns. "What if they are united in their exclusion of outsiders?" Gu Jin replied, "That is indeed a pressing issue. We shall devise a solution when the time comes. Future matters can wait. For now, we must focus on bringing the family to Jinggang Valley." Their unfamiliarity with the route had delayed their journey considerably, taking over 4 days to arrive. The return trip, however, was expedited, taking just over 2 days to reach Lan City. Upon entering the city, Gu Jin immediately noted the grave expressions on the faces of the townsfolk. Alarmed, her instincts warned her of impending calamity. After spending 2 large coins, Gu Jin learned through 2 small beggars a shocking piece of news: they had officially engaged in conflict with the border city. Even more unsettling was the news of a rebellion brewing within the state of Zhou, spurred by the populace's intolerable taxation and oppression. Exchanging glances with Li Zhengyi, both felt a chill of fear. How could they have initiated battle so swiftly? Li Zhengyi's voice trembled with trepidation. Gu Jin, her countenance stern, refrained from responding. She too had not anticipated the war's rapid onset. "Let us return and discuss it at home." They hurriedly traveled through the night, finally reaching Luojia village in the early hours. After 7 days of arduous travel, with communication being arduous, the Li family had been anxiously awaiting their return. Upon seeing Gu Jin, Li Taohua embraced her tightly, reluctant to let go. Sensing her mother's anxiety, Gu Jin returned the embrace. "Mother, I am back now." Li Taohua, still shaken, said, "Jiner, wherever you go in the future, I will follow. Is that agreeable?" Gu Jin had been troubled by nightmares during her absence. Each night, her dreams were haunted by visions of her beloved Jiner being beaten and scolded. The endless days of waiting at home had left her in a state of constant unease. Gu Jin reassured her, "Once we settle in Jinggang Valley, I will not venture out again." This was indeed her plan, as the world teetered on the brink of chaos. She had no intention of wandering heedlessly as she once did. "Grandfather, grandmother, please gather your belongings. I shall procure the travel permits tomorrow, and we aim to depart for Jinggang Valley the day after. We must leave before the turmoil escalates, or we may not be able to leave at all." Li Dehai trembled with anxiety. "We have only just begun planting. What will happen to the work in the fields?" Gu Jin replied firmly, "Which is more important, life or land?" Though she too was reluctant to abandon the crops she had invested so much in, if patience could not withstand them. The entire Luojia village would be reduced to ruins beneath their iron hoofs. Li Dehai understood the gravity of the situation, yet he still felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, they had managed to stockpile a considerable amount of grain through their baozi and pancake business. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Li Mu murmured to herself, and the family sprang into action, packing clothes, bedding, pots, pans, dried vegetables, cured meats, flour, and rice. Thankfully, they had 4 mules, otherwise, it would have been impossible to carry such a heavy load. Gu Jin had procured large mules capable of hauling between 500 to 700 pounds. Coupled with the Li family's robust physiques, each could carry dozens of pounds in baskets. They packed all the supplies gathered in Luojia village. Before dawn, Li Zhengyi and Li Dehai set off for Lan City, claiming a relative had passed away, necessitating their attendance at a funeral. After Li Dehai discreetly slipped a silver ingot to the official, they swiftly received the travel permits. Chapter 54. Evading the Catastrophe of War. The cold moon hung in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of stars. Under the cover of night, the Li family seized the opportunity to depart Luojia village while the villagers remained in slumber, driving their mule cart away. Guanin, still an infant, was wrapped in a small blanket and placed atop the cart, soundly asleep. Although Gu Xiao was awake, she too was nestled beside Guanin. The Li father and son led the 3 sturdy mules at the forefront, while Li Mu and Li Taohua carried their baskets in the middle. Gu Jin, having grown considerably in the past year, now stood nearly 1.40 meters tall. She too carried a basket filled with provisions gathered during their journey, trailing behind with the smallest mule. As they set off, the moon resembled a silvery disk. By the time they reached Lan City, it had faded to a mere crescent. Upon entering the city, the Li family, leading their mules and laden with supplies, passed through the streets, drawing the attention of many onlookers. A small beggar spotted Gu Jin and hurried over. "Where are you headed, young lady?" Upon closer inspection, Gu Jin recognized the small beggar as someone familiar. "Ah, it's you. Mu Shiha, right?" Mu Shiha nodded. "Indeed, you once asked me to run an errand for you." The young lady pressed further. "You still haven't answered me. Where are you going?" Gu Jin felt a sense of caution at the beggar's probing inquiry. "Perhaps you should first tell me why you are so curious about our destination?" Mu Shiha tilted his head and replied, "Because this morning, I noticed several people leaving the city with numerous bundles. And not just a few." Gu Jin crouched down and retrieved a handful of peanuts from her pocket, extending them toward him. "Then, what do you think prompts their departure?" Mu Shiha tilted his head once more. "I'm not certain. But while I was following them to beg, I overheard them mention that there is fighting at the border. They said it might eventually reach Lan City. That's why they are all leaving." Upon hearing this, Gu Jin felt a wave of unease wash over her. She stood up and casually explained, "We are attending a funeral for a relative." Mu Shiha looked skeptically at her. "Does one really need to bring so much luggage for a funeral?" Not wishing to elaborate further, Gu Jin smiled and said, "We are in a hurry. We must be on our way." Upon hearing this, Mu Shiha refrained from asking any more questions. At that moment, Li Dehai had already moved ahead, prompting Gu Jin to quicken her pace to catch up with him. Upon reaching the city gate, she realized that the small beggar had been trailing behind them all along. Perhaps due to the fear of war, the area around the city gate was crowded with people. Judging by their attire, they were well-to-do individuals. They were accompanied by donkey carts and horse-drawn carriages, the goods piled high upon them. The soldiers manning the gate meticulously checked each pass, only allowing passage once everything was deemed in order. By the time it was Gu Jin's turn, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Li Dehai, familiar with the routine, discreetly slipped a silver ingot to the gatekeeper, his face beaming with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, officer." The soldier raised his eyes and waved dismissively. "Don't get too chummy. Pass, please." Li Dehai dared not resist. He cautiously presented the necessary documents. The soldier scrutinized them for what felt like an eternity before finally granting them passage. "Move along," he said with a stern expression. Gu Jin, trailing at the back, overheard the soldier scoffing, "A family of paupers, so stingy with their offerings. If it weren't for the legitimacy of their documents, I would have surely stopped them." Another soldier reassured him, "Enough. It's good they offered anything at all. Country folk can hardly compare to the wealthy. I actually admire them." Who would have thought a family of humble farmers would sense the impending crisis? "I too wish to leave, but where can a whole family go?" Gu Jin caught a snippet of their conversation and turned back to wave at the small beggar, sketching a pattern in the air before she turned away. Mu Shiha's youthful face registered a hint of astonishment. He comprehended the message she had just conveyed. She wanted him to escape. "Thank you, sister," Mu Shiha called out loudly. Snapping back to reality, Gu Jin did not look back. That child was remarkably clever. His background must be quite extraordinary. She pondered how he had ended up in such dire straits. Upon exiting Lan City and descending from the official road, the path became quite treacherous. At times, the route was so narrow that the mule cart could not pass, necessitating the unloading of supplies to transport them manually first. Consequently, their journey was significantly delayed. Fortunately, the road to Jingang Valley consisted primarily of smaller, secluded paths, allowing their group to avoid drawing too much attention. They occasionally passed through villages, merely stating they were traveling for business. To expedite their arrival at Jingang Valley, they rose before dawn each day and continued walking until dusk before resting. During the lulls of their journey, Gu Jin took the opportunity to teach Gu Xiu poetry. The adults found it entertaining and joined in the recitation. Thus, after 5 days, they finally arrived. "Father, this is the place," Li Zhongyi exclaimed, eagerly pushing aside the greenery that hung at the cave's entrance. Li Dehai surveyed the area and deemed it an excellent choice. Even if the monstrous invaders breached the border city, it was unlikely they would venture to this hidden spot. "Indeed, it is quite secure," Li Dehai affirmed. Li Mu was equally pleased, saying, "Jiner, you truly are remarkable. This place is so well concealed." "How did you find it?" Gu Jin replied cheerfully, "Just fortunate, I suppose. Grandfather, grandmother, let us head inside." Noticing that they were still examining their surroundings, Gu Jin urged them on. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, as her eyelids had been twitching all day. Jingang Valley was surrounded by mountains, with only one entrance leading into the valley, making it an ideal sanctuary. Should any bandits attempt to seize their provisions, as long as they could defend the entrance, they should be fine. "Father, mother, stop dawdling. Once we settle in, you can explore at your leisure," Li Zhongyi insisted eagerly. Li Dehai and Li Mu exchanged smiles. All right, we'll head in immediately." Li Zhongyi led the way, guiding the mule into the cave first. The entrance was surprisingly spacious, having been enlarged by villagers gathering Jingang vines for easier transport of medicinal herbs. The mule cart smoothly entered with its load. Once everyone was inside, Gu Jin withdrew her gaze from the distance. Li Renyong turned back to ask, "Jiner, what were you looking at?" Gu Jin replied, "Nothing, I just feel something is off." Li Renyong pressed, "What feels off?" Gu Jin shook her head, "I'm not sure." After her response, she suddenly recalled something. "Uncle, you didn't say anything when you left Luo family village, did you?" Li Renyong instinctively shook his head. "No, I didn't." After a moment's pause, he added, "Wait, I just remembered. That day, after I finished packing, I met the village head, Luo Shan, while gathering bamboo shoots in the bamboo grove. He asked me what I was busy with, and I casually mentioned I was collecting shoots. But I only said that there shouldn't be any issues, right?" Gu Jin pondered thoughtfully. Luo Shan was known for his meticulousness. His family resided at the edge of the village, and rarely did anyone visit them. However, even though they had left under the cover of night, it was possible that someone had been awake early or unable to sleep and might have seen them. Li Taohua emerged from the passage, her back laden with a basket while cradling Guanin in her arms. Her face lit up with joy as she stepped into the cave. Chapter 55, Provisions. Late spring. As the grass grows and the orioles sing, a myriad of wild grasses eagerly thrust their way through the soil. The branches of all the trees have burst forth with tender green buds. Birds serenade from the treetops, their melodies intermingling with the distant chirping of insects, as if they were performing a gentle symphony. The landscape is vibrant and brimming with life. Li Taohua exclaimed, "What a wonderful place this is." Li Dehai and Li Mu finally shed the anxiousness that had accompanied them throughout their journey. Gu Jin was equally delighted. She stomped her foot on the solid ground, surprised to discover that the path leading into the valley had been compacted with stones and clay, likely for the convenience of transporting medicinal herbs. They exchanged smiles as they unloaded their belongings from the mule. Li Zhengyi and his brother hurried to assist. Gu Jin crouched down and contemplated before saying, "Grandfather, grandmother, until we harvest new crops, we will need to rely on the food reserves we have accumulated. I believe we should keep a record and allocate our daily provisions to avoid running short later on." Li Dehai nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Zhongyi, go fetch the scales. You and Jiner will be in charge of the record keeping. Renyong, you and your mother shall ensure the cave is impeccably tidy." Li Taohua, unwilling to concede, interjected, "Father, what about me?" Li Dehai replied, "Your task is simply to look after the 2 children." Li Taohua, feeling a sense of injustice, glanced at the infant Guanin in her arms and muttered with dissatisfaction, "This little one has made it quite impossible for your mother to accomplish her tasks." Gu Jin chimed in with a smile, "Mother, you could recite poetry with Xiao Xiao to avoid forgetting what I taught you on the way here yesterday." Li Taohua slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh dear, I cannot even recall it myself." Gu Jin, keen to test her, encouraged, "Take your time to think. When you remember, call for Xiao Xiao. I shall attend to my tasks first. By the way, Mother, it would be prudent to keep your gaze fixed on the entrance we came through. I fear we may be followed." As she spoke, she organized the supplies strewn across the ground, meticulously cataloging them. First came the provisions: 120 pounds of white flour, 155 pounds of coarse grains, and 280 pounds of rice. There were 100 pounds of potatoes, 160 pounds of dried corn, and 170 pounds of taro. Additionally, 25 pounds of salt, 10 pounds of soy sauce, 10 pounds of vinegar, 91 pounds of lard, 105 pounds of vegetable oil, 10 pounds of ginger, 23 pounds of brown sugar, 5 pounds of longan, 16 pounds of red dates, 59 pounds of peanuts, and 120 pounds of soybeans. Next, various medicinal herbs were accounted for: 20 packets for treating wind-cold colds and another 20 for wind-heat colds, 10 packets for clearing heat and detoxification, and 10 packets for gastrointestinal ailments. Other supplies included 2 pounds of astragalus, 5 pounds of angelica, 1 pound of goji berries, 1 pound of chrysanthemum, and 1 pound of isa root. There were 6 quilts for autumn and winter, 6 comforters, 8 thin blankets for summer, and 5 complete sets of clothing and shoes for each season. Seeds included rice, spinach, cabbage, water spinach, loofah, cucumber, green beans, winter melon, wax gourd, amaranth, pumpkin, chives, scallions, garlic, and more. Tools comprised 3 hoes, 2 cleavers, 2 rakes, 2 plowheads, 3 pairs of scissors, 2 large pots, 3 small pots, and several daggers. Additionally, all manner of pots, bowls, and buckets were present. Cleaning supplies included soap pods and sapindis collected from Wang village. There were also 12 live chickens, 2 roosters, 10 hens, and 8 ducks, 7 female and 1 male. The most valuable possessions were the 4 large mules. The Li family, being the principal labor force and practicing martial arts, required a substantial amount of food. At a minimum, they needed 1 pound of staple food each day. Although Gu Jin was small, her rigorous training allowed her to consume nearly as much as they did. Li Taohua and Li Mu ate a bit less, yet still required around 8 ounces daily. Gu Xiu consumed the least, managing with about 5 ounces of staple food. Gu Inan, merely 7 months old, was still nursing. In total, the family required a minimum of over 6 pounds of staple food each day. The combined provisions of white flour, coarse grains, and rice amounted to 555 pounds. Based on a daily consumption of 7 pounds, this would last them a maximum of 79 days, over 2 months, before the staples would be depleted. This timeline, however, fell short of the harvest season for crops. Fortunately, Gu Jin had purchased corn and potatoes, which could be consumed partially while reserving some for planting. Potatoes could be harvested in 2 to 4 months, while corn had a longer growing period of 5 months for spring planting and about 3 months for summer planting. To err on the side of caution, Gu Jin resolved to allocate 6 pounds of staple food daily. 1 pound of rice could yield approximately 5 bowls of cooked rice. Thus, 6 pounds would provide 30 bowls, shared among 7 individuals. They would eat heartily in the morning and at noon, with a lighter meal in the evening, though not entirely satiating. It should suffice for maintaining their energy. At that time, they could supplement their meals with corn, potatoes, soybeans, and taro, along with additional vegetables for protein. And it should not pose a significant issue. In this manner, the 555 pounds of grain, coupled with corn and potatoes, could sustain them for over 150 days. By that time, the planted potatoes and corn should be ready for harvest. No one opposed Gu Jin's proposal. In times of scarcity, meticulous planning and resourcefulness were indeed the essence of survival. At this juncture, Li Mu and Li Renyong had successfully cleared one cave, while another cave had been hastily swept, serving as a temporary enclosure for the chickens and ducks. They themselves chose the largest cave, which measured approximately 50 square meters. At the innermost part of the cave, villagers had excavated a space resembling a cellar, likely created to store supplies brought from home while they mined for golden vine. Gu Jin descended into it and was instantly chilled to the bone. She exclaimed in delight, "Grandfather, we can store our supplies in this cellar." Li Dahai nodded in agreement. Once again, the group busied themselves, and by the time the moon graced the treetops, they had finally settled in. Li Mu, without time to prepare a proper meal, quickly cooked a pot of savory meat porridge, enriched with some wild vegetables, achieving a balance of meat and greens. Although Gu Jin had been occupied all day, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Given that they would not venture out in the near future, it would be wise to block the cave leading to the Golden Valley. This way, they would be safeguarded against any intruders seeking to pilfer their supplies. As soon as Gu Jin suggested this, Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong sprang into action. Li Dehai also retrieved a hoe from behind, prepared to assist. Gu Jin interjected, "Grandfather, you have labored all day. Please rest. My uncles and I can manage." Li Dehai declined. "It will be quicker if we all work together. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Blocking the entrance is prudent, as it will spare us the need for a night watch." Observing the elder's insistence, Gu Jin chose not to press further. The group emerged from the cave and, under the moonlight, diligently sealed the passage with dirt and stones. Fearing that someone might dig it open, they blocked it thoroughly for over 5 meters, only stopping when fatigue set in and they could no longer continue. Li Renyong rubbed his hands together. "Now, we are finally safe." Li Zhengyi, weary yet spirited, remarked, "Let us hope no one comes." Hearing her uncle's words, Gu Jin nodded, then immediately shook her head. Chapter 56. Cultivating the Land. Humans are social creatures. For the sake of safety, it is manageable for the family to dwell in isolation for now, but in the long run, alternative arrangements must be considered. Gu Jin suppressed her thoughts, focusing instead on the task of cultivating the land. Since their arrival in the Golden Valley, the weather had been consistently fair. The Li family toiled daily, harnessing the mules to assist with their labor. To facilitate irrigation, they planted corn, potatoes, soybeans, and taro not far from the lake. As for the area surrounding the cave, Li Mu and Gu Jin cultivated water spinach, amaranth, green beans, loofah, cucumber, pumpkin, wax gourd, and winter melon. Planting vegetables was not particularly arduous, yet the Golden Valley was entirely enveloped in vegetation, necessitating land reclamation before any cultivation could commence. Weeding, tilling the soil, sourcing fertilizers, and fetching water were all labor-intensive endeavors. Fortunately, the Li family was robust, and Gu Jin possessed considerable strength, enabling them to plant all the seeds just in time for optimal sowing. Li Taohua was also industrious. Whenever Gu Anan fell asleep, she would wash the family's clothes and prepare meals, fulfilling her share of the household duties. The staple foods were insufficient, and to replenish their strength, they would daily prepare cured chicken, cured fish, cured meat, and the like. These provisions inherently contain salt. In an effort to conserve salt, Li Taohua would typically rinse and soak the cured meats for over an hour without further rinsing. When it came time to add fermented soybeans and dried vegetables for stewing, there was no need to add additional salt. While Gu Jin and the others were clearing land, they would unearth numerous earthworms, grubs, and grass seeds, which they would bring home at the end of the day. Gu Xiu was quite sensible upon seeing this. She took it upon herself to handle the feeding of the chickens and ducks. After a busy fortnight, the group finally found a moment to catch their breath. Having completed the farm work, Li Dehai began preparing an enclosure for raising chickens and ducks. Keeping so many birds confined in a cave, away from sunlight, for an extended period could lead to illness. Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong squatted together, contemplating how to build a house. They were capable of making earthen bricks and constructing walls, yet erecting beams and laying tiles posed a significant challenge. With a furrowed brow, Li Zhengyi lamented, "The problem is, we lack tiles." Gu Jin interjected, "We could use thatch." Li Renyong scratched his head in distress. "A thatched roof? In strong winds, it would be blown away. It would be better to live in a cave." Gu Jin wholeheartedly agreed. Each family member, including her, had little understanding of construction. It was a perilous task for amateurs to build a house. Thus, they decided to first help her grandfather enclose the chicken and duck yard. "Starting tomorrow, we will survey the Jinggang Valley together. At this time of year, wild vegetables and fruits abound. We should gather plenty for future needs." The valley was abundant with bamboo, which would suffice for enclosing a chicken and duck pasture. By dividing the labor, they would enhance efficiency. Li Renyong was adept at cutting bamboo, typically slicing through a stalk in 3 swift strokes. Li Zhengyi wielded the hoe expertly, making him the designated digger for trenches. Meanwhile, Li Dehai would cut the harvested bamboo into uniform lengths. Gu Jin's task was no less arduous. She needed to arrange the bamboo segments neatly and insert them into the trench. To facilitate feeding, they enclosed 2 separate areas, one for ducks and one for chickens. Each enclosure measured approximately 60 square meters, ensuring that even if the number of birds increased in the future, they would not need to rebuild the walls. Once the land was enclosed, they needed to construct small shelters for the chickens and ducks to shield them from rain. This was not a difficult task. as Li Dehai was skilled in such work. He first felled several trees with trunks the size of a bowl to erect at the corners. Then, using split bamboo, he wove the walls, securing them around the perimeter. For stability, he erected 2 additional columns in the center and finally crafted a roof atop it. Gu Jin bent down to enter the structure and immediately felt the draft from all sides. "We need to add another layer and fill it with moss in between," Li Dehai explained. Gu Jin exclaimed, "This method is excellent. Though it does require considerable effort, once completed, the chickens and ducks will surely be sheltered from rain and wind." In the following days, Li Zhengyi and Li Renyong assisted in collecting moss, while Li Dehai continued to weave the walls. Gu Jin, unable to lend a hand, joined Li Taohua and their mother in foraging for wild vegetables and fruits. During this period, wild fruits were plentiful: raspberries, wild strawberries, March blossoms, locust flowers, shepherd's purse, wild leeks, and wild onions were all in abundance. However, due to their differing growth cycles, some were still tender while others had already ripened, complicating the foraging process. Presently, raspberries were the most prevalent, carpeting the mountainside. Every day, they would return with a basketful. With so many, it was impossible to consume them all at once. Gu Jin placed them on a large rock to dry in the wind before storing them in the cellar. In truth, raspberry jam was the most delectable, but making it required both red and white sugar. While the family had brown sugar, Gu Jin was reluctant to use it. Until the water spinach and amaranth sprouted, they relied entirely on wild vegetables to supplement their dietary fiber. Their mother was an excellent cook. When preparing wild vegetables, she would add ginger juice, stating that most wild grains were cooling and detoxifying, which could harm the spleen and stomach if consumed excessively. Adding ginger would mitigate these effects. Time passed leisurely. In April, the agricultural landscape belonging to the Li family began to take shape. Under Gu Xiu's daily feeding of earthworms and grubs, the chickens and ducks had recently started laying eggs. Corn, potatoes, taro, and soybeans had all begun to flourish. Li Dehai had cultivated extensively, planting nearly 3 acres of these 4 crops. As for the vegetables and fruits in the field, some were already ready for consumption. After more than a month of consumption, even with careful rationing, the supplies in the cellar were visibly depleting. At the valley's base, there was a lake, but whether it contained fish remained uncertain. Gu Jin had no fishing net and no line for angling, thus, this source of sustenance had to be temporarily set aside. She could only accompany her uncle, meandering through Jinggang Valley, but aside from wild vegetables and fruits, they found no tuberous plants. It was puzzling. With such a vast valley, why was there no kudzu root? Li Renyong, with a blade of grass in his mouth, looked up at the sky. Gu Jin replied, "This place was once called Jinggang Valley, renowned for its abundance of jinggang vines. Even if kudzu roots were present, they would likely have been harvested by local farmers." As she spoke, she too gazed at the sky. She felt this year's rainfall was particularly benevolent. The phrase "favorable winds and timely rains" seemed to perfectly encapsulate the situation. The crops planted thrived remarkably well, requiring no irrigation. If it weren't for the turmoil of war, the 7 acres of land purchased in Luojia village would have yielded a bountiful harvest this year. Alas, she wondered what the situation outside was like after more than a month. "Uncle, bring 2 ropes tomorrow. We'll climb the mountain to see if we can find something useful," Gu Jin suggested. Since it was evident that no resources remained at ground level, they sought new opportunities for development. Li Renyong rubbed his hands in anticipation. "All right, I've been wanting to do this for a while." Climbing the mountain was physically demanding, especially since the terrain was particularly steep. During this time, no one had eaten their fill, resulting in a slight decline in physical strength. Gu Jin, using both hands and feet, took nearly half an hour to ascend less than 300 meters. Exhausted, she tied the rope to a small tree growing on the cliff to rest. The plants growing on the cliff were mostly club moss, taihang flowers, sand junipers, and a fair number of stone olives. Stone olives, when stewed with meat, made for a delightful and nutritious dish. The preparation was quite simple. Just simmer them with the meat for 1 to 2 hours, and it was nearly ready. However, the yield was low. After a long while, she had only gathered about 2 pounds of stone olives. Taking a sip of water, she continued her ascent. At that moment, Li Renyong suddenly shouted, "Jiner, come see what this is." The excitement in his youthful voice suggested he had discovered something incredible. Gu Jin quickly turned her head, but the distance made it hard to see clearly. She called down, "Uncle, wait for me, I'll be right there." An old adage states that ascending the mountain is easy, while descending is difficult. It took Gu Jin twice as long to reach level ground. During Li Renyong's wait, he had gathered a number of wild vegetables to take back for the chickens and ducks. Upon seeing Gu Jin descend, he leaned in to peek into her basket. Upon encountering a half basket of fruit resembling green jujubes, I could not help but inquire, "Jiner, what is this?" "It's stone olive, suitable for stewing meat," Gu Jin replied succinctly, gesturing for Li Renyong to lead the way. "Come, let us see what delightful treasures you have discovered." After walking a short distance, they arrived at another hillside, which proved to be a more favorable spot for resting, as it was less rocky and predominantly comprised of fertile soil, with lush vegetation thriving abundantly. In less than a quarter of an hour, they reached their destination. Li Renyong eagerly advanced, picking up an unfamiliar plant from the ground, exclaiming with delight, "Look, Jiner, I believe this is edible." Gu Jin was taken aback, astonished by the plant in the young man's hands. It was yam. As her astonishment subsided, she recalled the growth habits of yams and understood. Yams thrive at higher altitudes, often found on hillsides or under forest canopies. At that moment, they were indeed situated on a hillside. "Uncle, dig it up. This is a precious find. Not only will it satiate our hunger, but it also greatly nourishes the spleen and stomach." Her knowledge about yam's nourishing properties stemmed from the abundant promotions across various online platforms. Gu Jin could enumerate the myriad dishes made from yams, chips, mashed yam cakes like a connoisseur. Li Renyong remained to excavate the yams, while Gu Jin hurried home to gather the family. At that moment, Li Dehai and Li Zhengyi were engaged in constructing a latrine. With 7 family members, the need for a proper toilet was pressing. Previously, they had been too busy, but now it was imperative to establish one to spare the family from a long trek to relieve themselves. Upon hearing Gu Jin mention the discovery of a substitute staple, the 2 men immediately abandoned their task, grasping their hose and hastily following her. Li Taohua, accompanied by Gu Xiu, was collecting earthworms to feed the chickens and, upon seeing the commotion, promptly joined in. Thus, when Li Mu had finished preparing the meal, not a soul could be found. She was about to call for everyone when she spotted a procession of individuals returning with baskets. "Is there not an abundance of firewood at home? Why have they returned with more?" she murmured, frowning. As they drew closer, she realized they were not carrying firewood, but something entirely unfamiliar. "What on earth is this?" Li Mu inquired curiously. Li Renyong danced with excitement. "Jiner says it's yam, and that it's delicious and highly nourishing." Upon hearing this, Li Mu's face brightened. With the food supplies in the cellar dwindling, though they knew they could last until the potato harvest, anxiety lingered. "Well then, I shall not make pancakes tonight. We will have boiled yam instead." That morning, Gu Jin and her companions had unearthed approximately 100 pounds of yams, nearly exhausting the supply from that hillside. Naturally, for the sake of sustainability, they refrained from digging up the smaller ones. The wild yams, aged and fragrant when simply boiled in water, were irresistibly delectable. "This is truly delicious, sweet, and glutinous. I could eat it every day without growing weary of it," Li Renyong exclaimed. Li Mu admonished him, "No matter how delightful, eating the same thing for 3 meals straight will eventually lose its charm." As the designated cook of the household, she always varied their meals. One day it would be pancakes, the next bean rice, and the day after that corn on the cob. The variety of dishes was equally diverse: dried vegetables, wild greens, bamboo shoots, cured meats, and salted pork were all artfully combined, rendering each meal distinct despite the similarity of the ingredients. Thus, over the past month, the Li family had not perceived a decline in their quality of life. With over 100 pounds of yam and more than 2 pounds of stone olive stored in the cellar, Gu Jin finally enjoyed a restful sleep. Surrounded by mountains, Jinggu Valley was rich with hills, and perhaps tomorrow they would discover even more resources. The following day, while Li Dehai remained to build the latrine and Li Taohua prepared meals and tended to the children, the rest of the family set out once more. Indeed, on other hillsides, they found an abundance of yams. After a day of diligent labor, they had harvested approximately 300 pounds. Yams could be preserved whole. Even stored in a well-ventilated area at room temperature, they would last 3 to 4 months. In a cooler cellar, they would undoubtedly last even longer. Li Dehai's latrine was finally completed. To ensure stability, he constructed it small enough to accommodate just one person. Truth be told, the latrine was rather rudimentary, but given the circumstances, it would have to suffice for now. With a supply of food secured, fields cultivated, and a latrine established, the family of 7 residing in a single cave proved inconvenient. After much deliberation, they decided to separate their living quarters. Li Dehai and Li Mu continued to reside in the largest cavern, while Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong took up residence in a slightly smaller one nearby. This area had several caves, but all were rather cramped. Li Taohua, along with Gu Jin, Gu Xiao, and Gu Inan, moved to a more distant cave to the south. However, should any urgent matter arise, a shout would suffice to alert the others. Under Gu Xiao's attentive care, the chickens and ducks laid eggs daily. Without being fed commercial feed, they thrived on earthworms, grass seeds, and various wild greens, resulting in exceptionally flavorful eggs. Li Mu gazed at the bamboo basket overflowing with eggs, troubled by the sheer quantity. With 10 chickens and 7 ducks, they produced 17 eggs each day. Jiner claims eggs are nutritious, and each person must have one daily. Li Mu would boil a pot every morning. Yet, 9 eggs still remained uneaten each day. Over time, they had accumulated nearly 300 eggs. And with the hens and ducks continuing to lay, the surplus was unmanageable. To facilitate storage, Li Mu prepared a portion as salted eggs. If only we could exchange these for other goods, Li Mu mused aloud. Gu Jin responded with a smile. Exchange for what? In the future, we can simply boil 2 eggs per person each day. The extras can be stored in the cellar. They won't be a bother. As the weather warms, the chickens and ducks will lay less frequently. Li Mu sat mending the family's worn clothing with needle and thread. Watching the elderly woman's deft hands, Gu Jin suddenly recalled a plant she had seen on the hillside. Rami. This plant grew abundantly at the foot of the mountain. The fibers of Rami stems are long and resilient, and once stripped, the fibers are white, lustrous, and possess considerable tensile strength, as well as resistance to moisture. In Gu Jin's era, Rami was woven into various fabrics such as summer cloth, aircraft wing cloth, rubber industrial linings, electrical wire coverings, fishing nets, and even used to produce rayon and artificial cotton. Furthermore, they could be blended with wool and cotton to create high-quality textiles. The short fibers of Rami could be transformed into premium paper, gunpowder, and other raw materials, as well as woven into carpets and burlap sacks. Earlier, in her quest for alternative food supplies, she had taken note of it but had not given it much thought. Now it could be utilized. Gu Jin was filled with excitement as she hurried outside, declaring, "Grandfather, uncle, little uncle, mother, I have found another valuable resource." Chapter 58. Visitors. The day was fair and bright, with a sky of azure blue. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, which sang a melodious tune. Under the shade of trees, Li Dehai and the others sat on the grass, watching Gu Inan take her first wobbly steps. Suddenly, Gu Jin came running, her face flushed from the exertion. "Grandfather, uncle, little uncle, mother, I have discovered a plant that can be used to make clothing." Li Dehai sprang to his feet in disbelief. Really? In a farming household, clothing wears out quickly due to labor, requiring constant mending. Having a stash of scrap fabric from before, it could hold up for a while, but come winter, it would likely be insufficient. Truly, Gu Jin replied cheerfully. Rami grows rapidly, and in certain regions, it can be harvested 3 times a year. The first harvest occurs in May or June, the second in July or August, and the third typically by the end of October. When Gu Jin arrived, she first visited the area where Rami was cultivated. The stalks had ceased growing, the leaves had turned yellow, and the outer skin had begun to undergo lignification, with dark brown spots appearing from the base to the top of the plants. At this stage, the Rami plants contained an abundance of fiber and were highly mature, making the peeling process particularly effortless. She waved the Rami in her hand, exclaiming, "Look, this is the raw material for making garments." In Gu Jin's era, fabric made from Rami was known as summer cloth. Generally, it was produced in factories, while the original artisans crafted it by hand. The summer cloth they produced had a dull color and a coarse texture. It had to undergo a process called ti to become softer and whiter. Ti involved soaking the summer cloth in water and then exposing it to the sun, a procedure that required repetition. After approximately half a month, the cloth would transform under the ultraviolet rays of the sun. However, even at this stage, the summer cloth remained rough and hairy. To achieve a smoother and more refined finish, artisans would press it between 2 specially crafted stones until the fabric became soft and smooth, suitable for making garments, bedding, and more. Gu Jin had once encountered a short video detailing the process of making summer cloth, finding it exceedingly cumbersome. Thus, She held great admiration for those creators who restored traditional handcrafts. Truly, there was an array of crafts showcased, such as soap making, salt extraction, and water filtration, among others. Unfortunately, many valuable pieces of knowledge were often glossed over by Gu Jin if they failed to capture her interest. This led to her feeling utterly perplexed as she gazed at the large pile of harvested rami. How did it go again? She recalled, it needed to be soaked first. Right? Li Renyong squatted down, watching curiously. Gu Xiao also crouched beside him, intrigued. The pair, one large and one small, resembled two mushrooms quietly observing her. Gu Jin endeavored to maintain her facade of intelligence. She blinked and declared, "Trust me, this is how it's done." Li Renyong scratched his head, saying, "What is Jin saying? When have I ever doubted you?" Gu Xiao chimed in, "Yes, sister is the best." Gu Jin, mustering her courage, replied, Xiao is also quite remarkable." After soaking a pile of rami in the lake, Gu Jin returned to the cave, racking her brain to remember how to turn rami into thread. However, no matter how hard she tried, her mind remained a blank slate. The short videos on handcrafting were often flooded with various comments, the most prominent being, "I have the knowledge, but my hands do not follow." Currently, Gu Jin found herself in the opposite predicament. Her mind was a blank, and her hands were equally unskilled. With treasures at her disposal, yet unable to unearth them, Gu Jin anxiously felt her lips blister. Her maternal grandparents would undoubtedly be unfamiliar with rami, as it typically thrived in the southern regions, and they had never encountered such a plant throughout their lives, let alone woven fabric from it. If only I could ask someone, Gu Jin mused aloud. Jinding Valley was a splendid retreat from the world, yet information was equally scarce. Unable to find anyone to consult, Gu Jin resolved to conduct her own experiments. If all else failed, she would devise a plan later. The sun blazed overhead. Li Taohua cradled Guan while seated by the lakeshore, observing her two younger brothers splashing in the water. Gu Xiao sat nearby, tugging at wild grass, preparing to return home to feed the chickens and ducks. Li Dehai and Li Mu were busy digging for earthworms with their hoes. On a patch of open ground by the lake, the recently harvested rami lay drying. The rami stalks had been stripped of their bark and bound together before being placed in the lake. After 2 or 3 months of decomposition, they would be retrieved and dried. The processed rami stalks made for excellent kindling. They burned steadily and evenly, lasting for an extended period. For torches, just a few would suffice to provide illumination for several minutes. In the past, when people smoked, they would light a rami stalk as a substitute for paper. Gu Jin remembered this detail, perhaps because it was the simplest. She rested her chin on her hand, staring at the rami stalks with a furrowed brow. Li Taohua, holding Guan, beamed at the sight of her family, all gathered together, free from the anxieties of war or banditry. How wonderful it was. Some matters, however, are too weighty to be left unspoken. Just as Li Taohua finished her reflection, she heard a commotion at the valley entrance. Luo Wugu sprang forth from the crowd like a monkey, dashing to the front. "Grandfather, this place is truly splendid, with clear mountains and waters. It is a blessed land." Luo Shan, with a stern expression, reprimanded, "Be quiet." Luo Wugu immediately bowed his head in contrition, his hands hanging by his sides, adopting a more composed demeanor. Since Gu Jin and her family had vanished, Luo Wugu noticed that his grandfather had been wearing a troubled frown. After several days, they learned of the invasion by the otherworldly spirits at the border city. Unlike the usual skirmishes this time, the disturbances caused by the spirits were significant. General Pei had personally taken command. By the time the news reached Luo family village, everyone was in a state of panic and fear, creating chaos. Each day was filled with unease. Luo Wugu sensed the air of disquiet, trailing closely behind his granduncle. However, Luo Shan did not always take him along when he went to the city. Thus, Luo Wugu was oblivious to how his grandfather had discovered such a splendid place to evade the calamity of war. Truly impressive. Luo Shan also felt quite accomplished. At that time, when the Li family settled in Luo family village, Luo Shan sensed that their family was unlike the ordinary villagers. Since then, he began to observe them discreetly. Over time, he indeed uncovered some insights. The head of the Li family was, astonishingly, a mere 9-year-old child. Luo Shan was secretly astonished and became more attentive to their family. Later, when Gu Jin drove away young Xinghua and set up a food stall in Lanzhou, their family traversed the streets, acquiring various dried vegetables, eggs, rice oil, live chickens, and ducks, Luo Shan finally sensed an unusual aura surrounding them. To better monitor the Li family, he specifically instructed his youngest son, who lived at the village entrance, to keep an eye on them. Therefore, when the Li family stealthily left Luo family village under the cover of night, Luo Shan was the first to learn of it. The persistent harassment from the otherworldly spirits at the border weighed heavily on Luo Shan's heart, like a boulder. For over a year, he had been seeking a way out. One must understand that war can strike without warning. To prepare for contingencies, he had long since arranged travel permits for his family. However, he had been unable to find an opportunity to leave Luo family village. Chapter 59, Luo Shan. The Li family represented that opportunity. Last year, during the Great Drought in Jianzhou, their family managed to flee from Yang village, 3,000 miles away, to Lanzhou. The group included a pregnant woman and 2 children. Yet they suffered no losses. Their possessions were also preserved. There must be something extraordinary about them. Thus, upon receiving news from his youngest son that night, Luo Shan decisively sent his eldest son, who was exceptionally agile, to follow them. Days later, upon learning that the Li family had found a piece of prime land to settle, Luo Shan immediately prepared to take action. However, when he convened a family meeting to rally the entire clan to relocate, he did not receive unanimous support. Luo Shan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to lead his family ahead. As the village chief, his early departure amidst the onset of war could spell disaster if discovered by ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, to evade prying eyes, he journeyed to Lan City under the cover of night. Upon exiting the city, his family, guided by his eldest son, sought a passage into the valley. However, they found the entrance blocked by the Li family. In their endeavor to clear the path, the family exerted considerable effort, which resulted in their delayed entry into the Jing Valley. Fortunately, the Ruo family was well stocked, otherwise they would not have been able to sustain themselves for so long. He paused, gazing at the verdant scenery within the valley, letting out a long sigh. Luo Shan had never envisioned that in his twilight years, he would once again find himself ensnared in the turmoil of his youth. The valley was eerily tranquil, where even the faintest sound could be magnified infinitely. Upon hearing a noise, Gu Jin startled, leaping up like a frightened rabbit. "Grandfather, hurry, back to the cave. Grab your weapons." Li Dehai, in a frenzy, dashed out without waiting for Gu Jin to finish her sentence. Li Zhongyi and Li Riyong, without a moment's hesitation, donned their garments and raced towards the valley entrance. "Sister, take the children and hide. Do not come out under any circumstances," Li Zhongyi shouted without turning back. "Understood, but you all must be cautious too," Li Taohua, though anxious, responded with a calmness born of experience. Gu Jin had long since vanished from sight. She was the swiftest among them, thus the first to arrive at the valley's mouth. Upon seeing Gu Jin, Luo Wugu's carefully maintained composure crumbled. Sister Jin, you're really here." His voice, pitched several octaves higher, pierced the air. Gu Jin winced at the sound, raising her eyes in astonishment to find an assembly of familiar faces. Luo Shan's expression grew somewhat awkward as he chuckled. "Little Jin, where is your grandfather? I do not see him." Despite the familiarity, Gu Jin remained vigilant, casually replying, "He just arrived. We thought there might be trouble, so grandfather and uncle went to retrieve weapons." Luo Shan had already discerned the girl's character, though resolute and fierce. She adhered to her principles, embodying the adage of not provoking others unless provoked. Nodding, Luo Shan remarked, "That is indeed wise. In these tumultuous times, vigilance is prudent." Pausing, he added, "Little Jin, do not be alarmed. I specifically came to find you. Our family has fared well these past years, and we have ample supplies. We also seek refuge from the chaos of war." Luo Shan spoke openly, revealing his intentions without reservation. Gu Jin, no longer a naive child, grasped the subtext of his words. Since he was forthright, she too opted for directness. "Then, Grandfather Luo, how did you find Jinggang Valley?" Luo Shan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Following someone was hardly a dignified act. At that moment, Luo Wugu puffed out his chest and stepped forward. "Sister Jin, it was me. On the night you left, I saw you. Not knowing where you were headed, I did not wish to lose such a good friend. So I had my father follow you." Luo Wugu's offhand comment inadvertently unveiled the truth. Luo Shan turned, casting a meaningful glance at his eldest grandson. Gu Jin, observing the mountain of supplies behind the Luo family, admired Luo Shan's audacity in risking everything. Although she did not believe Luo Wugu's explanation, she refrained from pressing further. Now that the Luo family had arrived, it was clear they would settle in Jingang Valley. Being in close proximity, it was perhaps best to let certain matters remain ambiguous. Just then, Li Dehai rushed over with a sword in hand. Upon seeing Ruo Shan and his entourage, the tension in his throat dissipated. It's my old brother. What brings you here? Li Dehai exclaimed with a broad smile. Ruo Shan finally felt a sense of relief. Gu Jin, with her sharp tongue, was indeed a formidable character. Elderly, it has been quite a while, Ruo Shan replied, clasping his fists in greeting. Li Dehai returned the gesture. Indeed, it has been far too long. Gu Jin chuckled softly. In truth, it had only been about a month. Yet it felt as though they had not seen each other in over a decade. Grandfather, you're quite the socialite now, she teased, noting his growing adeptness in pleasantries. While Li Dehai continued to exchange pleasantries with Ruo Shan, Gu Jin's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, quickly assessing the number of individuals who had entered Jingang Valley. During her time in Luo village, she often played with Gu Xiao and was well acquainted with the villagers, their names, the number of households, and the occupants therein. Ruo Shan, despite appearing aged, had merely just crossed the threshold of 50. He had 3 sons, the eldest, Luo Tianxi, the second, Luo Tianyu, and the youngest, Luo Tianhu, all of whom were married. Luo Tianxi had a son and a daughter, the boy named Luo Wugu and the girl Luo Fenghua. Luo Tianyu and Luo Tianhu each had a son as well, named Luo Wusu and Luo Wushua, respectively. Gu Jin was taken aback. One's life was invariably intertwined within a web of relationships. Ruo Shan's ascendancy to the position of village chief stemmed from his numerous extended family connections. He had 1 sister, 3 younger brothers, and 7 cousins, with countless descendants, amassing a clan of over 100 individuals. To add to this, there were 3 families allied by marriage. These individuals had not accompanied them. Li Dehai, too, was puzzled. He had contemplated inquiring, but swallowed his words as they reached his lips. Noticing this, Ruo Shan offered no explanation. He had done all he could, giving counsel that had been rebuffed. They were resolute in remaining in their homeland, especially now that news from the border town was promising and the rice in the fields was on the verge of blooming. The thought of departing at such a moment was simply too painful. After a few more exchanges of pleasantries, Li Dehai led Ruo Shan deeper into the valley. Gu Jin, observing the old man's erect posture, sensed something was amiss. From her observations, Ruo Shan did not strike her as a cowardly individual. In Luo village, he had always acted with integrity and was a rare breed of honorable official. Yet now he was leading his family in an all-or-nothing gamble away from Luo village. This did not seem rational. Deep in thought, Luo Wugu suddenly made a face at Gu Jin. Noticing, Gu Jin slowed her pace, and the 2 stealthily trailed at the back of the group. Jiner, how did you find such a safe place? Luo Wugu whispered curiously. Gu Jin replied nonchalantly. I heard it from a little beggar. Luo Wugu, incredulous, retorted, You believe what a beggar says? Gu Jin countered, Why should I not believe it? Luo Wugu earnestly explained. Because my father always taught me to speak only a fraction of the truth to others. Thus, most people likely do not speak truthfully, especially a beggar. Gu Jin smirked mischievously. So, does that mean you only speak a fraction of the truth to me? Luo Wugu, startled, clapped a hand over his mouth. What am I saying? I tell Sister Jin everything. I would never dare to lie. Gu Jin, with a playful glint in her eye, replied, Very well. Then tell me how you managed to leave Luo village and find us. Is it your father or your second uncle who is following me? Luo Wugu was taken aback. Huh? Didn't I just say it was my father who went? He had previously fabricated a reason to spare his grandfather's feelings, thinking he had successfully evaded suspicion. Little did he know. You're lying. I offer you a chance for leniency through honesty. Pray, confess how you discovered the location of the Jingang Valley. Gu Jin feigned indifference, her tone laced with an undercurrent of intimidation. She had not intended to pursue the matter further, but since Luo Wugu had presented it, she felt compelled to inquire. Although Luo Shan walked ahead, he remained acutely aware of Gu Jin's movements. Upon hearing her press Luo Wugu, he turned back with a smile. Little Jin, Wugu knows nothing. Do not put him in a difficult position. With the situation as it was, Luo Shan chose to be forthright, elucidating the entire matter clearly. Gu Jin was taken aback. Goodness. She knew Luo Shan was astute. Yet she hadn't anticipated that he would notice her family's arrival at Luo family village so promptly. It was astonishing that the village head of such a rural locale possessed such keen insight. No wonder she had felt as if someone was watching when her group entered the Jinggang Valley. It turned out Luo Tianxi had been tailing them. Gu Jin had always prided herself on her meticulousness, yet she realized there were still aspects beyond her notice. It seemed she must exercise even greater caution in the future. So, Grandpa Luo, did you inform anyone else of the location? Gu Jin inquired. Luo Shan laughed heartily. Rest assured, I am judicious. I merely expressed a desire to relocate with my kin, without divulging any specific details. Upon hearing this, Gu Jin exhaled in relief. The Luo family was exceedingly large. And should they all come, the Jinggang Valley would transform back into Luo family village. Future endeavors would then lack the convenience of the present. As they conversed, the group had already arrived in the valley. Li Dehai, concerned about potential pursuers, instructed his two sons to guard the entrance. I must say, Uncle Li, you are overly cautious. The passage hidden midway up the mountain is already quite difficult to detect. You even blocked it with stones. I can hardly lift my arms after moving them. Luo Tianhu expressed his dissatisfaction. In truth, he was reluctant to leave Luo family village. What was the good in abandoning one's home, especially when this place lacked even a field to cultivate and required clearing? Just the thought was exhausting. Moreover, with General Pei stationed at the border town, the otherworldly demons would not dare invade the Great Zhou. Luo Tianhu sulked, but Li Dehai remained unfazed. He managed to smile and remarked, in these turbulent times, it is wise to be cautious. If we were to be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Luo Tianhu was about to retort when Luo Shan admonished loudly, elders are speaking. What business do you have to interject? Having served as village head for many years, Luo Shan commanded a certain authority. Luo Tianhu promptly fell silent. Beside him, Bai Shi subtly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, my dear, the elder has his considerations. Do not fret. Her gentle words assuaged Luo Tianhu's simmering discontent. Gu Jin observed this interaction closely, taking mental note. Luo Tianhu's wife was named Bai Susu. Once a lady of high standing, she had fallen into disrepute as her family's fortunes waned, becoming a destitute household. Creditors besieged their home daily. Her former fiancé, upon witnessing their decline, concocted an excuse, declaring her fate ill-favored and their stars incompatible, thus calling off their engagement. In this era, being labeled as ill-fated essentially extinguished any hope for marriage. The Bai family inexplicably accepted the baseless claims. Whenever people encountered Bai Susu, it was as if they had come face to face with a plague spirit. Subjected to relentless social ostracism, she lost all will to live and ultimately took her own life by drowning. Yet it was then that Luo Tianhu rescued her. When Gu Jin heard the village women gossiping about this tale, it felt like listening to a storybook. It was not that she judged by appearances, but rather, Luo Tianhu was extraordinarily unattractive. His features seemed to deliberately avoid the virtues of Luo Shan and his wife. Standing alongside Luo Tianxi and Luo Tianyu, he appeared utterly distinct. In contrast, Bai Susu possessed delicate features, her eyes and brows like exquisite paintings, her figure as graceful as willow. When the two stood together, Gu Jin finally understood the expression of a flower blooming amidst dung. Compared to Luo Tianhu and his wife, both Luo Tianxi and Luo Tianyu's wives hailed from ordinary farming families. They kept their heads bowed, having not uttered a word since entering the valley. Sister Jean, have you been sleeping in the cave all along? Luo Wugu inquired while assessing his surroundings. Gu Jin nodded, indeed. I had wished to build a house, but none of us possesses the requisite skills, so we are left to dwell in the cave. Luo Wugu slapped his thigh. If only my third grandfather were here. Their entire family are skilled masons. Gu Jin chose not to respond. While she desired a dwelling, she was averse to the idea of the Luo family claiming dominion over the Jinggang Valley. Whether in governance or business, mutual checks and balances are essential for sustainable development. The Luo family's supremacy posed a threat to both Gu Jin and the Li family. Suddenly, a dozen individuals arrived in the valley, instantly creating a lively atmosphere. As Luo Shan walked unobserved, he selected several caves to serve as their temporary quarters, with Li Dehai accompanying him throughout the process. Once their lodgings were established, Luo Shan began surveying the Jinggang Valley. Upon reaching the lakeside, they beheld a vast expanse of crops swaying in the gentle breeze. Luo Shan, a proficient farmer himself, recognized at a glance that a substantial yield of potatoes, soybeans, corn, and taro was being cultivated, sustenance aplenty. Brotherly, your land is well cultivated. You are a capable farmer. Luo Shan complimented. Li Dehai stroked his beard modestly. It is passable, just so. For generations, peasant families had engaged in agriculture. Luo Shan understood this was mere politeness. The delight in his eyes was evident enough to squash a mosquito. The most challenging aspect of reclaiming land is nurturing its fertility. It is known that barren soil not only hampers crop growth but also leads to low yields. Considering the timeline, the Li family had only been in the Jing Valley for just over a month, yet the corn had already grown remarkably tall. The soil could not be that fertile. Gu Jin concurred. She was indeed an adept at composting. Chapter 61. Decisions. In the Zhou Kingdom, agriculture was, in fact, thriving. Otherwise, no family would be able to support so many children. However, compared to the agricultural sciences Gu Jin had systematically studied, it appeared rather rudimentary. It is important to recognize that both crops and homegrown flora require different fertilizers throughout their growth cycles. The three primary elements are nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Potassium promotes root growth, nitrogen encourages leaf development, and phosphorus fosters fruiting. These fertilizers must be administered at various stages. Only through precise application can one achieve greater yields. Upon entering the Jing Valley, Gu Jin began concocting various fertilizers. She ground eggshells and leftover bones into powder, mixed them with water, and sealed the mixture tightly. Once it decomposed and fermented, the resulting liquid turned dark, becoming the finest phosphorus fertilizer. The sediment could also serve as a base fertilizer. Nitrogen fertilizer, on the other hand, was created by sealing rice washing water for fermentation. In this climate, it would be ready in just over a week. Potassium fertilizer was produced from burnt plant ash. These methods were but small-scale endeavors. The most abundant fertilizer she utilized was an organic concoction made from a blend of weeds, fine soil, and a specific proportion of chicken and duck manure, all allowed to ferment. This compost proved to be remarkably nutrient-rich. Initially, the base fertilizer for the fields was sourced from the rich silt at the bottom of the lake. The Golden Ridge was devoid of human habitation, and the lake's sediment had never been disturbed. Over the years, it accumulated, resulting in a high organic matter content. In recent days, the seedlings of fruits and vegetables in her household had finally reached the dining table. Particularly, the leeks thrived splendidly. In a bid to cultivate goodwill, Li Dehai, during the evening, instructed Gu Jin to deliver a basket of tender water spinach and amaranth to the Luo family. Luo Shan was exceedingly grateful and reciprocated with a piece of cured meat. A basket of greens exchanged for a slab of meat left Gu Jin feeling quite fortunate. After exchanging a few courteous words of thanks, she returned home with the basket. Once she departed, Luo Tianhu could no longer contain himself. Father, why did you give that girl a piece of cured meat? Those greens aren't worth much. Luo Shan, gazing at his youngest son's face, felt a surge of frustration. You are truly foolish, he thought to chastise, but swallowed his words upon noticing Bai Shi standing nearby. Go away, you irritate me. Luo Tianhu attempted to respond, but Bai Susu tugged at his hand, pulling him away. Meanwhile, Gu Jin had already returned home. Li Taowa reached out for the basket, murmuring softly, so, how affluent is the Luo family? Gu Jin nodded, quite prosperous. At that moment, Li Dehai approached and was taken aback to discover a piece of dark cured meat nestled within the basket, a return gift, and quite a substantial one at that. He scratched his head, feeling rather sheepish. Had I known, I should have placed 20 eggs in the basket. Li Mu chuckled. The garlic sprouts have just grown a little. I'll pick some more. Tonight, we shall have garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured meat. Upon hearing of the delightful meal, smiles of anticipation spread across the faces of all present. A night passed without further incident. The following day, Li Dehai, urged by Gu Jin, made his way to the Luo family's cave. After exchanging pleasantries, they eventually delved into the matter at hand. Li Dehai inquired about news from the outside world, while Luo Shan sought information regarding the situation within the Golden Ridge. During their dialogue, Gu Jin learned that not only had the border town withstood the onslaught, but it had also dealt a significant blow to the army of the otherworldly spirits. Finally, her long-held anxiety began to ease ever so slightly. Brother Luo, I have a question. Since the border town has held, why then do you still intend to leave Luo family village? Li Dehai asked. Luo Shan sighed. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. If I could stay, I would certainly not leave. You have not encountered the otherworldly spirits and are unaware of their ferocity. I have seen them and know their might, although General Pei has temporarily secured a victory. The future remains uncertain. Years ago, Luo Shan had witnessed the otherworldly spirits. At that time, they had not yet revealed their fangs, masquerading instead as merchants gathering intelligence on the Zhou kingdom. Each of them was remarkably robust, towering almost 2 heads taller than the people of Zhou. In a one-on-one confrontation, even the martial artists of Zhou would struggle to prevail, let alone the ordinary soldiers. Were it not for General Pei's astute military acumen and strategic planning, they would not have been able to endure for so long. Luo Shan did not withhold these truths, for he sought to collaborate with the Li family to cultivate this hidden paradise. After a few more inquiries, Li Dehai departed with Gu Jin. Before leaving, he left the basket behind at the Luo residence, containing 20 eggs and a pound of red dates. By the time Luo Shan discovered it, the two had long since vanished from sight. Thus, the Luo family officially made their home in the Golden Ridge. Both Li Dehai and Luo Shan were forthright individuals, and the two families coexisted amicably. Brotherly, I wish for my son to leave the valley, Luo Shan remarked as they walked. The future would undoubtedly present more daunting challenges, thus, they must stockpile additional supplies. Rice, oil, dried vegetables, and cured meat were essential, but most importantly, salt and cloth. And of course, fire starters. They needed to amass enough to last at least a year while the otherworldly spirits had yet to invade. While in Luo family village, Luo Shan had been preparing supplies, yet as the village chief, he could not act too overtly. Moreover, due to the decrees issued by the court, it was nearly impossible to procure supplies openly. During that time, he had exerted great effort to persuade his kin to leave. And with 3 sons who were not particularly adept, the supplies he had gathered still felt insufficient in his eyes. Brother Luo, you speak the truth, Li Dehai replied solemnly. However, the court's regulations are stringent. Where can we purchase grain and other supplies? Luo Shan pondered for a moment. I have dealt with the villagers from Craftsman Village. They are artisans living in comfort, with ample grain stored in every household. If we offer a good price, they will surely sell to us. Furthermore, Craftsman Village is a large community with over 1,000 inhabitants. We can inquire among several families and surely procure enough provisions to last us a year. Li Dehai felt a flicker of intrigue. After contemplating, he questioned, but if we rashly purchase such a large quantity of grain, it may raise suspicions among the villagers of Craftsman Village. Luo Shan nodded in agreement. You are correct, brotherly. In that case, let us recruit a group of craftsmen in Craftsman Village to construct 2 houses. After all, we will need to reside here for generations. And using this as an excuse will allow us to acquire more grain. What do you think, brotherly? The cave was damp, devoid of sunlight. And after merely 10 days of residing there, Luo Shan felt his spirit waning and his joints aching, a sign of rheumatism flaring up. Prolonged exposure would undoubtedly wreak havoc on his health. He saw this as a fortuitous opportunity to accomplish 2 tasks simultaneously. Unbeknownst to him, the pretext of building houses to stockpile grain would soon save everyone's lives. Fate, indeed, is profoundly mysterious. After a moment of reflection, Li Dehai acknowledged, you are right. Brother Luo, once the otherworldly spirits invade, it will be too late to gather provisions. Then I shall have Jiner and Rinyong also leave the valley. If the Luo family can build homes, the Li family cannot fall behind. Li Dehai concluded, though a tinge of concern lingered. However, if we allow the masons to enter the valley, what if our location is exposed? Luo Shan chuckled. The Golden Ridge is rich in golden vines, but it also boasts an abundance of bamboo groves. I once heard the village chief mention that the bamboo weavers from Craftsman Village sometimes come here to harvest bamboo. Since we intend to live here, they will inevitably discover our presence in due time. It would be wiser to extend a gesture of goodwill, making future transactions for supplies more convenient. Li Dehai felt a surge of apprehension, but acquiesced. Very well, I shall return to discuss this with my family. Just as he spoke, Gu Jin appeared. Luo Shan quickly reiterated the plan, emphasizing that Craftsman Village's remote location was precisely why each household had ample grain stored. It was the ideal place to procure supplies. Upon hearing Luo Shan's words, Gu Jin felt a sudden jolt of alarm. The little beggar had claimed that the Golden Ridge had long been abandoned, yet he had failed to mention that the bamboo weavers occasionally visited the valley to gather bamboo. If that were the case, it suggested that the Golden Ridge was not entirely secure. However, they were fortunate that they were not residing in Luo family village, at least keeping them at a distance from the battlefield, which was not entirely futile. After all, Luo family village was the essential route from the border town to Lan City, and should the otherworldly spirits breach the borders, they would have little time to escape amidst the cavalry's charge. Although the Golden Ridge was not completely isolated from the world, it afforded them some protection from direct confrontation with the otherworldly spirits. As long as they were not actively sought out, perhaps they could evade detection. To secure time and distance in such a dire environment was already a stroke of remarkable fortune. Gu Jin steadied herself, yet an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over her. Although the Zhou kingdom is vast, finding a sanctuary proves to be exceedingly difficult. "Jiner, what troubles you?" Li Dehai called out, noticing his granddaughter's silence. Gu Jin snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "It's nothing. Let's leave the valley." She supported Luo Shan's desire to stockpile supplies, particularly salt and cloth, which she could not conjure from thin air. As for constructing a house, given the dampness of the cave, both Li Taohua and Guan had developed rashes, and staying any longer might lead to illness. The location of Jingjing Valley was well known to the villagers of Qiaogong, so it would be prudent to prepare thoroughly before the otherworldly beings invaded. Lacking omniscient foresight, she could not predict what lay ahead. She could only strive to ensure her family's well-being. At the very least, they were already distanced from Luojia village, affording them some respite. Upon hearing about the plan to leave the valley to gather supplies and build a house, Li Renyong immediately dashed off. "Be careful not to fall," Li Dehai admonished. "Understood. Father." "I want tea," Li Renyong called back without looking. Soon, after Li Taohua finished feeding the chickens, ducks, and mules and returned with Gu Xiao and Guan, she was taken aback by the sight of her nephew and uncle readying themselves for departure. "What is this? Where are you two headed?" she exclaimed. Li Renyong, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured, "We're leaving the valley." Instinctively, Li Taohua replied, "Then I shall go too." Li Dehai's voice turned grave. "If you go, what will happen to the two children?" "I'll take them with me," Li Taohua insisted. "Renyong and Jiner are embarking on serious business if you accompany them. How can they focus on their tasks?" He paused before adding, "I understand your fears for Jiner's safety, but I just learned that the otherworldly beings have not yet breached our defenses. We must seize this opportunity to stockpile supplies, otherwise, it may become impossible to leave the valley later. Moreover, you were just lamenting about the cave's dampness and your rashes. It's prudent to build a house, as we may need to settle here for the long term." Li Taohua wished to argue, but seeing Li Dehai's stern expression, her eyes welled with tears. "Very well. I will heed your words." Li Renyong offered quiet comfort. "Sister, although Jiner is only 9, she is wise. Children must grow up. You cannot always keep them by your side. What future could they have?" Wiping her tears, Li Taohua murmured, "I don't wish for her to achieve greatness. I only want her to be safe." Chapter 62. The cavalry passes through. Li Renyong intended to persuade further, but Gu Jin interjected with a clear voice, "Mother, do not worry, I will return safely. Trust me." Gu Jin's resolute tone gave Li Taohua an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "You little rascal, fine, I trust you," she replied with a playful scold. Shortly after Gu Jin and Li Renyong departed, Li Zhangyi, who had been working in the fields, returned. Upon learning of their intentions to gather supplies, he expressed his full support. Most crops currently in the fields were vegetables and fruits, while rice was scarce. With the war's duration uncertain, they must stockpile salt, oil, grain, and cloth while they could. By midday, the sun hung high in the sky. Gu Jin and Li Renyong rode their mules along the rural pathways, while Luo Tianxi trailed behind on a sturdy ox. In this era, oxen were more valuable than mules. Though mules were adequate for pulling carts, they could not match the oxen in plowing fields. The character for plowing even includes the symbol for an ox. Hence plowing was the ox's forte. Thus, farmers preferred oxen, and their demand and prices soared as a result. However, for riding, mules outpaced oxen due to their swiftness. Sitting atop her mule, Gu Jin fashioned a makeshift awning with her hand, gazing into the distance. Descending from Hengshan, they followed the path westward. Judging by the sun's position, they had been traveling for over an hour, yet had not encountered a single village. "Brother Luo, how much farther until we arrive?" Li Renyong called out to the figure ahead. Luo Tianxi, though under 30, sported a fine beard, his complexion rosy and radiant, resembling a figure from a painting. He stroked his beard and explained, "Do not rush. If we continue west for about 50 miles, we should reach our destination." Gu Jin raised her face, curious. "Uncle Luo, you seem quite familiar with Qiaogong village. How do you know such details?" Luo Tianxi, stroking his beard, replied, "Every 4 years, launching holds a jade and stone convention. During that time, village heads from surrounding areas bring people to participate, and Xiaogong village is no exception. I used to accompany my father to these events." After a few more words, he fell silent. Nevertheless, Gu Jin gleaned enough from his brief remarks to surmise the situation. Covering 50 miles should be doable on their mules and oxen in half a day, but the rural paths were challenging. As early summer unfolded, nature thrived. Everywhere, thorny vines intertwined, blanketing the ground. Occasionally, a misstep would reveal a hidden pit. Consequently, the pace of their mules and oxen was greatly hindered. As night descended, they had yet to reach Qiaogong village. "Perhaps we should camp here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow?" Luo Tianxi suggested as he dismounted his ox. Li Renyong and Gu Jin nodded in agreement. Riding mules was exhausting. Gu Jin clutched the reins tightly, her body tense to avoid being jostled off the mule. Now, not only was her backside sore, but the area between her legs also throbbed painfully. Luo Tianxi retrieved a fire starter from his pack, gathering some dry twigs to ignite a flame. Li Renyong, seeing the activity, immediately collected a pile of dried grass and branches. Gu Jin, taking advantage of her youth, sat still. They all carried provisions. Luo Tianxi had rice cakes and pickles, while Gu Jin's group had rice cakes and vegetable pancakes made by Li Mu. Fortunately, the weather was not too hot, otherwise such all-natural foods would spoil within a day. "What are you eating? It smells delightful," Luo Tianxi inquired, munching on pickles. Li Renyong held up a vegetable pancake. "My mother made these, packed with various grains and steamed with rice flour." As he spoke, he naturally offered a pancake to Luo Tianxi. "Thank you," he replied as he accepted it. Gu Jin also found Li Mu's vegetable pancakes to be exceptional, savory, delectable, and fluffy, leaving a lingering taste. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, a distant sound akin to thunder echoed through the air. Luo Tianxi smacked his lips and looked up at the sky, puzzled. "Strange, the stars are still visible. Why is there thunder?" Li Renyong observed the sky as well indeed. There isn't a cloud in sight. Where could that thunder be coming from? Gu Jin paused, suddenly alarmed. "Uncle, quickly, put out the fire," she urged, grabbing a branch to scatter the flames. Li Renyong, realizing the urgency, promptly doused the fire with water from their water pouch. Luo Tianxi, momentarily bewildered, shouted anxiously, "What are you doing? Put the fire out, and what if wild beasts come?" Just as Gu Jin was about to explain, the thunder grew louder, shaking the ground beneath them. Finally recognizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Tianxi joined in extinguishing the blaze. Heavens! What a commotion! How many cavalry must be passing through to create such a ruckus? Luo Tianxi sighed. Li Renyong lowered his voice. "Is it reinforcements?" Gu Jin shook her head. "Who knows?" The rumbling sounds persisted, and the ground continued to tremble. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it was a quarter of an hour, or maybe half an hour, before the ominous thunder finally ceased. Gu Jin strained her ears, listening intently. It was peculiar. Why was the sound of hoofbeats traveling from south to north? From south to north. It was over. Gu Jin thought for a moment, and, suddenly, cold sweat broke out all over her body. If it were reinforcements, the cavalry would surely approach from the north to the south along the official road, not from south to north. Such a scenario could only mean one of two things. Either Patian had suffered defeat and retreated from the border town, or the otherworldly fiends had breached the defenses and were advancing towards the next city. It was over. It was over. Once the noise had completely faded, Luo Tianxi stroked his beard and asked, "Wait, why did we extinguish the fire just now? They couldn't possibly see us from that distance." Li Renyong, equally perplexed, glanced at his niece under the moonlight. Indeed, why? Gu Jin suppressed her inner turmoil and forced herself to remain calm, saying, "I apologize, I may have overreacted." Li Renyong, knowing her character all too well, naturally did not believe her. She was no timid soul. However, Luo Tianxi was unaware of this. He pulled out a rice cake from his bundle and comforted her. "Little Jean, don't be afraid. Have something to eat to steady your nerves." Luo Tianxi had 2 children, Luo Wugu and Luo Fenghua. During this time, Gu Jin had been playing with them, and Luo Tianxi had grown quite fond of the little girl. He queried, "Why would you come out with us, child? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home and play?" Gu Jin, distracted, replied, "There's nothing fun in the valley. It's much more entertaining outside." Luo Tianxi laughed heartily, no longer pursuing the topic. He rekindled the campfire, and the three fell into a contemplative silence. Li Renyong felt an unsettling sensation gnawing at him, but he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. He wished to inquire further. But upon seeing Gu Jin with her head bowed, he sensed that it was not an opportune moment for questions. Thus, Li Renyong suggested they all retire early, volunteering to keep watch. Luo Tianxi waved him off. You sleep, I cannot. Seeing this, Li Renyong refrained from pressing the issue. He spread an oilcloth on the ground and laid a blanket atop it, inviting Gu Jin to rest. Chapter 63, Laya Mountain. Gu Jin found it impossible to sleep. Her earlier caution upon hearing the commotion and extinguishing the fire was indeed excessive. She had become overly vigilant. However, she had no intention of changing her ways. After the devastating disaster in Jianzhou last year, had it not been for such wariness, her family would not have survived to this day. The moon hung high, and the stars twinkled in the sparse sky. Gu Jin gazed at the flickering stars, her mind a tumultuous mess. After enduring the hardships of fleeing with her family to Lan City, she never anticipated that peace would elude them for even a year before calamity struck again. She could only be grateful for her foresight in finding Jinggang Valley as a refuge. Remain calm, they will not find us here, she reassured herself, closing her eyes. She tossed and turned restlessly. Li Renyong, asleep beside her, was far coarser in his arrangements. He simply lay on the grass, covering himself with a single garment. Luo Tianxi, watching the slumbering figures, let out a quiet sigh. His thoughts lingered on the 10 acres of land in Luo family village, which would be ready for harvest in no more than 3 months. This would provide sustenance for the entire family for a year. Losing it would be an immense pity. Li Renyong, troubled by his own concerns, woke after a brief slumber. Since he was awake, he took over the night watch from Luo Tianxi, who was reluctant to relinquish his post. The two exchanged hushed words, their whispers stirring Gu Jin from her thoughts. The three sat by the fire, enveloped in silence. It was destined to be a night of insomnia. Luo Tianxi, clutching his chest with an ashen face, thought to himself, I don't know what's wrong, my heart feels uneasy. Could something have happened in the valley? Li Renyong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too feel restless. Perhaps we should return tomorrow. We still have provisions, if necessary. We can ration them. The chaos outside is quite alarming. Little Jean, what do you think? Gu Jin, her palms clammy with anxiety, pondered carefully before responding. We are not far from Craftsman Village. Since we have come this far, let us first assess the situation tomorrow. If it proves troublesome, we shall return. Starvation will only deteriorate our health, and should enemies invade then, we would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. We must stockpile provisions. The mountains and forests lay silent, and as dawn broke, the three set off on their mules and oxen towards Craftsman Village. Li Renyong attempted to engage Gu Jin in conversation several times, but each time he opened his mouth, his niece's gaze halted him. His initial anxiety only intensified. Luo Tianxi, preoccupied with the well-being of his family, remained oblivious to the unease shared between the two. Around the hour of Qin, the trio finally arrived at the village. As they approached the village entrance, a pack of large yellow dogs began barking at them. Gu Jin, somewhat fearful of dogs, instinctively drew her feet up, unwilling to dismount. After all, in her era, being bitten by a dog necessitated a rabies vaccine within 24 hours, otherwise, the consequences were dire. The mortality rate for rabies was an alarming 99.9%. Li Renyong, unperturbed by the barking, chose not to dismount either. For they would soon require favors from the villagers. It would be unwise to provoke the dogs. The ruckus stirred the villagers, and several approached wielding wooden clubs. Luo Tianxi promptly dismounted and bowed. Fellow villagers, I am Luo Tianxi, son of Luo Shan, the village chief of Luo family village. I seek to know if Uncle Guosher is present. Upon hearing that they were looking for the village chief, the villagers relaxed their guard. At that moment, a robust man pointed towards a courtyard, saying, their home is over there, you may find them yourselves. After speaking, he called for his dog and departed. The others similarly dispersed their own dogs. Only then did Gu Jin dare to lower her legs from the mule's back. This village certainly has an abundance of dogs. Li Renyong remarked, they must be quite affluent. Luo Tianxi nodded in agreement. They are all artisans, naturally wealthier than ordinary peasant families. Gu Jin, upon hearing this, felt a spark of realization. She rode closer to the blue ox and quietly inquired, Uncle Luo, should we purchase the grains separately or together? Luo Tianxi replied, separately. They are not a commercial establishment and lack sufficient stock. As they conversed, the trio arrived at Gu Shi's residence. Gu Shi, having heard the commotion, had already opened the courtyard door to wait. Upon seeing Luo Tianxi, his face lit up with surprise. "Why, it is my nephew Luo. What brings you here?" "We seek craftsmen to build houses, as we require many," Luo Tianxi responded respectfully. Gu Shi, puzzled, asked, "Your Luo family village is quite a distance from craftsman village. What made you think to come here for workers?" Luo Tianxi concealed the truth, saying, "Isn't there unrest at the border town? Many have fled, and so have we. Thus, we require housing." Gu Shi sighed. "Leaving is for the best. Luo family village is too close to the border town. If trouble arises, escape may not be possible. Come in, let us not linger at the door." With the assistance of acquaintances, the selection of craftsmen was swiftly determined. In truth, due to the ongoing conflict, they were unable to secure much work, leaving the majority of them idly at home. Upon hearing of a job opportunity, they eagerly volunteered one after another. Gu Jin initially wished to participate, but her tender age rendered her voiceless. Observing her uncle's methodical approach to business, she decided instead to entertain herself with the village children. Owing to her sociable nature, she quickly became familiar with them. Under her intentional guidance, Gu Jin soon learned of the various trades practiced by the villagers of Craft Village: masonry, carpentry, kiln firing, hemp spinning, blacksmithing, and oil pressing, among others. The predominant trades were masonry and carpentry, with 2 families engaged in hemp production. Her playmates belonged to families of moderate means within Craft Village. Clad in garments made from fine summer cloth, they spoke with courtesy, reflecting their excellent upbringing. Su Haiteng pointed mysteriously towards the back mountain and asked, "Sister Jean, do you know the name of that mountain?" Gu Jin chuckled. "How would I know? I'm not from your village." At this juncture, another child interjected boldly, "Su Haiteng, I notice you always like to keep people guessing." "Sister Jean, let me tell you. That's called Leia Mountain." Gu Jin feigned confusion. "What's special about Leia Mountain?" "It has many fragrant nut trees, and their fruits are delicious," Su Haiteng hurriedly replied, fearing interruption. "The fragrant nut, known as the king of nuts, is a close relative of the yew. This nut is unique to the south, taking 3 years to mature, and is revered as the Neza of fruits." During her studies, Gu Jin recalled reading about a fragrant nut tree that had lived for 1,300 years and still bore fruit. Due to its lengthy maturation period, the price remained high, and typically only 2 pounds would be purchased around the new year for a treat. Upon hearing this, Gu Jin developed a keen interest in Leia Mountain. While she played with the children, Luo Tianxi, preoccupied with thoughts of home, had already finalized the arrangements. He had hired 2 carpenters and 5 masons at a premium. Observing this, Li Renyong had no choice but to match his pricing for a few craftsmen. Once the selections were confirmed, Luo Tianxi and Li Renyong finally disclosed the purpose of their visit, feigning a need to hire workers for constructing a house, citing insufficient grain and oil, necessitating additional purchases. The villagers wholeheartedly agreed, enthusiastically leading the 2 men to their homes. Grain, oil, cloth, salt, cured meats, and construction materials were sold at inflated prices. The villagers counted their money, feeling this business was remarkably profitable. By the time all their matters were concluded, it was already noon. Luo Tianxi, unable to contain his eagerness, led his hired hands away. Gu Jin and Li Dehai followed closely behind. "Jia, I've noticed you've been in quite a hurry today. Is something amiss?" Gu Shi, unaware of Luo Tianxi's urgency, inquired as they departed the village. Luo Tianxi promptly replied, "Uncle Gu, you worry too much. I've been out for a day and am a bit concerned about home." Gu Shi chuckled. "It's only been a day. What could possibly happen? Rest assured." The 2 exchanged polite farewells, one returning to the village while the other party set off towards Jinggang Valley. Gu Jin, riding atop a large mule, waved to her friends from earlier, saying, "I'll come play with you again next time." The children chased after her, bidding farewell for quite a distance. "Sister Jean, you must remember to come play. I'm waiting for you," Su Haideng shouted, vigorously waving her hand. Gu Jin pondered for a moment, then dismounted from the mule and approached her companions. With solemnity, she informed them that the otherworldly fiends might have breached the border city, and upon returning, they should inform their elders, advising them to seek refuge in Leia Mountain if possible. Gu Jin was uncertain of the accuracy of her conjecture, but she believed in the adage that caution is the best course, just in case. Chapter 64. the scythe of death upon hearing Gu Jin's warning. The children sprinted back home. The name of the otherworldly fiends echoed ominously in their minds. As they ran, they shouted, "A grave matter has arisen. A grave matter." Startled, the villagers of Craft Village paused in their tracks. On the return journey, Gu Jin's face bore no trace of joy, consumed by worry. Li Renyong, observing her demeanor, could no longer restrain himself. "Little Jean, what troubles you? You seem perpetually unhappy." Gu Jin snapped back to reality, weighing her words carefully before sharing her concerns. At that moment, a villager from Craft Village overheard and scoffed, "You're just a child, you don't understand much. Our General Pei is renowned for his prowess. I've heard he recently dealt a significant blow to the otherworldly fiends. How could the border city possibly fall?" Other villagers nodded in agreement. Faced with this dismissive response, Gu Jin fell silent. During her time in Craft Village, they had hired a total of 9 masons and 4 carpenters, all of whom traveled on foot. Gu Jin and her companions' mules and oxen bore the purchased supplies, relying solely on their legs for the journey. Fortunately, a villager, learning of their destination to Jingang Valley, directed them along a shortcut, thus not delaying their progress for long. Upon entering the passage, a curious villager asked, "How did you discover this place?" Luo Tianxi casually replied, "I heard about it from someone." The villager sighed nostalgically. "Not many know of this place now. Only some of the older folks do. It used to be bustling in its heyday." Indeed, in these tumultuous times, finding such a fine piece of land is truly a stroke of good fortune, Luo Tianxi agreed. Both families had procured a substantial amount of supplies in Craft Village, so despite the influx of new inhabitants, there was no shortage of food. The construction of houses in the countryside progressed swiftly, aided by the abundance of able-bodied young men and the ease of producing mud bricks. Remarkably, within just over 30 days, the Li family's home was completed. On the day of the housewarming, Li Dehai, eager to utilize the supplies, treated all the craftsmen and the Luo family to a meal. At last, everyone moved into the newly built house, leaving behind their cave dwellings. The Luo family, being numerous, had constructed a large house. After the completion of the Li residence, to expedite the process, he retained the masons and carpenters who were originally meant to return home. Once free, Li Renyong and Li Zhangyi would lend a hand as well. What was initially expected to take over 2 months to complete was finished in just over 50 days with everyone's assistance. Time flowed peacefully in the mountains, and they remained oblivious to the drastic changes occurring in the outside world. After the Shi tribe captured the border city, they swiftly seized Lan City. The main forces had already moved towards Lanzhou. To procure supplies, the king of the Shi tribe dispatched over 10,000 men to raid various villages. In warfare, the primary concern is the supply of provisions. The food from the large cities had long been taken by the troops, and the food in the villages was not to be spared. The scythe of death loomed ominously over the inhabitants of Jingang Valley, uncertain of when it would strike. Meanwhile, the demise of Craft Village had already begun. When the craftsmen completed their tasks and returned home, pockets filled with earned silver, they were met with the horrifying sight of their loved ones' corpses and the charred remains of their homes. In disbelief, they knelt beside their kin, overcome with grief. At that moment, a ragged figure emerged from the shadows, frantically shouting, "The otherworldly fiends have invaded. Run, run!" The man cried out, stumbling away in terror. Wang Quan, with his keen eyesight, recognized the madman as their village's chief despite only having encountered him once. A tumult of panic and rage surged within him, as if a fiery tempest were erupting from the crown of his head. "Everyone, cease your weeping and listen to me," he implored. "If you possess even a shred of manhood, join me in burying them. Revenge for grievances, justice for wrongs. We shall avenge ourselves. Avenge!" His furious proclamation silenced the crowd, and after a moment's pause, the villagers raised their fists, their eyes ablaze with determination, chanting in unison, "Vengeance! Vengeance! Blood debts must be repaid with blood. For every foreign demon slain, a life must be forfeited." After the craftsmen departed, Gu Jin remained in the valley, consumed by busyness. The early maturing crops, corn, potatoes, and soybeans were ready for harvest. The villagers were bustling with activity. The Li family, comprising 3 sons, managed the agricultural tasks, while Li Taohua, accompanied by Guan and Gu Xiu, tended to the chickens, ducks, and 4 mules. The sheer volume of grass to be cut was staggering, and in order to encourage the poultry to lay more eggs, they had to dig for earthworms. The Luo family watched enviously. Fortunately, they had brought ample supplies of grains and oils, and with further provisions acquired from the skilled craftsman's village, they faced no immediate food crisis. Additionally, over the past 2 months, they had been clearing land for vegetable cultivation, and now a variety of green vegetables supplemented their diet. With resources plentiful, the two families coexisted harmoniously. Once all the potatoes, corn, and soybeans were harvested, Li Dehai gathered up half a basket and sent it over to the Luo family, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. After all, who would ever disdain an abundance of resources? Once things settled down, Gu Jin finally found the time to experiment with earthworm cultivation. The valley was abundant with earthworms, yet the daily demand from the chickens and ducks was overwhelming. Moreover, earthworms enriched the soil, promoting plant growth. And if they were all harvested, it would hinder the environment's sustainable development. In truth, many containers could serve as habitats for earthworms. But the ideal breeding apparatus was a wooden box. Earthworms thrived in moist, loose soil but despised standing water, making wooden boxes the perfect choice. As for the substrate, well-rotted cow dung, crop straw, weeds, and mule manure were all suitable. Feeding them was even simpler. Earthworms, being omnivorous, consumed everything except plastic, glass, and rubber. They relished decomposed organic matter, animal waste, fungi, and soil bacteria. After a failed attempt, Gu Jin deduced that earthworms were sensitive to light, cold, and dryness, and realized they were quite easy to rear. A month and a half later, Gu Xiu no longer needed to wield her small hoe to dig for earthworms. "Sister, you're amazing!" she exclaimed, raising her tiny fist in admiration. Guan, now able to utter a few words, chimed in, "Awesome, awesome." Luo Wugu often visited the Li family, accompanied by Luo Wusu. Recently, the two had been inseparable, much to Luo Wugu's dismay. Although he had protested, his objections fell on deaf ears. Luo Wusu, now 11, was at the age where playfulness reigned supreme. When he saw Gu Jin experimenting with earthworm cultivation, he watched intently. Upon witnessing her success, he eagerly approached her for advice. Gu Jin, with a bemused smile, replied, "Doesn't learning come at a cost? What do you intend to offer in exchange?" Luo Wusu, scratching his nose, dismissed her question. "It's just raising earthworms. Do I really need to pay for that? You must be out of your mind." Gu Jin laughed in exasperation. "Indeed. I've lost my wits. If that's your attitude, don't come seeking my company anymore." Luo Wusu, unlike Luo Wugu, was not nearly as agreeable. He not only relished taking advantage of others, but also spoke in a manner that was abrasive and unpleasant. Gu Jin found him utterly unlikable and had tolerated him for far too long, especially for Luo Wugu's sake. Now, however, her patience had worn thin. In her quest to perfect her earthworm cultivation, she analyzed data in her dreams, while this insufferable child expected to learn the techniques effortlessly. Luo Wusu, indignant, retorted, "Fine. If you don't want to play, I won't either. If my father hadn't insisted I play with you, I wouldn't bother." He made it sound as if you were the reluctant one in this arrangement. Luo Wugu quickly covered his mouth. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Jin waved them away dismissively, uninterested in their bickering. Luo Wugu's face flushed with embarrassment. "Sister Jean, please don't be angry. Little Su is just like that. Please don't take it to heart." Gu Jin replied, "Indeed, I want to stoop to his level, so if you intend to bring him along in the future, don't even think of entering." Luo Wugu paused, then nodded, dragging his cousin out of the house. Chapter 65. The foreign demons arrive. In the valley, with only 2 families residing there, any minor incident quickly became common knowledge. Luo Tianyu, upon hearing that his child had been scorned by Gu Jin, felt a pang of discomfort. "Father, that yellow-haired girl is bullying me too much. I must confront Li Dehai," he shouted indignantly. Luo Shan replied sternly, "What business is it of ours? This is a matter for the children." Luo Tianyu, displeased, retorted, "So she can bully my child without consequence?" Luo Shan, growing impatient, responded, "What do you intend to do? Go and hit her?" Luo Tianyu, stubbornly, insisted, "I never said I would hit her, I simply want to reason with her." Looking at his obstinate second son, Luo Shan felt a headache coming on. He couldn't fathom how, despite having a sharp mind, he had birthed 3 sons, each more foolish than the last. His eldest son, Luo Tianxi, while not exceptionally clever, at least acted sensibly. But the second son, Luo Tianyu, and the youngest, Luo Tianhu, were increasingly dim-witted. They lacked the ability to read situations, assess circumstances, or discern appearances. If he were to die, the family would certainly collapse. This thought filled Luo Shan with sorrow. Unbeknownst to Gu Jin, the Luo family's disputes were escalating. She had no desire to be involved. When they departed from Luo village, it was late spring. Now autumn had deepened. Counting the days, they had resided in the valley for nearly half a year. Under diligent care, the valley had transformed into a veritable paradise. The crops planted upon their arrival had all been harvested, and any uneaten vegetables, such as water spinach and gourds, were dried for preservation. Her grandfather, along with her two uncles, busily turned the soil in preparation for planting cabbage, chrysanthemum greens, spinach, radishes, and lettuce shoots. In these past 6 months, aside from farming, their family had devoted their time to literacy and martial arts training. Even Gu Xiao, Li Taohua, and Li Mu were instructed by Gu Jin to practice standing stances daily and learn some basic martial techniques. Initially, she doubted their perseverance, but to her surprise, they endured the most grueling days and could now perform a few moves with some semblance of skill. While they practiced, the Luo family observed from a distance, with only Luo Wugu attempting to follow along. The others merely spectated, enjoying the spectacle. Luo Shan had a desire to learn, but alas, his age hindered him, preventing him from maintaining a proper stance. Following the earthworm incident, the relationship between the two families grew increasingly delicate. Whenever Luo Wugu sought Gu Jin's company, Luo Wusu would inject his negativity, leaving Luo Wugu feeling humiliated. Despite being the eldest grandson, he was only a month older than Luo Wusu. Additionally, with his uncle's obstinate nature, Luo Wugu found himself reluctant to provoke Luo Wusu. Seeing Luo Wugu's discomfort, Gu Jin took the initiative to distance herself from him. It was fortuitous. She needed to inventory their supplies to ensure they would have enough food until the spring of the following year. Upon hearing Gu Jin's intention to take stock, the entire family sprang into action. Under the diligent care of Li Taohua and Gu Xiao, the chickens and ducks have proliferated considerably. According to the elders, it is ill-advised to keep chickens and ducks for too long. Fostering emotional bonds with them before slaughtering is deemed inauspicious. Thus, chicken and duck soup have frequently graced the dining table during this period. Currently, there are 16 hens and 2 roosters, while the ducks are fewer in number, comprising 6 hens and 1 drake. This scarcity is primarily due to their voracious appetites, as Gu Jin wishes to spare Li Taohua from undue fatigue. Most of the supplies brought from Luo family village have been nearly consumed. Yet less than a pound of brown sugar remains, alongside roughly 10 pounds of salted meat, cured sausages, and dried vegetables. The remainder is accumulated from Jinggang Valley and Craftsman Village, 421 pounds of corn, 198 pounds of soybeans, a remarkable yield of 120 pounds of potatoes, and a commendable 430 pounds of taro. The assorted dried vegetables total 26 pounds, and there are 170 pounds of yam. The last purchase of rice from Craftsman Village amounted to 1,000 pounds, with over 800 pounds still in stock. Various seasonings are present, though the supply of vegetable oil is dwindling, with only 24 pounds remaining. The total weight of assorted seeds is 151 pounds, predominantly rice seeds. Living in Jinggang Valley, with a balanced diet and lifestyle, the household has remained free from illness, and the medicinal herbs prepared beforehand are well preserved. Among these are the various daggers and narcotics obtained during their escape from calamity. Some items, which are difficult to store, have been wrapped in oilcloth by Gu Jin's uncles and placed in the underground cellar of the cave, where the cooler temperatures serve as a natural refrigerator. For reasons unknown, Gu Jin had been a hoarder in her previous life. After inventorying the supplies, she meticulously organized them into various burlap sacks. Li Renyong jested, "Jiner, should anyone invade Jinggang Valley, we could take these supplies with us in our flight." Pa. Bad luck will not befall good fortune." "Renyong, what nonsense are you spouting?" Li Zhengyi hastily urged him to spit on the ground. Realizing his faux pas, Li Renyong smacked his mouth, promising to be more cautious next time. Gu Jin, at that moment, brushed it off, but as evening approached, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. Something felt amiss. To be precise, she had been anxious since the day before yesterday, though she had initially paid little heed to it. After dinner, her heart began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. This sudden wave of emotion was disconcerting. "Mother, I have been feeling restless these past few days, as though something is about to happen. Please keep an eye on Xiao and Anan." Yes, it would be wise to avoid playing by the lake. Despite the abundance of supplies from the Luo family, Luo Tianxi, yearning for fish, had been taking his two younger brothers to the lake, attempting to catch fish, shrimp, and snails. Gu Xiu found it amusing and would follow them to the water each time. Li Taohua, ever obedient to her daughter's wishes, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch. During their idle chatter, Gu Jin reiterated her warnings, urging everyone to exercise caution in their endeavors. The Li family responded dutifully to her admonitions, yet Gu Jin's anxiety persisted unabated. The passageway leading to Jingang Valley had long been secured by both families for safety, making it a formidable task for outsiders to gain entry. Am I truly ill, or is this merely a sixth sense? Gu Jin pondered aloud while seated on a thick tree branch, observing the entrance to Jingang Valley. She remained perched there until the moon ascended above the treetops before returning to her abode to lie down fully clothed. Gu Xiu had already fallen asleep, softly snoring. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the world. Gu Jin, plagued by her unease, tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Could it be that I am genuinely ill, perhaps with a heart condition? She mused. Unable to rest, Gu Jin feared that her restlessness might disturb Gu Xiu's slumber, prompting her to rise and exit the room. It was deep autumn, and a slight chill lingered in the air. Gu Jin ventured outside, swiftly scaling a large tree. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the surroundings. Lying on the sturdy branch, she gazed at the myriad stars, contemplating whether she should venture out to seek a physician. The persistent anxiety had led her to genuinely suspect she might have a heart ailment. Just as she was lost in thought, a rustling sound reached her ears from nearby. What could that be? Was some creature descending from the mountain? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through her as she leaned out from the foliage to investigate. She beheld several imposing figures emerging from the passageway, seemingly cautious to avoid alarming the inhabitants of the valley as they deliberately slowed their pace. Had it not been for the abundance of dry autumn leaves crunching underfoot, Gu Jin might not have detected their presence at all. Gazing upon the silhouettes that starkly contrasted with those of the people from Zhou Kingdom, a cold sweat instantly drenched her back. It was the otherworldly beings. They had indeed come. A sensation akin to a boot striking the ground washed over her. Indeed, under their encroachment, no egg would remain unbroken. Should the otherworldly beings breach their sanctuary, there would be no safe haven for Zhou Kingdom. Chapter 66. Luring the Enemy. With no time to ponder further, Gu Jin swiftly descended from the tree, darting forward like an arrow. Her petite frame, shrouded by the towering trees, allowed her to evade detection. Gu Jin raced back with all her might and soon reached her home. She pushed open the ajar courtyard door, promptly closed it behind her, and secured the latch. The first to be roused by her alarm was the couple, Li Dahai and his wife. Being of advanced age, they were quick to awaken at even the slightest noise. Upon hearing of the impending attack, they wasted no time in splitting up to take action. Gu Jin retraced her steps to call for Gu Xiu, while Li Mu headed to her daughter Li Taohua's room. Conditions in Jingang Valley were rather rudimentary after the house was built. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong had been sharing a room. Having grown too comfortable in their current state, the two brothers were fast asleep. Li Dahai called softly a couple of times but received no response. Growing anxious, he pinched a small piece of skin on Li Renyong's arm, twisting it. Renyong, wake up. Covering his son's mouth to avoid alarming the intruders, Li Dahai acted swiftly. Li Renyong, lost in dreams of devouring pig trotters, was jolted awake by the sudden pain. He instinctively cried out, only to realize that a large hand was firmly covering his mouth. Li Dahai gestured for silence, then pointed toward the outside, shaking his head. Li Renyong instantly understood. He whispered, "Is someone coming?" Li Dahai nodded while repeating the process to awaken Li Zhangyi. The family hurriedly made their escape through the back door before the otherworldly beings could invade. Fortunately, they had constructed the house, otherwise, without it to draw the attention of the otherworldly beings, they would have sprinted straight toward the mountainside, leading to a direct encounter. Now, the otherworldly beings were scouring the rooms, granting them precious time. Under the moonlight, they fled to the initial stone cave where they had resided. Grandmother, mother, please hide in the cellar. If you do not hear our voices, do not come out, Gu Jin urged as they entered the cave. Li Mu and Li Taohua nodded, leading Gu Xiu and Guan down to the cellar. Once they were settled, Gu Jin lowered her voice. Grandfather, uncle, little uncle. I saw 5 assailants, tall and likely otherworldly beings. What should we do now? Since the beginning of their escape, this was the first time Gu Jin felt uncertain. The calm demeanor she typically exuded had been replaced by a hint of panic. The remote location of the Golden Valley is far from the main road leading to Lan City. Gu Jin had contemplated the possibility of the others arriving. Yet, she did not expect it to happen so swiftly. It was all too sudden. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong, youthful and impetuous, showed little fear. Both reassuring her in unison, "Jiner, do not panic. After practicing for so long, we shall certainly protect you." Hearing her uncles pledge their commitment stirred Gu Jin's emotions, her nose tingling with gratitude. After fleeing from calamity, had it not been for her maternal grandfather's family, she and Li Taohua would not have traveled so far. She felt immense relief to have such a wonderful family in her life, one that could support one another. At that moment, Li Dehai wore a grave expression. After pondering deeply, he spoke, "We cannot flee. We do not know if the outside is heavily guarded. To venture out now would be akin to walking into a trap. Jiner, do you think we can eliminate those 5 others first? Once we have dispatched them, we may then devise a longer-term strategy." By now, Gu Jin had regained her composure and softly replied, "There may be a way that could work." Although facing 4 against 5 seemed daunting, they possessed their own advantages. Familiarity with the terrain is crucial in combat. Having lived in Golden Valley for several months, they knew it intimately, recognizing the location of ditches, pits, and rocky areas with just a glance. By utilizing the terrain and dispersing the others, they might achieve victory. Upon hearing Gu Jin's analysis, Li Dehai and the others nodded in agreement. The 4 gathered closely, swiftly devising a plan. They armed themselves with daggers hidden in the cellar, and Gu Jin concealed a pouch of powdery sedative within her bosom. After a brief respite, Gu Jin, aided by the moonlight, located the invaders. At that moment, they had departed from the Li family and arrived at the Luo family. The captain, Andre, was perplexed by the fleeing family. They had excavated a passage with utmost stealth, entering the valley without causing a stir. How had that family managed to foresee their escape? Suppressing his confusion, Andre signaled for his subordinates to scale the railing and enter. If the people had fled, it was of little concern. As long as the supplies remained, they would suffice. Their king, valiant and formidable, would ensure that these villagers, hiding like mice in Golden Valley, would not survive the night, if not tonight, then at another time. Ever since hearing of the others attacking the border city, Luo Shan had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. Though the night was deep, he lay wide awake, staring at the beams of his ceiling. Suddenly, a rustling sound akin to a mouse skittering sent Luo Shan tumbling from his bed in alarm. Oh no, the grain in the house is in jeopardy. He listened intently to the commotion, hastily donning his clothes and slipping on a pair of cloth shoes before stepping outside, prepared to open the door. At that moment, Gu Jin shouted, "Grandpa Luo, Aunt Bai, do not come out. There are bad people coming in, they are others." The shout startled Luo Shan, causing him to drop his coat. Meanwhile, several members of the Shi tribe, poised to infiltrate the home, turned in unison to regard the source of the voice. Upon seeing a girl, they exchanged hushed words before one of them, standing at the rear, approached her with a sinister grin. Andre had not anticipated that the household would remain, nor that they would attempt to rescue their fellow villagers. It was a futile endeavor, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. The Shi tribe had engaged in numerous skirmishes with the people of Zhou. Even Paishan, hailed as a war god among the Zhou, dared not confront them directly. Had it not been for Paishan's reliance on cunning schemes in the border city battle, their cavalry would have long since trampled the southern lands. Andre recognized that the little girl was merely bait. Yet, what of it? The peasant household knew not the art of combat, nor did they possess any formidable weaponry. Did they truly believe that wielding hoes and kitchen knives could vanquish a warrior? Absurd. Even more laughable was their belief that hiding in the mountains could afford them safety. Such delusions were nothing more than the fantasies of the foolish. The grain-seeking battalion, guided by local informants, slaughtered the villages. Meanwhile, those scattered farmers who had fled into the mountains were also pursued by specialized teams, armed with hunting dogs. They followed the trails of smoke and the remnants left by villagers, having already claimed the lives of over 200. These 36 households, in a bid to evade disaster, had hoarded considerable supplies of grain and dried vegetables, totaling more than 80,000 pounds, a significant cache. The 2 households in Golden Valley were conservatively estimated to possess around 4,000 pounds of grain. The military operated with a division of labor. They were specifically tasked with resource confiscation, ensuring the supply for the forward troops. Thus, not a single household could be spared, nor could any individual escape. They were all part of the grain. Andre snickered derisively, refocusing his thoughts as he commanded the remaining soldiers to prepare for a forced entry. Luo Shan's face turned ashen with fear. The appearance of the others in Golden Valley signified that General Pei had failed to hold the border city. The Great Zhou was doomed. The commotion outside had roused every member of the Luo family, who, in a state of panic, barricaded the doors with beds and cabinets, hoping to remain hidden within as the intruders would be unable to breach their sanctuary. It must be said, the Luo family's actions had indeed saved their lives. Andre's mission was to plunder resources. Should he set fire to the place, the supplies within would turn to ashes. Several soldiers battered against the doors and windows, desperate to gain entry, but the sturdy barriers resisted their efforts. Luo Shan, feeling his heart racing, silently thanked the foresight that had guided the construction of his home. Otherwise, residing in a cave with no protection would have rendered them utterly defenseless. While the Luo family was fraught with anxiety, Gu Jin, having drawn another away, took flight, taunting them with faces of mockery. "You vile creatures, once General Pei arrives, you shall all be captured." The Shi tribe, having prepared for the invasion of Zhou, had most of their members learn the language of Zhou. Gu Jin's words incited a hearty laugh from Jack. "Your General Pei has long perished on the battlefield. Your Emperor's head is hardly safe. Behave, and I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I may send you to the front lines to comfort our Shi warriors, and you would find yourself in a predicament worse than death." Jack's words ignited a blaze of fury within Gu Jin. Who would perish was still uncertain. In a bid to confuse the enemy, she ran with great speed, as if fleeing in terror. Her feigned fear amused Jack, causing him to deliberately slow his pursuit. "Little girl, where are your elders? Call them out, and I shall spare your life and even give you some candy. How does that sound?" "Damn it." Gu Jin cursed inwardly. As she fled in a panic, the other behind her pursued her with the ease of a cat toying with its prey. After sprinting over 100 meters, Gu Jin suddenly shouted, "Uncle." The girl's voice lost its earlier trepidation, replaced now with an air of assured confidence. Jack instinctively halted his chase, though it was too late. Lurking in the grass, Li Zhangyi plunged his dagger deep into Jack's back, not just once, but multiple times. Li Renyong and Li Dahai followed suit, their blades striking the enemy's body. The trio attacked simultaneously, and even the robust other was swiftly vanquished. The wail of the white echoed painfully through the air, prompting Gu Jin to swiftly cover its mouth, only to unleash a piercing scream of her own. She had never realized her voice could reach such a shrill pitch, nearly deafening Li Renyong, who stood beside her. Gu Jin's anguished cries stirred Andre from his reverie. "Anthony. John, go investigate the situation. If Jack is causing trouble, instruct him to act swiftly and not delay our military affairs." Exhausted from their attempts to break down the door, Anthony and John cheerfully accepted their orders. Beneath the moonlight, the little girl appeared remarkably beautiful. They could not allow Jack to savor this moment alone. They believed they were embarking on a pleasant task, unaware that it would lead them to their demise. The two had barely ventured as far as Jack when Gu Jin lured them to a treacherous slope. As they stumbled and fell, they were ambushed by Li's three sons, concealed in the underbrush. Gu Jin also took action, her dagger plunging deep into the white's neck, blood gushing forth. Drawing from her prior experience, this time the white perished silently. "This white is so towering. Fortunately, we ambushed it, or we might have struggled to contain it," Li Renyong whispered, filled with trepidation. Li Zhangyi's hands trembled as he withdrew the bloody dagger from the enemy's body. He attempted to speak, only to find his throat constricted by anxiety. Li Dahai remained relatively composed, patting his brothers, signaling them to steady their nerves. Gu Jin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. She had been running since the enemies had entered the Jinggang Valley, but her strength had held out. 3 of the 5 whites lay dead. 2 remained. Gu Jin rose once more, resorting to her previous tactic of screaming. Having employed the same ruse twice in succession, she doubted it would yield results again. But she felt compelled to try. As anticipated, 3 companions vanished in quick succession, prompting Andre to sense something amiss. He exchanged a glance with his subordinate. The one still attempting to break down the door, Barasa, immediately halted and looked to Andre. "Shall I go take a look?" Andre frowned. "No, there's something wrong. Jinggang Valley may be a trap. We must return to report." Barasa nodded in agreement. After breaching Lan City, the warriors of the Shi tribe ravaged it for 3 days. Among them, a small beggar, seeking to save his life, voluntarily disclosed the locations of various villages, including Jinggang Valley. However, upon hearing that there was only one household, they planned to send troops to pillage supplies in a few days. Yet yesterday, some villagers from the craftsman's village ambushed a small squad. One was captured and mentioned Jing Valley. The supply officer, George, became alarmed and promptly dispatched someone to investigate. In retrospect, it indeed seemed suspicious. Having concluded their conversation, the two turned to leave. The Luo family, hiding within their abode, finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing the retreating footsteps. Luo Shan's grip on the hatchet had nearly numbed. Luo Wugu had been peering through a crack in the door, and as he witnessed the whites depart, he moved aside the heavy table blocking the door and stepped into the courtyard. "Grandfather, should we go rescue Sister Jean and the others?" he whispered. Just as Luo Shan was about to respond, Luo Tianyu interjected sarcastically, "That child Gu Jin is exceptionally skilled. If we go out, we would only complicate matters for her. Moreover, the Li family is composed of formidable fighters. Even 6-year-old Gu Xiao throws a punch with finesse. If we venture out now, we would only be a hindrance." Luo Wugu disagreed. "More hands mean greater strength. How could we possibly be a burden?" However, despite his dissent, he dared not oppose his second uncle, opting instead to crouch by the railing, straining to glimpse the situation outside under the moonlight's glow. Luo Shan looked at his foolish son with exasperation. At such a critical juncture, he still clung to past grievances, failing to realize that if the Li family perished, it would spell doom for their own family as well. He solemnly instructed, "Take Su, Huang, and the nephews and nieces to the room. Once inside, pile all the clutter against the door. If we do not return, do not open it. Tianzi, Tianyu, Tianhu, go to the storage room and fetch the hose. We cannot aid them now. How will we relate to the Li family afterward?" Though Luo Tianzi felt fear, he yearned to assist the Li family in repelling the whites and promptly took action upon receiving the command. Luo Tianyu, however, remained rooted. "Father, I want to go. The whites are towering brutes. If we go, it's tantamount to seeking death. I refuse." Luo Tianhu, already wavering, hesitated further upon hearing his brother's resolute refusal. At that moment, Bai Susu shot him a glare. "Husband, one must repay even the smallest act of kindness. If Gu Jin hadn't raised the alarm, we would have perished at the hands of the whites. Hurry and assist in combating the enemy, or I shall never speak to you again." Luo Tianhu, most afraid of Bai Susu's anger, quickly donned a smile. All right, my dear, I shall go at once." Hearing Luo Tianhu's flowery words, Huang rolled her eyes in disdain. They were but common folk. Why speak as if from the halls of nobility? Bai Susu was well aware of her sister-in-law's disdain for her, yet she remained unfazed. Having faced death once, she felt as though she had unlocked some hidden potential, navigating the world with newfound finesse. She took Huang and Su by the arms, warmly guiding them into the house. "Are you really encouraging Tianhu to assist the Li family without concern for his safety against the whites?" Huang couldn't help but inquire. Bai Susu inwardly rolled her eyes. What did it mean to help the Li family fight the whites? Wasn't he fighting the whites a means of self-preservation? Otherwise, they would simply wait to die indoors. Chapter 68. The Fierce Battle. However, while Bai Susu thought this way internally, the words that escaped her lips were quite different. She softly explained, "I'm not worried. Since Gu Jin dares to step forward, it signifies she possesses ample confidence. Our involvement now would merely be the finishing touch. In the future, the Li family will owe us a debt of gratitude, fostering better relations between our families in Jing Valley, won't it?" Upon hearing this, Huang's anxious heart eased considerably. That's good. Luo Wugu, trailing behind, was profoundly shaken by Bai Susu's words. Owing gratitude? What gratitude could there be? If the whites had already discovered the concealed Jinggang Valley, Luo village would likely have been exterminated long ago. In his recollection, his third aunt was gentle, virtuous, and well-mannered. How could she harbor such thoughts? How could she utter such words? Luo Wugu clung tightly to his sister, Luo Fenghua, pressing close to their mother, Su, as they stood by the window, distancing themselves from the two groups within the room. Huang and her son, Luo Wasu, hid in the innermost part of the house. Bai Susu cradled Luo Wushi on the bed, squinting as though lost in thought. As Luo Shan departed with his 3 sons, armed with hoes and sickles, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. While the Luo family remained in a state of anxiety, Gu Jin, upon hearing the footsteps of the whites receding, realized her strategy had failed. "Grandfather, we must block them. We cannot allow them to return and summon reinforcements." Gu Jin felt a surge of urgency as she surged forward. If the whites were to notify their main force, both the Li and Luo families would surely meet a grim fate. Li Dehai made no attempt to restrain her, hastily pursuing her instead. Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong followed suit without needing further encouragement. For silhouettes darted forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Familiar with the terrain of Jinggang Valley, Gu Jin and her companions quickly caught up to the intruders. Andre, observing the three large figures and one small one surrounding him, furrowed his brow in concern. Only these four individuals, one of whom is a mere child, are capable of slaying their three subordinates? Could it be that others are lying in ambush amidst the underbrush? Barasa shared the same apprehensions. He turned his head, scanning the surroundings. The night breeze swept through the air, rustling the foliage in the valley. Just as they were enveloped in uncertainty, Li Renyong launched the first attack. With a swift flick of his arm, the dagger darted towards the enemy like a swimming dragon. Its speed astonishing. The Li father and son, having trained together for many years, had developed an impeccable synergy. As Li Renyong moved, Li Dehai and Li Zhangyi immediately followed suit, resembling two agile cheetahs pouncing on their prey. Under the looming threat of death, the others' fighting spirit surged, their throats erupting in fierce roars as the trio forcefully struck, driving the enemy to retreat repeatedly. However, the towering figures of the otherworldly beings presented a significant advantage in direct confrontation. Though caught off guard, they quickly regained their footing, bolstered by their sheer strength. In mere moments, Li Dehai and his companions found themselves at a disadvantage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Jin shouted urgently, "You lot." Your three companions fell to my hand. They were utterly defenseless, unable even to best a mere child like me. Upon hearing this, Barasa was enraged to the point of laughter. You wretched girl, you are courting death. Meanwhile, Andre had come to realize that there were indeed only two families in the valley, yet this family was far from ordinary peasants. They were skilled in combat and possessed weapons, which explained how his three subordinates had met their demise at their hands. Andre issued a solemn command, Barasa, I can handle these three. Go kill that wretched girl and bring me her head as an offering to honor our fallen brothers. Upon hearing the otherworldly's words, Li Dehai and his sons were drenched in cold sweat, bellowing in unison, Jiner, flee at once. But Barasa would not allow her to escape. With a feigned retreat from the battlefield, he lunged towards Gu Jin. His face taut, his eyes glinted with malice. The captain was right. The girl's head must be severed to grant their deceased comrades eternal rest. Under the moonlight, Gu Jin beheld the bloodthirsty visage of the otherworldly, her fingers clenching tighter behind her back. After over 9 years in the state of Zhou, it was her first encounter with a foreign race. The otherworldly before her, both in stature and savage appearance, were strikingly different from the people of Zhou. The pressure of her grip on the dagger's hilt caused her hand to throb painfully, yet she dared not relent. At that moment, her opponent made a move. Barasa sprang forward, his body coiling like a spring, his sword poised to strike, determined to take her down in one fell swoop. The ferocity of his attack was overwhelming. It was ill-advised to confront him head-on. Gu Jin bent low to evade the strike, instinctively hurling the dagger hidden at her back. With great force, it sliced through the air with a vicious whistle, aimed directly at his heart. Barasa was caught off guard by the dagger's sudden appearance, retreating several steps as he staggered back. Although his reflexes were swift, they could not outpace the dagger. The keen edge narrowly missed his heart, grazing his side instead. A faint tearing sound accompanied his hand instinctively covering the wound, warm liquid seeping into his palm. His intent to kill had backfired, leaving Barasa infuriated. Wretched girl, where did you get that dagger? It was not due to Barasa's negligence. Typically, rural households would possess only farming tools such as hoes, sickles, and kitchen knives, with daggers being weapons seldom acquired. It was one thing for the 3 male villagers to wield weapons, but to think a young girl could possess one too was utterly astounding. Gu Jin paid no heed to her adversary's exclamations. Instead, she swiftly drew another dagger from behind her waist and hurled it once more at the man. Throughout their journey of fleeing famine, encounters with robbers had not been uncommon. After defeating them, Gu Jin's family had salvaged a considerable amount of their equipment. Compact and ideal for stealthy assaults, daggers were a favorite among those brigands due to their affordability. Gu Jin had amassed quite a collection. As she threw the second dagger, Barasa finally ceased his underestimation. He feigned a thrust, adopting a bizarre stance as he lunged at the girl. The opponent's speed was blinding. and Gu Jin felt a powerful gust of wind sweep past her. When danger approached, many individuals instinctively react faster than their minds can process. Almost instinctively. At the critical moment, Gu Jin bent low to avoid the attack. Just as she evaded one strike, another was already upon her. The sword was poised to slice her throat. A surge of dread sent chills down her spine, and she rolled to the side just in time, the blade barely grazing her arm. As she glanced down, she noticed her sleeve torn open by the sword, exposing a gaping wound. The autumn wind flowed through the tear in her garment, sending an inexplicable chill coursing through her, raising every hair on her body. After 3 exchanges, with her opponent wounded and her clothing shredded, the situation appeared less dire than it could have been. Chapter 69, Andre. The night was as cool as water. The once tranquil valley now reeked of human blood. Barasa continued his relentless assault, launching strike after strike, while Gu Jin could only rely on her nimble frame to evade his lethal blows. Suddenly, she heard a muffled cry of pain. Instinctively, she turned to her right, only to see Li Renyong's arm gashed by the enemy's blade, blood gushing forth. Andre, having successfully landed a hit, fixated his icy gaze on the girl, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Gu Jin's heart raced with anxiety. Perhaps her earlier triumph over the 3 invaders had led her to mistakenly believe that the otherworldly posed a lesser threat. She did not anticipate the difficulty of facing them head-on. Unbeknownst to her, Andre was the captain, while Barasa served as his lieutenant, their combat prowess far exceeding that of their fallen comrades. She realized she had to devise a swift strategy to eliminate her foes, otherwise her grandfather and uncles would not withstand the onslaught. Suppressing her rising panic, Gu Jin maintained her composure. After baiting her opponent into a trap, the otherworldly finally fell for her ruse. As their forms intertwined, she swiftly hurled a prepared dose of sedative powder at the man with devastating force. Immediately, she held her breath. In the open space, the powder's effects were minimal, yet when it struck the otherworldly's face with precision, it proved quite effective. Barasa, caught off guard, inhaled a significant amount of the powder, instantly feeling lightheaded. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jin's petite form leaped into the air, her sharp dagger plunging straight into the man's heart. Barasa, even in death, could not comprehend how he had met his end, unable to even glimpse the weapon that had pierced him. As consciousness faded, a singular thought lingered in his mind. The people of Zhou were indeed cunning, forever resorting to guile and trickery. Patient was one such example, as were others. Witnessing his subordinate being pierced by the dagger, Andre was consumed with fury. He let out a thunderous cry, "Barasa!" Gu Jin, seizing the moment of chaos among the enemy ranks, quickly rejoined the fray. She delivered a powerful kick to the man's thigh, the force nearly exhausting her strength. Gu Jin possessed remarkable strength from a young age, and as she matured, she effortlessly lifted objects weighing 50 kilograms. With a powerful kick, she sent Enlai stumbling forward, nearly losing his balance. Li Dehai, seizing the opportunity, thrust a dagger toward the enemy's heart, but Enlai, sensing the danger, swiftly evaded. Not one to yield. Li Zhengyi retaliated with a left hook while his right hand drove the dagger downward, yet Enlai, having regained his composure, dodged with lightning speed. Both the dagger and the punch missed their mark. Li Renyong, with an injured right hand that he could barely lift, turned his body into a weapon, launching himself forward in a desperate attempt to collide with the red-haired, green-eyed monster. However, Andeli's agility allowed him to evade yet again, leaving Renyong's attack in vain. Enlai was a formidable warrior. Soon, he cast aside his grief and launched a full frontal assault with his massive physique. Abandoning his large blade, he drew forth his prized weapon from behind, a pair of mighty hammers that he wielded with ferocity. As he charged left and right, Li Dehai faltered, and in a moment of precariousness, the heavy hammer threatened to come crashing down upon him. Li Zhengyi, recognizing the imminent danger, leaped to his aid. But Andeli's onslaught was too fierce, leaving no time for defense. In a split second, Zhengyi executed a desperate maneuver, rushing in and taking a hammer directly on his left arm, the sheer force seemingly shattering his bones. Seeing her kin injured filled Gu Jin with a potent mix of urgency and fury. With a fierce shout, she summoned her internal energy, her bones vibrating with a sound reminiscent of thunder rolling across spring skies. Having mastered the 3rd level of martial arts, Mingjin, Onjin, and Huajin, Gu Jin had already achieved Onjin the previous year. With a swift push from her toes, she propelled herself toward the enemy like a cannonball. Andeli's hammers, with their immense weight, could inflict grievous injury or even death upon impact. As she narrowly avoided another blow, one hammer swung toward her legs. Yet, Gu Jin had anticipated his movement. She pushed off with both feet, her body retreating more than half a meter in an instant. The hammer struck the ground with a resounding thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air, causing Gu Jin to cough. As she dodged yet again, her heart raced faster than ever. In this new life, she had never encountered such a ferocious and powerful adversary. Amidst the pounding of her heart, she charged at her opponent once more. Fear was not an option. She must not waver, for the lives of her family hinged upon her success. To defeat him was to ensure their survival. And Eli, taken aback by the courage of this young girl, found himself regarding her with newfound respect. The two became entwined in combat once more, Gu Jin exhausting every ounce of her strength as she executed the 8 Extremes fist to its fullest potential. At last, with her nimble footwork, her fist struck the enemy's left hand, her onjin transforming into energy that matched the hammer's force. A sickening crack echoed as Anili heard the sound of his bones fracturing. In the next moment, a shard of bone pierced through his tender flesh, protruding grotesquely from his skin. With a pained gasp, he dropped the hammer he had held in his left hand. Gu Jin, seizing the moment, attempted to withdraw. But it was too late. The weighty hammer brushed against her waist, its power searing her side with a fiery pain. In the throes of this life-and-death struggle, her adrenal glands surged, her body radiating heat while goosebumps prickled her skin, locking her energy in place. There was no time to assess her injury. She assumed a defensive stance, her gaze fixed fiercely on the enemy. Anili, enraged and astonished, found himself wounded by a child. He had faced 3 opponents with ease. Yet here he was, suffering at the hands of this girl. Should his comrades learn of this, he would surely be ridiculed. Following a brief lull, Gu Jin launched another assault. She stared directly into his crimson, fearsome eyes, her mind ablaze with fury. Why was it so difficult to simply live? The Li and Luo families, with their mere dozen members, could not possibly possess enough resources to justify such brutality. Why? Anili, equally furious, felt the stars clouding his vision. No one had ever harmed him and lived to tell the tale. He swung his hammer toward the girl with the intent to crush her into a pulp, dreaming of feeding her remains to his dogs. In the face of his relentless aggression, Gu Jin dodged left and right, her energy becoming erratic under the strain of her vigorous movements. Beads of sweat streaming down her body. Her clothes clung to her skin, soaked from exertion, while her hair fell in disarray across her forehead, giving her a disheveled appearance. Yet, Anili was not faring much better. Gu Jin's gaze remained fixed on her adversary. Andeli's headband had fallen away, his hair now wild and disheveled, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. The girl exuded a fierce determination while Anili panted heavily, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In his hands, the hammer was mightier than a long sword, especially in a group battle, capable of devastating multiple foes with a single blow. However, it was also a burden. Too heavy for regular use unless he sought a swift conclusion. He could never have imagined that a mere child could match him in combat prowess. This was truly unfathomable. As the enemy's weapon came crashing down once more, Gu Jin's heart raced even faster. The ferocity of the assault was overwhelming. She knew she could not absorb it. With agility, she leaped aside, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Frustrated by his inability to subdue her, Andeli's attacks grew even more vicious. As his hammer swept through the air, it stirred the ground into a chaotic tangle of dead leaves and twigs. Gu Jin danced around the blows, focusing solely on evasion, strategically wearing down her opponent's stamina. As time progressed, the hammer in Andeli's grasp grew heavier, his temperament becoming increasingly agitated. In any endeavor, impatience begets mistakes, especially in a battle for survival. Just as Anili contemplated switching weapons, Gu Jin keenly sensed his waning strength. Seizing the moment, she darted forward like a bolt of lightning, her right hand swiftly drawing a dagger from behind her. This time, the blade found its mark, plunging deep into the front of his neck, unleashing a torrent of blood that drenched Gu Jin in crimson. Instinctively, Anili clutched his wound, desperate to staunch the flow. Recognizing the opportunity, Gu Jin bent low, aiming accurately, and drove the sharp blade into his heart. The monstrous figure of Anili finally collapsed, a gurgling sound emanating from his throat, his expression one of utter disbelief. How many daggers did she possess? Why was she not running out? Bloodied and weary, Gu Jin stood amidst the grass, feeling both exhausted and chilled. The intensity of the battle had left her muscles trembling, yet she remained vigilant, wary of potential threats lurking in the aftermath. As she fought Anili, the Luo family had arrived, brandishing sickles and hoes, ready to charge forward, only to be halted by the anxious Li Dahai. The ferocity of Gu Jin's battle with Anili had rendered it impossible for anyone else to intervene without causing further chaos. At last, upon witnessing the enemy's downfall, Li Dahai rushed forward, his steps quickening. "Jiner, are you hurt?" Gu Jin raised her head, wishing to offer solace, yet found herself unable to utter a sound. During the assassination of their adversaries, her face and body had been splattered with blood, rendering her appearance quite fearsome to the unknowing. Li Dahai was left in a state of shock. "Jiner, what ails you? Pray, tell your uncle." Li Zhangyi winced in pain as his arm was struck by a hammer, while Li Riyong bore a wound from a sword, blood flowing freely. Yet, they both disregarded their own injuries, inquiring in unison. After a considerable pause, Gu Jin finally regained her composure and shook her head, saying, "I am fine." Upon saying this, her concern for others surged. Observing this, Luo Shan quickly urged her 3 sons to support Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong. The group assisted one another back home, where she eagerly examined the injuries of her grandfather and uncle. As a practitioner of martial arts, she possessed a rudimentary understanding of wounds. Upon inspection, fortune amidst misfortune revealed that Li Zhangyi's arm was not shattered but fractured in 2. Gu Jin procured a board to stabilize his arm. Li Renyong had sustained a cut from a long sword. After she cleaned the wound, Li Dahai crushed some thistle leaves and applied them to the injury. In rural households, minor injuries were commonplace during agricultural toil, with generations having passed down various herbal remedies for bleeding. Thistle, also known as cirsium, is a traditional hemostatic herb, primarily functioning by constricting local blood vessels and inhibiting fibrinolysis, in addition to possessing antibacterial properties. Having completed these tasks, Gu Jin hastily instructed, "Grandfather, the ice demons have discovered Jingang Valley. We can no longer linger. Eldest uncle, please go to the cave and bring out grandmother and mother," urging them to drive the mule to the cellar and do their utmost to transport the grain and the supplies I had previously dried, such as hemp stalks. Since the drought, Li Dahai had endured too much. However, the night's encounter had truly left him shaken. The combat prowess of those ice demons was terrifying, thankfully. They had consistently practiced martial arts, or else Jingang Valley might have become the burial ground for both the Li and Luo families. The 2 families hastily packed their belongings under the cover of night. Gu Jin did not accompany Li Dahai and the others. She merely washed her face and changed out of her blood-soaked garments before stealthily slipping out of Jingang Valley under the moonlight. It had been quite some time since she had ventured outside, and the scenery of Hengshan had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once lush trees had shed most of their leaves, and the vines growing on the ground appeared desolate and withered. She emitted a sound akin to that of a cuckoo from her throat, startling numerous birds from their repose in the silent forest. Gu Jin stood quietly in place. After a considerable time, she heard no further sounds. She patted her chest, her long-held anxiety finally subsiding. Excellent. There are no ice demons outside the valley. It seemed this troop of soldiers had come to forage for grass. The act of foraging for grass is documented in the history of Liao, when the troops do not receive provisions. They send out cavalry to forage for grass and pillage to sustain themselves. This was a tactical maneuver, however, such strategies were not infallible. During the reign of Liao Xingzong, the Khitan launched the Liaoxia War, employing the same tactic as they penetrated deep into Western Xia territory. Yet, Western Xia utilized a scorched earth strategy, leaving no grain behind as they retreated, leading to the Khitan army's loss of supplies and eventual defeat. The small Jingang Valley was not spared from the ice demons, indicating that their forces were in dire need of provisions. If sufficient food could not be found, the situation for the subjects of the Great Zhou would be even more dire. It is worth noting that during the chaos of the 5 barbarians in the Western Jin, the populace suffered greatly, with the best outcome being a complete corpse, while many were reduced to mere livestock. This thought sent a shiver down Gu Jin's spine. Meanwhile, Luo Shan, having witnessed the ice demons being slain, felt a mix of astonishment and joy. 5 ice demons confronted the Li family, yet they had only 3 able-bodied men. And with Gu Jin, their number totaled 4. Each ice demon was formidable, yet they had managed to turn the tide. The strength of the Li family was considerable. However, although the enemies had been vanquished, Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong had sustained injuries. Luo Shan, feeling a pang of guilt, presented the 3 fish his sons had recently caught to the Li family. Watching the big fish he had worked so hard to catch being given away, Luo Tianyu felt reluctant, but said nothing. He suddenly recalled an earlier incident regarding the children, which made him pale with fear. My goodness, this little girl, who appears so delicate, is quite the formidable character. I must tread carefully. Chapter 71. Searching for Corpses. Huangshe noticed Luo Tianyu's pale countenance and mistakenly assumed he had been frightened by the ice demons. As she tidied the bedding, she remarked, "Next time your father-in-law sends you to confront the ice demons, just feign illness. They are far too formidable. We were fortunate to survive this time. But who knows about the next?" Luo Tianyu grumbled, "Woman, mind your own business regarding men's affairs." After saying this, he swept out of the room. Huangshe, unfazed by his sudden outburst, had grown accustomed to such dynamics in their lives. Life for couples had always been this way. The Luo family had resided in Jinggang Valley for several months, and the supplies they had brought from Luo village were nearly depleted. Their primary grain now stemmed from recent cultivation and provisions purchased in Craft Village. Luo Shan, accompanied by his 3 sons, was primarily tasked with transporting heavy items. By Susu, Su Shi and Huangshe tended to the organization of pots, bowls, clothing, and bedding. Even the 4 children of Luo Wugu were kept busy. The Luo family owned a large blue ox and 2 mules, more than sufficient for transporting their supplies. The Li family worked with greater speed. Benefiting from Gu Jin's periodic organization, they merely needed to load their goods onto the mule carts. Had it not been for the injuries sustained by Li Renyong and Li Zhangyi, their pace would have been even swifter. Fortunately, the crops had all been harvested and stored beforehand, otherwise they would have faced a situation akin to their recent experience in Luo village, where they had been forced to flee just after sowing, rendering their efforts futile. Around the hour of the rat, the group prepared to depart Jinggang Valley with their mule and ox carts. Huangshe led her son ahead, and as they passed by the fallen ice demons, she felt faint and dizzy. Su Shi was filled with both shock and fear, exclaiming, "What do these ice demons eat to grow so robust?" Bai Susu quietly interjected, "Thank goodness the Li family is valiant, otherwise we would undoubtedly be doomed." As Bai Susu and Su Shi conversed in hushed tones, their gazes towards the Li family involuntarily carried a hint of reverence. Gu Jin, previously occupied with gathering intelligence outside the valley, returned and assisted in packing the belongings. At last, she found time to join her grandfather in inspecting the equipment. All weapons belonging to the ice demons were confiscated, and their provisions were systematically removed. Gu Jin had initially considered stripping the clothing from the bodies, but found them caked in blood and abandoned the idea. Luo Tianzi and his brothers, witnessing the act of scavenging corpses, felt their stomachs churn, and they were left in a state of distress. Huangshe and Su Shi were even worse off, nearly retching at the sight. Although Luo Wugu was brave, encountering a corpse for the first time left his legs trembling. Luo Fenghua, Luo Wesu, and Luo Wushi huddled behind their mothers, covering their eyes in fear. Among the Luo family present, only Bai Susu and Luo Shan remained composed. They stepped forward to assist Li Dehai in collecting useful items from the corpses. During this time, Li Taohua intended to cover Gu Xiu's eyes, but was stopped by Gu Jin. Understanding Gu Jin's thoughts with a moment's reflection, Li Taohua resolutely placed Gu Xiu next to the corpse of the otherworldly creature. Xiu, help your sister with this task." Gu Xiu squatted nearby, her beautiful big eyes wide with curiosity as she watched her sister rummaging through the corpse. "Sister, what are you doing?" Xiu, remember the faces of these individuals. They are all villains. From now on, if you see them, you must hide, understand? Gu Jin spoke softly. Gu Xiu nodded her little head vigorously. "I understand, sister." Gu Jin did not wish to expose a 6-year-old girl to such a gruesome sight, yet last year, during their flight from famine, they had encountered many fallen souls, and each time, she had covered Gu Xiu's eyes. However, with the onset of war, Gu Jin suddenly realized that the days of tranquility had vanished. The chaotic times had arrived. Thus, upon reaching the King Kong Valley, she urged Li Mu, Li Taohua, and Gu Xiu to train in martial arts. Yet, it was ultimately too late. In truth, when they were in Yang village, Gu Jin had contemplated teaching Gu Xiu martial skills. But martial training requires enduring pain and hardship, a process that is unbearable for most. Gu Jin considered herself a resilient person, yet she had cried from pain many times. During those days of peace, she could not bear to see Gu Xiu suffer, thinking that as long as she could protect her with her own skills, everything would be fine. In hindsight, she recognized her error. For a fledgling eagle to soar the skies, it must separate from its mother and endure the trials of wind and rain. Xiu must adapt to this tumultuous world. The Li family had become adept at scavenging corpses, swiftly collecting the belongings of the otherworldly creature. For long swords, a large knife, a pair of formidable hammers, a quantity of silver coins, 10 pounds of rations, and a black token inscribed with unknown characters, presumably belonging to the otherworldly creature. She unapologetically took them all. Luo Tianyu gazed enviously at the swords, wishing for one to defend himself. But when the girl shot him a fierce glance, he shrank back behind Huang, trembling like a quail drenched in a downpour. The others from the Luo family did not share Luo Tianyu's sentiments. The otherworldly creature had been slain by the Li family. Thus, the spoils rightfully belonged to them. As the group exited the valley, Li Dehai and Luo Shan both turned to the little girl standing at the forefront of the line. In unison, they inquired, "Jiner, where shall we go next?" "Where to?" Gu Jin felt momentarily lost. The otherworldly creatures were ravaging various villages, yet the soldiers of the Zhou kingdom were nowhere to be found. She suddenly realized that although the world was vast, it seemed there was no place for the two families to coexist. If possible, she wished to go to the capital. Beneath the emperor's feet, it should be the safest place in the Zhou kingdom. However, the southern official roads had been blocked by the otherworldly creatures, and both of her uncles were injured. The only course of action was to find a place to recuperate before devising a long-term plan. Gu Jin declared, "Let us head to Laya Mountain." Li Riyong instinctively asked, "Laya Mountain? Where is that?" Gu Jin, leading the sturdy mule, replied while walking, "Do you remember Craftsman Village? Laya Mountain is just behind it." Having said that, she suddenly slapped her forehead. "No, we cannot go to Laya Mountain. The people from Craftsman Village may be hiding there. If we go, we would bring disaster upon them." Hearing Gu Jin's concerns, Li Renyong reassured her, "Jiner, there are many mountains around here. If we don't go to Laya Mountain, we can find another mountain." Overhearing their conversation, Luo Tianhu took a few steps forward to stand beside Gu Jin, his face etched with worry. "Gu Jin, King Kong Valley is a distance from the mountains. On the way, might we encounter the otherworldly creatures?" Gu Jin was uncertain whether they would encounter the otherworldly creatures. However, during her previous journey with the craftsmen back to King Kong Valley, they had taken a shortcut that was desolate and should, in theory, be devoid of such dangers. Yet, having slain 5 of their kin, the otherworldly creatures would surely seek retribution. She halted, seriously suggesting, "Uncle Luo-san, I cannot guarantee that our upcoming journey will be free of peril. If you are afraid, you may choose to act separately from us." Last year, during their escape from famine, the Li family had settled in Luo family village. At that time, Luo Shan was known for his integrity, and whenever Li Dehai sought his assistance, he would readily oblige, showing considerable care for Gu Jin's family. Thus, in King Kong Valley, when Luo Shan came with his family uninvited, Gu Jin, recalling their past kindness, took them in. Now, with the otherworldly creatures invading, Gu Jin felt like a clay Buddha crossing a river. She could barely protect herself, let alone safeguard so many others. Seeing Luo Tianhu's skepticism, she decided to openly express her thoughts. Chapter 72, Su Haitang. After Luo Tianhu spoke, Bai Susu's eyes widened in anger. Her husband, fearing her wrath, instinctively glanced at Luo Shan, who shot a glare at his foolish son. Useless in success, detrimental in failure. After scolding his son, Luo Shan awkwardly smiled at Gu Jin and said, "Jiner, don't heed your third uncle's nonsense. We all hail from Luo family village. It is only right that we assist one another. If Zhang Yi and Ren Yong are injured, should we encounter the otherworldly creatures, we will certainly charge to the front. You need only ensure the safety of the others." Upon hearing Luo Shan's words, Gu Jin felt a stir in her heart. Last night, during the otherworldly creatures' ambush, although the Luo family had not contributed much, they had not faltered. Currently, the Li family relied solely on herself and her grandfather for combat strength. If the Luo family kept their promise, they could at least help divert the enemy's forces when the otherworldly creatures attacked. Gu Jin fell silent, leading the mule along the path. Under the moonlight, the two families, guided by her, ventured further away from King Kong Valley. The autumn air was crisp and refreshing. A group traversed through the desolate mountains and wilderness. As the sun rose, their pace quickened considerably. Having endured a life-and-death battle and traveled half the night, Gu Jin felt fatigued and lay down in the mule cart piled high with supplies, resting. She gazed at the azure sky, feeling utterly drained. Yet, looking at Gu Xiao and Guan lying beside her, along with the concerned faces of her family, the weariness that had just risen within her receded like a tide. In her previous life, her parents had divorced early. They were so preoccupied with their own pleasures that they were unwilling to be bound by an infant for a lifetime. In their evasion of responsibility, Gu Jin was sent to her grandfather's home. Her grandfather was kind, but as a martial artist, he lacked the delicacy to perceive the deeper needs of a growing child. He only focused on training her to become a champion in martial arts. From the moment she could remember, she bore the marks of injury, bruises here, cuts there. Gu Jin did not wish to disappoint him. Braving both the bitter cold of winter and the oppressive heat of summer, she yearned to achieve martial arts glory, to earn her parents' affection. She believed that perhaps it was her inadequacy that led to their abandonment. Ironically, even when she attained martial arts championship, they barely acknowledged her. After their own fatigue, both parents reconstituted their families, doting on their new beloved children. Gu Jin became a stain from their youthful indiscretions, an eyesore best left unexamined. Eventually, Gu Jin came to a realization. It was not her shortcomings that caused her plight, but rather the utter failings of her parents. In this life, she encountered a pair of good parents. While Gu Chongqing was alive, he never looked down upon her for being a girl. He would hold her on his lap every time he read, teaching her to read and write. Yet, he had passed away. Before her demise, not a hint of suicidal thoughts had escaped her lips. She pondered whether her powers of observation were lacking. Had she been able to perceive that Gu Chongqing was in distress, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted. There were certain memories that Gu Jin dared not revisit, nor did she wish to. Gu Chongqing was gone, as was her brother. The departed had departed, yet Li Taohua still breathed, as did Gu Xiao. And now there was also Guan. With his absence, the weight of the family now fell upon her shoulders. The mule cart left long imprints on the grass, but soon those traces were concealed by the swift actions of the Luo brothers. Gu Jin had declared that after slaying 5 foreign demons, they would undoubtedly be pursued. To reach the unknown depths of the mountains, the nearest route necessitated passing through Craft Village. However, given the secretive nature of King Kong Valley, which had already been discovered by the foreign demons, it was likely that Craft Village would also not escape calamity. For safety's sake, Gu Jin resolved to take a detour. This decision met with no dissent from Luo Shan and Li Dehai. Ever since Gu Jin single-handedly vanquished a foreign demon, Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong had remained taciturn. In their previous escapades, they had encountered numerous bandits without difficulty. They had heard many rumors regarding the foreign demons, but they never anticipated the formidable combat prowess of those outsiders. This time, Li Zhangyi and Li Renyong finally comprehended the truth that there is always someone stronger. A higher peak beyond the mountain. The two brothers silently vowed to intensify their martial training. Only by becoming stronger could they better protect their family. They moved cautiously, concealing their tracks, and by midday, the two families arrived at the foot of the unknown mountain. Departing at midnight and taking a shortcut, their journey was still somewhat delayed, primarily due to the excessive supplies making travel cumbersome. Additionally, they were meticulous in covering their human footprints. At that moment, Andre's small team had not returned to camp for an extended period, arousing the attention of high-ranking officials. In the evening, a 20-member squad of foreign tribesmen entered King Kong Valley. However, by that time, the valley was already desolate. They sought Andre and his companions, whose fates were grim. Leaving a few to bury the bodies, the others were ordered to pursue me. Sean's complexion darkened, his fury palpable. Since breaching the border city, they had yet to encounter any effective resistance. Unexpectedly, in this remote land, they had lost an entire squad. Sean vowed to capture the miscreants who harmed his kin, determined to exact 1,000 cuts to quell his resentment. Far away in the mountains, the two families were oblivious to the pursuit of the foreign demons. Shortly after their entry into the mountains, they suddenly heard faint rustling sounds ahead. As the leader, Gu Jin immediately halted, raising her hand to signal the team to stop. The 3 sisters-in-law, who had been chatting behind her, promptly fell silent. The playful children of the Luo family also covered their mouths, their faces pale with fright. The once boisterous forest fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a young girl emerged from the thicket, curiously inquiring, "Sister Jean, what brings you here?" Gu Jin was taken aback to discover it was Su Haidang. She exclaimed in surprise, "Haidang, how did you end up here?" It was important to note that their current location was quite a distance from Craft Village. Su Haidang, flustered, replied, "Sister Jean, this is not a safe place to talk. Please follow me." Gu Jin nodded, indicating for Su Haidang to lead the way. A few months prior, she and her uncle had ventured to Craft Village to enlist a craftsman for house construction, during which they had discussed the foreign demons. It seemed they had heeded her advice and taken refuge in the mountains, yet, why not in Laya Mountain? The appearance of the young girl astonished both the Li and Luo families. They were unaware that Gu Jin had previously warned the villagers, leading to a flurry of surprised discussions. After witnessing the corpses, Huang was still in shock, murmuring, "Our King Kong Valley is so hidden. How could those foreign demons have found it? Who would have thought the people of Craft Village would still be alive? They are truly fortunate." Su nodded in agreement, ready to respond, but Luo Wugu raised a hand to cover her mouth. "Mother, we have now entered the deep forest. Refrain from speaking lest we disturb the wild beasts." Su was startled, hastily closing her mouth. Bai Susu observed this, pondering the change in Luo Wugu. This child, she mused, had become distant from her and Huang since their exit from the valley. It was not like him. Could it be a result of her earlier remarks? Chapter 73, Su Tai. Bai Susu, with her keen reasoning, had indeed discerned Luo Wugu's thoughts. Though still young, he possessed many ideas, believing that those who held differing views were not worth his attention. He had been this way even in Luo Village. Regardless of how well he had played with his companions, if their words or actions unsettled him, he would distance himself. Particularly after Gu Jin's arrival, who, despite being a year younger, was knowledgeable, eloquent, and skilled in martial arts. They had shared a close bond. The village children all enjoyed playing with Gu Jin, each calling her Sister Jean. However, young Yuan, that scoundrel, had consistently instigated discord among the group. Over time, the original friends were swayed, and they began to speak ill of Gu Jin behind her back. Luo Wugu was incensed and severed ties with them. He had not confided these matters to Gu Jin, who was thus unaware of them. Now, with the likelihood that the people of Luo Village had perished, Luo Wugu felt a resurgence of sorrow. He lifted his gaze to the petite girl ahead, her stature as upright as a green pine, and mustered the courage to ask, "Sister Jean, since the people of Craft Village are still alive, do you think our village might also be safe?" Gu Jin was at a loss for how to respond. Luo Wugu was only 11. In her previous life, he would have been in elementary school. Perhaps the battle of the previous night had left him with psychological scars. Contemplating this, Gu Jin intentionally remarked, "But you were never fond of the people of Luo Village. I recall when the tax envoy arrived, you drove them away, insisting you were not one of them." Luo Wugu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. That was for a reason. He could not contain his thoughts and began to spill out the grievances regarding his former companions. Gu Jin was genuinely astonished. This child, Luo Wugu, possessed a commendable sense of morality. Well done. After her encouragement, Gu Jin leaned closer to Luo Wugu's ear and teased, "So now you are ignoring your two aunts. Could it be that they are also behind our backs speaking ill of us?" Luo Wugu. How was he to reply? After Gu Jin's clever interjection, Luo Wugu's focus shifted. Meanwhile, Su Haidang, having overheard their conversation, hesitated to speak. She wanted to reveal that the villagers of Craft Village had not escaped. They had all perished at the hands of the foreign demons. Yet, she was at a loss for how to broach the subject. Out of the corner of her eye, Gu Jin noticed Su Haitang's unusual demeanor. Upon further inquiry, she learned that after her warning, the village head had convened a meeting of the villagers. However, the majority had dismissed her words, firmly believing that General Pei could defend the border city, and even if he could not, Craft Village was too distant for the demons to reach. Su Haitang's parents had initially been skeptical, but her grandfather, Su Xing, believed her. Under his guidance, the entire Su family, comprising over 20 members, had taken refuge in Laya Mountain. Approximately 40 days after their departure, the others arrived. They came with a formidable force, mercilessly slaying anyone in their path and pillaging everything they encountered, leaving no creature, not even the village dogs, unscathed. In the midst of their sorrow, the Su family found a sliver of solace. Little did they anticipate that some villagers, under the duress of the others, would betray them, revealing the Su family's hiding place in Leia Mountain. The others scoured the mountains, compelling them to abandon Leia Mountain and retreat deeper into the great wilderness. For the past few months, the Su family lived in constant trepidation. In a bid for safety, Su Sheng dispatched patrols daily, and today it was Su Haitong's turn. "You're so young, patrolling alone. Aren't you afraid of wild beasts attacking?" Gu Jin inquired, perplexed. Su Haitong replied softly, "Sister Jin, you may not be aware. In our craft village, there are several families of hunters who have relied on hunting for generations. The large predators in Leia Mountain and the surrounding ranges have long been captured by them. Thus, every autumn, the villagers venture into the mountains to gather fragrant nuts. Moreover, I am not alone. My father is with me. Upon encountering you, he instructed me to lead the way while he returned to deliver the news." After explaining, Su Haitong posed several questions to Gu Jin. When she learned that the Jindang Valley, where they resided, had also been discovered by the others, her small face paled in fright. The group continued onward for approximately 6 miles until they reached a clearing. Gu Jin held the reins, raising her gaze. In the expanse ahead stood several small houses constructed from large trees. Surrounding the homes was a fence made of logs, roughly the size of a bowl, likely erected for security. Within the enclosure, a gathering of people young and old, roughly 20 in number, could be seen. Su Haitong's uncle, Su Tai, had been waiting by the fence and hurried forth to greet them upon their arrival. "Brother Luo has come." The Jade Stone Conference in Lan City, held every 4 years, was a rare event that drew even the most distant villages to partake in the festivities. Su Tai was a man who thrived on merriment. He had never missed a Jade Stone Conference since he could remember. In those days, the village chief, Gu Shi, maintained a good rapport with Luo Shan, the chief of Luo village, and after entering the city, the people from both villages mingled joyously. With the invasion of the others, which brought destruction and chaos, they feared they would never see the people of Luo village again, yet here they were, alive. Su Tai was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Luo Shan responded quickly, "It's Brother Su. Is your family safe and sound?" Su Tai wiped away his tears. "All is well, all is well. Come, let us enter and sit. Do you still remember this old man?" Su Xing, leaning on his cane, smiled in response from the side. Luo Shan hastily supported the elder, his eyes glistening. "Of course, I remember. Brother Su, you remain as vigorous as ever." The Li and Luo families, initially apprehensive upon arrival, relaxed considerably as they greeted one another with warmth and enthusiasm. Su Xing, aged 61, had 2 sons. He married later in life, welcoming his eldest, Su Tai, at 25, followed by his second son, Su Mu, a year later. Each of them had 3 children, 3 boys and 3 girls, perfectly encapsulating the auspicious number of 3. Su Xing had 2 younger brothers, yet their families were not as numerous. The second branch, including both adults and children, barely numbered 6. The third branch had no descendants to speak of. The total of the second branch's members was still fewer than those of the first. Gu Jin counted. The Su family comprised 22 individuals. Although they stood together, a closer observation revealed varying degrees of kinship among them. Among the group, one family bore the most subdued expressions, and Gu Jin soon realized they consisted of only 4 adults, devoid of children. Understanding dawned upon her. In the state of Zhou, failing to bear offspring is considered a grave dishonor, especially in not producing a male heir. Thus, their lack of children rendered them particularly humble in demeanor. Under Su Xing's guidance, the group was ushered into the largest hall of their abode. The Su family were all carpenters, their craftsmanship a legacy passed down through generations. Gu Jin stood at the periphery of the crowd, observing quietly. Su Haitong remained by her side, and noticing her curiosity, she took the initiative to elucidate the intricacies of the Su family's relationships. Gu Jin listened intently, learning that Su Haitong's little uncle had changed wives 3 times, all in the hope of having a child.